Hi, Twitch.
Hello, hello.
Everyone.
How's it going? So, I'm Zero. This is going to be Final Fantasy XII, Order from Ambrosia. We'll explain that in a moment. And with me currently we have Hap, DDG, and Freda. And
Hi.
we will have Freda and Rusta here later. You will be able to see from the microphone signs who are on the call currently and who are not. But yeah.
It's a long run. Commentators need breaks too.
Yep, a very long run. Only 21 hours.
Yes. So, but yeah, let's do the countdown.
Three.
So, 3, 2, 1, go.
One. Go.
Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Good luck, Zero.
Good luck.
And I mean, the only 21.5 hours is, technically correct. I mean, a couple years ago, this run was like 24, 25, 26 hours, and every hour mark we break, I'm still wondering how the heck do we keep finding more time?
That is true. I remember, like, speaking of this category, my one of my earlier PBs was 24 hours and 8 seconds. And then that
Yeah.
was the world record for like 2 years before I was able to beat it. So for 2 years I was like 8 seconds away from beating the 24-hour mark. But
Now you're under 21 hours.
yep.
I remember that run specifically because it was a literal day of FF12.
Yep.
And that's how I discovered you. That's how I met you.
I mean, the common FF12 massive lovers all band together like this, right? There aren't too many of us who like adore the game as much as we do. There's a good few people that like it. There's a lot of people that dislike it, but there's just like only a handful of people that really love the game as much as we guys do.
I love watching the speedrun, but I don't think I will ever speedrun the game. It's a bit strange to be here, but I watch Zero quite a lot speedrunning this game, especially in the OOA.
And you helped throughout the
Yeah, I also help a bit for the routes while I don't speedrun the game.
Yeah, anyways, anyone who's here, I'm assuming you all watched the Zodiac Age speedrun on Monday, so you all obviously remember all the mechanics and everything that we've explained there already, so surely we don't have to repeat all that, right? Right?
It was a bit too early for me when I stopped 13 at 1 AM, so I didn't watch 12.
Alright.
I'd say we start with the biggest question in the house that also was already asked again in chat. What is Order of Ambrosia? So we already touched on that in the TZA run. There is a optional system in this game called the hunt system. The hunt system is pretty simple. You have optional hunts, which partially are just optional bosses. Some of them are optional super bosses in the later in you go, etc., etc. And together with those hunts is a clan. There's a hunt clan, a bounty hunter clan that we join in, and the more hunts we kill, the higher our clan rank goes. The Order of Ambrosia is the name of the highest clan rank available. Yet, while all other clan ranks only require a certain amount of clan points being accumulated, which you usually get by everything you kill, given a small amount of clan points. Bosses and hunts usually a bit more. Clan points usually aren't the issue; they accumulate way faster than anything else. It's not the issue. And the second thing that we need for higher clan ranks is to obviously kill a certain amount of hunts. The Order of Ambrosia clan rank, however, is a little bit special in that regard, with that it also has the added objective that you have to complete the Sky Pirates Den. The Sky Pirates Den is basically a trophy room. It basically is a trophy/achievement system for the PS2, specifically for this game. where you get certain characters' trophies in the Sky Pirates then for doing certain objectives, like use attack 300 times, use magic 200 times, kill 500 enemies, kill the hardest boss, etc., etc. And yeah, one of those objectives in order to get the highest clan rank is to complete all of them. So technically speaking, it is you could technically also just call this a 100% or do all the things category, even though that's technically not true because there are a few mini games in the game that are absolutely worthless for this and don't really add anything to it.
One day fishing will be worth it. One day.
But yeah,
So,
so
well, for the other percent, it's necessary to do the fishing.
Yeah, fishing, the foot race, all 100 stages usually is overlooked easily. There's a couple side quests that no one is doing since they don't do anything. For example, the cockatrice side quest as well. Whoever does the cockatrice side quest, please.
So Viola in Rabanastre also is a side quest. Nobody does.
yeah, there are a
Is there
few.
a category where you do this side quest?
There are a few side
That's
quests we
okay.
that do the like there's also the Viera side quest or the two Viera side
Yeah.
quests in Rabanastre, and so
Yeah,
But
the
what
dating
we-
one is still kind of nice to do technically since it allows you to get a bow very early. That's a lot more
Yeah.
powerful than anything else, but I doubt it'd be too useful, at least in most speedrun settings, unless you just, go the way anyways for the money.
yeah. But what we do need to do is we need to fill the bestiary. So we have to beat every single enemy that has a unique bestiary entry at least once. There are also extra pages, but we don't have to get those. And yeah, some enemies, they share bestiary entries, so we only have, like, for example, Wolf and Alpha Wolf, we only need to kill one of them for the bestiary. It doesn't matter which one we kill, but as long as we kill one of them, that counts for the bestiary.
Mhm.
Then we have to visit every area that's on a map at least once. But there are some areas that are excluded, for example, shops and buildings in towns, so you don't have to go there. There's an area called Great Crystal, which doesn't have a map, so you don't have to go to all the screens in that area. Thankfully.
Thank goodness.
And there's also any areas that you cannot go back to, such as the Dreadnought Leviathan. You don't have to go to all screens too, because otherwise you could lock yourself out of the achievement. Also, we have to buy all magics and techniques. We have to buy
Which is
the...
a little bit easier in this version than in TZA, since, as mentioned also earlier in the TZA run, in TZA a lot of spells and techniques are scattered all around the world in different treasure chests. Not the case in PS2. All of them are in shops and easily accessible and can easily be bought.
Yep, just means that we need a lot of money. And then we have...
Money.
Speaking of money, we need to buy the Canopic Jar, which costs 250,000 gil. And that's the only thing we need to get from Bazaar. So we also don't have to get like all the like the best equipment and stuff that you only can get from Bazaar.
You
Just to
also need
also
to
mention,
You also
You-
need
you
to
go
spend a certain amount of money for Order of Ambrosia, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, but-
you need to sell like 100,000 worth in gil or
Yeah.
or a million or something like that.
There
really
are
isn't
some,
that
but
terrible.
they are really not important because they can be gotten easily by the...
Yeah.
That's like
Yeah, I
selling...
mean,
you need to
just-
sell... They're more important for like the Zodiac Age, because in Zodiac Age you don't buy the magics and techniques, so you don't actually spend that much money. So in TZA Platinum Trophy, for example, we need to sell some... We need to buy some things and then sell them, and buy them some things just so we can get the achievement for buying stuff for 1 million gil.
It sounds like FF13 speedrun.
But yeah,
it's FF9 with
Yeah,
crossroads.
but also money, especially in the late game, isn't going to be the hugest issue. I mean, as Zero said, the most expensive thing we're going to have to buy is the Copernic urn for 250,000. There is one hunt in the late game that rewards us with 500,000 gil at once. So if we have any, if we're ever short on money towards the end for one of those achievements, we can just cash that in and buy everything with that. And so usually that
yeah,
isn't the hugest issue.
yeah.
No, we get that by default. Anyway.
Well, no, we don't have to get it, but we do get it for the. We always do get it, but
Yeah.
there's no way we
Okay,
have
so-
enough money otherwise. Or I mean, we
So we
could,
started
but
More jellies, right? Like.
yeah.
We start the first and mandatory hunt in the game, the only one that is mandatory.
Yeah, this puppet with a tomato head has been has a bounty on it because it's been terrorizing merchants on the way into the capital city, and so obviously the guy who regularly goes into the sewers and kills rats is just like, oh yeah, wolves and dinosaurs and a puppet with a tomato head. Surely I can take care of that, and so we go out and do that.
Combo works. It was a damage roll to kill with the last hit there, but combo works.
Hey, the combo.
I love the fact there are dinosaurs and a ton of wolves in the area, but the only problem the merchant have is the random tomato.
Yeah.
I mean, the dinosaur is friendly unless you annoy it, and also is helping with the wolf problem, considering that he regularly likes to cannibalize a couple wolves around him.
Yeah. Also,
Anyway,
for Order from Ambrosia, you need you're going to need to see all quickening finishers, which is the worst thing to do in this run, or at least the hardest.
Amen.
And then there's
Average party level of 50.
yes, average party level of 50, and you need to get every single license in the game. At least once.
There's something about getting a large amount of clan points, but that one is basically gotten by default by just
Yes.
killing everything else.
Same
that
thing
one
for
isn't
like the
really worth
killing
mentioning.
100 enemies, attacking 100 times or whatever
Stealing
it is.
50. Yeah.
Stealing
You,
50.
you also need the area spells, but they are in the bestiaria, right?
Yeah. That is correct. But funnily enough, we don't have to do all the hunts. There is one hunt that we are able to skip because we get the bestiarial entry elsewhere. And surprisingly, the hunt requirement for the highest clan rank isn't all hunts, but it's, well, it's probably all hunts
All
minus
hunts
one.
minus one. In the Zodiac Age version of this run, we could do that other hunt that Zero's skipping. We could do that and skip another hunt for it, since we'd be using trial mode for a lot of the kills for the bestiary entries. And there is a slight time advantage because the one that we're skipping, technically speaking, it's a little bit out of the way, but it's a very weak one that unlocks around the mid game.
Okay, so we get the reward for the tomato, and we start the Dextera hunt that is mandatory to unlock every hunts after that, because if we don't kill the Dextera, we can't start any other hunt
Yes.
in the game.
Yeah,
So
you need to
we
have 2
do
hunts.
that as soon as possible.
You need to kill 2 hunts to get your second clan rank. And Xterra is the only hunt besides Rogue Tomato that's available at this clan rank, so it is the first hunt you have, or the second hunt you always have to do. If you're going to if you want to do any other hunts, which we need to do in this run.
I see that Zero, you got the good health today.
No, I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, also to
So-
maybe add on to or you go first. Go later.
So there are a couple of chests that we don't pick up because we need to get the Zodiac Spear. And if we pick them up, the chest of the Zodiac Spear in the Necropole of Nabudis will disappear, and we absolutely need the Zodiac Spear in this category. Unlike any percent where we can pick up the chest and don't care about the Zodiac Spear. Zodiac Spear being the strongest weapon in the game, stats-wise.
Yep.
And we had to also go a bit into the bestiary requirement, since it is the biggest thing for this entire run. There's a lot of enemies in this game. There are obviously a lot of common enemies that you can find basically anywhere when you're looking at any time, which really isn't an issue. There are certain elemental enemies that can be a little bit annoying that only spawn under certain weather conditions. And then there are the special, or also called the rare game monsters. Those usually have somewhat okay until up to incredibly annoying spawn conditions that go from has an X% chance to spawn when you enter the area to only spawns when your playtime is between a certain minute count, to have to spend 3 or 7 minutes in a single zone, spend 30 minutes in this dungeon in order to make it spawn.
Right, a certain number of enemies before you can spawn.
There's
The great
like a
equal.
lot of conditions that are partially annoying, partially not so, that we will have to keep track on across the entire run.
Yeah, there's a total of 80 rare enemies. Yeah.
One of them is a Dustia. For making it spawn, you need to be at low HP, and we will use the Dustia to farm XP and money for the beginning of the game. But first we meet our second main character, Penelo. That we will lose
Shortly?
in a few minutes.
Mm.
She will come back later. Any level she takes now is completely useless because her level will be recalculated later when she comes back.
Yeah, the way experience and levels work in this game is every monster that we kill drops a certain amount of experience. That experience gets divided between the amount of active characters that we currently have in the party, which can be up to 3 normal characters plus a guest character, so technically can be divided by 4. As we said, this Penelo will get recalculated level later, and all later joining characters usually join with a level calculation that they always come in either depending on Vaughn's level plus 1 or 2, or depending on the average party level of all party members plus minus 2. And due to that, obviously, the thing is, if we just level up Vaughn in the very start a lot, that means everyone else is getting, all the other 5 characters that will be joining later basically already get that experience on top. So by getting all the levels now with only 1 character, we're basically getting 5 times or 6 times worth the experience from it, which is why we're definitely going to go out of our way to do that level grind soon. It's also why Zero, you seen him go out of his way to pick up a couple chests, even though they only had like 10, 20, 30 gil or something. Those amounts add up and are very important, because as we mentioned, the monster we're going to be farming is going to be named Dustia. The special properties of Dustia are, as mentioned, we need to be low HP, and especially we need to have a character on less than 10% health in order for him to spawn. And he's also a ghost, aka an undead, and as in most other Final Fantasy games, undead characters are weak to healing abilities, such as healing spells, potions, or can even be instant killed with a Phoenix down. And so our first objective really is just to run around and try to get as much money as possible, which is also why Zero just stole from these werewolves, which are incredibly dangerous enemies. They're like level 20, 25-ish, somewhere between there. They can absolutely demolish our party, but with a little bit of finicking around, we can get some steals on them. That is not
54.
good crystals.
we have a
You also
repeat?
need to steal you also need to steal a certain number of time for other job. Away, right?
Yeah, you do. There's, I think, 50 successful steals is one of the requirements, but we probably get like 300 or something.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of time we just want to steal just for the monetary value of the items more than the fact that we have to steal. All right, so Sunstone minigame right now. We've explained it in the Zodiac Age already. We have to fill the energy bar by talking to these glowing crystals. Each crystal we talk to can give anywhere from 25 to 55% charge. We've been getting a little unlucky here, sadly now having to go a 4 crystal, which the 4th one is very far out of the way and it takes a long detour, which is also incredibly funny to some extent that the 4 crystal usually is by far the rarest occurrence to happen.
No, it's more
yet we
common than
seem
2
to-
crystal.
I
For
guess? Okay.
4 crystal is
Never
about 10% chance to happen, 2 crystal is about 7%.
I am taking back what I said. But
But
yeah,
yeah.
still very unlikely in general, but we've had it happen twice this marathon now.
Yep.
So the crystals really weren't happy to us.
Speaking of a side quest that we don't do, this stuff with the crystal is also a side quest that we can do later in the game. But it's totally useless in this category, so we won't do that stuff again later.
Yeah,
But
we can
it's-
do this. We can do this as many times as we want later on. However, by then it's basically on a timer. The crystals give even less percentages on average, so we usually do need 4 crystals for that. And all you get for for doing that side quest is like items and money that total to around 500 gil if you do it perfectly, which isn't really great. I mean, the quality hides that we stole from the werewolves already sell for almost that much. We needed like a fraction of the time that we need for this mini quest, for the side quest.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Dustia, the fact Penelo is the level is recalculated means that you can in the low level speedrun do Dustia with Penelo to get level and money, but more money than level. And later it won't matter because Penelo will lose all the level she got. So it's also a good spot for farming in the low level challenge.
Yeah, there are ways to make it so you can't get any experience, but it's a little bit harder to do. So especially on the PS2 version, where the low-level category, also known as 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, based on the levels that the characters are, the starting levels. If you have everything, you get 1 character on level 1, 2 on level 2, 3 on level 3. That is going to be the lowest that can possibly be done. However, there's no way to just turn it off like in the Zodiac Age with the New Game Minus option. So it actually is a challenge trying to not level up while still, obviously you need to kill things to get the license points in order to progress on the license board. Even though technically there also is a category for no license board low level game, which was what was it again currently, 50 hours?
I think it's more than that.
50,
Closer to
60s.
65, but
Yeah. Case taken. But yeah, as we said, we are gonna do the Dustia farming a little bit later. We will be throwing Phoenix Downs with all the money that we try and get together from the little chests and everything we can get from around here in order to buy as many Phoenix Downs as we can. Dustier then, as we said, will give great experience. He's like a level 16, 17 mob that gives like 1,000 experience per kill right now, compared to all the enemies that we could kill around here, usually giving like 20 to 30. So massive gains. And also he has drops that we can sell for a lot of money, and a little bit of rarer drop also, which is a weapon that we will buy multiples of later anyways, because we want that weapon for the special properties of the weapon. And obviously if we get the drop from it, then we don't have to buy them later for 2,250 gil per item. Which, you know, saving money is always nice.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no trials in this version, Shiva.
Trial mode was added in the Japanese-only international Zodiac job system. Back then, you also couldn't take any advantage really of them, since you couldn't load the saves. That was only added in the Zodiac Age. The PS4, Nintendo Switch, Xbox, whatever, PC re-release.
Oh, you actually keep all your teleport stones now?
Yeah. I don't remember what exactly changed. Did I have to do it? Oh, it's the... there was a route change recently that forced me to keep my all the teleport stones now.
Oh gosh, look at me learning.
You teleport more than before,
Run
right?
as a video reference when I relearn the route.
Yeah, I don't remember. Something like that. Something somewhere changed, and now it's you have to sell the, or we have to keep all the teleport stones.
Remember you sold one teleport stone when you changed the route. So it was a mistake you did at one of your run.
Yeah, I remember, like, it was something that I hadn't considered, and then I realized it, like, middle of the run, that wait, I sold the teleport stone, but now I have, or I was out of teleport stones at some point. Yeah.
And Storm.
I definitely should have
Is that a bad
saved
thing?
before. Nah, it doesn't matter.
No.
Well,
My
let's
first
not
thought
get
was
Fidel
would have
entered.
been with- Yeah, my first thought now would have been with Sandstorm being worse for loads doing those deals.
I don't think so. I haven't really ever looked into it.
Alright.
Worst case scenario about it is that the Intite spawns, but who cares?
Yeah, that we don't even have any spells at this point that could aggro it. Alright, so, small other thing about the Dustia farm now. We'll be killing a lot of them, and by killing a lot of them, without killing anything else in between, we also will be getting a thing that's called a chain level. The higher the chain level is, the more rewards we can get from it, with benefits like getting buffs from picking up items, or getting healed in our health or our MP, or and generally just having a higher item drop rate. Which will all sound beneficial, but also, once again, to remember, Dustia only spawns as long as our HP is under 10% of our max HP. And if we pick up one of those items that do heal us, they heal us for 10% of our max HP. So even if we were on 1 HP, get healed by 10%, we'd be 1 HP over being under 10% HP, so Dustia won't spawn anymore. So I really hope that that doesn't happen too often, because, well, it loses a little bit of time. We have to hit ourselves again, and especially being as low as we are right now, there's a chance that we'd be hitting a little bit too hard and killing ourselves, so we might also have to heal ourselves before we're able to hit us down again. How many are we doing right now? Just the 11 that we have the money for, or 86? All right, yeah. So we are taking the detour after our first few Phoenix Downs are down. So drops are also very important right now. We only have a very limited amount of Phoenix Downs right now. So we're hoping for a lot of drops. Each Book of Orgain that Dustia can drop sells for about 500 gil, which is worth 2 Phoenix Downs. So we hope to get a lot of them, so we can then take all the drops to the next merchant, sell all the books, and then immediately buy more Phoenix Downs to come back and kill some more Dustias.
Yep.
And another thing that you can see is Zero is always luring him into a corner there to force Dustia to teleport close to him before throwing the Phoenix down. That way, he's that close to line, because Dustia is, as a rare game, should usually only spawn once, and after killing him, we'd have to leave the desert in order for his spawn to reset. However, there's a little trick that we're abusing, that as long as we are leaving the zone that he's in before his body entirely disappears, aka before his death animation is finished, the game actually doesn't check the box of Dustia has been killed, don't respawn it. So by simply just standing close to the line, we're able to make it out in time, and due to that, being able to constantly respawn him without having to spend an additional 2 hours of travel time in order to make him respawn. And also we want him obviously close to him, because the drops, if he does drop items, he drops it right where he stands. So we want him to be very close to us, very close to the exit, so we can make use of those drops.
Wow.
A bit unlucky with the drops, right?
Yeah,
Really
very
unlucky.
Definitely. RNG and speedrunning, always the greatest.
Yeah, but 4 crystals supposed to be lucky.
Also fair.
Yeah, also, normally in the speedrun we don't want to get too high level because of some shenanigans in with glitches, but in this category we don't care about glitch. For the level to get what's the glitch again? The
Underflow glitch?
what?
Underflow glitch?
Underglow.
The fog glitch, you're right. That makes elements and saboteur stuff work 100% time, but in this category we have different ways to inflict debuffs, so we don't care about that. So we can level up as high as we want before getting access to my memory is really bad today. Valsier and Fran. Sorry.
Yeah, as I said earlier, one of the requirements for Order of Ambrosia is to get all 6 party members to an average of level 50. Obviously, if you take 3 characters too far above level 50, it takes forever to level them up. So I think the split is like 60-40, was it? Something like that?
70-30.
Oh, it's more like
70-30.
70,
All right.
70 something.
All right. But, okay, yeah, so the other thing is also by just getting all the levels right now, as I said, all the other characters will already join in higher level. And then, since they are higher level, they don't need the obviously they don't need the experience to get to those higher levels anymore. We're saving time on leveling later on. Even though the experience we're getting here is, technically speaking, peanuts compared to what we're making in the late game. Is that we're getting about 1,000-ish experience per Dustia. There are later enemies that can drop up to like 12,000.
Yeah,
more like 6,000, but then there's also an accessory to double that. But yeah.
Yeah, but for where we are in the game, there's absolutely nothing that compares.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, as I said, technically speaking, we can take this times 6, because technically speaking, all characters that will join later passively gain all the experience we're getting here, since their starting level is depending on Vaughn's starting level. So technically speaking, we're getting 1,000 per kill, but it's realistically more like getting 6,000 per kill right now anyways.
Right.
Yeah, also they come back at something like level 25, so they are really strong for that point of the game. So all the level we get now it makes the rest of the early game faster than what it actually is in a casual playthrough or even in any percent playthrough. No, any percent speedrun, sorry.
Another small thing to mention here, maybe, is you've just seen every time before Vaughn's attacks land, Zero is starting to flee to prevent him from doing any more actions afterwards. That is because if we do not do that, there is always a chance that Vaughn can land a attack combo. For being the lower health you are, the higher your chances are to attack combo. And obviously, when we're in a situation where we want to take one hit in order to get very, very low and then suddenly get 2 hits in, that would kill us, which obviously wouldn't be the greatest thing to happen. But thanks to the flee ability, which is basically a cancel for all actions, we have that ability, and that was a flame staff drop. Will we be keeping that or selling that for money for now?
Selling. Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean,
Definitely selling.
What did we say again? 86. That is a lot of Phoenix Stones that we need.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anything like the route that I use, Zero needs to leave with 3 flame staves.
Well, I'd like to leave with 3 flame staves. I technically don't need to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
So
buy
yes,
them
yes.
later.
So yeah, as mentioned before, Flame Staff is a weapon that we really, really would like to have a few of later. It is technically the strongest weapon we have right now at like, what was it, 30-ish attack power, 28? I can never remember, which is like 6 times as much as our current
I think it's
weapon.
33.
Which is like a huge upgrade, but we don't really care about that right now because we won't be using them for a while. We can more care about the passive effect that they have, because when a character uses the Flame Staff, that boosts all fire damage that character deals by 50%.
Yep.
And so having a couple of them would be nice. And as I said, there is a shop later where we can buy them for 2,250 gil per item. Every one that we find right now, we can technically decide to sell right now in order to get more Phoenix Downs. Sell it for 1,125, half the buy value, and which is in and of itself is 4 Phoenix Downs. But yeah, the more we have, the more we have, obviously makes it better and easier for us to get later, since, as we said, if we get free drops here, that means we're saving 6,750 gil later, with, you know, nearly saving 7,000 gil. That's a lot of gil, especially for the early game. Also buying
So
a
how
couple
much gil do
potions.
you want to have at the end of Dustia, Zero?
How much do I want to have at the end?
Yeah.
I would like to have like a 40,000 gil. That's like pretty nice. But I did have in like it wasn't this practice run that I did before this, but I think it was the one before my PB, where I got like 20,000 gil after Dustia, and I somehow made it work. So it's...
I mean, in the end, it is a long run. We can technically take a couple detours for safety, grab a couple extra items, kill a couple extra monsters for extra drops. There is always a solution. The main thing that we would just be losing is obviously time, which can be detrimental, but since I said before, for a couple of the bestiary monsters, you have to kill, they only spawn within a certain amount of time, depending on your game time. And if they shift around, that can derail a couple things for the run. Usually not too terrible, but still to a point where it would be annoying. That is sadly 5 HP too many.
Yep.
Gonna have to hit ourselves one more time. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Too bad that this that FF12 doesn't have the FF2 mechanic stuff. Oh yeah, if you hit yourself, your HP grows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, is a system that I hate, but considering how often we do it in FF12, it actually would be a beneficial system to have. Because, yeah, we'll be hitting ourselves a lot across the run. There are a couple abilities that we'll be getting later that will double our damage output, either physically or magically, while we're in critical health. So we'll be often enough setting up hitting our own characters into that health value. But that is for later to come.
Do you have a save at this point, just in case you
Nope.
you kill yourself?
I forgot to make a save. I meant to save before Dastia, but I forgot.
I mean,
Who
a practice
dies on
save.
Dastia? Who dies on Dastia?
I mean, it's only the most common place to die in this run, but...
It's not like I've had a 6-shop Dustia, no.
I mean, I was a little bit worried after the first Dastia that we would run out of money, but now it should be fine. Even if I have to make 5 or 6 trips to the shop.
And every shop is like a 3-minute detour, so...
Yeah. The flame staff and the double book from the 4 Dastia that I killed really helped.
What's the least amount of shop detour you did in this category?
I think I've had 2 shops once or twice. But that's like
Yeah.
super rare.
Yeah.
3 is like the one
I've
you
had that
want
once or
typically,
twice, yeah.
but and 2 is the dream.
Ironically, though, I think both times that I got a 2-shop, I left with not so good gil.
Yeah, it's SDM is really weird in a way sometimes. I feel like nice heal.
We are mainly looking for money. The levels are more of a side product here, but obviously the levels are also like the kind of nice thing that we really want to have on the side. But the main majority thing right now is money.
Yep. We are grinding up to a certain level though. But we are exactly right now we are looking for money, but we do eventually grind. We are looking for money so we are able to grind to a certain level. And then we are hoping we get enough money in the progress. And yeah, we want one to get to hit level 24. That's the end goal, or the tie potion. This just as well. Hope for a remedy. Remedy would be 200 gil. The potion just means that I don't have to buy a potion, technically.
You cancel a potion to buy a potion.
Extra Phoenix down or a potion. One is better. I mean, Phoenix down is obviously better, but potion, not getting a potion is risky, especially when I'm at 167 HP right now.
Yeah, maybe in another way also to start talking about chests, since we've been picking up a lot of them. Chests are very RNG in this game. Every chest has like 3 different RNG checks for each chest. The first check is spawn chance. Every chest has a X% chance if you even enter the screen if it spawns or not. If it spawns and you open it, there is a certain set percent chance between either having an item or a random amount of gil in it. The gil every single chest has a maximum amount of gil that it can have. If it's an item, you have a 50-50 between 2 different items. unless you have an accessory equipped called the Diamond Armlet, then you have 2 different items that you can get, one at a 90%, one at a 10% chance. And we will be grinding a couple of those 10% chances later on. However, luckily enough for this version of the PS2 version of the game, there are ways to manipulate the RNG to find out exactly on what RNG value you're on by doing a couple actions like hitting yourself, healing yourself, and just seeing the numbers that pop up to correlate to tables that you either have on the side or in your head to know exactly what you need to do in order to get the certain RNG values, and they can use that was a scary chicken.
I noticed that just too late, and but fortunately I got just out of there just in time.
Now the big issue is the chicken is going to be there if he goes away, so there is a small chance that this might end in disaster.
No, it's fine. I can play it safely and go back to the screen to heal. It's...
2 chickens even, yeah, that definitely should make a little round tour here.
Yeah,
As long as you're fleeing when you
plus
leave, it's fine.
yeah, plus the fact you can't open some chests if you want to get the Zodiac Spear in this game, and nothing tell you that you can't open some specific chest.
I mean,
I
yes,
was gonna say, yeah. There's
So,
a wonderful
there
group
is-
of 5 different chests that is pretty infamous in this game.
However,
And one of-
technically speaking, it wouldn't be the end of the world for us. Obviously, we'd be losing the strongest weapon in the game. However, funnily enough, there is another way to get it later into the game and to get multiple copies of it. Since in one very late game area, there is a chest that, funnily enough, as I just mentioned, has a 10% chance to spawn, has a 10% chance to have an item in it, and with the Diamond Armlet, then has a 10% chance to have a Zodiac Spear in it. And as I was just explaining, there is RNG manipulation in the game. You can, as I said, find out what value you're on by doing actions like hitting yourself, healing yourself, seeing what numbers come up, and correlate that to some tables to find out exactly what RNG seed you're on, and then manipulate that to get on the correct RNG seed to have things happen like have the monster with a low percent chance spawn for you, has or get the item from a chest that you want to. It is a 10% chance to spawn. The 1% chance to spawn is the Seitengrad chest in the Zodiac Age. Any other chest in the games, always the minimum is 10%, to my knowledge.
It's luck, man.
It's really easy to manipulate in this game.
Yeah, as I said, we will be getting multiple. If I remember correctly, the end game of this is really just we going to manipulate that chest twice, and we're gonna round with the Zodiac Spear with 3 copies of the Zodiac Spear for a lot of the game.
No,
that's the
only
strongest
2.
one. Oh, you're going into it.
Only 2, yes.
Yep, you get the free one pretty early, which carries you for a good while. Well, after Pharaohs, so not that early. I mean, relatively speaking in the run.
I was about to say relatively early into a 21-hour speedrun.
Yeah, about half the halfway point, something like that.
And then you go a few hours, and then when you go to kill an Esper later, a certain Esper that is very brutal, you manip that particular, that chest, and then then you have 2 Zodiac Spears, and then you love life until you hate life, because I think right after Zodiac, if it's anything like my route, you go to Subterra immediately after, which is oh so fun.
Zodiac is easy. I mean, there's a reason why in my TCA or I rounded Zodiac in to do fairly early into the post game. for multiple reasons. Level grind in the junction on the abyssals, then immediately into trial mode to get your worm hero blade and the kills for the bestiary, and then just use that to immediately obliterate Zodiark, and then go from there to kill like everything else, Subterra, Great Crystal, etc., etc.
Speaking of
But
the
that
worm,
obviously that obviously is a version difference that we can't do in this version, sadly.
yeah. Speaking of the worm
No,
hero
that's a
blade,
good
it's one of the most useless weapon in the OGFF12 since you need to fight Yasmat and Omega, plus you have to do the fishing side quest to get that weapon, and by the point you get that weapon, every difficult fight have been done. So not a very useful weapon, sadly.
Yeah, in theory there are 1 or 2 bosses that you could reserve for waiting until you get there, but if I remember correctly, those bosses in particular that I'm thinking about right now, those difficult bosses, are wholly immune, which is on the worm hero blade on top.
Well,
So
there is Zodiark.
he-
You'd use it on.
I mean, it is a very powerful weapon if you use it right. It is very, very slow, but has a fairly high combo rate. It has a very high attack power. I think in the vanilla it was 160. Was it stronger than the Zodiac Spear? I think. No, it was not. It was weaker.
Yeah,
It
it's...
has
You can you can use it on the Undying, but it has holy.
yeah, it automatically gives the equipped character bravery and faith, so 20% more physical and magical damage. And the best weapon is always in general. There's always the best weapon, generally speaking, and there's partially the best weapon for certain bosses. Since obviously there are certain strategies that can make certain weapons better than other weapons in certain fights, using elemental weaknesses or elemental boosting gear.
Yeah, we're going to abuse the ever-loving hell out of staves.
I mean, funny enough, as I only just recently learned, funnily enough, staves are not the only ones. The Holy and the Dark Robe work as well, and work exceptionally well with the Excalibur and the Yagyu Darkblade, making them a lot stronger than a Zodiac Spear would be against enemies weak to Holy and Dark.
Oh,
Which sadly doesn't make the biggest difference in this version of the game, since, as mentioned sometime before, sadly in this version of the game there is a damage cap sitting at 9,999. So even if your characters have the power and the 2 flame steps, have the power and the stats to deal 20, 30, 40,000 points of damage with a single attack, unfortunately it will get reduced to 9,999 since that's the damage cap here.
Yeah, but it's still useful on Yasmat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're hitting a boss that has 50 million HP, then obviously you have to hit him a couple thousand times, and 100 or 200 points of damage times 1,000 attacks can make a huge difference.
Is this the 5th shop?
I think it's so, yeah.
It's
Yeah, this is
really bad dust, yeah.
This is the worst Dusty I've ever had, probably. That hasn't died to just running out of money.
Yeah, I've never seen a Dustia this bad.
Well, luckily this is a marathon run and we have the higher estimate over the PB.
Yeah, and we're using it all here because nothing else could go wrong in this run.
Yeah,
Surely
everything.
we're just catching it all back up with some good RNG on some of the
You'll get
terrible
free.
spawns.
Yeah, you'll get free Crypt Bunny. You'll get free Ripe Rampager. You know, you'll get free everything. Like.
Yeah, I was surprised your estimate was only 30 minutes above your PB. the amount of RNG there is in this category.
Well, typically you only need like an hour over PB or whatever, but yeah. No, this is rather unfortunate. Look.
I mean, worst case scenario that we don't technically don't even want to talk about. We can always just skip a couple of rare games and finish it as a not true OOA run, if need be.
Yeah, the biggest problem is the quickenings anyway.
Mm.
So if you lack some quickenings by the end of the run, you could skip it to keep the run in time.
There's always something to scrape. I mean, in the end, we're here to entertain and to show off the amazing game.
We're here to entertain. I better leave then.
we're not here trying to get PBs. We're
Definitely
hoping that
not
we
now.
might be able. We're hoping that we might be able to, but we're not coming here with the expectation of, oh yeah, we're gonna get a PB today.
Getting a PB in this category is a monstrous task. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, it's been 3 years or so since I PB'd this category.
I mean, the other thing also is obviously there's a lot of moving factors in general, but then there's also
New
things
stuff.
that like that both DTG and I can probably relate very much to, that we're trying to compete against people who just arguably are a lot better than us in those games, that it's hard to just try to copy their strats and be as successful as they are. As have I been against Tachibana's OOA, as you probably have been against Zero's OOA.
Yeah.
Since as mentioned, there are a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of the game where you hope obviously everything goes well, but a lot of the parts are just moving, and if you don't have the enough experience to reroute on the fly and to make up the best decisions on the point, then it's just worthless. I mean, I personally, as I said, tried for Zodiac Age with the run, which is a lot shorter. Tried to copy the current world record holder's run, ended up like 4 hours slower in the end. Even though I followed the notes to a T, but the thing is just like, yeah, you're 5 minutes slower at a menu. Well, unfortunately, now the monster that you tried to spawn half an hour later won't spawn anymore because you're too late. And then you have to like come back 40 minutes later trying to find a time frame where you're not just, completely abandoning and going out of your way in order to get it. But you still have to get it, because if you forget it, then you have to wait another 40 minutes for it to spawn.
Or 2 hours. Want to go in?
Yeah, I still have to say, like, my very first casual order of Ambrosia. You know what what's the last thing that I was missing?
Black hole.
Rain Dancer.
Oh, fair enough.
And
The Rain
guess-
Dancer's fairly monotonous. It's whatever.
Oh yeah, if you know about it, and if you're specifically going for it, etc. But as I said, that was my first casual order of Ambrosia, where I was just, going through the game one enemy at a time, checking off the list in my official guidebook.
Needs fast quickenings later. Something like that.
Something karmic justice. Getting a lot of staves at least right now, so we're starting to get a little bit more lucky. Even though it is coming a little too late.
Way too late.
I mean, piggybacking off of what you were saying, like, it is hard to copy Zero, because Zero is quite good at the game, obviously.
But Zero, you have a quote-unquote beginner guide for FF12 OOA, right?
Nope.
That you gave to Mitako.
Well, I mean,
For your notes, I mean.
I have notes that I did right from Attaco, yes. That are fairly detailed and probably are full of mistakes. But it's purely for a speedrun.
Yeah,
doing,
I mean for speedrun, of course. That's not the type of guide you can give to a casual player.
I think Freda is gonna join us later, yeah?
Yep.
Mm.
And he's another OOA runner, but he hasn't done it in forever, but like the strats that we used to do, like versus doing them now is just so different compared to even when I started. And Freddy and Zero were like the original 2 runners, I think, right?
Yep. The first few OOA runs that were done were races between me and Freda. I was running this on PAL.
How much slower is PAL, I wonder?
Quite a bit, especially on OOA, but I have no idea.
Well, I know that.
We try to find a game where the game is faster on PAL than on the US version, but it exists.
Yeah, there are so many games out there. There's probably something out there. I mean, sometimes you just have the most obscure things. If we take, for example, Luthia 2, Rise of Sinistrals, which I'll be running on Saturday. The PAL version is very, very stable, has nothing much to it. And then in the American release, for whatever, they managed to scramble up some tiles, like one of the most important story portions of the game. Just the entire interior of the room is just like scrambled, glitchy floor. How that passed through game testing for the American release, I've never known. And in the American release, you can literally start an ACE simply by going into the menu, going into the options, and setting the sound option from stereo to mono, and from mono back to stereo, and somehow that already breaks the menu entirely, so that you're able to just, you know, mess around in the active code of the game that to teleport you to the end of the game. Like, you know, very simple things that you'd think like any sane person would at least try, but the PAL version, completely stable, completely fine, everything normal. And the American, barely playable if you know it exists.
Yeah, I still find funny that one of the hardest game that exists in the world, Dragon Slayer on NES, is faster on the European version than on the USA version. Nobody plays that game, and that's normal. It's a very bad game.
I mean, there is always trash game blogs, and there's always people that love these kind of obscure games, even just for them being obscure, no matter if they're good or bad.
Yeah, but there are people who speedrun that game.
Hmm.
Funny enough. Is that the last shop, or
Yeah, this is the last shop, yeah.
more?
I mean, there's always obscure things. I mean, heck, just yesterday I've learned another very obscure speedrun fact. Did you know there is an official speedrun.com leaderboard for reading, with one of the categories being the entire B-movie script? And people have been doing that one and taking like 23 minutes just sitting there reading the entire B-movie script as a speedrun.
Yeah. One of the stupidest speedrun I know is the what's the name of the movie again? I have the French name, but not the English one. Home Alone, right? The Home Alone game of the first movie on the NES. You have to wait 20 minutes. Yes, I mean wait. You have to wait for 20 minutes to finish the game. And the speedrun is just waiting for 20 minutes. There's nothing else to do.
Oh
It's
yeah,
not
I
possible
know
to
the run
finish
you're
the
talking
run
about.
faster than that.
Yeah, the most obscure ones that I usually like to quote, funnily enough, also just got mentioned in chat, make a burrito speedrun, pencil sharpening, and another one that I personally prefer, like to mention all the time, Barty's hide and seek adventure for the Philips CGI,
All hail Barney.
which you can play without controller because the game literally plays itself. So you just watch the AI basically play the game since it's made for 2-year-olds.
And
that
it's
is a
random.
speedrun. It's not just a demo, it's the full game. It has been showcased at BSG a couple years ago. It was a bonus incentive game. It was a lot of fun, even though it's basically just you watching a movie essentially and hoping that the main character actually does what he's supposed to do instead of getting sidetracked every 2 seconds by random butterflies, random slopes, random flowers.
Yeah, that's another stupid thing, not stupid, but very funny thing, is the really, really long atom who started with my memory today is incredible, incredibly bad.
Kaitos?
Between Kaitos 100%. And the only reason they created this marathon is because they wanted to give the opportunity to the runner to play on Twitch. Between Kaitos 100% without getting banned from Twitch.
I mean, I'm still not 100% sure of what if that's true or not. But if I remember correctly, the actual story also with its huge respect to Buffon, the runner. If I remember correctly, he started that run for really, really long of fun. Then flew into another country for an on-site marathon where he then also started the run, then flew back home to finish the run for really, really long fun, and then flew back to the event to finish the run there. Like, he ran it 2 different states of the game at basically the exact same time, simply because, yeah, due to the shampoo item is literally just like, oh yeah, leave your console running for literally 2 weeks without anything else to do.
3 weeks even.
Kind of. I mean, I've learned the hundo for Botanitis, and it's kind of that way.
I mean,
Basically,
if I remember correctly, the general idea is literally just you try to get the item as soon as possible, and you just collect like 2 or 3 hours per day that you really play, and the rest is just AFKing until the item is done.
Yeah,
I love the fact we are about 1 hour in this category, that we are already out of topics about the game, so we are talking about everything else that is not related to.
Oh, we have so much to talk about for this game still. Just we have to fill the Dustia farm somehow.
I mean, if you guys want to keep talking about Dustia for the next 20 minutes, I'm good, but...
So Dustia is a very unique ghost. It looks very, very purplish, and it's the only ghost that really looks like that. There are other ghost models that look like him, but they're all a little bit different. Like, they have different color schemes, etc. Most of them are either green or gold, but Dustia is the only one that's purple.
I think the purple is only indicating that he's casting a spell.
No, like his fur coat, etc., is actually white, but like his face is purple.
I see.
The purple obviously is the thing that if you're casting a spell, the character turns purple. Just like while we're in critical health, we're blinking red. But yeah, his face is actually purple with his coat, etc. Coat and hair just being gray. Actually, don't know if that's a coat or if that's hair. Can ghosts have hairs? Discuss.
Would you have reset the run if you were in a PB pace?
Absolutely.
PB pace, but for PB?
Absolutely, I would have reset.
I mean, the other thing that I'm interested in, do you have a timer running comparing to something? How far behind
I do.
are we, if yes?
My PB killed Textera 5 minutes ago.
And we still have 12 kills to go.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, doesn't sound the hugest difference, to be fair, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, this is the first hour of a 21-hour run. So having only being like 10, 50, what will that up to, like 10, maybe 15 minutes behind at this early on is not the most terrible thing, and probably has a chance of getting redeemed if we get good RNG in other places.
No,
You still don't like to see it though.
I was really worried that the protect would wear off there, because then I would have killed myself there. I was
Have you
like
actually
really worried
saved
that
in between, by the way?
it would run out like.
I didn't pay too much attention, honestly. Have you saved in between? And when
No,
you
I
were
have
to
not
stop?
saved any at all in this run, so.
So your run could die in any minute if
Yeah.
you're unlucky.
We still have to beat Fideliant,
Oh,
or I can
God.
save. And I did not get a high potion, so.
It'll be fine. Everything is alright.
Yeah, especially since we got a protect now. Protect is back.
Well, if you,
Although I
if you
think it
die,
might
it's
wear
not
off
a
before.
problem, you just restart the run and 1 hour and a half to do again.
Yeah.
No big deal. And
Just say sorry for the organizers, but we're losing 1 hour here.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is an RPG speedrun marathon. Either going massively over or massively under the estimate should be expected for like most RPG speedruns.
I mean, to be fair, if I had saved, I would still be losing like half an hour if I died here. So.
That's why I'm right. No, yeah, right. I was about to say, well, you could have just saved any time you went to the shop, but no, you couldn't, because the moment you would touch the crystal, you'd reset the
Chain.
killing chain.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, speaking of the killing chain, that is another requirement for Order of Ambrosia, which we already checked off now.
Yeah.
One of the trophies for the Sky Pirates then is to get a chain of 50 kills of the same enemy type.
Yep.
We're now at 80, so yay, that one's already ticked off.
it's the easiest thing to do in this category, I guess.
We used to do Dusty and two trips, but now Zero had the wonderful idea that maybe we could do it all in one go and get a bunch of levels for Balthier and Fran at the same rate, and it was like, yeah, let's do it.
In this run, it actually would have been better to not do it, because I had to do 6 shops.
Yeah. Used
As
to
mentioned-
do skelly farming and
Yeah.
As mentioned, most of the characters from now on joining the party will either be depending on Vaughn's level or the average party member's level.
Well, the average
Next
of the
to
two
Vaughn's
highest.
level.
Average of the 2 highest level.
I
party
mean,
members.
technically speaking, it is always a party average level, but considering that, for Balthier and Fran, Vaughn is the only character, so his level is the average of the party.
Yeah,
no,
but
I'm
it's-
pretty
it's-
sure it's always Vaughn's level.
No, it's for Balthier, Fran, and Bosch, it's Vaughn's level. For Balthier and Fran,
Bosch?
it's Vaughn's level +1. For Bosch, it's Vaughn's level +2. And then for Ash, it's the average of your 2 highest leveled party members +1. And for Penelo, it's the average of your 2 highest leveled party members without the +1.
About the ally you get, is there a level average as well, or it's just fixed?
Which?
For the ally you get in the game,
The guests?
the guest, yes.
Yeah,
so it's,
that's also
uh,
like based on the level of your 2 highest leveled party members.
Lamont's level is the average of the 2 highest party members, +2.
Yep.
That is a weird one. I got the guidebook open right now.
Everyone has the so Ash and Penelo also has the average of the 2 highest leveled party members. That is because you we might be leveling only one party, I guess.
So yeah, as was mentioned just before, we would get access to Vaughn. We have access right now. The next two characters we'll be getting is Balfir and Fran. With Balfir and Fran, we'll be playing a little while until they actually leave the party again, leaving us once again with only Vaughn in the party. At that point would be the point where we would wanted to do a second Dustia farm. That would have been a possibility. As we said, we're not doing it here today. It was an older thread. Still used in any percent, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Because shortly after Balfir and Fran leave, Bosch will join the party, who once again goes Vaughn's a level. So if Vaughn gets like 5 or 6 extra levels between Balfir and Fran joining and Bosch joining, that is 5 or 6 extra levels for Bosch. And then with Bosch being 5 or 6 levels higher than Balfir and Fran, the average level for both Ash and Pinello would be increased due to that.
Okay, so this is the second hunt, the Textera.
We do already actually use a flame staff. Okay. Right, we don't have dark in this version of the run yet.
Yep.
Yep, we get dark on the Leviathan.
And it's not as good anymore as in TZA in general, just because of getting it later. There's better AoE options then. But yeah, makes sense to already get the license and get the flame staff going. As mentioned before, 33 attack power. The sword we started with has like, was it 5 or 7, something like that?
It's like 17 or 15, something between 15 and 17, I think.
Is it actually that high? Hmm.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
we probably would have been 15 then, because I know the next sword you can buy in the shops currently is like 16. Same as the daggers. So yeah, we already doubled our damage basically by getting the staff, even though we don't really want it for the damage. In this case, yes, we want it, but as I said, most of the time we do want it just for the boosting fire damage.
It's
It's our
13
best weapon
attack.
at this point, right? It's our best weapon at this point, right?
Oh yeah, by far. I mean, you wouldn't be able to buy it until like 4 or 5 dungeons later. If
How many flame staff do you have now?
At least 4, but I don't know. I didn't see any picks up apparently.
yeah, the other thing also is as mentioned
27,000 gills.
as mentioned before, with the having to immediately leave the area in order for Dustia to respawn. That also means we don't always get to see the drops. That means there sometimes is a chance that he drops a book and the flame staff, and since the flame staff is the rare one that shows second, not first, so we only see the book. We're just thinking like, oh yay, we got a book, but in reality we got a book plus potentially 1 or 2 flame staffs. Which can lead to these moments of surprise where we were just, where Zero just said he was thinking we were at like 3 or 4, but in fact we were at 6.
Yep.
You know, more is always better.
A very
More
low
money is
amount of
always
gil,
nice.
though.
Yeah.
It is, but I have made lower gil work. Like I have 7,000 gil more than a run that I've completed, so it's fine.
Yeah, I typically, if I don't get during PB attempts, if I don't get 35 or higher, I'm done.
There is a small thing that I'm wondering about right now. I saw you bought Cure.
Yep.
Is that that's probably just Razorfin safety, right?
Yes.
Or
That is for Razorfin.
I was wondering about it because you would be getting it for free the moment
Yeah.
Fran joined, so I was wondering why spend the extra money, but yeah, Razorfin safety makes sense.
Because getting, because manipping is very fun.
Yeah, I don't want 30. Like there's it's about 34% chance, if I recall correctly, to get a Razorfin appear without manipulation, and if you don't get it, you have to reload the save file that I just made.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
so
normally
maybe
save here,
also
but
explain-
I did now because
Yeah.
of the because I don't want to do Dusty again.
Yeah, so maybe to explain that also, so we've been talking about the Razorfin. In the next zone here in the sewers, which is, by the way, an area that we preferably never want to see ever again. We go through here once at the start. We can return later, but we really prefer not to because it's a little bit out of the way. In the next zone, there is a rare game, a fish called Razorfin, which has a X% chance to replace any fish that can spawn in the area, which
10%
accumulates to
per fish.
roughly the 35% that Zero just mentioned. And as said before, we need the entirety of the bestiary in order to finish the run. So obviously we have to kill Razorfin.
Fun fact for you. I think, this is our first manip of the run.
Yep.
And you can manip enemies as well as chests. So now we get to guarantee that we get Razorfin.
Sadly, you can't manipulate what they drop.
Yeah, kill the bat so it wouldn't drop with the map.
Oh, wow. That's unlucky.
Another one.
Oh, we need to start from the beginning. So I'm gonna be casting Cures multiple times on Vaughn. So until I find where I am in the RNG list.
We are basically looking for a certain number, and once we see the certain number, we cast a few more times to see the right succession of numbers. And then we know exactly where in the RNG we are due to that.
I think that's it. I found where I was, and it was immediately the next one was a Razorfin, so I decided to go for it, even though I wasn't 100% sure it was it.
This one is also very interesting to be for me to see. Like, I haven't been using the manipulation that much, and I am not very knowledgeable about it. But to see that you're manipulating him in the arena and that it still affects him until you get to the position where he could be, that it only rolls 10. That is something that is interesting for me.
Yeah,
to see as well.
that is for rare enemies that replace another enemy. So for the enemies that have a chance to spawn in a certain area, are different from enemies that have a chance to replace an enemy. So the enemies that the Razorfin is an enemy that has a chance to replace every Icton there. So after I approach every Icton, the game rolls for it. Whereas for the what's it called? For some other enemy, for example, the Rain Dancer you mentioned earlier, that's just a 20% chance to land. So for that one, you would do the manipulation before you enter the screen.
It was interesting for me to see that. Basically, the RNG roulette keeps spinning until the moment you actually approach it, instead of already generating the entire room the moment you enter it.
Yep.
That is interesting to hear. And oh boy, it's meme time. How many bucket heads can we get?
In before the triple bucket head.
Don't think that's possible anymore. I'm not 100% sure. I think there was something that I've heard that you can't get the exact same line twice in a row, with the exception of the very first shout and now the second shout, because you have a screen transition in between that resets that.
That is correct. So we cannot get the. We can get anything, but whatever we get on this next shout, we cannot get on the shout after.
Okay, so not triple bucket head, but
we can get a double if we can get it on the
double. There was
we
one.
can get it on the last one, but this next one can't be a bucket head.
Here at the first.
For reference, also, there is not really a big difference in time between the different voice lines here. There's not really anything mentionable about it. It's just, hey, Buckethead is a funny line, and we like hearing it a lot. And so we're always happy when we get to hear it.
I mean, it is very important. The run does not count if you don't get a Buckethead.
Hey,
So.
Hey, the double! There's the double!
yeah, the run is only valid with the bucket heads, so very important. It's a tradition, very important.
Stay away from the Buckethead.
When do we get our own emotional support Buckethead?
It's in the. It's here that we get the second chest that we can't open, right?
Yeah, it was in the room before this. In the room where, with the
don't
first shot.
before,
I stayed away from the right side of the screen, but there is another one coming up shortly, and then we're pretty much home free.
That chest in particularly, honestly, is still baffling me, since the Zodiac Spear was changed in the Zodiac Age version. It's no longer locked to chests, and in the speedrun we actually do pick up one of those chests in that corner, which used to be the forbidden chest that you're never allowed to open, but now I'm opening it every single time in a TZA run because I want the elixir out of it. It still feels wrong to me, but...
Oh, wait until you do any percent. You know, on PS2 you grab it and you can always feel the collective sigh.
I mean, there is a lot of these moments in speedrunning. As I said, for example, in the 3D version of Final Fantasy III, there is an infinite item duplication glitch that you can use. So we end up at some point just using elixirs to heal a single spell slot in order to use that spell again. And even mid-run, I always cringe when I use an elixir as an ether, basically.
Don't be a coward. We're speedrunners, baby. We break the norm.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But obviously, even before we were speedrunners, we were already gamers. At least I'm hoping that most of us were gamers before we were
I would
speedrunners.
hope. Oh, by the way, we have Balthier and Friend now.
Yay, it's a
Yes.
party. And you also know what that means. It's time for the Gambit tutorial. Yay! Gambit tutorial. So exciting. Okay, so guys, so listen up. It's very important, right? We can change the words on the right side. That's impressive, I know, but wait, it gets even better. We can change the words on the left side. Isn't that absolutely amazing? But wait, there is even more, Let's go back to the right side. We can quit out without changing the word. We can do also that on the left side. And even better, we can switch them around, so now the words change. And we can also turn it on and off. Isn't that just amazing? So yeah, in seriousness more, Gambits in this game, is basically we can program all our characters with conditions of if-then that go from top to bottom. So, for example, if we set the first option to if there is an ally that has less than 70% HP, use a potion on them, then the characters will automatically do that when there is a character that has less than 70% HP. If there is no character with less than 70% HP, it will check the next line, which would be ally nearest attack. So they would be attacking the nearest enemy. We can use these formations.
Technically, it's nearest visible, which means that the enemy also has to be in camera. Like if
there's different gambits for everything.
Yeah.
With different defaults. I was so surprised, actually, honestly, small thing in between. I've recently done a casual PS2 OOA again for retro achievements. And a funny thing I've noticed is also just differences in default gambits and when they become available. Like my favorite gambits for attacking in the Zodiac Age still is foe lowest HP. So, you know, my party members are always attacking the enemy that has the lowest amount of health and will die soonest, basically, with the fewest attacks. But when I ran it back in PS2, I was surprised, just like, oh yeah, you don't get that one by default. And you also can't buy it in the very start. You can literally only once you reach Belfenheim you get access to that gambit. Which was a little bit baffling to me that in the PS2 version you get it that late into the game, compared to the TZA version where you literally get it the moment you unlock the system.
And thanks to that gambit system, now we can let the game play by itself and put the controller down.
Definitely.
If you actually
see you in 21 hours when the run is done.
Yeah, if you prepare correctly and set everything up correctly, you can basically create perfect combat machines that play the game so well that you can that the only thing you really have to do for the rest of the run is moving. We will be using a bit of that, but also due to the kind of combat that we're going to be doing, that we'll be focusing a lot on magic, which has a drawback of very long animation times that we don't like. which we can shorten with a technique called ATB reset. We will still have to do a lot of active gameplay in between of it.
Yeah, I was joking.
It's all good. I knew
But
it. I knew it was good.
it's a meme on this
I
game.
mean, there
that
is a
you can
meme
do.
like that in every Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy X, it's just attacking. Every monster dies in one attack anyway, so it's just attacking. Final Fantasy XII, oh yeah, the game plays itself. Any of the 13 games, oh yeah, just use auto battle. It's hold X to win. There are people complaining about every single Final Fantasy combat.
I'm
I
one
think
of them,
what
and I'm
makes-
proud of it.
I think what makes
The
FF12
situation
so
requires I accept such
ahead of
help
its
as I
time
find,
was that
though it be from
Gambits is, as you said,
shall
if
accompany
then
you until we find
you're
my companions.
given the
No
ability to
longer.
program your allies' AI,
Let's think of her as a guest,
which
then.
is
Unlike
amazing.
Fran
And then
or
everyone
myself,
crapped on
our
it.
guest probably
And
won't be
then,
taking orders
you know,
from anyone anytime soon.
It's one of
And
those
she'll
things
leave when
where,
she
like,
pleases.
modern games, they have to program AI, and
So
people
we keep
might
to our
still
affairs
complain
and
about
she
your
does.
ally's AI, when in this
I doubt we'll
game, it's
find
like
her
you can
wanting
make it
further,
whatever you
being
want.
such an upstanding member of the
Yeah,
you know,
insurgents.
But in this game, if you make a mistake in how the AI is working, it's your fault, not the game.
Well,
Yep.
what
Exactly.
are we waiting for?
The game said get good. Oh, Amalia. Gotta love Amalia.
Yeah,
Whoever
first
this character
guess.
is, we don't know.
Let's first guess. As we mentioned before, we will have 6 main party members. However, we'll never be able to have more than 3 of them actively joining in on combat at a time. Amalia is a guest character. There's like 4 or 5 guest characters in the game. Some of them will return later. Some of them are one-time things. Some of them will become actual party members later. And yeah, the thing with guests in this game is they always join the party. You can't remove them from the party. They will leech off a part of the experience that you get. However, they will never level up, which is very annoying. They stick to our things, we stick to ours, so we can't tell them what to do. We can't change their gambits to be a little bit more efficient. We can't run around with them as their party leaders. We
Oh, do you
can't
not
tell
kill
them...
a ghost here anymore?
I killed on the second screen.
Sorry
about
to
to
cut
say
you off.
also. Yeah, I was also about to say, wondering about the ghost, but I was thinking things.
Yeah, I do it here because the Geekantoad is here, so while I'm waiting, they're killing the Geekantoad while I'm for the ghost
That
to come down.
makes sense. So yeah, they changed all those guest functions, by the way, in the Zodiac Age versions. There they act just like normal characters, but like for us here right now, they usually aren't great. But yeah, the other thing here was the ghost. The ghost was a very, very important enemy to get. If we do not kill a ghost here, we technically have a chance to kill one a little bit later in the Barheim passage.
No, they are
but
different
that-
enemies.
Really?
Yeah, Ghostar and Garcimaceras are only here.
I could have sworn that like the low energy ghosts and Barheim.
No,
were
they're
still
called
the same ones.
Spectres.
Interesting. Learned something new again today. But yeah, the ghosts are insanely annoying then because if you miss them here, they only spawn in the sewers later if you do a very complicated setup of opening certain gates, closing certain gates. Then you have to run all across the entire area twice, which takes a crap load of time. So we're happy that we haven't had that. Also with that, by the way, hello Firemain, who got a bush fire off. We've talked about him already in DBA. Very special boss who gets weaker as he stands in water. So we lured him into the water, hoped that he wouldn't use his special attack. Sadly, he teleported out and did use a special attack, but it's not really a scary attack. Since we are 15 levels above him already with weapons that we shouldn't be having, dealing way more damage than the game expects us to have at this point. So
A bit strange to have a fire-based boss in a water dungeon.
Yep.
Yeah, we're
I know
over
there's worse. There's more interesting things in the sewers. Like if we think about how in America there's in some sewers there are literally alligators because people were like, oh yeah, I got a pet baby alligator, but he's growing up too big, so I'm flushing him down the toilet. Probably someone someone here just did a similar thing where they, some parent bought their kid like a tiny fire horse, and they were like, oh yeah, oh cool, but the horse got too big when I thought it died, so they flushed it down the toilet.
You are special, Crumpy. Tab.
You don't have a weapon, but you can still use magic. Normal.
Yeah, we're in prison. This is a good Final Fantasy prison. Some Final Fantasy prisons, the guards just leave you with all your gear, all your equipment, all your items, etc., etc. Here you actually got stripped of everything. However, they can't take away our magic because it's in our hats. They're also fire weak, but also, once again, we're 15, 20 levels above them, so absolutely no chance of fighting.
Remind me not to pick up this chest.
Don't pick up the chest, don't pick up the chest.
Don't pick up the chest. Here we have another chest that we can't pick up because this is a Zodiac Spear chest. And if we pick it up, the Zodiac Spear disappears.
Yep.
It's the last one before the Fun Coast, right?
Yeah, the Fun Coast is the last one
Yes.
remaining, except that we will be running past the chest outside of Dallans a couple of times, but...
It's still also interesting to me that like 3 of the 4 are like so early into the game and so close together, and then the 4th that's just like, oh yeah, half the game later.
Fun Coast has 2 chests, if I remember correctly.
No, it's only one.
Nope, just the one.
Just
It's
one. Okay.
it's one chest in a stack of, what was it, 16, 32?
16.
16, yeah.
It's a ginormous formation of chests, but yeah, there's one in between there that you absolutely don't want to open.
Yeah, it's the if you're looking towards the water, it's the second chest in the first row.
I honestly
right.
couldn't remember that because 99.5% of all times that I've played through the PS2 version, I already had the Zodiac Spear way before I had access to the Pod Coast.
You need to pick this chest with 20,000 gills.
Well, you can get the Zodiac Spear before you.
I mean the free ulti just to pick up, sorry. Not for the Zodiac Spear.
But
Anyway.
we won't be getting it that early. I think we get it after Pharos in this run.
Yep.
We also shouldn't be... Actually, we probably will be getting going near that chest before then, but we probably unlock the Hunt Club before going to Fun Coast, so we don't have to go back up to Kill Adventure.
No. Well, yeah, but you go near it, but you're on a chocobo anyway.
No, my initial point I wanted to make, we're never going near that chest anyway. But yeah, that's not 100% true.
Yeah, we do go right next to it, but it's whatever.
That's
It's
my
easy
favorite
to not
thing.
pick up any of those chests.
Oh yeah, easily. I mean, that's the point again. We know about it, we are smart enough, we don't get tempted by loot lust, we don't have to open every single chest that comes
Speak
near
for
us.
yourself, Sonny.
So,
At least when speedrunning. Then we try to, then we learn to suppress the urge
lights out.
when a timer is
And it's
running
worse in
on
the
the other
dark.
screen.
Much worse. So, let them get too close.
But yeah, this is an
I love this
unskippable
music.
cutscene in this version of the game.
But don't worry.
You can skip it in a...
Sticking
in Zodiac Age, yeah.
helps too. Clock's ticking.
Because it's imported in OG.
Oh my god, it's a zombie! Quick kill with fire before it lays eggs. I said kill with fire, not whack it with a stick.
Potato, tomato.
I mean, it's a staff of flame. I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Speaking
So
of levels, Bash, he doesn't pick up level while he's a guest.
No.
Yeah, he's the no. If you do level up, he does actually get a level adjustment as well in the part where he
Right,
picks
yeah.
up equipment.
That is true.
But we will not be killing anywhere close to enough for him to level up.
What's really funny is that in 1, 2, 3, he's level 4 here.
Oh,
And
yeah.
then when you get him in the party permanently, he's level 3.
I think it's the same thing here as well. Like, he's now level 20. What would he be?
28.
That's normal. He's naked, so he's stronger.
27, and then
Yeah.
he's changed at level 26.
He's a berserker.
I mean, in general, it's like the idea. Oh yeah, he's been sitting in that cell, hung up. He literally didn't even have. He was literally hanging in the air in a cell. He didn't even have like the ability to just like do some squats in a cell or anything to keep his muscle mass. He literally was just doing nothing for 2 years, and then the moment he gets out of this cell, he immediately starts punching and killing bugs. Which, I mean, big respect for the captain in that moment. I wouldn't be able to just sit around 2 years doing nothing, not moving a single muscle, and then, being able to just leave the cell and do the things he does here. Another fun thing about this that I also always wonder is, the moment your boss joins the party, he starts with 0 MP. So they probably, it's a question that I'm wondering, is they drain him of his magical powers before locking him in, and he had no ways to get them back like that? That's a small little detail that I always wondered if that was like an oversight, if that's actually like a hidden lore.
I think that it was probably like a magicite or nephicite infused cage where he was in. Probably like that's. Makes sense considering magic draining is such a big thing in this game.
My headcanon in this case is just like, oh yeah, he used his MP for the quickening in the castle, and then immediately after that got captured. So that's why.
Oh right, he wasn't able to, like he generate MP by moving, and he hasn't been moving, so. Sense.
No, it's Noah who stole his charisma, so he has no MP left.
And that moment, by the way, to talk a little bit about MP. MP, obviously, a very important stat in Final Fantasy games. Used to cast magics. There's a separate subcategory in this game called techniques, which can contain some powerful abilities that, funnily enough, do not cost any MP. They're their own thing. They usually don't have a resource or deal damage based on outside factors that have nothing to do with the own stats, or have beneficial or buff or debuff effects. MP regenerate whenever we move, whenever we walk. There are certain weather conditions that can happen where we refill MP faster. And on top of that, for a little bit later in the game, there is a mechanic called the quickenings, which is like cinematic special attacks. Every character can get 3 of them. Funnily enough, for every one that we get, our MP bar also gets bigger. However, when we use those special attacks, we also use up the MP connected to that bar of quickening energy. And we'll be seeing more of that later, but for now, just the main idea is to, like, obviously we don't want to be empty on MP. We're mainly just casting fire right now with our flame staffs here, improving the damage by 50% on the fire spells, which is very nice. And we also have to a little bit watch out for our MP. For these enemies right now, we're using Blizzard because they're weak to ice specifically, which gives them double damage from ice, which obviously double damage from ice is more than 50% more from fire.
Yep. The boss is also weak to ice, so using Blizzard on that as well.
Too bad we can't get any glacial staffs this early.
DTG, we don't hear you well.
Or someone's talking in our background.
Okay.
That could also be it. Where's Rooster? Rooster will be joining later. We are switching in and out commentators as the run goes, considering that the run is very long. We have a couple people who are European-based, a couple people who are US-based, and we'll be switching in and out as the time zones make it work. So Rooster will be showing up later this run. Same with Fred Up. And also Nugal, yes, this is the full Order of Ambrosia run in a single sitting. We will be here for 20 hours in total. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Good old Shockstorm.
Did you fight a boss?
Yep.
We didn't see it.
To think Dalmascan air could taste so sweet.
Where are we? The Estes sand, by the look of it.
I wonder why you can
Let's
skip
back to
some
Lebanon
cutscenes,
before we shrivel
although you
up.
cannot.
By your leave.
They made a lot of
Yes,
like
the hour of
cutscenes
my
that
return is
explain
already
things,
overlate. The people may
like
hate me. That
mechanics
does not
or
free me of my charge.
where to go next. They made those unskippable, probably so that the player
this
wouldn't get
version?
lost. And they made most of them skippable than in the Zodiac Age, but except for that one that I just finished, because I'm guessing they forgot. Also, a lot of these cutscenes that are unskippable, they were text mashing in Japanese version, like, or all of them are. Got some couple of really short ones, like at the start of fights and stuff like that.
Going a little bit of a way here to grab another teleport crystal in the desert here. Teleport crystals, very simple explanation. There are safe crystals but aren't. And if you have teleport stones as an item in your inventory, you can teleport between teleport crystals. It is a huge method of transportation that we'll be using a lot throughout this game. However, in order to use it, obviously we can only travel to teleport crystals that we have already touched. In this case, this teleport crystal is technically the closest way to get to our next quest objective, but also we really want to get it for later, as there are a couple side quests connected to this camp here specifically.
Right, now I remember why we have to keep the teleport stones, because we don't go to the clan hall after Bosler. So we don't get the teleport stones there.
Yeah, they are a very valuable resource in general. There is a couple monsters in the game that spawn them, there are a couple shops that sell them, but obviously farming them is slow, buying them most of the time is out of the way, so we try to group those up to obviously buy them in bulk or grab them in bulk and not do that too much. There is one farming session that we're going to be doing later in particular, where the enemies are also dropping teleport stones, where we're hopefully going to get a bulk of what we're going to be needing for the run. Which actually also reminds me, speaking of teleport stones, do you farm Rutan Exile immediately, or do you do that later?
Later.
Alright. That would have been another one to get some teleport stones, potentially.
Yep. We don't have enough MP to deal with the
Yeah, that makes sense.
Rutans.
I mean, technically speaking, you're still over-geared with the flame stats, but yeah, it would take a while anyway, so might as well do it later, since we have to come back to the later area later anyways for the Endite. That makes perfect sense. So yeah, we escaped prison, we got back to Rabanastre. We are now got a sword from Old Dallin, who tells us to bring it to the Resistance to remind them of their mission, where we're gonna meet Bosch again, who is getting basically shunned from the Resistance because they're not sure if they can trust him or not, due to recent events. And then he's gonna join us instead.
There are weird sound with DTG.
Yeah, I feel like DDG's mic is acting up again.
No, I've just not been talking.
Now, there have been some weird sounds going from you, like I don't know, some quiet whispering in the background, a little I don't know if it's could call it a microwave sound. Microwave sound.
Sorry,
Not sure
it's a house.
Yeah, with Boss in the party, Boss asks us to bring him to Balthier, because he needs to ask Balthier of a favor. We find Balthier, obviously, in the tavern, because where else would a Sky Pirate be? Where he's currently being verbally assaulted by Miguelo, since Pinello, a friend from earlier, got kidnapped by some bounty hunters that are after Balthier. And, well, we're now off to rescue her. But before that, we're gonna cash in on a couple things. The Textara Hunt reward for a little extra money, more teleport stones. Teleport stones probably being the most important thing here.
Yep.
Those are a valuable commodity, after all. Even though they only cost like 200 gil to buy. But as I said, most of the shops are a bit out of the way. Or only available till later. Actually, when... Did the clan shop start selling them that early, or was it actually later? I never remember.
I
clan
think it's
shops
later.
anymore.
Like you need a certain clan rank for it. You could buy them
Mm.
on the airships, but that's
Yeah, the airships, right.
that's
The only shop that I honestly just had in mind was the dice shop in
Yeah.
Baltenheim. That is usually my go-to for teleport stones. Completely forgot that airships also sold them. But also, once again, I got curious right now. Clan shop, clan shop. Teleport stone. Fourth clan rank, 8 mobs killed.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm too rando-brained lately. There's a fantastic randomizer by now for the Zodiac 8 version of the game. Makes a lot of fun to play. It's kind of like open world-ish, but still kind of locked off till you find the right items to get access to the areas. Nice puzzle, a lot of fun. But definitely fried my brain on a couple of things to do with shop items, clan hunt unlocks, etc., etc. This just scrambles everything up. Ah, Verba. Such a beautiful city. We're a bunch of drunkards.
Yeah.
So now that we did the Textera, we can activate a few new hunts that we will do now. And go to save Penelo
From the
to
bounty
advance the
hunters
story.
from the Gemnon.
Pretty much the first half of OOA is to do to do pretty much the story up until you have access to Bahamut, while doing a bunch of hunts that are on the way. And the second part is to finish everything else.
Yep.
Before doing Bahamut.
Yeah, there are 2 or 3 optional areas that are technically you could label as post-game areas, since they are very strong or have unlock conditions that you realistically shouldn't be getting before the final dungeon of the game. You can do that, and that is technically something that is beneficial to you to some extent. since for the final dungeon, or technically second to last dungeon, you have another guest who is actually quite capable, and you can do like a couple of the super bosses and a couple of the very hard areas with him in the party already.
But he
But
will
once-
suck up your XP.
But yeah, once again, he will take a quarter of your XP gain, never level up for it. Technically speaking, it would be worth for us specifically doing mainly mage route, since we will be using a lot of reflect strats, and with reflect strats, having a guest in the party is a 25% damage buff again, since you'd be hitting reflecting spells off of 4 targets instead of 3 targets. But the disadvantages outweigh the advantages in this case. Oh, sadly, no killer bow.
Yep, there was a 15% chance to get a killer bow there, which would have sold for 1000 gil, but no such luck today.
Also would have been nice for Garuda, but then again, also wouldn't have mattered because we have spells.
Yep.
Yeah, that's another special thing about enemies in this game. There are flying enemies, bigger bird-type monsters or dragon-type monsters that are actually flying so high above the ground that you can't hit them with normal weapons, so you have to use either ranged weapons like bows and guns, or have to use spells for them. In the Zodiac Age version, there was also a change that there are most two-handed weapons in the game can actually hit them, like spears, staffs, poles, etc., etc. Those can now also normal attack hit those flies. Not the case in this version. Technically, we would be able in the Zodiac Age to hit the enemies with our staffs. Can be a very annoying thing if you forget about it and don't route around it. But in this case, as I said before, we have powerful magics that should be able to kill the bird quite quickly without much repercussion. Especially since we don't have a job system in this version. We haven't talked about a license board as well, technically. The license board in this game is the equipment mechanic, technically, with also a couple extras in there.
Wait up. We'll not be able to take them all.
Yeah, it's basically
We
a
must
giant
get the rest.
chessboard with a bunch of nodes that you can unlock. Those nodes give you, aka licenses, give you different effects, from allowing you to use certain equipment pieces, teaching you how to use certain spells, up to a couple beneficial attacks like making you faster, giving you more HP, making that your potions heal more.
It's basically the sphere grid or Crystalium for FF12.
Well, technically, but technically not, because the sphere grid and the crystarium is mostly stats, while for for 12 here, it's mostly for equipment, which didn't
Yeah,
have
but
any
you also have
restrictions.
HP in the...
I mean, yes, but like
it's
very little compared to
Yeah,
every,
the
compared to everything
difference,
else.
main difference between like the leveling systems in 13 and 10 compared to 12 is that 12 actually has levels, whereas like in 13 and in 12 the main stat progression comes from your levels, whereas in 13 and 10 the main stat progression comes from the other system, so Crystarium or Sphere Grid.
Yeah,
I
so
like
here in
the way this game handles the experience and the quote-unquote sphere grid. It's,
yeah, the biggest difference in this case between versions of the game is here in the PS2 version, every character has one big license board for themselves, with literally everything in the game, every accessory, every weapon, every spell, everything. In the other releases of the version, the International Zodiac Job System or the Zodiac Age version, you have actual jobs tied to your license board that you can assign to characters that usually give you a little bit more specialized gear. So, for example, the black mage learns all the black magics, the white mage learns all the white magics, etc., etc., and then also usually 1 or 2 weapon types and 1 armor type on those boards, which makes it a little bit harder to, for example, also deal with flying enemies if you don't pick up a black mage. Well, that means no one in your party will be able to cast spells, which means you can't kill those flying enemies with spells. And then you have to find another way to kill them with spells by finding certain weapons. Not quite as much an issue here, since, as I said, everyone can learn everything. So even though we will build certain characters in certain ways, we will usually build one character that's going to be a bit more of a tank. We're going to have a character that's a little bit more of a healer. We have a character that's characters that are more DPS in magical or physical sense. But we can also switch that all around whenever we want and turn them around into whatever we want. Which is something that I also completely forgot, funny enough, in my casual Order of Ambrosia. I was struggling so hard with flying enemies because I forgot, oh yeah, everyone in my party knows Bio. Set up full flying Bio gambit on everyone. Fly is no longer an issue.
If news of my survival were to spread,
Yep.
the Marquis may find his
Okay,
Oh my
so
God,
now
it's
that
shouting time.
we've dealt with a bunch of idiots that want to kill us, but are not paid enough to follow us after the dungeon. We have to talk to Andor, who was how do you see that?
Marquis of the city, technically the leader.
Yeah, the leader of the resistance and the narrator of the game.
That certainly qualifies as a clan.
But,
Also
we skip
interesting to
wicked
see,
scenes.
by the way, the banga in the background is actually a banga in this version. So this was actually a IZGS specific thing. Interesting.
If we're going to reach the Marquis, it's up to you.
Yeah, since we want to talk to Andor, we have to provoke the resistance to arrest us. So we will shoot to the populace that we are. Bash the Twitter to get their attention.
That's the question. Will we see another 2-shot? We've already seen one this event, but we've also already seen 2 4 crystals. Though then again, obviously the shout being a skill-based thing compared to the crystal being RNG-based.
Yeah, this positioning for the second shout here is really tight. I'm trying to get 3 of the guys who give a lot of notoriety all at the same time. Get them, then we just hope that we didn't underroll. Nice.
Hey! 2 shouts and 2 successful runs. I call that a win. And yeah, once again, the positioning is not pixel perfect, but it is very, very tight. I've personally tried a lot of times so far. I've not been able to. And even if you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. You just, after the second shout, go a little bit left or a little bit right, do another shout. Takes like 5-6 extra seconds. It's really not the end of the world if you miss it. But it's still always cool to show off. Yeah, with us now having escaped from Barheim, we also now unlocked with also having escaped from Luzu Mines. We also hit another story trigger that unlocks more hunts, so we're going to the hunt board to accept a couple more hunts.
Yeah,
this case.
talk about that in the wrong order, sorry.
I mean, we were just accepting them. Every hunt basically has 4 steps to them. Step 1 is when the hunt is unlocked, go to either the board here or to the clan hall, which we'll be seeing a little bit later, and accept the hunt. Step 2 is to find the person who set the bounty on the monster to get some information out of it. Step 3 is to kill the monster. Step 4 is to go back to the person that hired us to get a reward. Technically, the 4th step is optional. We don't technically need to complete it for the game completion. We only really care for the kills for the bestiary and for the clan rank progress. However, we will stop by some quest givers, either because their rewards are very, very helpful. Like mentioned earlier, there's one in the late game where we can get 500,000 gil from. There's a couple that are required that give us items that we need to sell in order to get the bazaar for the Copernicus urn, or some that just in general have nice things. Like, for example, there is later one that has an accessory called the Gold Amulet, which gives double license points drop, which I'm assuming we're going to get early.
Yeah.
Maybe not, because in this version
we
of the
just
game, you
buy
can actually
golden
buy them.
amulets.
No, in this route we do get the golden amulet from the Gladish.
And GLaDOS.
Yeah, we go out of ways to do this mission and to pick up the golden amulet to save a bit of money for later. So we don't have to buy 3 golden amulets, but only 2 or 1.
Yep. We buy 2 golden amulets and then get the third one from them. Hunt.
Yeah, that was always a question about which hunts we want to do on the way to
Wait. A word of caution before
on
we
the way
set out.
the story, because we
See that
need
red web of
8
light spanning
hunts
the passageway.
to unlock
It is a mechanism to detect
Atomos,
intruders within the ship.
and 10
Break one of those
was
beams and an alarm will sound,
30 on the way
summoning the guard. The alarm should
on our
cease
way.
after a time,
But
but
it's
better
totally
to
out of
avoid
the way
drawing
if we
unnecessary attention.
skip it. So
Come,
we want
Her
to
Majesty
do
awaits.
8 hunts for Atomos, and we want to do 10 hunts to get access to the Niho.
Ihopalawa?
What's the name again?
Ihopalawa. It is a bad name. Most people just call it the Neo for short.
The Niho. It is a really helpful accessory for the category, since we don't need to use the underflow glitch.
Alright. Alright, well, I will be seeing you guys. I have therapy to do, so.
Alright.
Okay. See you later.
Alright,
Sorry
good luck.
to hear. We'll hopefully have a successful session.
So yeah, at some point, one of the missions, one of the hunts that was done was rock toys in the Lusu mines, but
Not yet.
it was
We will be doing that one in a while, though. In a short while.
in the 10 hours or so. But it was replaced by the Enceladus, I think.
Yep.
And the Cocatrix is done earlier with Traveler.
In general, the hunts are sometimes just, in general, we try to delay a lot of them as much as we can. One, just so we can kill them faster, because obviously killing them faster is faster than killing them slower. And 2, because sometimes there are just areas where they really, really align nice, where there's 2 or 3 hunts like close to each other, but they unlock very, very differently. Like one might unlock in the early game, one unlocks in the mid game, one in the end game. And we try to, the route in general tries to kill enough to unlock all of them, but not actually kill those ones until later, when we can just, get them all in one swoop.
Yeah, the rock toys was totally out of the way. So I wondered if it was possible to do the hunt while you go back to Lusu Mines later. And Zero found a way to do the rock toys in Lusu Mines later by replacing it by Enceladus. Yeah, I don't speed on this game, but I suggested a few things so a category I don't run.
Yep.
I mean, honestly, sometimes it works. We've had weirder things happen in the speedrun communities in general. Like, just best example that I still have, a random showing up one day in the Final Fantasy X Discord being like, hey, I think I found some optimizations for the 10 to 100% category. A name that we've never heard of ever before, that no one has ever heard of, no one has ever seen before, just showing up with optimizations for a very technical category. So obviously you'd think, okay, that's a person who doesn't know their stuff and he's just gonna be full of bullcrap. And instead he shortened the category by 12 hours.
12
So
hours, wow.
So yeah, sometimes just people coming in with random ideas can spark the wildest avalanches ever that spiral so out of control and change speedrunning for a game forever.
Yeah, I think I had a guy like that as well, with the bridges in chapter 9. It was a random on Twitch who talked about the fact you could make the soldier disappear.
Hmm. It is sometimes. Sometimes you know we've all heard about it in the speedrun community. Just a person showing up, being like, "Hey, why don't you do this?" 95% of the time, we just go back to them. Well, because if we do this, then we couldn't do that, and doing that's more important than doing this. But like there are sometimes these small cases, these rare cases where someone actually shows up with a random thought and actually changes everything, or just actually puts a lot of thought into it, as I said, and then makes it so a run that used to be 24 hours is now 9 hours.
Yeah, but now I'm the one who makes the weird ideas and have to test it myself because that's the way I changed a huge bunch of Final Fantasy 13 Platinum % by throwing weird ideas and testing them myself. So I gained 2 hours thanks to my random ideas.
Sometimes it just works like that. Sometimes it's these things. Like sometimes it's a smaller thing, sometimes it's worse. Another thing, for example, for to mention for 10.2, there is a cutscene stack glitch, basically, that allows you to take a skip button from a skippable cutscene and transfer it to a unskippable cutscene later. We used to watch a 4-minute cutscene in order to skip a 5-minute cutscene for a long time, until someone pointed out, hey, there's this 40-second cutscene that we can watch whenever we want, we can trigger it whenever we want. Takes like 20 seconds of a detour to activate it, and then we can skip the 4-minute cutscene and instead watch the 40-second one. That is something like no one thought of that for like 10, 15 years until someone showed up and was like, oh yeah, that would be an idea.
But it makes no sense.
Speedrunning is sometimes the weirdest thing ever, and the experts can even even the experts that think they know everything about the game can still learn new things.
Yeah, there are weird stuff I discovered in Final Fantasy 13 as well. That everybody thought the weapon that lowers your speed are bad. Yes, they are bad, but if you use a bunch of accessories that cancel the ability that makes them bad, but they are good.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is, I guess, if you are a person that has been speedrunning a game for a while, at some point, like, we've seen it not just in speedrunning, but also in other aspects of, like, there's just the part that always goes like, oh yeah, we've always done this like this, because it always worked like this, so we don't really want to change it, so we never tried to change it. Until someone calls up, yeah, but if you change this instead, then you'd be going faster, you'd be doing your job better. There's things like that in every life, in every aspect of life, I guess.
Yeah.
Not just in speedrunning, but also in work, etc., etc.
Yeah, it was discovered by... just totally randomly discovered by myself when I was testing stuff for a fight where I had trouble with because I didn't have a good synergist for Longwy. So I was testing stuff and discovered a glitch.
In the meantime, actually, to get back to Final Fantasy 12,
yep,
we can see we can see Zero just doing a massive menu here. The main things we're trying to get here is optional abilities there in the bottom left-ish corner where he's currently at to get more MP and magic beneficial abilities. We've unlocked Dark. We've been buying Dark from a shop in this area, which is our first AoE spell, which we'll be combining with other abilities later, such as Reflector, or right now even. Yeah, since this is an AoE ability, it hits every person. If we have 3 persons currently active, cast Dark on ourselves, that's 3 Dark casts that get reflected. So basically for every cast we do, instead of landing 1 hit on an enemy, we can land now 3 attacks per character that uses it, which obviously is a massive increase in damage, even though on top of things that usually spells that get reflected by the reflect spell also get a small increase in power. I'm actually not quite sure if that's true for 12 in specific. It is true in many Final Fantasies. that the spells then also get a little bit stronger once reflected. But
No, they don't.
Yeah, nah, they don't in here. Okay, but still, we're still getting a net positive of 3 times the damage, which is always great to have. And yeah, we mainly did that. We learned some spells, we got some equipment pieces ready for some other characters, and we started going into the options side of things to just get beneficial bonuses like more magic power. I think I seen the Spellbreaker, which was when on low HP, deal more magic damage. Or was it full HP?
Yep.
It was full HP with Sentinel.
Another was we casual players struggle with, but here we just destroy it. And that was Judge Geese,
That's how
one
easy
of the
it can go.
5 judges.
As said before already in the TA run on Monday, there is a small risk doing reflect threats on this boss, since he can also cast a spell called Arrow, which is a little bit stronger than our Dark Spell, which obviously is also AoE, which obviously as he's casting it on us, we are reflected, he's basically attacking himself. If he actually ends up at killing himself with his own spell, we do not get credit for the kills, so we don't get license points, which I'd say in this run especially is a little bit worse than when it happens in the Zodiac Age, since the licensing routes in general are on PS2 a little tighter than on the Zodiac Age.
Yep.
But isn't it faster if he kills himself with IO? Or if he hits himself with IO?
It helps if he hits himself because it makes it faster, but if he kills himself, that generally means just it's worse. It loses more time, since then we have to go out of our way and kill more things, since he drops like
It's like an extra jelly room you have to do if
Yeah, he gets
if
like
he kills
15 or
himself.
16 license points that we then obviously have to go out of our way to kill other things. And the things with license points is most monsters only drop 1. There are the rarer monsters or rare games that that drop usually a bit more. There's the bosses that usually drop a lot more. But yeah, as I said, missing the license points on Geese would mean we'd be 16 license points short, which means just because he killed himself, we now have to kill 16 more enemies
22.
just to make up for it. 22,
Yeah.
sorry, yeah.
So in this dungeon, we got access to 2 last party members. Ash, that was Amelia previously, but she's actually the princess of Damaska. And Penelo. Penelo, our friend and a bit useless character, story-wise. So let's talk about what our party members, our main party for this category, because it's not the same as in any percent where we use Van, Ash, and Penelo. Here our main party is Ash, Van, and Bash.
Yes.
Ash, Van, and Bash. The idea in any percent is to use magic. Ash and Penelo are the best magic caster in the game.
Yep.
They have more magic than the others. We still use Ash in OA for that reason, but we replace Penelo by Bash because first the first half of the run we will cast magic, but after the second seed we will change to a more physical party. So Bash is the best physical attacker in the game, with better HP stats and strength.
Yeah, in general, all the characters obviously have their own base stats, their own stat growth. So some characters are better than others. In general, most characters are the best in something. Vaughn, in general, is considered one of the better tanks, since he has fairly good HP growth, fairly good constitution growth. Balthier is a little bit of mix of physical and magic, of strength and magic. Isn't
And Balthier is the
exceptional in
worst magic cast. Well, maybe Bosch is worst. Like Balthier
about to say.
doesn't do good magic.
I mean, compared to the good magic users are just that good compared to the rest, honestly. But still, he still has like let's say an above average. I'd say still. If the average is made out of Von, Pinello, and Ash, or just that much higher than the other ones.
I
I could be wrong though. To be fair, I personally I don't know where I got it. I got it that Balthier. No, Speed was it. It was Speed was good as Balthier was one of the faster ones. Speed was
don't
good.
remember the speed stats of the characters that well because speed doesn't really matter.
I mean, the only thing that I really remember, honestly, is that I usually made him a katana wielder, because katana scale off of both strength and magic, and he's fairly okay in both of them.
No, Balthier is not good at magic. I don't know what you know. No, but Balthier
I
is
could
not
be
good
wrong.
at
I
magic.
could be wrong. Whatever.
Ash is good. Ash is good at magic and strength. And Vaughn.
Fran is kind of the jack of all trades, master of none. She's kind of okay in everything, but anything she could do, the other characters can do better. Ash has the highest magic with a very good MP. Pinello has the highest MP with very good magic. Around level 80, they both average out to be about as good as each other. And yeah, Bosch has one of the best strength stats in the game and great HP growth. So if you're trying to min-max, obviously there are some characters that are better in some roles than others. Like for example, as we said, we wouldn't probably wouldn't want to have Balthier as a healer. He's better doing other things. We probably shouldn't make Pinello our strength sword and shield character, tank character, because he's quite frail, etc., etc. It still works in the end. That's another glory of the game. Everything kind of works. It's just obviously we're trying to make the best out of it, because making the best out of it means we're stronger, means we're faster. In other news, also, we're taking a little bit of a detour from the story right now to kill a couple hunts. There is another hunt in the area that we're about to go to that we only unlock if we get higher clan rank. So we're going a little bit out of our way to kill a couple more enemies, a couple more hunts here and there, in order to hire our clan rank, so we can accept that hunt on the main story path. Since it is also a little bit out of the way and we don't really have a reason to go back there later. Technically we could, but like it's still a bigger detour than to go back to that fight specifically than it is to do the hunts here, since we have to do those anyways. And that was a nice flowering cactoid. Not really a dangerous fight in this case. Flowering Cactoid has one thing that makes him dangerous. Once he goes into critical HP, he starts spamming 1000 Needles, which is a common Cactor ability that deals 1000 damage. As you can see on our health bars, none of our characters could really survive that hit. However, we're by now so overpowered and over-leveled that that really isn't an issue. We're also running around a little bit, killing a couple Cactors, in order to hopefully get the rare game Ripe Rampager to spawn. Since once again, be scary, we need to kill everything.
You use Traveler for to set up characteristics, right?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, about hey, there we go. That was nice. Always nice when Rampager cooperates. Traveler is an ability. We've talked about it a little bit in the TCA run. We'll be seeing a lot more of it than in the TCA run. Traveler is an ability that deals damage based on your step count. If you're using it correctly, the maximum amount of damage it can do is between 990 and 999 steps since the last usage, which is a range in which the casts will do 9,900 to 9,990 points of damage to all enemies in range. It's a little easier to control in this version as well, and a little bit more precise in its setup, since due to not playing on ×4 speed, movement is a little bit more optimized, and step route is a little bit more optimized. So there are certain enemies in certain points of the game where we want to use Traveler on. By using them on those specific enemies, we will be reaching the enemies that we want to kill in that step range or very, very close to that step range in order to kill them. Yeah, upcoming, we're heading to Giza now, where we're gonna have to fight a mob called the Cockatrice, which is the Clockatrice, which is a giant chicken, which also has 3 baby chickens in the fight, which can be a little bit annoying, but however, with Traveler, we can nearly one-shot them. Or at least one-shot the kids.
Can one-shot all of them.
Yeah, so obviously that makes a huge difference compared to slowly having to waddle them down, especially since they can cause some mean status effects like slow and petrification, which is a countdown that turns to stone, which we really don't like to see. I don't think we actually have any way to heal that right now, aside from touching a save crystal.
I did buy some gold needles.
Oh, you did buy some, okay, then I missed that.
This monster would take way too long to fight if we didn't have the Traveler technique. But Traveler is an AoE, so we can one-shot the whole group if they are close to each other, because the range is not that great.
Yeah, another benefit is also the enemies are kind of spread out through the entire screen here. Spawn condition of it is that we have to kill everything else in the area because the monsters are shy, then leave it and come back. We're using that right now. We're killing everything, then going to the quest giver, getting the quest actually started, and then coming back out and they're immediately going to be here. However, as I said, they're going to be spread throughout the entire area. But as soon as we engage one in combat, the other ones are immediately coming from all corners towards us to help their brothers and their sons and sisters, daughters, whatever. They're chickens. Please don't cancel me over misgendering chickens. Yeah. We just, once we engage from combat, they're all gonna come into one nice little puddle together where we can then just easily kill them with a Traveler now.
Yeah, also having to start the hunt, so I went to the village to do that.
There we see the little yellow...
They're running around.
I mean, they're chickens. What else are they gonna do? Run? Why'd the grid chicken cross the road? Because it couldn't roll across the road. Checking the step count, seeing if we're in rage, getting a couple extra steps in there, and... No, not quite.
Yeah, it was
three
steps short.
Yeah, using ATP reset. If we are just those 3 steps short, by the way, you can see right now we're doing 9,940 points of damage, which is huge. If we were just a few steps under that set 990 to 999 steps window, it'd be dealing like, what, 3,000 damage only?
Yeah, a little less than 3,000.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the Cockatrice has 6,000, if I remember correctly.
Like, the 1 or 2 steps different can vastly change the amount of damage dealt, which obviously would be very bad. And there were 2 more hunts. That's another clan rank done. My memory serves, a Wraith should be on the plate next.
That is
we
correct.
Should have enough to accept Wyvern Lord.
Yeah, and there's also a chest that we'll come close to. Well, you did come close to? Don't remember.
Yeah, it did not spawn.
That could come, couldn't be spawned, but we wouldn't take it because it has a huge amount of money in it.
Yep, but only with the
But we don't have the accessory to in what we want. So it's one of the downside of this early Clockatrix is that we have to come back for that chest later. Before Clockatwix was run alongside the chest. So in terms of movements, it was a bit faster. I think to get it to do it both, but
Yeah.
it's still faster to do it that way than going to do rock toys in the Lusso mines.
Yep.
The Lucio Mines just is a fairly lengthy walk to get to Rock Toys, and you have to walk all the way back out. Compared to later when we do it together with Antlion, we have another hunt that we can do, and then we also unlock a little bit deeper into the mines, teleport crystal that we can use to exit instead of having to slowly walking out of the area again. And I mean, as I said, we have to do all of these anyways. So the order isn't the most important thing, but obviously then trying to group together the ones that are close together is more beneficial than trying to go for the one where the singular one is a little bit faster to get. And all the ones that we killed right now are all a little bit out of the way. We're not really going to return to those areas very often anymore.
Doesn't sound like it, but
there's
so
never really a good point to kill them, so might as well do them early and then do the more beneficial ones later together.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound like it, but in this very long category, but the fact you can save a couple of minutes in walking can make a PB or not sometimes.
Yep.
I mean, that is personally one of the biggest complaints, and one of the only complaints I really had about FF12 back in the days. It's just the world feels a little bit too big in current correspondence to the character's movement speed. I feel like if they would have made them like 50% faster, it would have felt a lot better, honestly. But that is a problem solved with the Zodiac Age issue, with the Zodiac Age version. Also, I'm still surprised to see it every single time that this ghost is not immune to dark. Makes still no sense to me.
Yeah, so were we. We used to kill this with thunder until at one point I just realized that, wait, he's not immune to dark. Why don't we just dark?
I went out of my way in order to get all my red mages arrowed after killing cockatrices before getting here, because I also thought it wasn't possible for the TZA route.
Yeah.
Which is also, if I would have progressed on my route instead of trying to adapt Tachibanas, would have been a huge adjustment there to just, skip like getting 20 licenses for for 3 different characters, just in order to kill one monster. Licensing itself, as was mentioned as well, is not the greatest thing in the world. Takes a few seconds per license, and so obviously if it takes like 3 or 4 seconds per license and you can save to do like 20 licenses, that is a lot of time to be fair. Not really in perspective with a 20-hour run, but saving a minute is still saving a minute.
Yep. And like, I spent a lot of time the last couple of days trying to figure out a better way to do licenses, just to save a couple of seconds. And I did change him around a little bit and made some realizations that I could do to save some LP.
It's not quite as simple as, for example, in the Zodiac Age. Since we said in the Zodiac Age you have these jobs where every character gets specialized in a certain field, and then after a certain point you unlock a second job for everyone that you can choose, and then you can use those 2 jobs to kind of teleport around. We sadly do not have this luxury here. If we need to get that one license that's very far away, the only way to really do that is to get everything between where we are and where we need to go. But yeah, with that out of the way, we've done a couple hunts, we've upgraded our team a little bit with that, and thanks to the higher clan rank, we're able to now accept the Wyvern Lord hunt, which is on the way to our next story objective, so we're now going to continue on to the next story objective.
Yep. And we have another unskippable cutscene.
Is Penelo tougher than
So
she
where
looks?
exactly
Do you
is
agree with
Wraithwall's
her?
tomb?
Maybe.
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that,
With
Let's
that
test
cutscene,
it.
before
we
reach the
wouldn't
tomb.
know where to
An
go.
expanse of
Where
desert
there is
larger
only one
still
way
than
to
all
go
of Dalmasca.
there.
We must pace
Go
ourselves.
west,
If you grow
where the
tired,
skies are
we
blue.
stop and
Go
take rest.
west.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
One of the
You
things
are
I'm
that.
a bit sad about this game is that we don't have access to the Rosarian Empire.
Yeah.
Never visit it. Maybe Wraithwall tomb is in the Rosarian Empire, but the closest thing to the Rosarian Empire in the game.
Alright. I was actually about to talk about maps, but I forgot that in this version of the game, the maps aren't right there at the start for the Sanseas. They're a little bit more spread out. But I can talk about it anyway. So there are two ways to obtain maps actually in this game. In some areas you can find a map Moogle that you can buy the maps from, which is nice. And in other areas there are these green golden urns. If we paid attention, we've seen one of them earlier in the palace. We're probably not gonna run past many of them across the game. And yeah, they unlock the entire map. However, unlocking the map and knowing where everything is on the map does not actually have any effect of us traveling the entire map. So we will ignore all of them completely since they're really not needed. And the only thing that really matters for us in that case is just that we enter every single area. The maps can be a little bit beneficial with that, since they have like different colorations if you unlock the maps between the zones that you have visited and the zones that you haven't visited. However, yeah, in like 95% of the cases, we don't want to miss any areas in the 5% where we may have potentially missed an area. There's only like a handful areas that really aren't needed for the story that could be the ones that we've missed. So we usually have like the usual 2 or 3 ones that are easy to miss that we immediately check, and even if we don't have the maps unlocked, we can easily see if we have actually entered them or not on the world map.
Speaking of map, Zero is doing a little detour right now to visit part of the map that, now that he won't need to visit later. It's a bit longer to do the detour, to do this detour now, but it's faster to do it now than to do it later.
Yeah, there's 2 ways of going through those senses. You can go like the northern path or the southern path. I'm taking the
Technically
northern
free.
path, even though it's like 30 seconds slower. But by doing this, I cross 2 screens that I would otherwise never go to. So and getting those 2 screens later would be about 40 seconds. So I'm saving 10 seconds overall by doing it now.
The key is accessible right now?
What?
The Nitra key? I don't remember the name.
Ferdinand Caverns?
Ferdinand Caverns.
The
Yeah,
caverns.
but all the areas that connect into the caverns from here, you can also basically enter from another part
Yeah.
where it's
So
easier and
three
faster.
ways. 3 ways to go to the.
Oh, I don't think you
Wait,
can
wait.
go through the. They're like blocked off. You can go to the caves, but I don't think you can.
I mean, you could basically take
you
the
can
path
go,
to
yeah.
Begemna. The path to Begemna would technically be open.
Yeah, but you can't get to the other parts.
But like, you could enter the caverns to get the maps, but yeah, there's no reason to do that. The moment you enter them, however, you'd be sitting in front of some sand pits that you can't cross until later.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the map progression, just purely for the map progression, those areas are all connected to other areas. They're just easier to get to from the other side, faster to get to. So there's no reason to detour for them.
Yeah, and the caravan are a bit over level for us right now anyway.
There should be a traveler set up not too far from now, and
Yep.
I did remember that correctly.
He will use a traveler on the Wyvern Lord. What's the name? Wyvern?
Yeah, Wyvern Lord.
Yeah.
76.
Because the
Very
traveler is currently our best attacking way to do
Yeah, by
damage.
far. I mean, being able to deal up to 10,000 points of damage in a single attack, we will not be able to do that until like very, very later in the game with normal attacks.
Yeah. The Traveler, due to
So-
it tracks the steps from the last time you used it, and because you need to take at least 990 steps to do the max damage again, it means that you can realistically only use it once effectively per fight. That sucks.
Technically, you could do more, but then the fights would be very, very slow because, you know, doing 1,000 steps, especially while a boss is wailing at you, is not the smartest strategy to do. It is technically possible, but yeah, it's neither fast nor really smart to do. Don't run into the trap, Vossler. Good Vossler.
Yeah, speaking of Wrestler, it's a new guest for this part of the story. He was in a party during the part of the what was that, Leviathan, I think. It was
Yeah, in the Leviathan,
Leviathan. But he's once more with us to get the treasure of the Wraithwall Tomb. But he's actually working against us because he betrayed the resistance to.
I technically wouldn't say against us. He is handling technically in the after his best knowledge for the best case of Stelmasca. Though obviously he's getting a little bit too trustworthy of the Empire, who basically promised them, oh yeah, if you can help us get that relic, we can, you know, get the princess her country back and everyone gonna be happy. However, Vossler is in that moment not realizing that while they would become an independent country again, they'd basically just be a pawn on the chessboard that will be moved around, and if they're not behaving, then they're gonna get sacrificed or replaced if need be. So they would basically just become puppets. That's not the freedom for the country that we want. And that is something that one, Vossler didn't realize in that moment, and two, he was acting a little bit too hasty. So I personally say Vossler did technically do the right thing from his point of view, from his knowledge that he had, with the information he had, but sadly not the best actual input which we are going to be facing for the country. Which is
Yeah,
independence.
she's currently the traitor is not right, but with little time we have to talk about the story with the fact we skip every cutscene. There is no better way to explain why we fight him later. The boss.
Another fun fact is that Vossler actually is a quite very powerful guest, thanks to some of the moveset that he has. He comes with a special ability that you can see I'm casting right now, which is telekinesis, which is a technique that allows him to attack flying enemies with his melee weapons, which usually otherwise wouldn't be possible. He also has a gambit to throw Phoenix down, so someone is dead. And he has 2 more very powerful abilities, which he sadly does not have a gambit to use them, but he technically has access to them. He just never will use them in this version of the game, which are called Wither and Expose. The one is an ability that lowers the enemy's strength, the other is an ability that lowers the enemy's defense. Most enemies in the game don't have an immunity to it. In this version, the bosses do have an immunity against the strength lowering, but he could technically still use defense lowering. However, yeah, he will never cast those on his own in the PS2 version. You can tell him to cast these in the Zodiac Age version, since that one lets you control guests. Nice 6 HP boss. And technically makes him one of the most powerful guests just from these abilities, since they are that powerful. However, we get him early on where we can't use the full potential of those abilities, and as I said, he's never going to use them in this version specifically. Anyways, from killing a dragon to killing a bird, we're now coming up to Wraithwall's tomb, which is guarded by the Garuda. There technically also is an optional side quest we could have done in the Sand Seas to get a special trinket that deals a little bit of damage and also heavily debuffs the bird. Garuda's specialty is that he starts the fight by using an ability called Enrage, which gives him a passive for the rest of the fight that makes it so that he doesn't have to actually charge his ATB in order to use attacks, so he just basically rapid fires them all the time. There is an item that we could get that removes that ability. However, since the bird is weak to dark, we have multiple casters capable of casting dark. We just put them into crit health, so they deal double damage while in crit health, and we have a reflect on, so we will just be doing absolutely ludicrous amounts of damage.
We need to do side quest and pick up random stuff to fight an enemy with one shot anyway.
In theory, you could say, well, but there's a unique enemy tied to it. Funnily enough, however, that unique enemy, even though technically speaking it is a unique enemy, counts as a subspecies of a regular enemy that we can find later. And as we said before, there's like 2 different kinds of enemies. There's like the unique enemies that have, you know, their own name, their own everything, and there's like subspecies. So the Zero was taking, for example, the example earlier. We had the wolf and the alpha wolf. Technically, there are 2 separate enemies, but they count as one species. They only have one entrance. The same would be different kinds of cactoids. There's the normal cactoids. There's the one that have like a little snowman, cactoid snowman popping on their head. They also all just count as one regular cactoid, even though they're vastly different in appearance and stats. And yeah, due to that, we also do not have to get out of our way to do those side quests. Also, ooh boy, teleporters. Fancy sci-fi. I'm assuming we don't kill both demon walls.
We do.
He does.
Oh, we do. What's your thinking? Like the LP probably would be nice, but
yeah, the LP 30 license, which is so much.
And the money as well.
The money
right?
as well, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we, the demon wall is not. This demon wall is not needed to be fought because we kill another one that is mandatory right after that. But since we need the money and the license point, we fight it anyway, and it's quite fast to kill it. Do you fight it in the TZA or you skip it?
No, we skip it completely in the Zodiac Age. The first one is absolutely not worth. We rarely need the money, since we can get like 6,000 for every 10 seconds spent in trial mode. We don't really need the license points because we just kill a lot of things along the way, group them up and dark them down. That was a nice strategy also there, by the way. That's a little bit of enemy manipulation. So we had the demon wall, in this case, specifically target Bosch and run away with Bosch, since the demon wall doesn't at that moment isn't able to cancel its ability to use a ranged ability instead. It will try to attack for a while, even though we're way too far away. basically making it so the boss does absolutely nothing for an extended amount of time before he realizes, okay, yeah, attack isn't working, I need to do something else. Which usually, with the kind of setups we have, takes longer for the enemy to realize that than it takes for us to kill it. Gotta say, the AI in this game sometimes is extremely smart, and some other times it's just like you wondering, like, how the heck does it even function?
Hello Dessa, thank you for the raid. Welcome to all the raiders.
Getting some good damage numbers out of here already. I think I've seen the highest one there over 2,700.
Yep.
Can you use Traveler this one or not?
Not
Theory
really worth
you
it.
could, but considering that you just before set up the Traveler on the Wyvern Lord, the step count would be a little bit off.
Yeah, there's probably not enough steps between Wyvern Lord and
Yeah, no, you
Meanwhile-
don't. You really don't. Tried that for my own route because I really didn't know how in TCA how we'd be able to deal with Wyvern Lord. The only viable option really was Traveler, but then we didn't have it anymore for Demon Wall. That one was, if I remember correctly, like 200 or 300 steps off. Which the time that you'd need to run those 200, 300 extra steps is takes longer than it would to kill him with normal means. Especially since the second Demon Wall is fairly weak.
Anyway, we use Traveler here to for Belias that we will fight at the end of the dungeon.
116, remember, 116, very important, do not forget.
By the way, don't forget to save after Belias. 0.
don't forget what?
To use the save point after Belias.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine dying to Vossler.
Well, more like for the teleport point.
Oh yeah, right, fair enough. We do need to come back here later, which is also another thing we can talk about in that moment. We've talked about the bestiary, we've talked about rare games. We haven't talked about the specification for rare games because there are two separate types of rare games. There are the normal rare games, which we've killed a couple of. They have weird spawn conditions, are usually like a special version of a normal enemy that roams somewhere in the game. Isn't anything too special. However, there is a subcategory in the rare games as well, where there are 31 specific enemies that are tied to a side quest, to the Hunt Club side quest. Those rare games do not start spawning until we actually start the side quest, and one of those, for example, is here in Wraithwall, and as I said, we literally couldn't get it right now. This is the late game quest technically, so we will have to come back later anyways in order to get that fight, to get that enemy.
It's the only
And
reason why you come back here, right?
Yes.
Technically a couple more.
Yeah, I mean,
Or,
we would be able to do all the other ones
Yeah,
on the way.
the other things we could do, yeah. There are some slime-like monsters that you can fight on this part of the staircase, for example, but only after activating both the button in the very north and the very south, so we'd have to backtrack out of it afterwards. There are two more special enemies, actually, if I remember correctly. There was Barmo and there was another one, actually.
Yeah, Culture Lich.
Right. Cultsworn Lich, yeah. So those two we technically could kill already, but they are also a little bit of a pain both to spawn and to kill.
Yep.
But yeah, since we have to come back here later anyway, since there is that one monster that literally can't spawn yet, we might as well do them later when we're stronger, when we can do them faster.
Yep.
And that's why it's important to not forget to touch the save crystal here, since it's a teleport crystal. And if we don't grab it, then the nearest teleportation point is still like a 3 to 5 minute walk away.
Yeah, and we don't even touch the next closest one, so...
Yeah, I mean, that one would be the next closest in that case, would then probably be taking the airship anchor probably to the Ogier, not to the Namienser. To go from the
No.
south instead of from the north.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Either way, we would be doing it when we are coming back for the Okiriensa. Like if I forget to touch it, then I'll take a detour when I'm there anyway. But
Yeah, we also need to go back to the Sand Seas for similar reasons. There are a couple of rare games from the For the Hunt Club that don't spawn now, that will only spawn later, and a couple more rare games that would spawn now, but would be a little bit annoying to deal with. So we're pushing all that to later into the game.
Speaking of the Front Club Front Coast Club, in this version, we talked about the fact the Zodiac Spear is available in the chest in Abudis, but in TZA it is not. The way you can get the Zodiac Spear is with a hand mine, of course, but you can also get one in the Front Coast Club with all 30 points from the rare monsters from the club. It's very long to get it, if not necessarily useful.
Very nice. Perfect steps as well. 9,990 90 damage means he was exactly on 999 steps. One step more and he would have dealt 0 damage with that.
Yep.
And we get Belias. Belias is one of the 13 Espers. The Espers are the summon of Final Fantasy XII.
Which are also styled after the zodiac signs. In this case, he was Aries, I think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. But the Espers in this game are quite weak, to say the least. So we will use them for specific reasons, but not for the damage.
I mean, they can be strong if you use them right, but usually only the late game ones, and those are only with very specific setups.
Not in this version.
In this version, not, yes. As we talked about it in the Zodiac Age version, they got a massive buff because all of them got their HP pools increased by 5 times, which we've seen basically for the next boss. If you've been here for the FF12 run in on Monday, we've been fighting the next boss by summoning Belias, who was having like 2,600 health at this point, as well as enough defense to actually not take damage from the boss. In this version, he wouldn't even have like 500, 600 HP only. He'd be absolutely a lot weaker, wouldn't be able to do as much. And the main reason why the other Espers are good, because there are a couple Espers that use abilities that are where the damage is tied to their health. And obviously, by them in the Zodiac Age version getting 5 times the health means they're 5 times stronger. You could, in theory, still use them here, but as I said, they'd be 5 times weaker in this version. So I'm pretty sure the only times we're using Espers is for one summon for the story, because it's required, and all the other ones we're going to be using are just going to be for glitches.
Yeah, also the fact that I forget what I was about to say. Yeah, you can't. It's Espers are like the guest in this version. You can't tell them what to do. In TZA, you can make them do what you want, like the guest. And here you fight a wrestler.
With the good old reflect threats. In this case, reflect threats not mainly for the damage. In this case, Vossler is the first boss that really is a magic counter. Wow, that 1 HP survived.
I should have attacked with boss, but whatever. I'll have a bathroom break here. I'll be right back.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the Where was I just? Oh yeah, a classic for stack classes, since he's a magic counter. That means he specifically has a gambit, for example, or as I programmed in a way that if he ever gets attacked by a magic attack, he counters that by casting Reflect on himself. And then obviously, if he has Reflect on himself, that means if we would cast spells on him, they would reflect back and deal damage to us. So in order to just avoid that and avoid that in general, we use Reflect on ourselves instead.
But if we don't spindle the game, if you use a magic on him, he will cast Reflect, so he won't do another action than Reflect, right?
Gareth are said to dwell in Kirwan.
So they do. We'll need to
I don't think
Speaking
I
of
just
the-
follow. I don't think that follow. I
It is
followed
the
that
rains
right
in
now.
Giza. The wadis will be swollen
I'm
with
sorry.
the deluge.
If you cast a magic on him,
But
Yes.
those
not
same
on
ocean
yourself,
hills
but
are
on
opening
him,
routes
he
to
will
us.
cast Reflect.
Regardless, we must go
On
south.
himself,
but-
yes.
Yeah, on himself. But
First things first.
if afterward you
Your
start
way, I know,
casting
but we
magic
should
on
see
you,
what we prepared before
that
setting out.
the magic, the reflect won't reflect it, right? On
Yeah, no. Reflect doesn't
Man
work in
cannot
that
live
way.
by
Reflect
resolve
only
alone,
works once.
princess.
It's not like an infinite loop. If oh yeah, if I cast it on myself, then it gets reflected to him, then it gets reflected back to me, then to him, to me, him, me, him, me, him, me, him, me, until all infinity. That's not how that works. That's not how it works. It only
Yeah.
works once.
Yeah, but what I wanted to say, if you cast a magic on him, he will cast Reflect.
Yes.
So if you force him to cast Reflect, he won't use another action than Reflect, right? So you could gain an action on him, so you won't attack.
I mean, technically yes, but honestly, it wouldn't make the hugest difference. That's another thing with him. Vossler. Vossler is special in the sense that he has a little bit of a grudge on Bosch. That's why his top attack AI gambit is to always, if Bosch is on the screen, always attack Bosch. And we've made Bosch into our tankiest character so far. We gave him a lot of... he has the best armor so far. He has great HP so far. And so that usually isn't the biggest issue to deal with him at this point of the game. Alright, so we're accepting a couple more hunts, and then it's about time to head south, where we're gonna have to deal with another thing. So we have another hunt that is literally on the way. Small detour into the weapon shop to get the reward for Wyvern Lord, which in this case, specifically one that we are looking for is a shell shield. A shield that, when we equip it, permanently gives us shell. I'm not sure actually if we want it for itself, or mainly just because it sells for a crap ton of money.
It's for the money. It sells for, or the reward is about 10,000 gil, or it's worth about 10,000 gil, and
Yeah.
so that's like 2 rooms of jellies.
Yeah, that's fair. And to be fair, shell in some cases is very, very helpful, especially having an unequipped version of it that never runs out. Can be very, very helpful. Shell being the status effect that if you have it equipped, you take less damage from magic attacks. But also on top of that, there is it also lowers the chance of enemies inflicting magical debuffs on you. So if someone were to cast like poison on you, it would be less likely to also hit, which is also very helpful for a couple bosses that do similar thing with death. Some bosses in the later game will have instant death, and we want to have shell on for that, but we can always just cast it as a spell form. It's not permanent with them, but it should last long enough.
So we use the chocobo to just go through the Giza plain to our next location.
Which, once again, is the hardest thing to do in the entire game for Zodiac 8. Trying to maneuver around here with a chocobo on ×4 speed is, like, practically impossible. Without
just go on foot.
without bonking into, like, 200 walls at least.
Specifically,
Yeah,
the
so-
bridge in the next screen is the hardest part. Like, I always do not sprint there in Zodiac Age because that's just
I always wait exactly until I'm on the bridge and then use my second boost,
Yeah.
usually.
So there is a hunt here that we won't do now, but we will do later.
I was about to
because
ask that one.
because we want to activate the cycle of dry and wet in Giza. I don't know the specifics. It's 1 hour for one, 2 hours for the second one, which I don't remember which one is which.
It's 1 hour's wet, 2 hours dry.
1 hour dry, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, okay, also the other thing is I was about to ask, why don't we do the hunt here right now already? We have to do another wet cycle later anyways for other hunts, as well as by just reaching the next town, or I think the town after in this version, we will get access to the spell Fire, which is fire, but stronger and AoE. And since we still have our flame staff that make fire spells 50% stronger, that's very, very helpful, especially since the boss that we will skip the hunt that we could have done here already is weak to fire, if my memory serves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if we stop to do the hunt, we would have to run without Chocobo for this entire trip, well, which is take a while.
You do that hunt during the jellies, right? Or after?
I do it after Bergen.
After Bergen, okay. So to start the cycle, when you come back to the Giza, the cycle will start, right?
Yeah, after you reach Jahara here, then the next time I enter Giza, it starts the cycle. It will be wet until the next time I reach it, and then until the next full hour. I'll save here.
And the cycle is important because we will need one of the hunts that we have to do is especially a little bit annoying because we need to start the hunt in a rain, kill the hunt in a rain, but then the quest giver runs off again after we killed it, and we have to get our reward in dry. And that is a reward that we really need because that is one of the items that we need for the Copernicus urn.
An OP picture.
Sorry, Zor. Yeah. Copernicus urn. It would be the German translation badly. That's a fun one with me, mostly playing these games in German before I started speedrunning. There's just like always these things that are, oh yeah, they're probably just like translated one-to-one. No, they aren't.
No. In French, the word are changed basically in every game, so it's really not helpful. The Phoenix Down in FF7, FF8, and FF9 are all called in a different name.
I mean, don't get me started with Square Enix and renaming their signature things. Esper, Aeon,
Mega Flare, for
Summon,
example, it's also named in
Icon.
Icon, yeah, and a different version of for Mega Flare in French. Now it's always the same since FF12, I think. But before FF12, it had a different name for every Final Fantasy. We accept the hunt for Enceladus now, and we will do the quest right away on the way to.
There's another boss that is
next
literally on the way. We technically could could take a Chocobo to the next quest objective, which would be a bit faster, but Enceladus, especially as said before, has a very nice drop, and we have to come back to Jahara in a little bit anyways before going into the next dungeon, so getting the reward immediately is going to be a huge payout, since the reward for him is going to be an accessory called the Gold Amulet, which when a character has that equipped gets double the license points, and double the license points means we need half the kills, and considering that inside the next dungeon we're going to do one of the bigger grinding sessions of the entire run.
Not right away though. Before you need to fight Tiamat before the farming session.
The value of that item is just going to be very, very high.
Yeah. So where we fight in Kelados, there is a rare monster, but he's way too strong for us at this point. So we will come back later.
Yeah.
And we
Especially
hope
if
it
there's
doesn't
two rare
show up
enemies
because
there.
of
And we just...
Is there a second one?
So there's the bullcrog and arrows. The arrow spawns always after you kill bullcrog, so... But yeah, we hope not to see them, because if they see me, then... Or if the bullcrog
the
sees
annoying
me,
part
it's
with
gonna be
this-
annoying.
The annoying part with this especially is that Enceladus, just like the Clockatrice earlier, is quite shy and doesn't like to come out when there is other people around. So we first need to go into the area, kill everything, then leave it and re-enter again for Enceladus to spawn. Which means there is not one but two chances also for the rare game to spawn.
Yep. He spawns at the second one, it's usually fine. If he spawns at the first, then it can get a little bit awkward, because I do need to kill all the blues. Oh, hello, Hypergator. Right, my in-game timer is so bad that Hypergator is there because of the Dustia.
Wait, the Gator's in-game time related?
Yeah, he spawns in different screen depending on which your in-game timer is.
Learned something new again. That's why I'm working with you once again. Every time I work with you, I learn new things about my favorite game.
Yeah, fun fact, FF12 is not a game I speedrun, but it's my favorite game for watching speedrun.
It is a very,
Even for-
very, very technical game with a lot of cool things if you know about it.
Yeah. Since I don't know much about FF12 mechanics, in comparison to 15, I mean, I can just focus on watching the run instead of focusing on everything else. So I take more pleasure to watch a run of the game I don't know as much as the other one.
And oh my god, I just looked at the clock. What do you mean we've already been here for over 3 hours? Where did time go? Time flies when you're having fun.
Yep.
I got lucky, rare games did not seem to spawn, which is very nice.
So the problem is, one of the problems with rare games, technically we could fight it, but we don't have enough MP for that. And our main way to do damage with this team is with magic. Enceladus pretty much takes all our MP for this fight.
Yeah. It's still
So-
it can also be a little bit annoying, and Klaus has a couple different moves, like this one where he just restores his health. Did I just commentator curse this? I am so sorry. Yeah,
No.
whenever he gets low, he likes to use restore to heal himself by roughly 20% of his health bar again, which can get very annoying because, as mentioned before, we have very limited MP to work with this. But that looked not too terrible. At least in this case, we do have the black mages ready. They are wearing cherry staffs now. We switched from our flame staffs to cherry staffs because cherry staffs boost wind damage. And Enceladus on top of that is weak against wind damage. So, double damage from the weakness plus 50% from the staffs equals loads and loads of damage. But yeah, the downsides of doing Enceladus this early is usually that MP is an issue. I remember when I routed it for TZA, it kind of just worked out with me using one ether that I got from the Wraith Hunt on one of my black mages, and then switching in one of my red battle mages that also learned arrow. And it just kind of worked out just enough. Like, I was literally empty on MP on everyone that was able to cast. Didn't have any weapons bought at that point yet. But it just worked out, and that on the first try. That was probably one of my proudest moments in speedrun routing, because I don't really like speedrun routing, because I'm bad at speedrun routing. you know, to just make something that just works out so close and so perfectly. This feels really, really nice, especially on the first try.
Yeah, I don't think I'm great at routing myself either. I just throw a bunch of ideas and test it if it works or not.
I mean, not great at routing. I just have to say, like, I sat down and routed Order of Ambrosia for TZA. I based my route 90% off of the any percent route and just basically added on to that, like the same character builds, etc., etc. Just added a little bit on top of things. And I finished the run, and I was quite proud of it. And then a week later, Tachibana showed up and was like, "Hi, so I did the same, and I did it 4 hours faster." And has since improved it by another 2 hours. So yeah, that's that. If I say I'm bad at routing, that's what I mean. I'm usually just sticking to an idea. I think of an idea that works and stick to it, instead of you know, working out. Okay, how could I do that but better?
Okay, probably better than you then.
I mean, as we mentioned earlier, Order of Ambrosia especially is a very, very difficult category. Most speedruns, you just follow a guide and anyone can do it. And this one, there, as I said, there's so many things to keep track of, so many moving parts that you have to adjust of when can I do them, when will I do them.
Yeah, but I said I'm not great at reading because if I compare myself to M, who's world record holder for any percent FF13, he spends hours to test his any ID he has for a fight before deciding if it's good or not.
Yeah, I would not have
So,
patience for that, honestly.
I don't have the patience for that either. I like to test add stuff, test it, add to my route. Then, if I have a better idea, I change my route and do that a bunch of times. And tada! I gained 2 hours on the platinum percent of Final Fantasy 13. By throwing IDs here and there up until I'm satisfied with the run I have.
Right, Aru the village. Sable immune? Blackbirds? Disable immune? What do you have with Sable around?
Tiamat?
What?
Oh, right! The moment when you forget which bosses cast which status effects, because you 90% of the time either just ignore them or Asuna them immediately away.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
have the
Tiamat-
luxury of having Asuna here.
Tiamat was the first boss who has way too much HP. For that point of the game.
Yeah, in general also has a fairly annoying moveset. Aside from also being a magic counter, set the same thing as with Vossler. Once you attack him with magic, he will cast Reflect on himself, and you have to deal with that. He can also cast a couple annoying status effects like Immobilize and Disabled. One makes it so you can't move, the other makes it so you can do anything but move. So if you get both, you're doubly screwed.
So the fact he is immune to one of our best magic, aka wind, because it's Tiamat, and Tiamat is historically the king of the sky in the Final Fantasy.
Yep. Absorbs wind and halves all the other elements except for earth. So our best choice would be arrow, but he absorbs it, and the second best option would be the dark, but that damage is halved, and we just don't have enough.
And of course, we have no way to do earth damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that I also never really understood. Earth is such a weird element in Final Fantasy XII because there are a good couple enemies that use it. We literally can't. there is no Earth spell, there is no anything. There are a couple, very few weapons between the game that have on-hit Earth, but like there is no real way for us to deal Earth damage.
And then we deal Earth damage on Tiamat by using those weapons, but...
I mean, right now, yes, but the idea is like those aren't even the strongest weapons. Those are like very early mid-game weapons, and obviously you don't get much replacement after that anymore. So even if you have like enemies in the late game that are weak to Earth, you usually don't resort to using Earth because there's just no good options of using Earth except for some 30-40 attack power weapons with Earth on it.
So Tiamat has 50,000 HP.
Yep.
And up to that point, the biggest amount of HP we faced was something like 20,000 with Enceladus. And you saw how problematic the enemy was with only 10,000 HP. But Tiamat is even stronger than this. Because Tiamat is a worm. A worm? How do you pronounce that anyway?
Worm.
And worm
Yeah.
has known to have a huge amount of HP in this game. Yasmat is the biggest example of this, since it has 50 million HP, and it's a worm.
Oh my god, Howl's an appreciation time.
Yep.
One of the most forgotten NPCs in all of Final Fantasy, I guess. I'd say.
So we get a reward for Enceladus right now. Forgot to talk about that. So Tiamat also becomes stronger when it's low HP and takes less damage than before. So remember, it has 50,000 HP, and when he's low HP, it takes less damage than before. So have fun with a boss like that. So to compensate that little problem, we use Traveler once more to deal the last bunch of HP we have to deal.
Yeah, but before that, we get, or actually, do we do it at least before or after this time then?
No, we don't have fire for jellies. It's after
Oh,
Tiamat.
right. I keep forgetting that. Yeah, they made it available way too early in TCA, honestly. Yeah, so we kill first and after that come back to Telly Farm. Then, never mind, I haven't said anything. Yeah, Tiamat, fun fight.
It would have been much better to do jellies first, but we don't have a fire there.
Yeah, and if we had Fyra, we would
Yeah.
also use it on Tiamat, because at that point it's strong enough. Like,
Yeah,
Fyra is
definitely.
strong enough that even though Tiamat
Yeah.
has it, it's good enough to...
I mean, it is half, but you still gotta remember, on top of halving that, we still have the Flame Staff, which is 50% more. We have the AoE effect, which means instead of we get basically 4 times the damage out of it. Since we're having a guest right now, we're basically in 4 times the damage out of it from reflecting it. Which
I wonder
absolutely negates
if we would use Spellbreaker or not. Like, you'd have to for sure Clarsa.
What does he have in terms of AoE power? Does he have anything except
As
his debuff?
Breath and Disable Go.
Arrow, I think, as well.
Arrow,
But
yes,
Arrow we
but
don't
Arrow
care.
would get
But
reflected
actually-
back to him. So
Yeah, I was about to say, does he have Reflect Pierce? Probably not.
But yeah, for sure Clarsa, or just I'd probably just keep them not in critical, or maybe you keep them in critical. I don't know. Probably equip black belts and all to counter the thing.
By the way, what's your current time in comparison to your PB right now?
I'm currently 12 minutes behind.
Oh, normal.
Oh, okay, I'd say.
I mean, it's awful, but considering that's from RNG, then
Yeah, no big mistake at this point.
yeah.
I mean, at that point, I just want to say, welcome to RPG speedrunning, where you do everything right and get punished for it by RNG.
Yeah.
But that's also, honestly, in my opinion, that is one of the reasons why I love RPG speedruns, simply because obviously RNG adds a variable where the runs become a little bit more exciting instead of just becoming stale and every single time doing the exact same thing
Yeah.
over. The whole having to adjust a little bit, having to think, having to be on your toes is what makes RPG speedrunning, in my opinion, so much more interesting than, like, let's say, platformer games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
but I don't think I like personally games where the RNG is so important that you can't pass the first part of the run. Like in Pokemon, in some game you can't pass the first gym, so it's not very fun to speedrun a game like that. To my
I mean, it also depends, obviously, how
opinion.
much you like the game. The one when I think of heavy RNG game, the first one that immediately comes to mind is Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories.
Yeah, I
And
love Pokemon, but I won't ever speedrun a Pokemon game. It's way too RNG for me.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that there's the goods and bads of everything, honestly. Alright, welcome to the control room. We'll be seeing this one a lot more, as you can see already. After you press the button, if you've paid attention to the map, it turned immediately red by a bajillion enemies spawning. In fact, it wasn't a bajillion, it probably was is somewhere between, was it 12 to 18?
Well, at once there's like 8. At first there's like 8 enemies that spawn at once,
Alright,
but
some of them spawn
like
after, yeah.
And it took 3 minutes to go there on foot. So
Yeah, the idea is it's a small room that is filled to the brim with enemies once you press the buttons. They're all weak to fire. We have AoE fire spells after we've killed the boss, so they make for a very nice grinding spot. Also drop some pretty high value items, and as well as a couple items that would be very, very nice to have.
a
Such
lot of
as
money as well.
teleport stones and float modes. Yeah, let's see how Tiamat goes first. The good thing about Tiamat in this case as well is, even though the fight is very annoying, we just got Larsa back. Larsa as a guest in this version especially is incredible, because Larsa loves throwing around high potions, healing characters for 500 HP, without us actually having to actually invest the high potions. Since Larsa has his own infinite stash of them that he brings to the fights. Which obviously makes it a lot nicer for us to deal with enemies that could be annoying. Just having a strong healer without having anything else to do is obviously very, very helpful. And yeah, we acquired the Berserk spell. Berserk, very common buff in Final Fantasy games, gives us speed as well as a little bit more attack damage. So we attack faster, we attack stronger. That combined with the rods that we bought, the poles that we bought that have on-hit earth damage. We're dealing okay damage numbers. Like if you're seeing here right now 600, 700 damage, that's nothing compared to what we did with magic. But obviously you gotta consider that's just the character's strength that's based on their levels, plus the damage from the weapon. Instead of, just the power of a spell, plus the 50% boost from the weapon, plus the double damage from the weakness. There we go.
He killed
A
Tiamat,
little
so he's
sketchy.
probably-
Little sketchy towards the end, with a little mean with those effects. Nothing too terrible though.
So just in the middle of the fight, Zero equipped the golden amulet to get more distance point on the bash.
An Ash, but yeah.
It was Ash.
Yeah, well, I gave it to Ash. I gave the manufactured Nephesite on Bosch so that Bash would take half damage from arrow and breath.
I thought it was a bash, but did the fight
But
with
yeah.
Ash? I didn't follow right, sorry. So now that Tiamat is down, we can buy the fire spell on this shop.
Yeah, the shop's expanded now that the next boss is dead. We're selling a bit of old gear, etc., etc. And then we're going on a spending spree. Buying a couple more spells that will be important for the rest of the game. Buying some more gold amulets because of more LPs. You can buy gold amulets here already?
Yep.
I mean, once again, an item that I usually don't care about too much. I usually buy them immediately in Mosphora, immediately after killing Belias. That's why I don't know where they actually are. But I would have assumed not until Mosphora, actually. This is earlier than I would have expected them to be available in a normal way you're supposed to be shops.
Yeah, this is the
Hey, that's
earliest.
good.
This is the earliest. Or this is another reason why you can't do jellies before Tiamat is because we don't have the golden amulets.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Alright, in other news, menu time for Greeden, if I remember correctly, or
I'll do the
Cactus
cactus side quest first.
Alright, so we've talked about rare games once again in the area here next here to the village. There is a crocodile that's named Greeden, who has one of those very kind of annoying and special spawn conditions. Spawn condition is for him that you need to spend 3 minutes on the beach without killing any cactoids. So we're gonna do a little bit of side questing here that we need to do in order to get later get a key that will get us back into the Barheim tunnel, where we need to get back for a couple more rare games, a hunt and a boss. And yeah, basically we're just gonna progress side quests right now up to the point where we need to grab a couple items on the beach, and then gonna do try to fill those 3 minutes with a little bit of menuing here, a little bit of running around there, maybe a few kills to make up for some LP.
Everyone's ready to do the cactus dance, right?
Always. Unfortunately, no camera for me on there, but always cactus dancing. I'm already starting. It's always a good workout as well, honestly.
It is.
The shoulder movement is very nice to, loosen up a little bit.
It's one of your emotes, right? One. A bunch of them.
I mean, most of his emotes are cactus-based. Because to be fair, the 12 cactus are goofy little guys. They aren't as deadly as most other Final Fantasy characters, where they're often enough some of the scariest enemies to encounter in certain areas. Only the boss cactuses get a little bit annoying every here and there with their 1,000 needles, but only if you're not prepared for it, considering that it is a single target ability. So you can usually easily deal around it.
And now that you mention it, I think Flowering Cactoid is the only cactoid, like a major cactoid enemy. Like there's no rare enemy and no
I was thinking
no
about
boss.
it as well right now.
No boss other than the Flowering Cactoid.
But I definitely want to say that there was I'm pretty darn sure he wasn't the only one that was able to use 1,000 needles. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not thinking that the other cactuses in the desert don't have it either. So who else has 1,000 needles? Who am I thinking of? Those are the questions.
I'll take them all.
So yeah, the story here, by the way, is a side quest that Big Cactus Mama lost her son. Son ran away because he's a little rascal. Son turned out to be the hunt that we killed earlier, whose flower we we gave to the woman here to make medicine out of it. And she said, yeah, I threw it behind the house, where magically another one regenerated out of the flower alone. Family is happy again. Cactoids no longer are holding the village hostage. We're now able to use the boat to traverse to the northern part of the desert. And with the side quest done, also we can now start the other side quest from the desert, from the village camp, which is the patient quest. There was a injured person brought into the village that's in dire need of medicine, and so we're now getting tasked to collect certain medical items in order to help to get that person back to good health. There are multiple endings to this that are basically just we can, if we do the bare minimum of items, we will be getting a Moogle, a Banga. If we do a decent amount of effort with the items that we're getting, then we're going to get a woman. And if we get the absolute maximum of items possible, that also includes a drop from a boss in the Lusu Mines, or a hunt from the Lusu Mines. We would get a Moogle. The only difference is they give different items. One gives a balance mode. I don't know what the woman gives anymore, and the Moogle gives a gold amulet. Which we already have free of, so we don't really care about that anymore.
But it's a side quest that we don't care about, right?
We do care about it because the other reward is that all three characters, no matter which one you get, they also give you the Barheim key, which lets you access the Barheim tunnel again, which, as I said, we need for later because for a couple rare games, one more hunt, one more boss.
I meant you care about the side quest, but not the reward.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. In TZA we would, because gold amulets are a lot harder to come by, and I routed it in to actually do it in the perfect ending for the gold amulet, but it really isn't required in this version, where gold amulets can literally just be bought by the next street vendor. Sadly, they removed gold amulets from shops in TZA. You can only find them in like there's like one treasure chest in the Sand Seas. There's the reward from Enceladus, there's the reward from doing the patient quest line perfectly, and if you want any more than those 3 gold amulets, then there's only like a certain monster that you need to kill a certain way to get a 5% chance to drop it from him.
There's a chest in, what's it called? Baywood as well.
Yes,
Wasn't that an
sure way to get the golden amulet in this version as well, but
I want to say the one in Feywood was a tippet, not an amulet.
There's both a tippet and a Feywood. Or tippet and an amulet in Feywood. The amulet is after Rafflesia.
Okay.
there are a bunch of ways to get a golden amulet in this version as well, but since we can buy them just after Tiamat, it's a bit pointless to...
The rewards kind of stay the same, but also you get like 4 or 5 or 6 different merchants that all sell them across the game. Basically any merchant that we find from here till Arcades should be having them, if I'm correctly.
Something like that. Also, you can get one from Bazaar. I'm not sure if you mentioned it.
Also didn't know that because I don't actually know the drops for that. And when that would be achievable.
I believe that's actually
the
earliest you can get it is from the Bazaar. I think you need a trip to Zertinen though. But I might be mixing it up with something else.
Yeah, it could be the Neo. I know that you can get the Neo from Zertinen with the chains from the zombies and Adramelech, and a gem steel from the Archaeoaves that you can craft into a Neopaloa. Hey, there he is, Green. We spent at least 3 minutes in the area without killing a single cactor. So there he is, there he spawned. We can now kill him. And then never think about this area again. Except for the one time that we will come through here again to enter the Barheim tunnel later.
Yep.
Or do you go in immediately to grab the teleport crystal after finishing the quest?
No, well, I won't be finishing the quest anytime soon, so...
Oh right, I nearly just forgot the third step entirely. Yeah, the side quest has a decent bit of walking around it, but also a couple easy to kill monsters that we can get license points from right now.
Yeah, because of the golden amulets, I'm doing it now instead of earlier, because now I'm getting double license points for this. Each enemy giving me 1, so now I'm getting 2 license points per.
And in this area, we're going to spend a little bit more time looking for another rare game called Neckbat. Is a cockatrice, just like the one we just killed, just a little bit bigger. Can easily be spotted from a distance because he will be having the protect status next to his health bar.
You get license points on every character, or just the one on your
Yes.
team?
License points are getting to every character that is alive. If they're dead in the back row, they don't get it, but aside from that, even the back row does get license points.
Okay, so that's why you put the golden amulet on Ash and the
Yep.
Tiamat. That's why I didn't understand what you were doing, because Ash wasn't in the team.
This can even be
Ultimate.
trained for areas. Oh, he actually has bravery instead of protect this time. That's rare.
Yeah, you can have different. I believe he always has bravery, and then it's like 50% if he has protect or not.
Yeah, this chicken can spawn basically the very first time you get access to the desert already, where he actually is quite scary to deal with. But at this point of the game, no matter what boss he has, he's kind of a pushover.
Yeah. It's nice that he didn't have protect, because that made me kill it faster.
Yay! 3 seconds saved. Do that another 100 times and we were ahead of PB again.
Yep.
Yeah, your PB has quite stupid quickenings luck, right?
Probably. I don't remember anymore.
I remember correctly, you had first try or second try Black Hole and yeah, it was a bit absurd your quickenings in your PB.
Yeah, I think that it probably has a really good quickenings.
The other desert village, getting another medical item that's needed for the baiting quest. Now we're basically done with this already again. Handing that one in, getting the quest to get the last one, which is a little bit out of the way, and we're gonna keep getting it later. They are also towards the license boards. They are fairly ordered. You could have the top part, the bottom part. For the bottom part here right now, you have the top right sections as the armors. The top left is guns, crossbows, and daggers. In the bottom right, you have swords, axes, katanas, most weapon types, honestly. In the bottom left, you have more the staves and scepters. And then for the top, it's similarly divided into the bonus attributes, licenses, the spells, the accessories, and the techniques. We also got our first 2 quickening unlocks, as you can see right now with Vaughn. His MP bar is glowing orange. That means he does have 1 quickening and 1 quickening available. He would now be able to start a quickening chain by using a quickening.
Costs all your MP. At
Yeah,
this
in
point.
this version of the game, it is tied to your MP, so if you were to use the quickening, you would be losing all the MP of that bar. As soon as we get more quickenings, our MP is going to extend to 2 and 3 bars, which also increases our max MP, which is going to be very nice. But yeah, in this version of the game, we would be losing all the MP tied to it. While in the Zodiac 8, they actually made the quickening energy a separate bar that has nothing to do with the MP. Well, technically, it still fills and gets extended due to the character's max MP, but you don't lose MP by casting quickenings anymore, which is quite a nice quality of life. On the PS2 version, you often enough had a thing of like, okay, the boss is getting low, I'm in a very bad spot. I might be able to kill him with a quickening, but if I now do the quickening and it doesn't kill, then I'm absolutely dead, because I don't have anything to heal with anymore after that. Yeah, that issue is just not happening in TCA anymore, where it's, as I said, it's a separate bar. So yeah, we're going to be going jelly farming now. As I mentioned before, we'll be running around this control room a few times. Every time we push the button, they fall down, we kill them, we have to move 2 zones away in order to make them respawn. But thankfully, due to the gates opening and closing, the zone connection works out in our favor, that it works out with 2 zones away. We're going to do a couple steals. We're going to try to stay away from them for now, as we will try to avoid picking up items for now to increase our chain level more. The more items we pick up, the longer it will take for our kill chain to increase. Wanted to increase once again, since the more kills we the higher the chain is, the more likely we are to get more drops, to get more rare drops. So we really kind of want to try to avoid it until we get everything, or to wait until we get a certain state. A certain state of chain where picking up items does not negatively affect the chain level ups, which is indicated by the number flashing.
So the jellies give 4 types of items. The float mode that allows us to cast float without using MP.
Yeah, which makes us immune to all earth damage and makes it so we can't activate traps anymore.
Exactly. And the teleport stone that allows us to teleport with the crystals.
Yeah, water
but more
crystals.
importantly, we get water magicite and yellow liquid that needed for money.
Yep.
Yeah, the water stones sell for like 80 gil a piece. So if you get to the cap of 99, which shouldn't be taking too much, it's still a decent amount of money, but it's not the greatest. And the yellow liquid sell for like, what was it, 350? I forgot again already.
531.
Why do I remember it as 350-ish? That is absolutely not wrong.
530.
Which item am I thinking?
Well, 530 and 350, they just swap the 2 numbers.
So
I'm wondering, what am I thinking of that's like 350? Was it the skeleton bones that sold for 350?
That's about... Yeah, like the...
So water magicite...
The bone fragment? No, from bone fragment... I think bone fragment might be about there. I don't know.
Okay, I'm picking up a guidebook again because I'm not curious myself now. What item am I thinking of that is a popular to grind item that you can get easily by training certain monsters together, that sells for a lot of money?
Might be 30 bones.
We are asking the official guidebook.
The important one that we want is the yellow liquid, because with the amount of jellies that we fight, the water magicite are pretty much guaranteed to be maxed at 99. But we need as much money as possible, and for that we need to farm the yellow liquid.
Yep. I was thinking like a little while ago that we could we are doing 4 separate jelly grinds in this run. I thought about putting it into 3, changing it into 3, but then at some point I realized that the amount of money I get from 99 border magicite is it's so much that it actually saves a room of jellies. So, and saving a room of jellies is better than, or it saves me more time than separating the things which save me. So I end up doing fewer rooms of jellies for more money when I separate them once more. It's nice.
So before you were doing some hunts in between every jelly's farming, but now it changed a bit, right?
Yeah, so we used to do the rock toys and Nidog between jelly grinds, but now since we are not doing it anymore, we actually ran out of things to do. So there is gonna be, like, between jellies 2 and 3, I will just go and sell the loot and then come back. So it's a little bit of a waste. It would be nice to find something useful to do there, but well.
I'm not finding anything in that range. Honestly, bone shards are 193. The only thing that I could find that I was vaguely in that would be the succulent fruits from the all-arounds.
Oh yeah, that is 383, right?
But I don't farm those two. I mean, I guess I do farm them a decent bit in Rando these days. Just like, you know, a little bit out of the way, but they are still, for what it's worth, easy enemies that are nicely grouped together to chain, that drop a decently high selling item.
Yeah.
In the TZA OOA, do you do the jelly farming as well?
Yes, we do. Doing about also about 4 to 5 rooms, mainly for the money, not as much for the levels. Just like here as well, with the first one at least. No, it's not quite as important. We do the big grinding session happens before Tiamat and TZA, since we do have the accessibilities. I usually do the, as I said, I do the full patient quest with the best reward for a gold amulet. Get the one from Encalados, then do first trial grind for license points, and Carcata was my old route, at least. The Carcata is no longer routed in, but it's still basically the exact same in the newer route. To do a big menu there, get green, and then do a bit of trial grind for license points. And then after that we come here to farm money for most of the equipment up till Balfenheim. Since this
Do you do the trials in for OOA? I mean, for the entire part of the trials, or just for tip license point?
I mean, as I said, mainly for the money. Trial, yeah, for license points and money. Honestly, the diamond armlet obviously still being very strong, giving the 6,000 cells. That's pretty good for a little bit of work, and then obviously the license points. Doing a trial 127 takes about 2 to 3 minutes and gives about, with diamond armlets equipped, gives about 300 license points.
There's an interesting question in the chat.
Yeah, so Underflow glitch is not used in OOA at all. It will be replaced by Ihopalala. And using the item. But yeah, a lot of the fights are like, there's a lot more safety cushion in OOA on the story bosses compared to any percent. So like things that are threatening in 80% are not really that threatening in this.
I mean, yeah, that's to be expected since we do all the side stuff, all the extra fights. That way alone, we're getting all the extras on the sides. But yeah, once again, like the levels are obviously a nice effect, but I'd still say like most of the grinds mainly have the focus of money, since the game is expensive for upgrading gears, buying all the spells. Since we have to do that, etc., etc., we need a lot of money in the game, and there's like certain spots where it's very easy to get money, and certain spots where it's not quite as easy to get money. Like as I said, we're getting tons of items here. Like I can't speak for PS2 right now, but in TVA usually, just from selling the drops here, we usually make like 30, 40, 50,000 gil, depending on the amount of drops, which is a huge stack of money for especially at this point in the game.
For the LP, we farm the LP here, so when we will go in a dungeon where we have to wait for 30 minutes for Weird Monster to appear, Mr. Shrine.
Yeah, since we have to wait in Miriam's Still Shrine, which is happening about 2 dungeons from now, or 1 dungeon technically, 2 areas from now, there is a rare game called Negelmoor. Negelmoor only spawns after we spend 30 whole minutes in that area. And so obviously standing around for 30 minutes wouldn't exactly be great. So we'll be using that time for big menus, and then we're gonna be RNG manipulating a couple chests for huge money turnouts as well. This is where like we're gonna make like the majority of the rest of the money for the game. We're gonna make between the jelly farm here and the wait time in Miriam.
So, Zero will also do a 4th jelly farming in some time.
Yep.
It's after before the seed 2. I don't remember.
It's after Girovegan.
Girovegan, okay.
Yeah, because we need to have started trophy rares by that point, because there is a trophy rare enemy in the jelly's room that, well, can't spawn yet, because we haven't gotten there, but...
Yeah, we have to come back later anyway, since there are 2 more hunts in this area, which we can't access on top of things, so we have 2 hunts in the rare game that all are in here.
Yep.
There's a hunt you can do it here, but it's actually slower to do it now than later.
I'm pretty sure there are.
We don't have enough hunts yet completed anyway for the endpoint player.
Yep. But you looked into it and it's slower to.
For I could have done the XII now and that would have been slower. Yes.
But XII is already open already.
Oh yeah, XII doesn't require much, but you never want to do him before without Mind Flayer, really.
I mean,
obviously,
I did look
but
I could have sworn that he only spawns after Miriam, after Bergen, to be precise.
What's the scariest hunt in this? For Gilgamesh. Oh, Omega is not a hunt, but I guess the scariest hunt.
I'd honestly personally suggest Shadowseer simply because of the crap load of status effects that he likes to fling your way and then top it off with a Feargar.
It's really scary, it's just annoying. Scariest could even be Goliath, or I would say maybe Goliath, because Goliath is probably the only hunt I've ever wiped to. In this.
Shadowseer is just before Tiamat as well, so it's Yasmat.
I mean, the moral of the story is no enemy in this game is really scary if you know what you're doing and if you've prepared correctly.
Ixion can be a bit scary as well.
Enough to one-shot them.
But Actually, no.
And-
Scariest hunt in this is Rogue Tomato. That's like...
I mean, if we go by kill count, then yeah, definitely. If we go by amount of runs killed by this diabolical thing murdering, then it's definitely Rogue Tomato.
if we have add other stuff, it's... Need to...
Yes, but it would be scary if we fight it fairly, but
Yeah.
we
I mean,
don't
even
fight it
even if we're fighting him fairly, the only I personally say, like, with the right setup, Yasmat isn't really scary. The only thing that makes him scary is that, what was it, 3% chance death on his normal attack. That's the only thing that really makes him scary, in my opinion. The other things
Yeah,
you can usually deal with.
Yeah, but he spams his physical attacks at the end of the fight.
And if we include all enemies in the game, like rare enemies as well, I would say the scariest one is Fideliant. And that's not even close. Getting Fideliant like on your way to Justia shops is super scary.
I mean, yes, but also that would be very, very situational. I'd still personally probably put Disma above that. The amount of times that
Well, Disma just
actually
get
murdered
dead character glitched, so... Well, I mean, it's still... Disma is still...
Wait.
Out.
You do a DCG just for Disma?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not dealing with Disma.
I mean, is that not a statement in and of itself how terrible of an enemy Disma is?
Yeah, but in this run, it's not that bad because we did character glitch. If we didn't that character glitch Disma, then that would definitely be the first. Or the...
But if we include the TZA, I would say it's the 5 judges.
In DZ8, the scariest is the Archeo Avis.
Yeah, absolutely.
What? But which enemies? I didn't understand.
The dragons in the Zertnan caverns. In the Zodiac Age, they decided for whatever reason to boost them from level 36 to level 99.
Oh right,
them-
I remember.
Give them curse for confusion and confusion, disable, and virus, and they can just absolutely shred through you if you're not prepared. I mean, heck, I've had on my TDA attempts, I've sometimes took like 10 or 15 minutes of reloading saves before I finally got them to behave enough in order to get them, and that was with a setup that usually makes them fairly tame, using confusions, and thank goodness they are susceptible to that.
Yeah, I remember this enemy, and when I did the game casually, I did, went there, I saw it, one shot one of my character. Okay, maybe later.
Yeah, and the other thing is I can't even really explain why they did it. The only reasoning that I would have think of is they were like, oh hey, you can get Neopaloa way too early by stealing some items from them, but like, you can still do that even if they one-shot you. You just send one character in to steal and have the other one wait at the exit of the zone.
How do you do the 5 judges in TZA?
We summon
honestly-
Zeromus.
Yeah, I only know the cheese with summoning Zeromus. If you summon Zeromus, give him Bubble, and then use his finisher attack, he deals like 250,000 damage to all of them, instantly killing 2 of them, and then you just resummon him, do it again, and he's they're all dead.
Okay.
That is the cheese for it. I honestly don't know the normal way. I've tried a little bit to play around with them, but like honestly, the Judges fight without the Zeromus cheese is pretty darn coded well. I mean, they are ignoring, or they are acting against reverse. So you can't just do Lord of reverse threats like you would do with, for example, Omega. Since the moment they detect someone in your party has reverse, they will use X potions on that character. So that strategy falls flat. You can't really focus one of them down because they're protecting each other, and one of them heals and buffs all the time, etc., etc. The fight in and of itself really is a very well-made challenge. And on top of that, obviously, you're on trial 100, which means you just beat 99 fights, some of them being incredibly hard on top of things, which drained your resources, so you're not going in with 99 Phoenix Downs, 99 X potions, etc., etc. You're going to be lowered on resources since you can't buy more in trials. Also with that, by the
Yeah,
way, good evening and welcome to the commentary, Freda.
I don't think Fred is here.
It's
Did he just start?
DTG.
Someone just started. Oh, that's DDT again, sorry.
Yeah, the 5 judges is generally considered as one of the hardest super boss in the series. I found it fairly used. What's his name again? Zodiac to finish the fight because I wasn't able to kill the two last together. It's Zodiac. Because they use an elixir to heal each other, Gabranth and Zagabath, I think it is.
Yeah, I don't know much about this fight. I've heard a little bit, but it's been so long. As I said, I know there's Aroma's cheese, and I know there's that Geese is usually the one that you want to kill first because he's the weakest and the buffer of the party, if I remember correctly. That's literally all I remember about that fight.
I got message from Rooster and Frieder. They're both awake. The Rooster has to. Is not available right now, but I can continue a bunch of times without problem. Except if you don't want me anymore.
I mean, honestly,
don't.
I'd say give me another hours, then I'd like at least a break to make some food.
Yeah, as
think
long
you
as there's
deserve a
someone
break?
here, I'm fine with whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, I can go still a bunch of hours without problem. But after the C2, I'm much less knowledgeable about the run than before, and I don't know the run as well as the other commentators, so it will be just a bunch of yes, well,
I mean, I don't know the run well enough either, and as an added bonus disadvantage for me right now, like I wanted to look up the notes to maybe read a little bit ahead and talk about things up ahead. The unfortunate thing is the notes are in Excel, and my computer does not like Excel because I don't have Office, so I literally can't even watch them.
I see.
I have the notes on my secondary screen.
I mean, I said there Zero made the notes in an Excel table, so my computer does not want to start Excel. And I think there was a workaround with a bootleg thing that I could reroute it to, but I forgot which, and I'm too lazy to look it up. So I'm just making stuff up as I go and hoping that I'm remembering things right. In the worst case, there's always the option of, hey Zero, was that correctly? Is that about to happen?
Zero is the best OA commentator for this category, but fortunately he was busy during this time slot.
Yeah. I heard that he was quite busy doing something else, like playing the game.
Zero's okay at commentating, I guess.
I guess.
He might know a thing or two, maybe.
Maybe. Barely. Race, Kira, Float,
So was that Jelly's 3?
Raga. That was Jelly's 2.
The second one,
Yeah,
yeah.
I just don't have anything to do between Jelly's 2 and 3 now that we don't do Nidhogg and Rakdos here anymore.
Do you do a first one if you have the money?
I do always do a
You
third
have
one.
money?
I haven't done
I
anything.
mean, if you lacking money right now after Jelly Free, will you do a first one?
No.
Immediately?
I'll do... Like, money will be fine no matter what until Jelly's 4. And then at Jelly's... Like, before Jelly's 4, I assess, like, how much money do I need and stuff.
For everyone joining late, by the way, welcome to Order of Ambrosia Final Fantasy XII. Yes, this category, you're reading the estimate correctly. This is a 21-hour run. We will be sitting here for a while. Commentators, as of right now, are switching in and out as the run progresses, since we don't all have the entire run time, and we want to have them covered. The three currently here would be me, Hapkayaname, DDT, and Groudon. You can see that by the mic symbol next to their names, that those are the ones that are currently here. And yeah, we're watching and commentating Zero speedrunning Final Fantasy XII Order of Ambrosia, which is technically the 100%, not 100% category of the game. It is basically do all the things, except we don't quite have to do all the things.
It's just easier to say the completion category.
Also fair. The name of the category, Order of Ambrosia, comes from the highest clan rank in the game. That you only can achieve by killing one of every enemy, getting all magic and spells in the game, getting all techniques in the game, visiting every map, getting a party average above level 50, and many more things that we will have to do and manage over the next couple hours.
I'm pretty sure the average party level is just get 300 levels.
Yeah, it is.
Sure.
It
I
is.
mean, it basically makes it that, yeah.
Like, I think that, well, yeah, I guess no matter how you do the math, it works out that way, right?
Yeah.
Yep. If you divide it by 6 characters, 300 will always make it 50.
Yeah. And it does work like that in a sense as well, that it is not possible to get that trophy without like
Unlocking all
with
characters?
Yeah, because otherwise you would be able to do a low level OOA by leveling up Penelo to level 99 at the beginning, but just average of 99 and 1 is 50. But
Wait, you can do
But-
away in
but that doesn't
1 to
work.
2 3 3 with Penelo at level 99.
You can't.
No,
You
You
could,
can't
if
because
that
it doesn't
would, but-
count for some reason, even though it is
Yeah.
party level average
Okay.
15.
Yeah, no, the moment it starts tracking, the very moment you first get all 6 party members. I've seen that one, especially due to randomizer, where we do like to get the Sky Pirate stands, because in the randomizer, for every Sky Pirate stand you get a hint to tell you where you can find a location that has certain items or a certain type of item. And yeah, even if you get like your Vaughn to level 99 and everyone else joins at level 99, the moment you hit 4 characters in that regard, is not where you had the trophy. It only happens after you get actually all characters available to you and all characters in the party.
Also, yeah, Freda, me too. I've had to level up Fran and Balthier before. It's always fun.
Been there before. I mean, I think the PS2 route is in that regard very similar to the TZA route currently, where a lot of the grinding is gonna happen in here in the Hand of Mines with the Abyssals. And then that's gonna get the most of it, but then afterwards we still have Subterra and Great Crystal to deal with, where we just get a lot of kills along the way anyway, where we hope it works out that we get enough levels from those kills to make the level average happening.
And yeah, it was cake. Gilgamesh is a if you're not fighting him at level 47, it's a painful day.
Gilgamesh is a very fun one in Randomizer on that regard, by the way, since you get, in Randomizer we added for every boss an experience value, depending on their clan rank. And that experience value you get for every single phase. So you level up during the Gilgamesh fight, so it's kind of hard to stick to those levels and have to just adjust to everything. I love the Randomizer, by the way. If you do enjoy playing Final Fantasy XII, check it out. It's only available for the TZA PC version, Steam version. It's a lot of fun. It's still in development, and we're already working on having a running version compatible with the Archipelago multi-world randomizer.
Oh God.
Um, Speaking of Esper, I don't know if there is some FF14 fans in the chat, but Elmexelk is mentioned in one of the Esper catalog information. I think it's Zelara, the...
Well,
Zalara's and Baron.
Zalera
Yeah.
does prime level death.
Prime level death.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of enemies in general that use status effect spells that are based on levels, like level 2 sleep, level 3 disable, level 4 immobilize, something along those lines. Where if a party member is a multiple of the level that status effect is part of, then it gets afflicted with the status effect. And for Gilgamesh especially, he has a level 2, 3, and level 4 one, which is why we want to be on a level that isn't a multiple of 2, 3, or 4, to just ignore all these status effects and just whenever he casts it counts as a free damage uptime.
Elmexelk, who is considered as one of the best antagonists in the series. That I discovered in one of one of the Zero's run that it was mentioned in FF12.
So, what I missed when I was gone? Anything fun?
About 2 hours or 3 hours of run.
Well, yes. I mean, nothing important, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary.
And you did miss Enceladus. That's about it.
Enceladus already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Wow.
To get an earlier gold amulet, so you don't have to buy one.
And so we
Also
didn't.
it's
So we
tested-
didn't have to do the dog and rock toys either. So saving a trip to lose some lines. That's the big reason. Golden amulet is nice as well.
It is a very nice. When do we get tippets? Oh wait, those were only available from Marquise onwards, weren't
Yep.
they?
Yeah.
Arcade. Well, you could get them, but they would be a pain to get. So we just
Yeah.
get them arcades. We don't really need the tickets yet. Anyway.
Oh yeah,
The LP
absolutely.
is
I mean,
more important.
the main leveling comes later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jelly's giving XP is kind of like a bonus. Kind of like Destia. The money is the big thing here.
Yeah, absolutely.
The LP is also pretty important, but
Yeah, it
Out of interest,
changes
by the
at
way.
some point. I like LP is like really important, and then suddenly it's not. So like we just once we have like everything we care about, then we just like sell golden amulets and continue with.
Imagine selling golden amulets as a mage. Also, I was just about to ask a question that immediately got the solution to myself. I was just wondering, are float modes of any significance for the run, or just nice added money? That before I just remembered, oh wait, you just bought float in the menu just shop just before, so obviously it's not very important to have the modes.
Yeah, it is still like important because we didn't get the license for float for quite a while. So having float modes is nice, but
float modes for after Argument particularly.
yeah, and like float modes are faster to use as well, so you kind of like want to use them. And sometimes like it can be faster to find float modes from the menu than it is to find float.
Look at all these damage numbers, hitting up to 3k.
So when do you do Bergerba?
Antlion together.
I do together with Antlion.
Well, I'm
Something
just so
doesn't-
used to doing it before Jelly's 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a random guy on the Zero's chat who asked him why
Whose
he
name
did
includes
so
a
much,
Pokemon and starts with a G and ends in a T. But yeah. But we shall not name him.
Well, ask Zero why he did so much back and forth in Lose the Minds.
Solomon would always get ruby wings. Yeah. Or indigo pendant, one of the two.
Both being
Yeah,
good, honestly.
he checked if it was possible to change the early hunt and rock toys and Nidhogg was replaced by Enchilados and Lucatwix.
Wait, you're menuing here already?
Yeah, so I can get the double
Not-
MP.
Oh, so you're just doing a small one right now before then heading into
Yeah,
Miriam.
yeah,
where
I
you're
need
gonna do the
some
big-
stuff for Elderworm.
Are you doing Elderworm now already?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Elder Worm is a fun one to do early.
Would have assumed to do them later together with Biting Mantis.
It's just
You would
slower to go back.
But now it's I don't know if it's quicker to do it now, but it's more convenient.
It is quicker to do it now.
The fight is slower, of course, but the fact you have to go back to Hellwyrm, go down to Elderwyrm, makes it slower than just fighting on the way. Plus the fact you
Yeah,
have
I
to
mean,
do
I guess it is a little
bit.
bit. It is a little bit out of the way.
Do not
You
fight
need
it,
the zones around him anyways for map completion. So you might as well do it now, get it over with, so you don't have to worry about the entire
Yeah.
east side of Golmore.
Okay, so we are done with jelly farming for now. We will go back to it a bit later when we will do the two hunts that are located in this part of the hand mine. So we can continue the story.
There's story in this
to
game.
Yeah, we don't have the time to talk about that in in a 20 hours run.
I mean, as I mentioned already, we've already talked enough about the story in the Zodiac Age run on Monday, and surely everyone who's here today to watch that run surely had the time to watch that run on Monday as well and get all the story information from that already, right?
Chops, let's do it.
I wasn't there, so I don't remember. So what's the story of F12?
Something, yeah.
I mean, without wanting to bash about the story of 12 too much, honestly, I'm still a little sad that it is as political as it is, but aside from that, I really enjoy it still. Like, nowadays, as an adult that actually, is a little bit more versed in politics, etc., I enjoyed it a lot more than back in the teenage years where it was just like, oh yeah, fantasy adventure, why is there so much politics?
Yeah, so my only group with the story is that beside a bunch of time where nothing happens after the name was the judge again. The crazy judge, I don't remember his name.
Bergen.
Bergen, yeah. After Bergen, the story comes to a stop for a bit for some hours, so it's.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit expected considering we're moving from the literal southmost point of the map to the literal northmost point of the map. Anyways, welcome to Elderworm. Elderworm is a very, very annoying boss that loves to spam a cinematic attack that creates basically every status effect in the game on our entire party. Luckily, he's not immune to sleep, so we can just put him to sleep and get more damage multipliers on it. Because funnily enough, as long as an enemy is sleeping, they also take more damage. With the added bonus that obviously if we use a physical attack on it, that wakes them up. If we don't use if we use magical attacks, they stay asleep. So more extra damage for doing nothing, plus the extra safety. And with that, it's time for some more RNG manipulation to spawn a little bat named Philo in the next zone.
Yeah, to finish my little story, also the fact that the story finishes in Bahamut. I think the story could have gone a bit longer than just finished up there. And the Bahamut dungeon is not really a dungeon, but it's my opinion. You killed Larsa. Why did you do that?
I killed Larsa so he wouldn't heal Ash and Spawn, so they could stay in critical HP for Spellbreaker.
Yeah, since we can't control guests at all, the only option to turn off their gambits and prevent them from using their healing gambits when we want to stay in critical HP is to ask them to take a nap.
Yeah. I wanted to say something, but I don't remember what. Never mind. So, since we killed the Elder Worm, we take advantage of killing it to go here for the map completion and never come back.
I just wanted to ask you if you already killed Trent, forgetting that there's literally 2 Trents at the Elder Worm fight.
Yeah. I have not killed a Great Mulberry yet.
Yeah, killing one of all enemies sounds sometimes easier than it actually is, especially if you keep track of enemies that you just usually don't have a reason to kill. The Trents here are one of the greatest examples, considering they are passive enemies, they don't attack you, they don't drop anything interesting, they don't give particularly well experience. So they're just an enemy that 90% of the time you'd ignore them, but you have to kill at least one in order to get their bestiary entry. For them in particular, it's at least easy enough, since as we just mentioned, there are 2 together with Elder Worm, so it's technically impossible, since we have to kill Elder Worm, it's technically impossible not to kill one. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the rare games are fine enough, but like I've had runs so far where I forgot to kill a wild Saurian simply because Terror Tyrant actually spawned on the first try, and that I completely forgot that I haven't killed a wild Saurian, and so I thought I was done. I finally finished my Quickenings and was like off to the Bahamut, and then realized, oh wait, I'm missing a monster. Then immediately learned, oh yeah, wild Saurian, simply because it's, you know, a monster that you usually don't think about.
Yeah.
Same with the onions here. The onions here are passive enough as is, but you need to kill a couple to spawn 2 more rare games later, so that's not always one that's guaranteed to be killed.
Yeah.
Like, the rare games exist and have the dumbest spawn rules, but funny enough, most of the time when I'm missing a monster, it's not a rare game, it's a random normal monster.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever missed killing a rare enemy. Like, maybe once?
I mean, I feel like there might be 1 or 2. I mean, for you in general, since you're RNG manipulating 90% of the spawns, that could be missed. But I definitely feel like I've had a point or 1 or 2 where I, for example, thought I had killed Ariel in one of my earlier Lusu visits, because I could have sworn there was a fight that took me a little bit longer to only then later realize, no, I in fact didn't.
Yeah, that's a fair one. But, I could see missing that.
By the way, speaking of the story, we just saw a glimpse of a cutscene with the main antagonist, Vayne, talking to his father. And the next cutscene that will happen in a few minutes, we will have another cutscene where we are informed that Vayne killed his father. He's very fast because there are only 3 or 4 minutes between the 2 cinematics. And by the time we go there, he killed his father. Rosalind Empire is aware Vayne killed his father, and the prince or whatever that called Alcide is aware of that. He comes to this place to inform us that he killed Vayne killed his father.
One more small moment.
It's
Pull back,
3
pull back,
minutes.
pull back for a second. The random prince of somewhere, excuse me, how could you just disrespect the great Alcide Marquez like that? He's like the best character in the game, even though we only see him like 3 times in the entire game, and not at all in the speedrun.
I forgot his name for 3 seconds.
How dare you? I mean, Alcide Malgras is like not just one of the coolest characters in this game by design and character, but on top of that, I mean, on top of that, he is like special alone because he is the first case of a second Cid in a Final Fantasy.
I disagree. The coolest character is Dr. Cid.
I agree.
Say Dr. Sid's second coolest, honestly. I mean, I agree with the fact of Evil Cid being great. The character itself is greatly written. I am terrible with names and probably would not know who voice acted him, but I can definitely appreciate that they did an absolutely amazing job portraying the half insane lunatic middle-aged professor in his midlife crisis.
By the way, wasn't Cid the last time the voice actor voiced a character? I heard something like that. The Dr. Cid voice, I mean.
I honestly wouldn't know, honestly.
I don't remember. I know there's a lot of like overlap between like voice actors. In between, like, I know it, like, I think it's Old Dallin and Miguelo and Gilgamesh that have the same voice actor. And then that's the same voice actor as... Was it Waka in FF10?
Yeah, I
By the way,
honestly wouldn't know.
for those who...
Especially name-wise, I'm just bad with names, and even sometimes just recognizing the same voice actor I'm bad with, honestly. Unless it's like a very obvious one.
For those who love Lulu and Ash, Ash has the same Japanese voice actor as Nabat, and Lulu has the same English voice actress as Nabat. For Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the only ones that I know, I don't remember names, but the only ones that really stand out for me would be Walker and 10, since that's the same voice actor as Bender from Futurama, and he also did a couple side characters in 10 and 10 too. Ben Starr's voice has been prominent in the last couple of years, and I recognize his voice easily enough. And one of the very few people who I've never heard before that I absolutely will remember for the rest of my life would be Ralph Unstor? Okay, I'm butchering the last name. I'm also Ralph remembering again. Cid from 16.
Yeah, Clive is one of my favorite character because of Ben Starr. He's an amazing voice actor.
Yeah, you definitely. I mean, he has that kind of voice. Honestly, that is just easily recognizable. Especially, yeah, I was about to say with his recent performances as Clive in 16 and Verso in Expedition 33.
By the way, Verso has an outfit from Final Fantasy 16 as well, based on Clive's.
I also know that the voice actor for Balthier also voiced Orion Lay in The Realm Reborn of FF14.
And
Unfortunately, I only heard that from second hand because I played that one in German, not in English.
and Bix in FF7 Remake.
Still have to play Remake. I finally bought it the other day since it was 50% off, but it's gonna be a couple more weeks until I finally find time to play it, since I still have to finish Octopath Traveler 0, and after that already planned on playing Code Vein 2 before being able to have the time that.
Yeah, Wuskek, we Zero need a shit ton of money for his shop in this category, much more than 90%.
Man, that dragon was very far attacking with that one. It was with big range ramps. The dragon here in the area also, by the way, a little bit annoying. There are two different dragons in this area and the area before. They look kind of similar if you at the first glance, but actually are two separate enemies, and also is a fan favorite of Oops, I Forgot an Enemy in OOA. Forgetting either one of the two. Most likely the one in the other area, since the other one in the area beforehand doesn't spawn while the feral retriever hunt is active.
Yep.
So, we let Larsa go after the last cutscene with a big guy who speaks in our mind. Did I mention I have problems with name in this game?
It's fine. In other news, we are about to start a timer here in a moment, because the moment Zero now goes through the store and the cutscene is skipped and the zone loads in, there will be an invisible timer for us starting, because welcome to Miriam Stillshrine. There is a rare game in this area called Nagelmoor. Nagelmoor is a ghost whose spawn condition is, one, that we need to kill one specific enemy that doesn't respawn in an area later on, which is very easy to do and very simple to do, and the second requirement is that we need to spend 30 minutes real time in this dungeon now before he will be able to spawn. So we'll be spending a lot of time in here. We will only need we don't need 30 minutes to clear that dungeon. This dungeon does not take 30 minutes to clear, even on the in this version without the times for speed up. So we'll have a decent bit of downtime, which we'll be using for menus. We still have hundreds of license points to use on every single character, and then we will be RNG manipulating a couple chests with ludicrous skill amount.
That's not in this game. Not in this version.
Oh, that's not. Oh, that was right. That was TZA. Never mind me then.
Speaking of TZA, how do you do the fight against a rare enemy? Do you have to wait 30 minutes?
Speed up.
Yes.
In-game time.
Yes, it's in-game time. So
times 4,
speed up does not count.
Yeah,
Okay.
it counts in-game time, and due to counting in-game time, yes, the timer ticks when menuing. However, it would not tick when actually pressing start to get the black pause screen. Then it would actually pause that timer. But there is realistically no real reason for a speedrun to ever put that one up, unless, except for, oh my god, I quickly need to run to the toilet or open it to skip a cutscene. Yeah. On top of that, to maybe mention another fun side thing, even though it being annoying to spawn Nagelmoor is also kind of a unique enemy, since he is one of only 2 infinite grinding spots in the game. The first one was the jelly farm that we already did, actually. If you kill those jellies in a very specific way, particularly by inflicting petrify on them, which then turns them to stone, if you kill them that way, their count actually doesn't get reset. They respawn infinitely in that room, instead of only spawning up to like 17, 19. And the second one would be Nagelmoor. Nagelmoor can spawn zombies. So if you set up a specific gambit formation to only attack enemies with a lower HP, that excludes Nagelmoor but targets the zombies, you can technically set up an infinite spawn here that you can let run for a week or so to reach level 99 if you want to. With only the only drawback being in that case that you have to wait 30 minutes in here before you can start setting it up.
I love the fact that you explained all of this during an ad.
God damn it.
um,
What do you mean you guys aren't subbed? If you have a Prime sub over, by the way, prime time for you for using it. Joke not intended.
Yep.
Speaking of the jewelries that you can infinitely spawn with the stone, Zero actually tried to see if it was worse in the speedrun. It is not.
Yeah. The fact is, obviously with that method, yes, you can spawn them infinitely. However, it takes forever for stone to actually proc into for petrify to proc into stone. In that time, you could have killed 50, probably by just running around.
But that time you would just be dead as well.
Yeah, in this version, probably not as much. But if we talk about TCA, especially with the speed up, you could probably easily clear like 3 rooms. And kill 50 slimes before killing 50 slimes with the stone technique.
And here we have not yet. Here we had the third example of save stone, the green stone, who's actually a mimic. If you want to activate the crystal saved, you first have to fight the mimic.
Wait, what do you mean, Mimic? It's a life crystal. You can touch it and it heals you, but you can't save at it. Haven't you seen that before? Yeah, fun bit of random knowledge, by the way. We actually found a use for that third model. For the green crystal. If you play the randomizer, you can see them in multiple places. They're used in places where you can't leave normally, like the Leviathan or Dracula Laboratory or during the Palace escape sequence. All the crystals will be replaced with green teleports, which send you back to the start of the sequence, in case you're missing an item to continue on. So we found a way to make use of the third crystal. They are real. They are return crystals now in the randomizer. But the one here in Miriam still is only a mimic.
Speaking of mimic, you only fight the one in near Nabudis, right?
Yes. The other ones don't make sense to fight. They are a little bit annoying to deal with. They counter magic attacks by healing. So we don't really, with our usual setups, we can't really kill them fast and efficiently. And the one here in Miriam does not really add any added benefits. Neither does the one in Sohan. Meanwhile,
you
the one
can
in
teleport with that one.
meanwhile, the one in Nabudi is a teleport crystal at a very vital position that we need to visit multiple times. And since we only need to kill one for the bestiary entry of the 3, that is also in general the only one that we really fight. In TCA, we would kill the mimic here as well, since we like to use the 30 minutes to do quickening chains these days. That's the main thing that we spent the time on to already do quickening chains. Then obviously we need the save crystal there to refill our MP to do more quickening chains.
Could be an idea for this category as well. Since you have to come back anyway.
There's a theory. We've pretty sure we've talked Zero about this before, but he hasn't looked into it yet.
Yeah. Yes, this is first immobilized despawning of the run.
Oh right.
We've been doing some kind of too far away warp spawning earlier, but we've never really explained that yet. So basically, if you move a character, enemies get despawned to save
It's the same thing as in 13, but in 12 it's much easier to do
Yeah. So
than in 13.
yeah, if you move far enough away from your enemy with your leader, the enemy gets despawned, and they only get respawned when you approach them from certain distance. And so what you can do is you can leave a party member far away from you, and then you run, and then you switch your leader to the party member, which despawns the enemies. Then you switch back to the original party leader, and then that makes you makes the enemies disappear. Before.
Alrighty. Meanwhile, by the way, to maybe talk scheduling a little bit. As I said, I'd be probably stepping out in about half an hour to actually get some food. At that point, would probably be great for Fredda to join in and take over. Question from my point would be, Groudon, how long do you want to keep staying? Because I don't, otherwise I'd think like when I'm back from my break, you could go on break and I'll take your spot again.
I can go on. I think up until C2 because the rest of the run I don't know much.
Alright, fair enough then. Because I'm just thinking about you maybe getting a break. Oh yeah, Roosters also. Wanna just switch out commentators in a bit then, probably? just switch the fresh faces out, the exhausted ones that have been here for... Oh my god, has it really been nearly 5 hours? What? Where did time go? I just said 10 minutes ago that we were here for 3 hours. Literally 10 minutes ago I said we've been here for 3 hours. How has it been an hour 40 already?
Yeah, literally.
Yes, Dash, it's the Diamond Armlet, but we don't have access to it before a bunch of time in... It's what, in the Cerebi? I don't remember.
Yeah, Diamond Armlet we get from Cheetah Plants.
Cheetah Plants, just nearby.
It is technically a very, very powerful accessory, but casually it's just not that useful because most of the extremely insane things you can get out of it, as I once said again, usually only have like a less than 10% chance. Anyways, was there a boss in this room? I don't remember. Same joke as before. Viniscar is kind of an underutilized boss, in my opinion, that they made. Once way too weak and two had a way too niche gimmick. In this room with the boss, we just had a magnetic field that was affecting by every armor piece that has a secret magnetic value. And the basic idea was the more metal you are wearing, the slower your character is gonna get. However, we really don't care about that since we're mainly using magic. We're not really using the heavy metal armors, etc., etc. And yeah, even though the gimmick is incredibly weak, they, for whatever reason, made Viniscar weak enough for that long. Can override stuff that's supposed to guarantee right. Yes, there are a couple chests where, as I said before, the chest formula goes as follows. Every single chest has a certain percent chance if it spawns or if it doesn't spawn. If it spawns and you open it, it first rolls a check for money versus item, which is different for your chests. Some chests, those are 50-50, some chests, those are 60-40, some chests, those are 90-10. And then once that is rolled through and it lands on item, it is a 50-50 between two different items. There are certain chests where both of these 50-50 items are the exact same, which would make the chest guaranteed to give you that item. But if you then wear the diamond armlet, it instead changes to do two different items at a chance of 90 to 10 always. It's always 90% the one, 10% the other. The 90% one is most of the time some trash item that you really, really don't want, with the 10% item in some cases being some super insanely amazing rare item that you potentially couldn't even get any other way than this chest or potentially a bazaar. And there are a couple chests like that where there is a very, very good item in it that is guaranteed to get. But once you get to the diamond armlet, it instead changes into either having 90% complete trash or 10% like an elixir instead of that super cool equipment piece that you wanted. Diamond armlet really only is good either if you really don't care about your time and want to spend hours looking for that one rare drop from a chest, or if you aren't to manipulate. Anyways, hello Matoys. Ice Esper, weak to thunder, has some sprites with it that can cast sleep on people casting, which we don't care about thanks to the lure effect, which we also haven't talked about. Lure is the fact that is basically the aggro generation. That's the little duck symbol above Bot's head. Due to that status effect, the enemies literally can't target anyone but Boss as long as Boss is in their range. Potentially the very first attack, if they didn't notice him, they could in theory go to another character, but that's a little bit of positioning. If you position yourself right, that shouldn't happen most of the time. And yeah, since Matoy is weak to thunder, we bought Storm Staffs, which gives us 50% more thunder damage. We got Thundara, which is tier 2 AoE thunder spell, which deals double damage on top of things. The Storm Staff boosts that by another 50%. And then we used Reflect once again to deal 3 times the damage with every single cast to immediately wipe her out. And
we use the Traveler to finish the fight as well.
Yeah, I use Traveler actually mainly to kill the Mateus's minions, because those count for bestiary for the Ice Elemental. So now I don't need to kill the Ice Elemental in Paramina.
Yeah.
And I made sure not to do a fully blasted or fully charged Traveler, but just enough to, like, they only have about 2,800 or so, or no, they have like 2,709 HP. So I made sure to be above like 903 steps, but not in the final 10 steps, which would give me the 9,900-ish damage, because they have return damage, which means that Bosch would just die if I try to do that.
Zero, see if you can restart your stream on Discord, please.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, Discord did a little goof there. Oh, no, Edward just have to go. Discord did a little goof there, I think, just now. They had a little spike.
Okay, it's okay now. Thank you.
Yeah, we just have to reload.
I didn't even do anything.
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't on you. It definitely was Discord. I just had a moment your stream froze and voice chat didn't work anymore. But then, like after 10 seconds, it refreshed itself. Discord did a little hiccup. That was definitely on Discord side. Oh hey, it's Helvig. No, it's not Helvig. Helvig is way later. That's Darkmare.
What is going on?
Yeah, let's hope that does not continue going on, because Discord apparently is having some hiccups right now. Technical difficulties.
We'll probably stop talking with Friday on Discord now. Probably better if he joins us if he's available. It's better to talk
It's
here.
like the stream should be everything correct.
Whoa, there are some on this on your end 0.
Yeah, I mean, I say it's Automator, I thought completely fine. Also, another shell field here. Yay, more money.
So it's possible to die on this room.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The moment you enter, you step on a trap that gives your party members both Berserk and Confusion. 2 status effects that usually, and outside of that specific type of trap, literally can't be afflicted at the same time on your characters. And due to that, they will start to clobble each other down with more speed and more damage than usually, thanks to the Berserk. And I've definitely seen my entire team kill themselves in that room before.
Now I have the sound of the game that I didn't have before.
I still don't have game software Discord, but that's fine. I know the soundtrack good enough, and to be fair, none of the soundtrack is so amazing that I really would want to go out of my way to listen to it.
But I like the soundtrack of FF12, and I don't speedrun the game, so I can enjoy the soundtrack.
I do enjoy the soundtrack as well, but the sad thing is that I also have to say, like, since FF10 was the last game where I really had a lot of soundtracks from the players, where like half the soundtrack would land in some playlist of mine. Because from then onwards, a lot of the Final Fantasy games soundtrack is just kind of like ambience music more than, you know, special music or anything. And they're all good in their own rights. They're all fun to listen to in the moment as you're in the area or in the fight, but like, they're not so special that I would listen to them outside of playing the game. Like,
yeah,
for the thing is, like, as I said, for 10, like half the playlist, half the soundtrack of 10 is somewhere in a playlist that I regularly listen to. For 12, the only one that's in there is the Lowtown theme that I really, really like. For 13, the only one that I have would be the Sunlit Waterscape. That's the only soundtrack of the entire game that I have in there. For 15, it's nothing. Like, as I said, the soundtrack isn't bad or anything, really, in the newer Final Fantasies, etc. As I said, it's just the kind of thing of, it's more in-the-moment music than just fun music to listen to whenever.
The track of on the field in Final Fantasy 15 is one of my favorites in the game.
Big menu time now.
Ooh,
I
boy.
don't remember the name of it.
Alright, have fun with that menu. Fred is probably gonna run ads during that, so I'm gonna take a small toilet break.
Yeah, we're just doing a big menu here.
Yep, perfect for an end time, exactly. So the idea here is that we have to wait 30 minutes in this dungeon before a rare monster appears. So we take advantage of this to do as many license points as possible. So that's why we took the time to do jellies before. So we have as many license points as possible to spend them on the license board, because we have to wait anyway. So, and since the in-game time continue to flow when we are in the menu, we take advantage of this to spend some license time, and spend on the license board.
Yes, I need to get all the licenses for someone. I'm getting these licenses, like for example, someone needs to get this quickening, so I'm having Penelo do it, and same thing for these, like, couple of techniques here. I'm never gonna use them, but I need to get them first. So.
Oui, je suis suisse, mais je parle français. I will speak in English for the most part, if not the entire part of the speedrun. So for OOA we don't need to get all license for all characters, but we need to at least get one license for one license of each in the entire board of the 6 board. Don't think I'm clear enough in what I'm saying. The license board is a gigantic chessboard that all 6 characters have access to, and all 6 of them have access to the same abilities, accessories, etc. and so on. But for we only need to activate all license board at least once. It doesn't matter if it's if half of them are on Balsier license board and the other half are on Ash license board, but we need all the keys activated at least once.
You're still menuing?
Yep, I am.
But you're on the final character, so nearly done.
Also, a nice thing about the license board is that when you are on a certain spot in the license board, if you switch to another character, it will be on the same place. So if you do one stuff on some place, you can go on the other character where you have the license board, license you want nearby, then go back to the other character you just went, where the license that you want a bit further, so you can activate it and gain time in movements. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on what I'm saying.
I didn't pay too much attention, honestly, right now. I was thinking about something else, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm talking about bullshit, and nobody will correct me because nobody hear me.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, to maybe answer the was in chat. Long runs, yes. Physically than everything else, yes. But also it also kind of depends on the mental state of you a lot, and how much enjoyment you get out of run. I mean, we just had the case of literally like 10. Was it 10 minutes ago? Was it actually 10 minutes? It was 20 minutes ago, once again. Of, oh my god, we've been here for nearly 5 hours. Where did the time go? It felt like I've last asked for the time 10 minutes ago, but that was 2 hours ago. If you're already in a mental state where you're enjoying the game so much that time absolutely flies, then the mental state kind of overpowers the physical exhaustion, in my opinion, sometimes at times. Which can make it very fun, honestly. Easy for us as commentators. I mean, personally, I can say, yes, I haven't done a 30-hour run so far. The longest run I've done so far was 21.5 hours long.
My longest is 18 hours for Platinum percent, but
yeah, generally for the longer runs,
a week speedrunner.
for the longer runs I do run, I can say, like as I said, if you enjoy the game and if time flies by, then just the mental state of, oh yeah, I've only been here for 10 minutes, looks at the clock, oh no, it's been 10 hours, can carry you a lot, honestly, that you just stay awake and can go again. The other thing, actually, that's also a lie. The longest run I've done wasn't 21.5 hours. I've beat that one a couple years ago at ESA when we did the 23-hour FF14 $20%. And immediately after the run was done, I was immediately asking, hey, want to do it again right now? Because, you know, obviously in that moment, the adrenaline was there, the fun and the enjoyment was there, and that just completely overpowered the exhaustion.
Yeah, also the fact that it depends how much you spend in your game, either being active or being inactive. For example, FF9, it's a 9-10 hour speedrun. Or even less, depending on the platform you're playing.
One second, crowd on hold that thought. How much are we still off? 2-3 minutes?
Like a minute and a half.
Okay,
or like
that's a
2
little
minutes.
low. Otherwise, I would have thought about maybe kill the mimic and do another quickening chain, but that's a little too low for that.
Yeah.
I will reset my party up.
So for FF9, for example, it's 9-hour speedruns, depending on the platform you're running. But half of it, if not more, is spending pressing A and B to pass the cutscene faster. It's very taxing, very long, and you don't typically do many things besides that in a long period of time. So it's 9 hours, but very, very taxing mentally. But if you take 13 and all missions that we got a few days ago, the same 9 hours is more active, but not as active as you feel tired at some point.
As I said, there's multiple levels to that kind of stuff. As I said,
Yeah.
the mentality does make a big part of it and can eventually outpower the physical tiredness. I mean, it also, as I said, depends. How much do you enjoy the game? How much does the time fly by? Do you have an active chat or maybe some friends in a voice call that keep you company and makes it go even faster by? Or are you sitting all by yourself in a dark room? Think about your life choices while you're doing those runs. Those things will absolutely affect your mental state, and that mental state will absolutely change how you feel about that one.
Yeah, it totally depends. For example, on 13 dodgeless, I'm way more tired after the run. That is a 9 hours run that after 10 platinum percent with 15 hours, because I'm so much more active in the run than in platinum percent.
Also, by the way, if you've blinked, you missed it. That was Negelmore. He's really not a special enemy. He really doesn't do
sorry,
much. He's a
talking
ghost
about-
like any other. Phoenix down and he's gone. But yeah, we literally just had to sit around and do stuff because we did clear the dungeon and the menus too fast. So we had access time to just sit around and do nothing. Would have been prime time for a toilet break, honestly, if need be.
Yeah, if there wasn't a toilet break right after, then it would be. Because there is an unskippable cutscene after the next boss that just...
Right, the whole, yeah, we're going from the southmost point on the map to the northmost point on the map.
Is that the longest unskippable cutscene in the game?
There are a couple like these. There was one in the Sandseas, there was one after Belias where he took his first toilet break. And yeah, as we talked about it, some of the spawn conditions of monsters in this game are just ridiculous at times. As I said, that was 30 minutes wait just for one monster. At least that one specifically said we can move around in the dungeon as we like. So we had the time to clear the dungeon, to do a little bit of grinding, to do menuing, etc., etc. There are others that we will have later. There is a ghost in the Lushu mines, which is wait 7 minutes, but it's not in the entire dungeon. It's in one specific zone. And there is not a lot you can do in that one specific zone for 7 minutes, unless you've saved up a couple thousand license points again to just do a 7-minute menu.
Well, technically there's
Or
3 different
could they-
zones that you can spawn in, but you have to spend all of the 7 minutes in one of them.
Okay, so we're back to we're back here where.
sake. It's fine, no one knows the area names in Final Fantasies.
So we just go to do some stuff, and when we go back, the guy who is blind and speak in our mind was killed by the George Bergen. Probably the coolest of the 5, I think. I love Gabrant, but I think Bergen is cooler than Gabrant. Anyway.
I mean, you definitely noticed that Bergen lost a couple marbles whenever they implanted that nephrite in him. Or if that is actually the other thing that I would like to know, if he was like that already before he had that implanted or not. If he was like, he's a little too much of a fanatic in my opinion. That it seems unnatural.
Bergen is one of the few fights in the first 12 that is different in Japanese and in US and European version. In the Japanese version, he only casts magic, while in the European and US version, he uses a bit more physical attacks.
He's also a little bit annoying as he's able to counter both physical and magical attacks, which not a lot of people are actually able to do, which makes him a little bit more annoying. If he blocks too many and counters too many, that could end badly. He can afflict blind with his attacks on our characters, which for the route here really doesn't matter too much, but is insanely terrible, insanely annoying on the...
what are you doing that?
He blocked too many spells, I expected that to kill and then...
Yeah, in other words, we were we were just talking about it. There's another thing that we haven't talked about though, ATB holding with the Esper summons. Wow, 30 hold damage, come on, do a little better, boss.
That was a good Bergen.
He's still alive. Quick, someone will throw a wet tissue at him, that will kill him.
So,
Alright, I'll be right back.
can you explain the why he summons Belias? maybe.
Yes. So, there is something in this game called effect capacity. What is effect capacity? Effect capacity is very simply explained. This game came out on the PlayStation 2, which, believe it or not, is very old yet. And because it was very old, it's not very strong for all these flashy animations
How do you
playing around.
propose we reach Arcades?
And due to that, there is something called effect capacity. While there are certain
Arcadia's borders
actions
will be well
queued
guarded
up
for
or
fear
being
of
used,
Rosarian invasion.
other
We dare not
people will
approach
not
by
be
air.
able to use any
And then maybe
actions
we'll see that
or
the coast is watched as
etc.
well.
etc. Which have any
No, we
animations
go
in it.
afoot.
The only one thing
We'll
that
cross into
is
Arcadia
literally
in a
excluded
Salica
from
wood.
that would be the normal attack. Everything else, be it throwing a potion,
can reach
casting a
the wood any
spell,
number
using a
of
special
ways.
ability. Okay,
The
there are some
easiest
special
is to head
abilities
north
that
from
still
Malvern.
count since they're not very flashy, since they're just like ramming the enemy or ramming someone else or something like that. That still work fairly normally.
The camp sits within
And
Arcadia's
basically
borders,
what we
so
do is,
Imperial patrols
while
there
our
should
two
be sparse.
casters are casting their
Getting that
spells,
far should be half the fun.
our
Let's be sure we
tank
go
is
prepared.
trying to summon Belias. The Belias summon in and of itself eats up all the priority and all the effect capacity, and then in the moment when the casters are done would be the next in line to immediately use, because summons and quickenings have priority if nothing else is started. The idea in that moment then would be the moment the girls finish their casts to go into the menu, remove all their weapons to perform an ATB reset, and use that to basically loop around the fact that the enemies can't do anything flashy while we slowly whittle them down, which would be able to be used in a couple later boss fights, which we might be able to see. Not sure how big they will be seen, where the bosses might not be able to do anything due to that.
Yeah, so I forgot to license the Serenity for Ash, which is why I used to kill. Serenity would have made Ash.
50%.
It's 20% more damage.
20% more
At
damage
full
while
HP.
on full health is is definitely what could have made that difference. But I mean, a kill's a kill's a kill's a kill. A little bit of time loss, not the end of the world. As long as you can salvage it and you don't die, and have to load the last save, which I don't even know when that was anymore.
It was before Still Shrine.
Yeah, that would have been a heavy loss.
So we go back to Giza to fight a hunt that we skipped earlier.
Yep. This also starts the Giza cycle. So now at the next full in-game time hour, Giza will turn to dry. Then it will stay dry for 2 hours. It will be wet for 1 hour, dry for 2 hours, and so on and so forth.
Learned something new about those cycles again this time. I always thought that the moment you talk to the Gareth, it turns dry again. That starts the cycle. At least that's what I got from my official guidebook. But as we already know,
it's the first time you enter after that moment that starts the cycle.
As we all know, official guidebooks don't always have to be entirely correct.
So the reason why we do this hunt, and at this point we have done 8 runs, 7 hunts plus the one that we will do now,
Yes.
the crocodile. It's to unlock the Atomos hunt that is on the way to our next location. It would be completely out of the way to that mission later, so we will do it in a couple of minutes.
The Atomos hunt is just a little bit out of the way of everything, because there is a teleporter on the one side of him, the teleporter on the other side of him, and basically the area between those two teleporters, between the Mosphora and the Salica Wood teleporter, are rarely traversed for anything, so it would be out of the way. However, we have to traverse that area, of course, when we're going through the area for the first time. And we are capable of unlocking the hunt before that, so that is technically speaking the best thing to do.
And
And
it's
with
technically a fight that that is possible to die on because we are quite weak at this point. If it doesn't go,
Animus isn't that strong usually.
Zero nearly killed a run on it one time.
Yeah, it wasn't my greatest moment.
Can't you just sleep him? Pretty sure you can
Yeah.
just sleep him.
The sleeping fiction was not great, if I remember correctly.
It was reflect time.
I love the fact that this monster is called a crocodile, but it looks like a giant frog.
It is a giant frog.
Yeah, but crocodile is like a.
Yeah, but frogs croak. That's why it's a crocodile, not a crocodile. Yeah, crocodile. Also here, you could say you might have seen it at the very end. Was the first boss in the game, which possesses the ability Growing Threat. Growing Threat is a very annoying ability that only a handful of enemies in the game have, and those usually tend to be some of the scariest fights in the game. Growing Threat is an ability that instantly doubles the level of the caster, and not just doubles the level, but also all the stats with it. And there are a couple monsters that really get some insanely huge stat boosts from it, not just in the damage output, but also by the damage taken. I've had rando runs before, not particularly an actual casual playthrough or a speedrun where Crocodile went from taking decent damage to literally after the level doubling taking 0 damage because of defense just increased so much that my weapons weren't strong enough to keep up with that.
Damat is one of them, right?
Yes. Yasmat has it. I know Palrasta also uses it.
Tiamat,
Carrot.
Tiamat becomes more resistant at the end of the fight. Is that because of that attack or not?
No, that one is from a different on Tiamat. There are certain enemies. There are passives basically on enemies that only unlock when they're getting lower. One of those is a passive that just immediately decreases all damage taken by 33% flat, which actually isn't 33% flat, funnily enough, as evidenced by the fact that everyone who has that effect and will be taking, instead of 9,999, will be taking 6,999 damage, so it's more like 30% and 33%.
It is exactly 30%.
I mean, it should be 30%, but like from what we've seen now in the randomizer at least, apparently in the file it is noted down as 33% because in the randomizer, that effect can also roll on our own equipment, and there it's always described as 33%, so 30%. And yeah, there are definitely enemies that have an enrage-like mechanic due to some of these passives. There are passives for these enemies that can unlock later that make it so they don't have any charge time. Like you can see our ATB system here, where after every action that we use, it takes a little bit for that action to charge and to be used. And there are certain enemies that once they get lower, they get an ability passive extra that basically just sets that charge timer to 0. So they can always instantly do whatever they want to do. There are some enemies who take less damage. There are enemies who suddenly gain the ability to reflect Pierce, even though they didn't have it at the start of the fight. Actually, reflect Pierce is a bad example, I think. Because I don't think actually now that I think about it for a second, I don't actually think anyone has that it only triggers later.
Good check. What?
But yeah, there are like many of these kind of mechanics where enemies shield themselves or buff themselves with one ability, and that basically just unlocks these passives.
Don't you have to start the... Thomas is on the board, right? Okay.
Yeah, but there is a board in Albina, and in order to start Thomas, you also need to talk to the person
thought you
who's also in Albina.
I thought you had to talk to
Blanc?
Mont Blanc in the clan hall? No. Alamos is a normal board hunt.
Yeah, sorry.
Also, by the way, now that we're in Nalbina, speaking of side quests no one does. Info Merchant Julie. When is the last time anyone thought about Info Merchant Julie?
Never, because I didn't know that character existed.
It is a side quest that unlocks after you kill Belias and is the only missable side quest in the entire game, since it is time-based. It starts after you kill Belias, it ends after you kill Bergen. It's happening right here outside of the gate of Nalbina. There are 2 soldiers blocking the way to Mosfora. If you go near them, they will start a little bit of a conversation, and if you after that go talk to bring a chocobo to them, the one soldier will absolutely freak out about that fact, because he hates chocobos. He grew up on a chocobo farm, and the stench was like he wasn't able to get rid of the chocobo stench anymore until he got a special Viera concoction. And Info Merchant Jewel is standing like right next to there, and was hired by his wife to figure out about his mysterious past, because he doesn't want to talk about his past. If you do that, you gain access to Mosfora earlier, and on top of that, Info Merchant Jewel will show up. No, not Jewel, Julie, I think. Will show up again in July. Thank you. Will show up again in Arcades and give you an item that is, I think it was like one of the
anti-drops. Salamand Halcyon, I think. But yeah, I think also the 2 guards that are standing there are called Bix and Wedge. Or no, sorry, they're not Bix and Wedge. They are Gibbs and Deweg or something like that. But
I wouldn't know that. I know
one of them is the anagram of Wedge, and the other one is like Gibbs, but it's big. So you swap the D and
that's
G's.
an English only one. The only thing that I remember from that side quest last time I did it was obviously playing in German. One of them is called Mumpfitz, which is basically gibberish for absurdity or something. That's basically a synonymous for absurdity or something.
The Final Fantasy who has the most amount of reference to Star Wars doesn't have a Biggs and Wedge in this game.
You just brought up how well you know this particular side quest, because this particular side quest is very funny. You're literally just having that grown-up man just absolutely break out in cold sweat in the middle of the desert, which actually is a line that they literally mention, like, why are you starting to break out in sweat here? We're in the middle of the goddamn desert. He's breaking out in cold sweat and storming away from that chocobo, and his commander is just like, come on, you can't leave your post, our replacements haven't shown yet, get back here, you idiot! It's like one of these overly hilariously written side quests. That's why it stuck to memory to me. Even though I absolutely forgot about it until we literally just were in Albina, and I was like, oh yeah, that was a thing. But yeah, as I said, the only thing it does, it gives you earlier access to Mosfora, which isn't really helpful, because you can also get that by doing the missing character quest in the Esther Sand. And the reward from it, as I said, is a steal from an enemy that you only need for one of the legendary weapons, if you want to craft that. And I'm not even sure which one was used for anymore. Zero would probably know, Mr. All Bizarre Runner.
I can't remember.
You can't also remember. All right, fair. Alright, let me actually look that up, because now, once again, my interest is piqued about something that I'm not sure about. So, grabs the official guidebook. Salamander Harkite, item list. Salamander Bizarre Hunting Rifle, roughly translated. Which, if I'm assuming it's going to be Fomalhaut or Mifuna. Arcturus. Yeah, need one of that item exactly for the Arcturus Bazaar. Which you could get from that from Julie, so you don't have to deal with the hassle of trying to steal or drop it from an Entite. Why does it look for in the cam right now like inside of Zero's head the gears are turning and thinking about we could actually use it for all bazaars.
No, no, I was like thinking wondering if it was worth it to kill that guy or not.
Yeah.
It took me a little while, but at least I don't have to manipulate him later.
That's literally in your notes. I was reading that. Here we have a side quest that we will do later, I think.
No, that was just a random enemy.
Was a random spawn that we kind of just abused because we needed to kill a Banga at some point. There are easier ones to kill, but also on all Banga spawns in the game are kind of like RNG. Then again, I guess you would manipulate them later, but that takes time. So having one right in front of you is kind of tempting. But the I think actually the strongest Banga in the game compared to the other ones.
So.
No, the Hunter's Coming Soon is one of the two-legged giant crystal monsters, just like the one that we killed just in the desert, just with purple crystals instead of gold ones, and a lot bigger.
Yeah,
that's gonna be in the next zone.
There's a crystal that we took earlier. There's a side quest where we can find an esper that is hidden. That quest is quite difficult to understand what you're supposed to do. In my opinion, that.
Well, some of them are.
Yeah, but anyway, we skip it for later, and we will fight Atomos, that is right here. So the basic strat is to make it sleep. So he's much less dangerous than normal and spam magic until it dies. Since enemy who's asleep will take more damage, but won't become awake.
Also has a small added bonus in the shop just before we got Bio as our first neutral damage spell. We can't buff our Bio damage any further by equipping certain staff types, but the staff still helps since they slightly raise our magic. And as a neutral spell, it's at least a nice thing that it works against everything. And Bio in particularly is able to also inflict the sap status effect, which is slowly draining the health of the person it's onto. It only adds to a couple hundred points of damage for enemies, but like a couple hundred HP more or less can make a difference between one spell more, one spell less at times. So it's a nice little added bonus.
You can buy it to Bio before Tiamat.
I want to say no. I want to say
No.
the spell actually only unlocks after you kill Bergen.
Yep,
You can get to
that's
the shop before that, but the shop won't have the spell yet.
Okay.
As yeah, most shops have like certain lists of items that only unlock after certain story triggers to not make things too easy. Especially since, Mosfar is one of the areas that you're kinda intended to be able to visit earlier. Even though it's not recommended, but in theory we could have done basically this whole ordeal, this whole segment that we've done, we could have already done immediately after killing Belias. Would have had to struggle with the mini-boss of the forest here, which we're probably going to only fight later, and could have made our way to Nabudis already to get a Zodiac Spear. However, that would have been a doomed death run, where we just would have prayed and hoped. It's not really safe, and also we don't really have the license points yet for the Zodiac Spear, would have to change the routing, etc, etc. And I mean, magic-wise, we are just doing very great in general, that it wouldn't really be worth getting it early.
Yeah, you can.
One of the things that we can do is, if we want to, is we can use the Zodiac Spear to, like, use it as a shield, so we don't have to it's too much of a detour. But yeah, in theory, we could have all done all that way earlier.
So in theory, you could do the entire run with the Zodiac Spear.
I mean, that is something that I always did casually. I always, immediately after killing Belias, I did the patient quest to, 1, unlock my way to Mosphora, and 2, get the Barheim key. In Barheim, there is a chest that contains dragon armor, which is the second strongest heavy armor in the game, or third strongest heavy armor in the game, as well as a chest with a helmet called the Celebrant Meter, which is like the third strongest helmet in the entire game. Then there's a rare game which you can steal a sword from that's named Deathbringer, that has like over 90 attack power and a chance to inflict instant death. And with that kind of gear, you can just breeze through here to immediately get the Zodiac Spear at level 20.
Okay, here we have a mandatory quest to find the lazy Muggles who are not working to open the door.
Gotta tell them to get back to work. Their break has ended 2 days ago. Get back to work, fix that gate. People actually want to go through.
The boss is as lazy as the others because he doesn't want to get them himself.
I mean, the boss has to stand guard at the workshop before someone steals the gate, right? Or someone tries to do something unsanctioned. Like, honestly, if I had the chance, I would just cast fire at the gate, burn it down, and then run through there if the Moogle guard wouldn't be there.
I love the fact you said steal the door gate. In a Pokemon game, yeah, the guys went to steal a bus stop. That's so stupid.
Ooh, are we actually going to Nabulis already?
Oh no, I
We're
just
taking-
I don't know why I saved.
No,
I was thinking of saving and I was saving at Phone Ghost and not here, and then I proceeded to save here. I wanted to have a save before Sochingay Palace, but
Yeah,
guess-
fair enough.
I
I mean,
guess
the
it's
save just made me think like, wait, is he going to fight King Bomb already? Why would he fight King Bomb already?
yeah.
What is he going to fight King Bomb with?
Fire stuff.
Yes, sure, cast fire at the fire immune bomb.
Depending on the Final Fantasy, the bomb is not immune to fire.
Or Zodiac Shield when you unlock the map in the past. Yeah, but I think with the Zodiac Shield, we're once again looking at the chest that is a rare spawn with Diamond Armlet and only a 10% chance to have the thing in it. If memory serves, Grip's Guidebook. I'm grabbing the guidebook a lot today. Why am I grabbing the guidebook that often today? Because it's OA. Zodiac Shield, yep, chest 48. 48, the room before the save, before the Bloodwing room. Chest has a 30% spawn chance, 60% chance for an item, and with Diamond Armlet, a 10% chance for the Zodiac Shield.
How long would it take to do an old side quest category? If we don't include OA, of course.
I mean, I'd say definitely not nearly as long as the OA. There aren't too many side quests to do overall.
Yeah, well, but
honestly.
you still have to
That-
do the
actually, that depends. That depends. Technically speaking, and if we take, for example, the official guidebook, technically speaking, the hunts are side quests. So it still would be all hunts. It would still be killing gears, but it would just not be doing the Order of Ambrosia. So you'd still have to do patient anyway. You'd still have to do
the Exodus as well.
Actually, technically, Exodus wouldn't be a side quest. No, Exodus.
I would
isn't a side
count
quest. The
I would count every Esper as a side quest.
Yeah, no. If we're going by, I mean, I personally would be going by what the guidebook contains as a side quest, and yeah, side quest 9 is hidden espers, so that counts the 8 hidden espers that are not part of the story. What would that actually be? That would be Clan Century. That would be all hunts. That would
all
be
hunts,
Patient. Govi is already done with the quests. Katern would be a thing, but that only takes like 2 minutes. Actually, that takes more than 2 minutes. I was thinking of Randomizer. It takes definitely more than 2 minutes. That'd be a lot of detours, but shouldn't be too terrible. And Letter would be a little bit annoying, but also not the most terrible, because you actually have all the airship routes and don't have to find the individual arrow passes like in Randomizer. We'd have the Diary of a Moogle.
Oh yeah,
That's a
one.
quick one. That's a quick one as well, though.
Yeah.
Technically speaking,
fishing,
you would have to make a second Sunstone, since the first one is story related, not side quest. There would be
Catholics as well.
Bujerba Madu would be one,
That's a fun one.
where it actually be the question, how would you define that? Is it literally just get all 14 bottles and sell them, or is it get all 14 bottles and sell one to each individual target?
I would say
There's also the Earthworm, right?
That'd be the next
was
one.
the
That
name,
one,
but
that one is already included in technically in the OOA run as well, considering that we need to kill her for the thing.
yeah.
Yep.
The fishing side quest as well.
Technically speaking, the Hunt Club, so the 30 rare games would still be in.
Yep.
The
There's
cockatrice, the fishing, foot race be the question. When do we count that as completed? After 1 or after all 100?
oh, 100 of course. Same thing for the Sunstone. You have to get all the 30 or so rewards from. They have
Quite
to
a
do,
nightmare.
You have to do the Sunstone
And,
quest 30 times.
If we go by guidebook references, we'd have side quest 20, the Dragon Researcher, which is Hellworm,
Oh.
and we'd have side quest 21, Omega Mark 12.
Yeah.
So
Also,
it would-
we just passed the Fun Coast.
So realistically
We can
speaking, by the way,
start. Sorry. We can
realistically speaking, on that idea with the all side quests, it would basically just be OOA without the bestiary and without having to buy all the spells. Technically,
So pretty
And no
much
quick endings.
20 hours no.
Hmm?
Yeah, no quick endings, yes.
did I just hear Pinewood Shops? Did someone say Pinewood Shops?
Chop chop.
So
Because I mean, shops would already be included in the cockatrice side quests. There's one of them in that area.
That is true.
you already passed the clan, right?
The Hunt Club on the Fun Coast, yeah.
Yeah.
That
So,
one I also mentioned.
We have in this hunt club a side quest for 31 rare enemies, but we can't start it now. We have to go to Arcadis first. Also, the things that was here before, I don't remember. Anyway, we learned information that Baltier's father is Sid, and he was a judge before. He became a sky pirate and took the name of Baltier.
I'm buying Cleanse and Darker here, by the way, so that I will.
Wait, Cleanse was available
was
that
here,
early?
sorry,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
was-
Cleanse and
it
Dark
was
are
here,
only sold here, and this is the only time I'm using the shop, so I'm using the I'm buying them now just for all the magics. I'm never gonna be using Darkra cleanse, maybe.
I'm just surprised to see cleanse this early, considering like when when disease actually becomes a thing, and how late it is that they start selling serums,
Yep.
vaccines, whatever they're else they've been called. I know the German one is like some random scientific one. NG0 XY blah blah blah. Oh, the localization changes are always interesting, honestly. So let me say that out, because I once again want to know the answer right now. What was vaccine? What was the serum in German? What was the name of that thing? Because I remember it was something incredibly dumb.
In French, it was a vaccine, if I remember correctly.
Items. Oh no, it's also vaccine. Where did I definitely remember there was one version where it was like some weird numbers and letter combination. Or was that the bad translation was of the IZGS? I don't know. I'm really confused right now. And even the guidebook can't help me with this one. Anyways, left upon coast behind us, got on a choco. Ooh, there is a Zeke. We need a Zeke. Actually, we don't need a Zeke technically, right?
We do need one. For best
Wouldn't Doxa and the other ones from the prison fight
they don't count.
Oh, interesting. Learned something new once again. But that's also really discriminatory, honestly, that the prison pigs don't count. They don't get their own entry, they don't count
have
as
their
their
own
own
entry.
species. They have?
Yeah, there is an entry called Tegusa in Western.
Launches Final Fantasy 12.
Pretty sure.
So here we get what's supposed to be a hunt, but it's actually not a hunt for the that counts for client points.
Yeah, they tried to appeal it to the clans as an official hunt, but they all said that it's too weird and too non-informative enough that the people couldn't really tell what it was about. That they declined the job basically.
Yeah, but it's mandatory to do this fight, this hunt, because it's the 5 little shit in the next dungeon. That are extremely annoying in any percent because it can kill your run basically. But here it's also annoying, but it can kill your run because you can recover when it goes badly. It's basically a fight where you fight 5 little enemies that we saw all the up until now. We want to use Traveler on them, but they run in all directions. Is a pretty huge room, so it can be problematic, especially in 90%. But here it's not that much of a problem. It's slow if you can't kill them all in one go, but at least you don't kill you. Huh? The
What
5.
exactly are you prepping
The
for
next
right
boss.
there, Zero?
The next boss. Sorry.
Diamond Armlet.
A
Diamond-
diamond omelet. Yes, that makes sense. I was just wondering, like, what is he prepping for? There isn't the toad was kill certain enemies. Chris isn't available yet. What is he trying to manipulate here? Yeah, right. The golden amulet would make sense.
Or the diamond omelet.
Diamond omelet would make sense. Yeah. Diamond, gold, basically the same thing.
Sorry, I was talking about something else.
You were talking about Mandragores.
Yeah, the next boss. So, Zero manipulates the chest to appear, and now he manipulates the chest to contain the diamond armlet. The diamond armlet is a equipment that changes what contains the chest. It's an equipment that is pretty much useless in TZA, except in the trials, but here it changes the content. The what chest content has quite a lot for many chests in the game, and one of the chests that we would want to pick up in the Gizzard Ray is only interesting if we have the diamond armlet, but at the point where we were in the Gaza Ray when we fight Clocatrix, we couldn't have the diamond armlet at that point. Well, we could technically get this diamond armlet at this point, but it's way too far out of the way to get it before now.
Two things. One, the chest manip is also kind of important since the odds are there. However, you in theory could try to get any item drop out of the hand, but especially in the PS2 version, that's a little bit annoying to do since chests have a respawn condition that you need to move 3 zones away for chests to respawn in this version of the game. In the Zodiac Age, for whatever reason, they changed it to 1 zone, which makes certain chests very, very easy to reset and farm to try and get the thing out of without you needing it. But the manipulations, unfortunately, are consistent enough that once as long as you haven't seen the numbers wrong, it's fairly easy to throw up. And the second thing I just want to mention right now, I've looked in-game and in the guidebook right now, at least. I have not seen a Daxa, Guiza, and Ditch entry in the actual in-game bestiary, and in the guidebook they're also listed as subspecies for the normal Zeke. So it could be that you said that they don't count actually for the bestiary entry, but
maybe it's just that there's an extra page. Maybe they are in the extra pages then. So if you do the extra pages for Zeke, then then there's info on them.
So in this dungeon we have a few chests that are interesting to pick up that contains a huge amount of money. We told you just earlier that chests reappear, but some chests doesn't reappear. That's the case for the Zodiac Spear chests, but it's also the case for the money chests. And here we have the fight that I mentioned earlier, that we want to use a Traveler to kill the 5 little shit that are running in all directions.
Honestly, after the recent things I've done with the casual TZAOA, I enjoyed normal boss fight a lot more these days. Funny enough, even though these are labeled as a boss, and even though they all have unique names, they are all respawnable enemies in a later zone of the game, where they can actually buff themselves beyond everything until they reach level 99 and become nearly unkillable. And become very, very annoying to fight there. The only reason you would ever fight them, however, is if you do a weird thing like doing the retro achievements, where, funny enough, the entire bestiary doesn't count the normal one of killing everything once, but also needs you to unlock the second page of everything, so you need to kill 15 more of each of them.
We need an invite for Olusta, I think.
He's not on there yet. I'm on it. I'll deal with it. Got it. There we go. Or not. Funny enough, the Discord command underneath the stream doesn't work.
Do you do the side quest with the waterfall in this?
Yeah, you
zone?
have to do it. You can't reach the chests without, and there's a rare enemy as well that you need it for. That's... Camera.
It's hard right now to find the invite link to the Discord for more commentators.
I'm asking Sion right now.
That's fine. In that phase, once again, for new people, since I've just seen Jared Kandra. Hi, Jared Kandra. Yeah, welcome to FF12 Order of Ambrosia. We are currently nearly 6 hours in, having fun with the game. We are a lot of people here right now. However, on the commentary booth currently, it's only just me and Groudon, together with Zero. You can see that by the microphone symbol in front of our names that we're currently here. Freda and Rooster are about to be joining soon, as we're about to do our first shift switch. Speak of the devil. And yeah, because it's a long run, we decided to take turns with the co-commentating to always have someone here with Zero.
I figured this was an opportune time for me to pop on anyway, so... Hello!
I mean,
Hello.
it works, it works.
Hello, Freddy.
How is everything going here?
I know, RNG's trashy as always. It's FF12 after all.
Yeah, it's FF12. I'm here for my
Yeah.
favorite part, Ahriman.
Zero pretty much killed the run at the start with Dusty farming.
Yeah.
Bastia was very much not nice.
You do
not the run, but the PV.
strat for Ahriman, right?
What?
New stress
You do the
farmer?
any percent strat for Ahriman?
Yes.
Right? Oh, good. So, the any percent strat for Ahriman has been updated in past, and well, I guess it's been a few years now, but the strat used to involve a lot of waiting for him to jump around and leaving, and a lot of bad things that can happen. The new strat involves using Belias freezing, which we've seen a few times in the past here, like Bergen and stuff, even though we summoned Bergen, or Belias, but besides the point.
Try to show it there, but...
Yeah. I mean, before we do that, we're running around in circle here doing this little waterfall quest, but that's fine. You're just running in circles. The rest of Ahriman, we Belias freeze a couple times. Then right when he's about to teleport, we throw a warp mote, I believe, and run at him. And then do one more set of reflects and Belias freeze again. Or one more set of, reflects. It's something like that, right? It's been a while since I practiced that strat.
Zero, you told me a few days ago that you think it was the hardest boss in the game. When the run, at least.
It might be.
It's just funny for me to hear, because obviously I know the PS2 strats are very much different, and the setups are very much different from what we usually do in TVA, but like Ahriman usually is more annoying than anything else, than really a danger ever. Like, yes, especially when he starts confusing people, it gets annoying. His constant running away and teleporting costs time, but I've honestly never really seen that Ahriman be dangerous. The only times I've really seen Ahriman be dangerous in TZA was when I didn't notice that Penelo was completely out of MP as I started the fight, and then didn't throw an elixir for like the next minute before finally I noticed that.
Must be nice.
I mean, also that was it might have changed by now as well again with the new gun route since we're now at a lower level. But like there were, it probably was due to the times there where we used to grind to level 25 specifically before Ahriman in order to prep for Ahriman.
Yeah, I think it's mostly just that reflect routes Ahriman naturally counters because of the whole jumping around a bunch and splitting into multiple things, so it's hard to focus everything on one enemy. Whereas with attack routes, you just be like, oh hey, there's Ahriman, let's shoot him. Done.
I mean, not technically in the gun route, honestly, since Ahriman is one of very few bosses, story bosses, that actually takes 88% less damage from guns. So he is mostly also being used magic route, or in the older route at least it used to be Ash casting, Penelo healing, boss hitting. Since getting Fyraga just before in the Pond Coast was always nice to deal, especially with the copies. But we didn't use Reflector, he literally just brute forced the attacks there. Also, waterfall puzzle already?
Yep.
Yeah, for the money.
May as well. I believe this chest has a lot of money in it, so...
Yeah, there are 2 or 3 chests in this dungeon that has a lot of money that are sadly not repeatable, so... we pick them up now to get a lot of money.
I mean, as long as that striker doesn't be a jerk too much.
At least he
I
can.
mean, at least the waterfall puzzle also saves. We need to come back later anyways, because there's a rare game in the final room of the waterfall puzzle, but it's safe, so we don't have to redo it later.
Yeah.
That's the maximum that you can get? Or?
I think these are just flat guild chests as long as you're on the right. With diamond armor on?
Yep. I mean,
But yeah, for those that have just joined, we're doing some more RNG manipulating.
but he used protect.
Oh no!
I was just like one cure away, and then he used protect. So now I went over the money and.
Rude. So everything in this game is kind of on a set list of RNG values, and at least on the PS2 version. And we have figured out or found that list out a while ago and kind of go through that by using a few cures to figure out where we are on the list, and then just using those RNG numbers to get specific results we want, whether that's spawning a mob or putting a chest, things like that. I know this is probably already explained recently.
You can do that also in TZA to get the Saturn Grat.
There we go.
Yeah, he needed to get notoriously hard to pick up items like the Hen Mine Zodiac Spear. Which, do you still do that one? I assume so.
Yeah, he does that for one time, for one more Zodiac Spear.
Yep.
The third one is not needed.
No, yeah. It's not worth going out of the way for.
With that, however, my food is ready, so I'd be ending my first commentator shift here. I'll still be lurking and obviously watching if any of you wants to drop out and wants another one to fill in. As I said, I'll probably be around for at least another like 4 or 5 hours before going to bed. And yeah, in that case, in words once again, Zero, good luck.
Thank you.
Commentators, a lot of fun. And yeah, I'll be joining the chat side.
Well, we take a break here.
Thank you, Hub.
Bye, thank you, Hub. I'll probably take a short break to eat something at some point.
Alright, yeah, Rooster should be on in a few, so.
Yeah. But for now, I'm totally fresh and not sleepy, so I can go for 3 hours without any problem.
Oh, nice. Phantasmal Space Star.
Is that good in this setup?
No. it doesn't matter. Like, Bosch gets... Oh, he didn't even get confused.
Just don't get confused. Easy. So yeah, we'll do some Belias so he doesn't jump away right away. And then Warp Mode, I believe specifically because it's a long
Animation
time.
and full 8 effect capacity.
Oh, full effect capacity, that's right. So we're kind of hiding behind him, so all the reflex will hit him. And do another Belias freeze. Then we just gotta do one more of these. Right, that's the last trick. For whatever reason, he teleports away, then teleports right back to you just in time for that. Because of black magic, I think, mostly. And not the offensive kind.
I think his AI gets broken a little bit by the...
Nice guy.
Stuff. Yep.
But yeah, I agree. I think the AI just gets broken from the... It already kind of gets broken a little bit, but when you're manipulating the teleports and stuff, like it... Because what Ariman usually does is we'll do at 50% hit points, I think roughly, he will jump
60%.
away and split once. 60? Okay, that does
60,
sound
40,
right.
and 20, I think, are the thresholds.
Yeah. Yeah, at 60 he'll jump away, do it split once, 40 he'll jump away, split twice, and then 20 he'll jump away and split 4 times. But that takes a while, and also there's a bunch of other Arimans ready to cast Phantasmal Gaze on you, which is very not fun. So it's the strat that was found. Did you find this one? That one? Strat?
No, that was
Or is that
found by the Japanese runners. I don't remember which
Oh,
one
yeah.
exactly. The name just isn't popping into my head right now. But then Roost and I worked on it as well a little bit, but it was originally by the Japanese runner.
Yeah, there's a few prominent Japanese runners. Originally Eminon, but also a couple that we hadn't even heard about until after I had found out I didn't have a world record for a while. Cough.
So we enter Arcadis, the capital of the Akkadian Empire. Well, first we enter the old Arcadis. Before we go to Arcadis. Is there a side quest we have to do on this here to continue? I don't remember.
Yes.
Jobs.
We need to.
We have to make a shopkeeper appear.
Yeah, we do need to make shopkeeper appear.
The hardest part.
Buying 3 Emperor Tippets. Emperor Tippets give you double experience, so that's gonna be really helpful for the party level average. Later
Yeah,
on.
at a certain point we flipped from really needing LP to really needing XP in order to hit the 50 level minute average.
Yeah, there are like 3 pairs of NPCs in Old Arcadius that you need to talk to one of them, and the fastest one you can do is by talking to this guy right over here.
This guy up here, whatever his name is, yeah.
Lucky Man. I
Lucky
think.
Man.
And then you need to like he has found the bag of coin from a barrel and we don't know anything what to do with that information yet. But we do make sure to talk to him to learn that information, and then we can try to get into the city. But there are
A bunch of
guards.
quests that,
Oh no!
a bunch of quests that makes no sense.
Yeah, the gimmick with arcade, quote unquote gimmick with Arcades is that Arcades doesn't care about money. Everyone's rich, so everyone trades in favors instead of money. And by favors, I mean information and gossip, mostly gossip. So you'll see we'll be doing a smaller version of it down here where we're mostly getting scammed by this Jules guy. Thankfully, we have a lot more money than we do at any percent, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And then, but once we get to Arcades proper, we'll be doing what's called chops, or the longer version of Pinewood chops. So we have to get at least what?
8 of them.
Oh
I
man,
think?
is it 8? Yeah, I want to say 8. I believe you do more in the first run because we do have to eventually do all of them.
I do 9 at the first. Like, I do 1 extra. That's
One extra, just because it's on the way, yeah. Yeah, so we do 9 in order to progress the story. We do have to come back and get, there's 28 of them total. We'll come back and do that later for a sandalwood chop, which lets us enter one zone that we could not enter otherwise. And that is the entire reason we have to do all of the chops.
Yeah.
Yep, just for the map completion, because otherwise this area is totally useless for OA. But we need to do this side quest of from the entire side quest just to go there for 2 maps.
Yep.
I love totally useless side quest. The side quest is stupidly long as well.
Technically, there's also a rare game turn-in that gives you some stuff in that area. If you like every 5 rare game you do. The only reason I know that is because of the rando. But
Yeah. There's also Cocatrix that you can find there for the Cocatrix side quest. But who cares about side quest? We're doing a speedrun.
We're doing a completionist speedrun, but who cares about side quests?
yeah, thankfully, side quests are not necessary. Well, some side quests aren't necessary.
Yeah.
The completionist speedrun, but that doesn't do most of the side quests that the game has.
Man, this is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game just because of the stank face that Fran gives Jules. He's just like, I see you.
Off.
Cough.
And she say nothing. Humans are so stupid.
It's so good.
Friend is supposed to be your partner, but she doesn't help you at all.
Oh yeah, true. We can also buy chops if we need to, but they're way too expensive.
Excuse me, what's a chop?
I always just assumed it's like a piece of wood. Honestly, it's
I mean,
probably like
FF12, in FF12, I played the game in French, not in English, so I don't know what that is. Chop for 20,000
I mean,
kills.
it's not a common term in English either. So, other than for like to chop a piece of wood, which is like break apart wood, I'm imagining it like a gold bullion, but made out of wood instead of gold.
I mean, why would you buy a chop for 20,000 kills? What does it do?
I mean,
Because
they're the things that we get here, like the.
Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, it's Arcades. Oh, you were actually literally asking. Sorry. Gotcha. That's the side quest, yeah.
We need 8.
Pop in here, right?
Yeah. We need 28 total, but we are gonna do most of them later when we have to come back here to start some hunts and stuff. By Eroga and Reflecga. One shop that hasn't changed at all since I started running.
Good old hero again, Reflectia. I do like how I recognize a lot of my formatting in this, but then I went back to look at my old notes. I'm like, this is definitely improved formatting since then.
I love the fact that Aeroga in French is Aeroda, not Aeroga.
Hello.
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 So I'm here with some info to add on to what you guys were just discussing. In Japanese, the pinewood chop is a white leaf, and the sandalwood chop is a black feather. So.
Huh. Okay.
I think it's just supposed to be like some sort of indication of wealth or something, but I don't know how they got to pinewood and sandalwood or what a chop is. So that's just some localization business.
Yeah, I still have no idea what a chop is. So. I'm gonna stick with my thought of it's just a bullion of wood.
Anyway, can we talk about the fact that we are in an enemy capital and we are doing basically the merchant of the population?
We're not well-known criminals. It's fine.
This would probably be a bad place to do the I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg.
Yeah, you might not want to do the Captain Bosch bit. Never mind that Bosch is actually there with you.
Yeah, I think they mentioned in the before they arrive, they say something like that. Our names may be well known, but our faces not so much. Or something.
Oh yeah, true.
Listen to the Emperor's Lie.
Imagine doing cutscenes.
So now that we have done this for no reason, we have access to the Dark Lore Lab. That is mentioned very early in the story, because it's where the manufactured nephisites are built. That caused a lot of problems in the story up until now. So we go there to get back the non-manufactured nephicite, including one that destroyed nowadays. It was stolen by the Empire. What? There are three, but what was the one left that it was not used?
What?
So don't quit. Yeah, there's one that is used to destroy Nabudis, the one that is used to destroy the Leviathan fleet.
Yeah.
And the third one is the one that
The Empire has.
stolen by Van at the start of the game, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. The
But
one in the palace.
It was. So we are here to get them back, but someone is arrived before us, and that's Redus.
So you're talking
Okay.
about the Goddess's Magicite, Manufactured Nethicite, and I forget the Dawn Shard, right?
Dawn Shard.
I always forget
Dawn
which
Shard
is
is
which.
Dawn Shard, Dust
So Dawn
Shard,
Shard-
and the Midlight Shard are the
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
three shards.
I was thinking of the other things too. The issue is that my thinking lately has been poisoned by the rando, so I'm like, okay, what are the key items that you
I
need?
know, right?
Not what are the plot items.
The not key items. You can equip the dunch shard, I think. If I
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
correctly.
Yeah, it's both, but there's
It's
no
both.
dusk shard that you can equip, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
because,
the Dawn Shard is the only one that we get.
Yeah.
The Dusk Shard and the Midlight Shard are the ones that the Empire has.
The dunch shard is the one that was used by Redas, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Ferris, yeah.
Redas who was a judge magister.
Yeah.
Judge Zect, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Judge checked to use the, I think it's Dusk Shard that they used to
Yeah, one of the
destroy
three.
the Nabudis.
So the three of them are in possession of Sid, Dr. Sid, who was one of the main antagonists of the game, alongside Gavranth and Vayne and Vena.
Funny that you should mention Redas right now.
Wait, what?
It's funny that you mentioned Redas because we are currently
because
infiltrating
Redas is-
his lab at the exact same time as him, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's true.
I'm totally lost on what I was explaining.
All right, one last thing.
Yeah, so the three shards are in possession of Dr. Sid, and at the end of the game, just before the Bahamut appears, he will use the three shards to make the big crystal go crazy, to make the Bahamut appears.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm spoiling the story, but who cares?
Ruin. You're here watching 100% category and you don't know the story, it's your own fault.
Anyway, in about 3 hours, the story won't matter anymore.
Yeah, about.
Oh, it matters.
For the sake of
Just-
OOA, though,
no.
there's not really much here to worry about except just progressing through the dungeon, right?
Yeah, and the mandatory dungeon where we can't go back doesn't matter.
Oh,
Anyway,
no.
the map looks like that, so even if the map mattered in this era, it wouldn't matter because the look of the map you can't go in. The map when it looks like that, it doesn't matter for map completion. So, the seed fight that we will have later. But before that, we have to go back a few elevators, and if soldiers come out of the elevator, we have to wait they comes out before being able to enter them.
Yep.
So quite annoying. So Sid, this is the last fight where we use Traveler. Because Sid is immune to damage until we kill all the friends he has. His friends are Machina. And after that we use Bayo, I think, to kill him.
We technically do a little travelering in Pharos nowadays, right?
But yeah, but this is the last full traveler that we do.
Yeah, it's not as
the,
tight.
where it actually matters as damage.
And yeah, this traveler got set up way back in. Way back. Way back in the way back. Because you can't set it up in the lab because you don't actually run enough steps.
Yep.
So setting it up back in Sochin Cave before Ahriman is kind of what we've been doing for a while. I don't remember. I didn't see exactly where you did it because of the water.
It is right before the right at the end of the waterfall puzzle before the manipulating the chests.
It said you can't use the traveler on the Ahriman while you work a fairly long time in the cave.
Yeah, so this fight is gimmicky in that once you kill one of these little, well, toys, for lack of a better word, we get this cutscene, and they all reset hit points, I think.
Yep.
And we have to kill them all before we can really put significant damage in on Sid. Plus, they cast Protect and Shell and Regen and Reflect. So we want to try to get as much off as we can. We used to do just Reflects until we killed them all, but Traveler makes this a lot easier as it will almost kill them, but the Traveler will almost kill them by itself, but the manual bios will do the rest of the job. I think they have like 8,000 hit points or something like that. And then
Dr. Sid was my favorite Sid, by the way.
Mine too.
yeah, he's fun.
So we learned that Sid is going to the Vegan. So we are following him. But before that, we have to. Did you do the final hunt, or you still have to do it?
Which hunt?
The 10th hunt. The rabbit, I think.
The Warble Bunny? Yeah,
Oh,
Warble
Warble?
Bunny is still it's done
Oh, yeah.
on the way to Reflection.
Okay, so you still have to do it. So.
So we can't do Thalassan until after Vegan, right?
Which hunt can we do? Like we... Not confused what we're talking about, but
Yeah, me too.
but we have, I think what it meant that we need the 10 hunts to unlock Niho Palawa. We currently have 9 hunts, and we need to do Warble Bunny still before we can buy Niho.
Yeah, and Niho Paloa is important because it is an accessory that reverses the effect of curative, or of all, actually, I think, but reverses the effect of potions that you use. And that is helpful because if you have Remedy and all 3 of the Remedy lores, you can throw a Remedy on an enemy and it will inflict every status that they are weak to, which we abuse a lot. There's also things like Phoenix Down counts as a death, which is important in maybe 1 or 2 spots.
You don't buy Sleep Gear?
Not yet. I don't have money for it. I have to do the shop
Yeah,
later
and
anyway.
Yeah. Well, all of these spells are available earlier, but it's way out of the way to get them.
Yep.
Yeah. More free money.
Money! And now we go back to the retreat, I think.
Yeah, first take a small
Yeah.
detour in the Ester Sand to
Yeah, the instant send to get the guild chest in the end right.
I do the turn in the Veil Blossom Dew.
I'm
Earlier.
totally out of the way. You go back just for that?
Yeah, and you have to go and
This is just-
you have to leave the screen and come back later anyway as well.
yeah, it's one of those like we have to do it at some point. May as well now.
Yeah, and I do it now so that I don't
Uh,
accidentally sell the Veil Blossom Dew, which would be a little bit awkward if I did.
Yeah, yeah.
You start the Front Coast side quest later, I think. Or...
After Giruvegan,
Okay.
which is a lot earlier than we used to do it. Well, at least non-Thalassinon stuff, but.
Foil.
But yeah, we're still continuing on mostly with the quest. We'll take another a quick little side quest once we get to Giruvegan before we go in, but we'll explain that when we get there. First, we're gonna run through and do a hunt and a rare enemy on the way through to Giruvegan.
Yeah, the first half of the category is basically going as fast as possible to the front coast, to the Pharos and fight Seed 2, and then for the pretty much all of the story beside Bahamut, then do the rest of the side quest.
Yeah.
Since you get access to a spell in the Buddhist, and that is quite strong. Pick up the Zodiac Spear at that moment. For the rest,
do you even actually use Scathe that much, Zero?
Yeah,
or is it mostly just
use it a lot nowadays.
Okay, cool. Yeah, makes sense then. Because we used to just come back later for Scathe and do a lot of the side stuff before Pharos. Because you can start getting all that done after Giruvegan, but I guess
this
being
is
able
a non-elemental spell, right? And one of the strongest one.
yeah, it's a AoE non-elemental spell, so it works against most things. I think it's not elemental, right? Ardor's the fire one.
Yep.
Yeah. So we use it or it's probably used in quite a bit for reflect strategies that are faster than just hitting things with a long stick, pokey stick. Which also happens quite a bit, I'm sure.
Yep.
But we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. This bunny comes up. Remember the word bunny, because we'll be upset about bunnies more than once in this game, or in this run.
Yes.
This one isn't too bad. It usually pops up in a spot where we can just throw a Bacchus wine on it to make it berserk, and then it will just attack us. Otherwise, it will run away and keep running away and be impossible to catch.
I love speaking of berserk. I love the fact that the monster called Furry is a bunny.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Fury is also a bunny. Yep. Yeah, bunnies are fun. That one's not too bad because at least it can't keep running away. It eventually hits the end of a wall. This one will just keep running away because this zone is circular and long and big. Once we are done with Vorpal Bunny here, which we'll see shortly. Actually, you didn't even throw Bacchus when you just berserk it manually. Okay, that's also works. I'm too used to our rando strats. We want to kill Chain specifically, so we'll kill these first couple Corals, and then we'll try to avoid killing Corals. There's not really many after this point. We gotta kill a 22 chain of skeletons, and then to spawn a rare mob called Gravelord. Why 22? Why not?
It's a good reasoning.
That's the reasoning I feel for a lot of things in rare spawns.
12 or 33 would be better.
Why do you have to wait 30 minutes for Necromore? I don't know. Why not? We also importantly want to decoy Bosch here so that, because Vorpal 20 does hit pretty hard, especially for our levels at the moment.
Yeah, I forgot to get thingy, the saga for Ash. So.
We're just doing bio.
You should be able to afford it after the.
Yeah.
And Vorpal Bunny is done. So now we killed 10 hunts, so we have access to the Niho that we talked earlier. That reverse all.
Have you even been to the clan hall yet? Did you do Clocatrice? You did do Clocatrice earlier. Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I forgot the most important part. You have to actually kill every enemy in this zone before skeletons will start spawning, and then kill 22 skeletons.
Yeah. So the Niho will read that. I forgot the word. That reverse Nihopala that reverse the effect of remedies and things down and
Just reverse it,
a
right?
bunch of other stuff will be used instead of what is used in 90% that I forgot the name. Once more.
Underflogish?
Underflogish, yeah. Yes. So that's the reason why we want to do 10 hunts before Gilovegan. So we can
Alright, clan halls also get the more.
put debuffs on the enemies and the bosses as well.
Ash leveled up from the kill and then didn't get the lost Serenity, and that made that count survive.
Of course. Okay, so now we just manually raise all of these. Since they are skeletons, they will die to raise. You could use Phoenix Downs as well, but that takes more money. So saving a bit of money by
I think
doing
Honey is
less.
used in this run, right?
What was that?
Holy. The question in the chat.
Oh, holy. Do we actually use holy?
We do use Holy a little bit, but mostly for ATP clocking.
I was gonna say if we use it, it's for ATB clocking because the spell itself isn't really that good, and you can reflect scathe.
Wait, you can use a scathe on yourself?
Yeah.
AoE.
Yeah. Just like any other AoE magic. Some raising at 12, 10 more. And then, of course, this rare game is also relatively strong and also undead and dies to raise / Phoenix Downs. So, you know, just skeleton things.
You're fighting the skeleton just for levels?
No, you need 22 chain to spawn this enemy here. Coming up. Do you not want the
I want the chain.
refills or anything?
I can't
Oh,
walk
chain
anymore.
level. What's the rare drop on these?
Ah, is it... Yes, enemy, sorry.
I think you're gonna get the chain level. Oh, damn it. I lied.
Don't forget, you need 36 study bonds for upgrading your weapons.
Yep. Get the ×3 multiplier.
Of course, it didn't spawn in the quick spot. Hey, teleport stone's got it. There he is. Here's the Grave Lord. More annoying to spawn than he is to kill, unfortunately.
Luckily, they haven't made him immune to the Phoenix Down yet. Not at that level of enemy.
Right?
An important part of routing this category is just making sure you do everything in the order that allows you to like actually accomplish what you need at that point. So like this is a good time to do this because we can actually just beat these enemies at this point and take care of what we need to do.
They're also a really good source of XP, so I'm gonna be grinding them a little bit here.
I was gonna say I see that you actually kill a bunch here. That's why you want the chain levels. Got it.
Like this is probably the best. Like this is better XP per second than Deep Lusu, which is a little bit crazy.
That is pretty good, actually.
But you can only get like 80 kills here before they stop spawning, and then you have to go 2 zones away, and then that's not worth it anymore.
So is this worth it just for reaching the 300 levels?
Yeah, and
Okay,
you get a lot like
Go faster.
you could it's like substitute for some jellies and Lusu grind.
I was gonna say it's definitely not worth it just for the stats, but if it's actually like contributing towards that, then yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, like we are reaching the. I don't have to grind as long in Lusu next to this. So
I guess yeah, because you're grinding in loose until you reach what is it, 47 these days?
Oh, that's right, the Lusu grind. Yeah, and that does take a while.
Gilgamesh.
Yep.
I was thinking like you could make up for it some in the deep, the Great Crystal, but yeah, that doesn't work for Gilgamesh. So
Yeah.
So just like
deep pen, not deep Lusu.
Since we're talking about experience grinding now, I guess we should mention that one of the thresholds that we're looking towards in the future is when we fight Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has some abilities that afflict you based on your level, and so it's like there's like a level 2 sleep, I think, level 3, I forget exactly what they are.
Level 3 disable and
Level 3
level 4 break.
Oh, you're right. It is level 3 disable. Yep.
Yeah.
Level 4.
So basically, we need to make sure that everyone in the party is at a level that is high enough to fight him, but also not divisible by 2 or 3. Luckily, in the 40s, there's a few good options because 41, 43, 47, 49. 40 for the first 3 are all prime. 49 is just 7 times 7. So those are all good options. And we've also looked to another boss, Zalera, that has like prime level death, although it's not important these days. Not as important. But for that, we're just like, okay, we don't want to be 46 or 48. So 47 works well, and we need to reach that, and so we're also just grinding here for that towards the 300 that was also mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the level 4 as well, I think, right?
Yeah, but if you're divisible by 4, then you're divisible by 2. So 2 and 3 are the important ones.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, the you also notice little optimizations, like instead of casting rays directly, Zero will precast rays onto Bosch, who still has reflect. So it's just reflecting raises onto enemies.
This reminds me of the good old days of brain pan farming with reflected
Yeah,
death.
yeah. We've brought back brain plan farming. It's just
Back when it was easy.
dark skeleton farming. Yeah, right.
I was a little confused because Grudon was talking about the Niho Paloa. I'm like, why doesn't he just, you know? I was thinking of the Niho Paloa strats from later, but yeah, no, we obviously don't have that yet.
Getting it soon though. We're not that far from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just after RPG.
Yeah.
You go up until Gear Vegan first, right? To the teleporter stone.
It looks like run to Gear Vegan, hit the crystal, and then teleport from the crystal to get Niho and stuff.
Yeah, and the gear from XII as well.
Also get some nice 50k guild chest. I like that you go to Gizadrai just for that 50,000 guild chest. I mean, it's worth it, but
Yeah.
it's kind of funny.
Too bad you can't do it well that you earlier when you go for the block of trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the downside of doing Clock at Twix earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what we used to do, right? Is do it with Cluckatrice?
Yeah. We used to do both clock of trees and the 50,000 guild before coming here actually.
Yeah.
But it was changed because we stopped doing the Nihogan rock toys in Lusu, so we have to replace them by something to get the 8 hands for Thomas. So we do the category do Clocatrix earlier and Kelados earlier. It also saves a bit of money since we get the gold amulet from the quest.
Cheetah?
The hunt.
The diamond amulet?
Golden amulet, yes. So it's a bit of money, so we don't have to buy 3 of them, but only 2. And it saves time, so we don't have to go in Lusuk in 4 times and only 3. If I remember correctly, the numbers. After we go in Lusu.
Alright. That was a decent farm. Same.
Yeah. Do you usually get 99 sturdies from that?
No, I don't actually really know how many I usually get. I think it's somewhere like
Don't
40s or 50s that we get the sturdy bones. But
they don't sell that much anyway. It's like 200 each or something.
they are like 400, I want to say, but
Are they the 400 ones? Maybe
think they are.
Yeah. Okay.
but they're like good money. Like you want them and you care about them, but it's like I mean, it's the fact that the skeletons stop spawning after you kill them.
Right.
Like I was able to get 80 kills in and didn't like lose. Didn't have to run around or no enemies. So that was. I think that was...
Yeah, it's like the skeletons in Lusu, early Lusu. They like will spawn for a while, but then eventually just be like, nope, no more skeletons. We've run out. I remember doing that casually a lot.
Yep.
So next boss here is Reflegia. Reflegia is weak to air magic. And we have Iroka. Dies really fast to this, especially in Spellbreaker.
Plant who is not weak to fire. What is this game?
Elements are all weird in this game.
Yeah. Don't try to use logic to figure out elemental weaknesses. You'll have a bad time.
I'm sorry, I'm a Pokemon fan, and Reflegia is weak to fire. Reflegia was a Vileplume in
I mean,
English.
You could argue that flying is also wind, and they are also weak to flying. So they
Yeah.
are wind too.
But Fire Guy is stronger than Aeroga, so my logic works better.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, in this game, water is weak to fire, so
Yeah, that's also fair.
What are you weak to fire?
Oh. Aeroga is stronger than Firaga if you're using a cherry staff.
Yeah,
Never
but you
mind,
have the
it
fire
ends up
staff.
flame staff.
The fire stuff.
Besides the point. Oh, this guy also drains magic, which is annoying if things go badly, but it's hard for things to go badly. I say knowing that I watched Zero lose a... Was it a relay run that you lost, or someone lost to Reflegia?
I think I died to Reflegia in the relay.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah, that was you. I remember that. Good times.
There are a few on this fight, right? Who's for this fight? I don't remember.
What's in this fight?
There are Marlboro on this fight, right?
They spawn
Maybe?
Malboros, but killed them before.
Reflegia spawns Malboro?
Yeah, Reflegia spawns Malboros.
Is that what the cry for help is?
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever actually had a fight against Reflegia, ever. Even casually, that went slow enough for Malboros to be a thing. We'll be back here
We
for,
immobilize
rare game.
to do the spawn trick.
As we talked about the golden amulets in Zodiac Age earlier, if you go left from here, that's where the golden amulet would be in the Zodiac Age.
Oh yeah.
So,
if you haven't,
since we stuck Ash in place, we can despawn enemies on the way to Below Vegan if needed. So the idea is to change the leader and change the leader to Ash and change the leader immediately to Bash, so the enemy in the area will be despawned.
That's you should see the behemoth's head. I switched to Ash and the behemoths are gone.
what behemoths? They were never there. Never once.
How does this place work with to know where you have to go?
Yeah, so you have to go to the first shrine, and then from here it's RNG which shrine it points towards. It can be from here. It can be 3 different directions. I checked this one.
Yeah.
So the last one I checked.
3 different.
And then in that direction there's a new shrine, and then, well, from this there's only one option. It's always gonna be there, and I go that direction. I have to go around Kirveganus, so say hi to John Madden.
Glowy eye dinosaur. John Madden.
Ooh, Deathbringer.
Oh hey, free Deathbringer.
Too bad we don't use it anymore, but
Yeah. Good money though.
Yep.
What does it do?
Importantly, you do have to hit the
one
middle
sword,
of
right?
these shrines in order for the everything else to unlock.
Yeah.
But Deathbringer itself does death on hit.
Yeah, it's a fairly powerful sword that has a 10% chance of proccing instant death if the enemy is not immune to it.
Okay, so this is where we officially summon the Ambrosia for the first time.
This would usually be the only time we summon an Esper. At least at any percent it is.
Yeah.
Except for we accidentally did in Bergen, and we do have to actually summon Espers for Dead Character Glitch later. So
Yeah.
we'll see a few more Espers. So as mentioned before, there's a teleport crystal up here. We're gonna go hit that, and then go get that Niho Paloa that we'll use, I assume, against Tyrant.
And Daedalus.
And Daedalus. Usually in the any percent run, we would overflow or underflow, actually. Yeah, one of the flows. Underflow percent chances to hit enemies with status effects. Because there's a bit of a bug where if you get less than a 0% chance to land a status effect on someone, it underflows to 255% chance to do it or something like that. A large number of percent chance, which is guaranteed. But because we need levels, we don't worry about making sure people are low enough levels, and instead we just come get Niho Paloa and throw remedies on them instead. Or whatever status we need. I think you just buy a bunch of remedies, right?
I
Still.
did buy 11 remedies. I think I'm only gonna be using Niho remedy twice in the run. In other dice, but I just picked the correct item for whatever status it is that I want to land.
Gotcha.
By the way, we spoke about the 5 judges in TZA. The Niho plus remedy is a good strat to kill them. Because they're all weak to some stuff.
Yeah, Niho remedy is very powerful, casually especially.
Yep.
Just use it on every boss you see, and it will probably do something useful.
It's a good way to figure out what the enemies are immune to.
Yeah. So right past this line, there is a chest that we're manipulating to spawn, which will have 50,000 gil. I think, is it 50,000 guaranteed with Diamond Amulet? Or do you have to manipulate
when it's an item, or when it's gil, yes.
Okay. Oh, so you have to have the gil, right. So yeah, a couple more RNG manipulations here to get basically free 50,000 gil.
50. 50,000 gil, right?
Yeah,
50,000 gil.
Anyway.
What do you think they put this chest here for? Is it just like a typo, or?
Because they could tends to be my answer for all of these.
Is it?
Because they could.
They put the chest.
I mean,
anybody would pick it up. But it's actually a mistake because it doesn't appear.
Oh right,
Whoever designed the treasures for this game had a sense of humor, Roosta. I can tell you that for a fact because of the Zodiac Spear chest in front of Downs.
Yeah, true.
50,000 gil. Yeah, he was right.
So
anyway, so we pick up this chest just to buy the Niho.
Did I actually? Hold on, what just happened there? I think I curad, and then one of them reflected onto the bunny. Did that bunny then get acroed and run away? Because I couldn't see the bunny anywhere.
Maybe.
That's an interaction I haven't seen before, but I'll take it. At least he didn't attack me and ruin the manip.
we got the money. It's fine. Let's see. We do go to Clan Hall next. Okay, and pick up all the hunts and get the rewards, which is more money.
Yeah, the 10 hunts that I've completed now, not only does it unlock buying Nihopalawa from the clan shop, but it also unlocks 3 new hunts from the clan hall.
Yeah.
Which are the ones that are... Wait. They are not.
Move through.
I was thinking they were the 3 hunts that are the ingredients for the canopic char, but that's not correct, because one of them is Antlion, and it's Kill Snapper that is from 8 hunts that have the reward.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget about the canopic jar. Oh.
You have the
Right.
Nihopala with that Cure Reflect. No, Nihopala only works on items. They reverse the effects of magics. Just like
Yeah, yeah.
So we get a bunch of reward for killing some enemies. It includes the Rafflesia, the Tiamat, and the Demon Roll, and maybe others that I don't have in mind. And we accept a few hands. Mont Blanc is the client for a few hunts as well.
is
Especially for
I think,
Yasmat.
3. There's Yasmat, Shadowseer, and Gilgamesh, I think. And Belito, I guess. We don't do that in this one. So it's 4 hunts. That, he's the petitioner for.
I always forget that Bolito's not even a required hunt. Still feels weird to me.
In fact, I don't even get him unlocked in the hunt on Mont Blanc.
I was gonna say, yeah, you wouldn't want to because you have to kill Deed, right? Is it? No, not Deed. Whatever that rare game is that's out there.
Just because we got the chest, we are able to buy the Niho, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to do that.
I'm selling everything now, mostly because so I can check where I am on money. Only 1 burger.
Yeah.
I
Unfortunate.
don't need.
Let's see. Yeah, jellies aren't until after.
Yeah, this is so I will know how many chilies I need to do.
Right. No, almost 70 that time. How much money do you need post jellies nowadays?
Could you skip the 50,000 gifts and replace it by the jellies?
It's lower.
Oh wait, I can just look at your notes and figure that out myself.
Yeah, I need about 30 yellow liquids now.
That's not much at all, yeah.
Yeah, so it should be very fast chilies. Whatever number it's 4.
4, I think, now, yeah. I remember in the original version of this, we used to do 6.
Yep.
Good times.
I tried 3, but then I realized that I need to do an extra room of chilies if I do that. and it's faster to just split.
Yeah. Gives you an excuse to do more later because you have to come back for melt anyway.
Yeah.
This enemy is very scary to fight, fairly, but he's weak to confusion, right?
Confuse, yep.
It's much less scary than it should be.
Several of the most dangerous enemies are weak to confuse, which makes them more tractable for us.
Yep.
Using Phoenix down with the Niho, trying to revive Ash. Classic.
Classic.
That went super well, I imagine. I didn't have to imagine since I watched it, but still.
Also, fun fact, this is one of the 2 boss in the game that doesn't disappear after being killed. Will remain in place until the end of days. The other one is Elder Realm.
But not ever consider that. That's a good point. One extra hit. He does heal himself with his own dark cast, but luckily he doesn't actually do much damage compared to his own HP.
He's still on the left, and he won't bother us anymore. So we use Immobilize once more to use the trick to make the enemy disappear. Because we don't want to fight any enemies here.
These enemies hit really hard, so this is kind of the original reason that Immobilize despawning even happened. Was these guys really sucked, and then the original FF12 runners figured out that this was a thing. So
luckily in the any percent version we don't actually have to use Immobilize here, but we do a little bit different movement here, so it's necessary.
Do we?
Yeah, in the vanilla speedrun you can just do a too far warp here.
I think we still do an Immobilize here though. At least I do. Or do I?
Maybe I'm thinking of TZA.
TZA we do too far away warp, yeah. I think in original you still do... I can't remember why.
Maybe we just saved a few seconds on your PB.
It might be because you can't flee past the behemoth. Like the behemoth always targets you, so it's slower a little bit.
Just for information, I will take the time of the jelly fall to eat something.
Okay.
No worries.
Go for it. Ooh. Rip on.
Yeah, well, since we need to go back here anyway for the Ultima and Omega, we skip every enemies for now to kill them on the way to the Great Crystal.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll come back here much stronger. For one of the longest, most annoying parts of this run.
Don't say that to
It's
Zero. It's his favorite dungeon.
This is my favorite dungeon.
It's my least favorite dungeon.
Well, you're not the one running, so...
Yeah, but you don't know the dungeon by heart, so that's why it's your least favorite.
No, I know the dungeon by heart. I barely have to look at the map and know when I do rando Great Crystal.
Random Great Crystal when you pop. How does it work in Great Crystal when you have a bunch of walls that blocks you?
Hello. Hey, buddy. You should probably not be there.
You're targeted by the.
It's like the worst spot for it too. Usually you would just run past it, but you have to do the cure. Oh god, and Vaughn's running too.
Oh la la!
So you might have to run back to... Oh, no, there you go. Might not be a bad idea to... Yeah, I guess you'd be fine. I was thinking re-immobilize Ash, but...
When was the last time you saved?
Before Ariman, I think, or before touching Capelos.
You recovered from much worse than this.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, this should be fine.
Run with Bosch.
Fortunately, the reflect doesn't do much for the end tight.
Yeah.
As long as you can get past what you have, you should be fine.
You can't make it disappear as well.
Yeah, that's the... Some enemies don't despawn because of distance or anything, and
Yeah.
I don't think it's completely arbitrary, but it feels kind of arbitrary.
Usually does.
Okay.
Like usually you can figure out which enemies they are. Like they're pretty. There's usually a good reason for it, but then there are some that make sense.
I do archipelagos sometimes, Hob. That's fine. Okay, well, we made it through.
Second fights now? Let's later.
Tyrant time.
Yeah.
Another fight that is very scary in most circumstances. However, Nihilfloa makes it trivial.
That one is immune. Is weak to immobilize, right?
Tyrant's confused as well.
Yeah, Tyrant is
I confused.
It's the Shemasai that's immobilized.
Yeah, Shemazai is mobilized. Which we all...
Because Shemazai looks more like looks like a normal Tiamat than the Tyrant. Anyway.
Yeah, so this is going to be very similar looking to the Daedalus fight. I believe he's also weak to Blizzard, so we use Blizzaga Reflects here. And yeah. Throw some smelling salts, reflect some magic, throw some more smelling salts, and Tyrant will go down relatively quickly here. And then we get to the best enemy of the entire game. Hell curls, or whatever they're called.
No, I'm not forgetting the name, but it's Hellblast. It's the annoying.
Hellblaster is the skill name, yeah.
Yeah.
Os is the move.
Os. That's right. Yeah.
Type of curl.
Oh yeah. Also, you can't use technics in this fight, I guess. Yeah.
I always forget that. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter for us.
Yeah, like technics. I don't understand technics in this game. the vast majority of them are just
I
silly
found
little
a,
things that don't do
I found a
much.
usage for what's out the needles. There's an enemy that is just above 1000, and if you use 1000 needle, it will put in low HP state, and it will divide itself, and it can make rare enemies appear thanks to that.
You can also just use charge for that though, so. Remember when we used to use charge, Rista?
I do. I definitely remember that.
Good old
And
days.
we are in the Great Crystal.
Back when we used magic against Tiamat, right?
Yeah. Did we ever? I don't know if we ever did that.
I thought there was
I-
a dark versus
think-
Tiamat even before your time.
I think before my time, I think that was like the original strats, and then like my second run, we were figuring out right when I started. Hey, here's a Hellblaster. Yep, bad Hellblaster.
Fun fact:
This
this
is
is
Hellblaster
only in
can
the
do.
North American version. In the original Japanese version, they don't have this move. They just decided to punish us for some reason.
Yeah, anyway, for Tiamat, we figured out that instead of trying to reflect magics, which was our usual plan for everything, he does like reflects and stuff and is annoying if we do that. But he is weak to earth, and while there aren't any earth spells, there is a weapon that uses earth damage, the Cypress Poles. So instead we just started buying 3 of those. And using those, which have now gone down to, I think, just 1?
Yeah, just
Maybe
one.
2?
1 in any
Just one?
percent, 2
Yeah.
in OOA.
2 in OA, okay, yeah.
Turns out
1
one with double damage is better than 2 because you can just put it on the person who does more damage.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, you use Adrenaline Cypress Pole, right?
Yeah, in
Is it-
80%, yeah.
Adrenaline, yeah, plus Berserk.
Yeah. Yeah, plus Berserk. And then a funny thing about Berserk is we didn't even think about Berserk until someone in chat, like my very first run, was like, "Why don't you just use Berserk?" And we're like, "Huh,
It's the
that's a
simplest
great
thing.
question. Can we do that?"
Someone asked an innocent question.
Yeah. The best rando strats or speedrun strats sometimes are just like, why don't you just do this? Oh, good question. Why don't we just do that? Especially early in runs. But this was oh shoot, this was like 13 years ago now. My goodness, why has time gone this fast?
Seriously.
Yes, we can use Nihon PD, but if the boss is immune, if the enemy is immune to instant death, it won't work. And bosses are, of course, immune to instant death.
Yeah. Most things are not weak to instant death.
Cool,
Okay.
so we can use the Zalera for instant death then.
I guess that's not entirely true, but usually it's faster to run past things than kill them anyway, so. Also, Phoenix Downs are expensive-ish. And we already kind of go pretty tight on money here. This is the last... Nice miss. This is the last set of Osas we really have to care about. And they almost took us out. It's okay. This is I guess this isn't the most damaging and worrisome part yet. We still have Pharos, but this area sucks in any percent and such, so. Or casually for that matter. Hellblaster's a mean spell.
The normal dungeon is okay, but the... 'cause, 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 'cause,
Great
secondary,
crystal spurs.
the
Yeah.
secondary part of the Great Dungeon is whew, quite something.
Yeah, that's fair. I can just say it sucks. This place
Yeah,
sucks.
but my least favorite dungeon is still the Pharos. I hate the
you-
Pharos.
I was even watching for it and I didn't notice. Did you get the black mask?
I did. I used the damage armor for it.
Right.
So the strat for what's the name of the boss actually?
Shemhazai.
Shimazai. Yeah, so the Shimazai is weak to immobilize him. So we will immobilize him and put Bash in put lure on Bash, so he will lure the enemy on him, but since he will be too far away from the boss will never attack.
Yeah, she just kind of sits there. She is immune to magical damage, or to elemental damage, so we have to use bio, which is non-elemental magic damage.
Shimazai is an Esper, right? Or it's,
Yeah, it's an Esper.
it's not?
Esper, yeah. Not silent. Whatever will you do? So yeah, Shemhazai is really, really trying hard to hit Bosch right here. It's not having a good time. Eventually we'll start trying to cast Shock, or already is trying to cast Shock. Shock has kind of a cast time, so we're trying to delay it with Goliath.
So one fun fact about this fight is right now the Goliath that we're using is a replacement for the old strat, which was to eventually have one of the spellcasters recast Lure on Bosch. For some reason, the ATB freezing here stops or slows down the timer on Shimazai. We don't actually know why. It just does. And so when you do this ATB freezing, it takes longer for Shimazai to resume her action, and then she'll eventually come get you, but we kill her before that. And any percent, we have even more damage here, so it's not even very close.
Yeah.
And any percent, if you're a little off, you can the shot can hit you and will kill you through the reflect. It's piercing, but the girls will usually kill it in their next round anyway. But yeah, like you have more damage here, so.
And we're done with Gilligan.
Now time for a long cutscene that we're definitely not going to watch. But this is a fun cutscene. If you do watch.
Where we learn that we are the playground of gods. And that for once the bad guys are correct in their actions. Not
Yeah, we basically see who we're
That's
fighting
something
for
that
here,
happened
and we
very
see that
often
they're kind of not
Final
nice.
Fantasy. That's something that happens very often in the Final Fantasy, where we agree with the bad guys.
It's not
I
what
don't know
they're
if I go
doing, it's
that
how.
far. Bad guys still kind of suck. Let's not go that far.
They have the
Yes.
right idea, they just are going about it the wrong way.
Yeah, but
it's like,
still,
that's the important part. How you do it.
Ash rejects the gods, like Sid wanted.
Also, like, Sid doesn't have that excuse. You hear how he laughs.
So now we go back to Front Coast to start the
Yeah, now that
Hunt
we're
Club side quest, where we have to fight 31 rare monsters that only appears if we start the side quest. But first, we have to to kill one rare enemy that is Telasinon. Telasinon. What a strange name for.
Alas. Kind of looked like that turtle we just saw, but a different turtle.
For Damokelan. Commentator. Anyway. So to make the other 30 rare enemies to appear, we have to kill the Telasinon. The rare enemies from this side quest appears only once. So once we kill them, we cannot make them reappear again.
Yeah, they give you trophies.
Yep, we get trophies for killing them. We can give these trophies to a bunch of NPCs.
Attack, stack, and build.
That will sell us a bunch of equipments, weapons, shield, and equipments. I think the last one is. But in this game, it doesn't matter at all because all the stuff that sells are totally worthless in the speedrun, at least.
Yeah,
But
no, we don't turn any of them in. Yeah.
in TZA, it's the only way to get the Zodiac Spear outside of the Hain Mines.
Yeah, and to spawn Thalassanon, you just stand on this cliff and a turtle appears. That's probably how it works normally, right?
Yep.
Just stand on the cliff. Usually those birds would be annoying, but since we can just do it on a chocobo, it's easier. Look at all those chests. Sure would be a shame if you picked them all up, though.
Yep.
Well,
One of
the
them
stuff
is the chest that it is important to not pick up because it's Zodiac Spear's chest.
The real question is, do we remember which one it is?
No.
So you can pick up any of them
And
but
I-
the Zodiac Spear one? Is that the case?
Yeah.
I know it's one of the.
For some reason, I thought if you picked up any of them,
Sometimes
it
they
despawned the
destroy.
Zodiac Spear. Is it just the one?
Like those.
No, there's just one specific one.
So those chests are in the same formation as the ones in
Inside the...
inside in the
In
Nabudis,
Nabudis.
and
Yeah.
the one that correspond. I think they all correspond to those chests. So if you open
They do. Yeah.
open this one, it will it will despawn the one.
Well, luckily, nothing there is actually good, so don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, they are just the rest of them are just not suppressed or dark matters if you have the Diamond Armor on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it corresponds to the same position in the formation. So the one that's
Was it the front row second from the right?
yeah, depends on which the front row is, which
Well, the row facing the ocean.
yeah, that's what I'm
I guess in
thinking.
this case. Yeah. That was the one I was thinking, so I'm glad I still remember that.
No, it's just a worth picking up. Nobody says that.
Is it the same in Nabudis, the not so rust and dark matter? I know we usually want to.
I mean the ones in Nabudis are not suppressed in dark matter. I don't actually know what these chests are. I think they might be the
Oh,
same.
right. Yeah. Do we actually do dark matter for anything in this run anymore?
But no.
Okay.
Yeah, we killed a bunch of piranha to make us Purolisk appears.
Apsara to spawn.
What is it?
Yeah, Apsara.
Since you mentioned dark matter, I'll just say
What?
it used to be a strat because specifically against Zodiark, he's got a really damaging attack at the end that we want to skip. And it was a nice way to just get him low and then hit him all at once to kill him. But we... and it can break the damage limit, right? Dark Matter?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the important thing about it is, 9999 is not that much compared to his health part, but we can kill him all at once with that. But we eventually, as we discover more and more ways to ATB Clog specifically against him, we can just fill the queue up with holies and he'll be stuck doing one move at a time and we can easily kill him during that window.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that we talk to these guys, we can start the
And now
Hunt Club set quest.
yeah, now all the other trophy rare enemies are unlocked.
You're going to see a lot more of us going through zones, doing every single possible thing we need to in that, which in most zones is quite a bit. Quite a few enemies we have to kill, rare games we have to kill. Talking about enemies to kill, here's a dinosaur we have to kill. We gotta kill an Archaeosaur. And then we go back to the other side to finish killing some more piranhas for Apsara.
Yep.
There's also Skull Ash over there. This is the other guy all green. That makes sense. That's how you got 2 earlier.
Yep.
Whew. And the other sets of piranhas are all the way in the close to where the Salikawood entrance is. So I'm gonna run out there, kill those, kill Apsara, kill a Mandragora, kill Skull Ash. Which sometimes takes a while to spawn. It's just a % chance when you enter a zone.
Yeah, 40% chance each time we enter. Oh, Steel Mask, nice.
Nice.
That's exactly the reason why I steal from those guys.
That's a rare enemy, the Pyrolisk.
The Perils are just normal enemies.
Yeah.
Okay.
We already killed one next to Thalassadon, so it was just in the way. And hits fairly hard. And I believe past the zone line is the last piranha.
Why do you fight the piranhas, by the way?
There's a rare enemy called Apsara who requires me to kill 10 piranhas. Total.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, there's 7 in the Thalassadon zone and then 3 more back here.
Yep.
I think.
I
Right?
just mistook the Pyrolisk for the other rare monster, sorry.
I don't need to
Oh, is
look
that
for the
more?
Banga because I already killed one.
I don't think it's a sleep sign. I think it's just not set up. It's probably turned off. I can turn it back on if no one else is here.
There is no commentator for this category for this run. According to the map, but
We're just
Okay,
just 3 color commentators here, and Zero has to be the information guy.
so we are 5 commentators, I think.
Sure, I was just thinking
Fre-
right now.
Freddy, Arusta, and myself got Andvert were there, and DTG and Hab keine Name. Hab keine Name.
That's a good German accent. Good job.
Learn German in my country. But
that makes sense.
really, I speak English better than German.
Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Sehr ein bisschen. Which is probably not proper German.
Can I go like Ich bin hab keine Name? It's about as far as I can get. Oh, I can do Ich bin ein Berliner. Does that count?
You're a donut?
No, I'm John F. Kennedy.
Okay.
It is really interesting game design how they made like a lot of different enemies weak to just one thing. Just, you know, this guy's weak to sleep. It's like, okay, great, that makes it way easier for us.
Yep. Once again, Niho remedies and Niho status effects are very strong.
I think it's cool.
Especially,
But I also wonder if it's just like this is a way for them to sell the Brady Games guide, so you can figure out what everything is going to do.
I mean, I feel like they've been doing that for much longer than this game. Like FF5 exists.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm thinking, well, my first
Fine.
Fantasy was 7, so I think this one is much more like that than 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, true. 7, 8, 9, 10 don't. You just can't use status effects on anything ever.
Once it's a big enemy, it's not weak to anything.
You
Yeah.
said the FF13 is FF12 where the elements are the most effective?
Sorry? The Skalash is weak to thunder, if that's what you were saying.
No, I mean the elements that we can inflict in the game. Is FF12 the game after FF13 where the elements are the most effective?
Oh,
I think so.
maybe?
I was gonna say yeah, 13, but 13 is weird because of Imperil.
Yeah, well, 13 the debuffs are the most important thing in the game. So
Yeah. by far. But even up to the pretty late game bosses, there's stuff weak to various things. But also I'd say like most of the super bosses don't have weaknesses. Like Hellworm, Miasmat, all of the Bahamut fights. Sid, I guess Famfrit, all of the Espers have their weaknesses, right? Not all of them, but most of them do.
well, Sid has an helmet weakness.
Or Sid resists.
The pillar. The pillar status effect.
Need to start hunts first before I go there.
Okay, I'm gonna do the thing.
Yeah,
Think
but
about the thing.
that's not status effect tab. It's element.
X-Tab and Mind Flayer, that's the ones.
Okay, since you start Jelly4, I will take a break. I will come back when I finish eating, but I will remain in chat.
Enjoy your break.
Good.
Thank you.
So at this point, we're just starting some hunts.
Yep. Starting some cleanup stuff, or doing more cleanup stuff. As mentioned before, Lethalassinon is kind of where we fully unlock the ability to basically be able to go through a zone and do everything we need to do in one kind of fell swoop. At least in most cases. So we started that off with Fawn. And now we're going to do that with the early part of Hen Mines. Going to kill a couple more hunts, X-Top, and Mind Flayer. There's a horse in here we need to kill. We have more jellies to kill for a little bit more money. Probably even less than you needed before now with those extra drops. But and then there's also a rare mob called Melt, who's kind of a pain in the butt, but we have it set up okay that it's not too bad, too big of a deal.
I see. So this is under the Jelly 4 category or umbrella. So you're here to grind, but also taking care of the other things that you've unlocked.
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
that makes sense. I was looking at the notes like, where's Hen? I'm like, oh, that's just jellies.
Hen's its own subject, isn't it? It's its own header for me.
I just see jellies 4. Oh, well, I'm looking at the longer form notes.
Ah, yes. Longer and shorter one might have different headlines.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. That was just a little
The
confused.
longer format? I'm confused.
Yeah, I have the ones that are labeled Novel Edition, which are the detailed OOA notes that I wrote for Metako.
I only saw the tight route.
I think it's higher up in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, the novel edition, got it. I'm used to the whatever is in the tight route one, so all I really need. It even has my color coding still. It makes me so happy. I guess I could do a little bit of background on like the original while we're doing this. So I started running FF12 any percent after Crystals for Life 2014, 2013. What? I think 2014. I don't know, one of the two. It's been too long ago. And at some point, I had a terribly bad idea of figuring out to try to route the Order of Ambrosia percent, which is the route that we're currently doing, or not the route rather, but the run that we're currently doing. And I was not the first person to think of this terribly bad idea. But the other one was also one of the original runners of 12, Alec K47. And the two of us went through and kind of routed everything over the course of a while into the original route, which is somewhat close to this route, but also not really that close to this route at this point.
There are definitely some similarities still left from... You can definitely see it in the notes, like, notes are still the same.
Yeah, and my notes for this was basically just, like, one sheet of, like, a header and then a bunch of paragraphs of Excel lines. Like, the current version of the notes is 1,200 something, or 1,400 lines of Excel sheet. We are currently at, like, 500-ish.
400.
Not even 400. And that's pretty much what most of it was. There's a couple extra pages for like, oh, we need to make sure to clean up this stuff. But it was basically kind of splitting it out into chunks of, okay, I need to do this thing at this point, and all of these things need to be done by the end of the game. So let's get everything into chunks and then kind of fit it in where we can. So I have a lot of like copy pasting different chunks and stuff. And really, this current version is still an extension of that. There's just a lot more extra things like more detailed guild analysis, license changes to help tighten things up as much as possible, which has also been happening with the 80% route. But anyway, all that said, we got all that into an initial route, and then Zero actually joined me for the first full... Was the first? I'm pretty sure that was the first run, was you ran with me.
Yes.
And because I had done only a segment before, and we did something like, I think I finished in just under 30 hours, and you were about 32 hours? Something like that?
I was more like 35 hours.
35 hours?
Oh, yeah. That's right. That removes...
Oh. Well, that's rude. While you finish... is probably mostly fine.
You'll be fine. It's just
Yeah. But in any case, yeah, we ran this together as the kind of inaugural run as a race-ish. And then I was able to run it down. I think I got it down to like 20. Did I get down to 24 hours, or did I get stop at 25?
Like 26 or 25.
I'm pretty sure Zero had
Yeah.
the first sub 24.
That sounds right. Yeah, I got
Remember
busy
how hype
with
it was?
other things. Yeah, that's right. I remember that as well. And yeah, ever since then it's been mostly Zero with a couple other people like DTG that's been popping in for commentary as well. That has done some. You never did one, right, Rista?
Oh no, I literally don't think I'd be capable of doing it because I don't think I've ever stayed awake 24 hours in my life, and like by 12 hours, I think I would just be incapable of doing quickenings, and that's only 12 hours in, not to mention 24. So my ability to remain conscious is very limited.
Part of the reason I don't do it anymore is time. It's hard for me to come into an 80% run, much less order Ambrosia.
I will say though, or finish your thought.
Oh yeah. And then on top of that, it's it's very tiring. I'm getting older.
Yes. Really, really long run. But just to add what you're saying about the history, I think it's really been a fascinating run to watch evolve over the years. You correct me if I'm wrong, Zero, but the way I've seen it is it's almost like waves of changes as new tech is discovered. So I'm thinking back, and I came pretty much after all of you and Alec K's routing was done. I mostly saw Zero's routing, but I'm just thinking of like, okay, RNG manipulation was discovered, and so that changes how a bunch of chests and farming is done. It's like, okay, so now we can guarantee this chest, and we can guarantee like the 50k chest and the Giza, right? And that changes the whole route because it changes when you can get skill at different places. And then I'm thinking back to like the discovery of the ATB freezing, and that changed the strats for a bunch of bosses. Like, Zero, anytime a new tech was discovered, Zero would pretty much have to go over the entire route and like find out whether this tech applied. And now, the ATB freezing comes up all over the place. And then eventually using the ATB manipulation to manipulate rare game spawns, right? Because originally it'd be like, okay, just zone here 4 times at the whatever 50% spawn and just hope you don't get unlucky, right? And now he can just run up to a zone line, do a bunch of cures, and manipulate a bunch of those. And that cuts down on time. And then when you cut down on time, it changes where things have to be in terms of the wet and dry cycle. And it's just like like I'm saying, like waves of changes. And yeah, it's really tightened it up and saved hour after hour on the overall time.
Yeah, RNG manipulation was definitely a part of the original run, because we had just kind of discovered it about that time.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, that, I do think the chests
it's been
were
expanded. Yeah, like I remember we had definitely been doing like the Zodiac chest,
the double Zodiac spear,
diamond chest, diamond armlet chest, and
Brave
a little
suit
bit
was
of enemy
definitely-
manipulation. Which one?
Brave suit was definitely a part.
Yeah, Brave Suit was one of them as well.
And Ribbon.
And Ribbon, yeah, the one.
Then the 50k and the Suction Cave tests were introduced at some point.
Yeah, I definitely did both of those as well. It's just since then you've done more and more with both that, have found more opportunities to do dead character glitch instead of just Yasmat and.
Yep.
Did you ever get? Do you have it consistent enough for Hellworm 2 now?
Yep.
I assume so, but yeah.
That character
think I
glitch was
watched
only
it.
for Yasmat first, then Hellworm, and then
Disma of all.
Disma also, yeah. Honestly, Disma's the hardest of those 3 fights.
it is,
Fight me.
and it's the hardest. It's the hardest DGG as well.
I believe it. Yeah.
Well, the other fights are very regular. Like you can just DCG Yasmat when you're just completely out of range, and so it's very, very trivial as long as you just happen to be using something when the item's going through. And then Hellworm is actually seemed like it'd be impossible, but we basically realized you can do the most of the setup outside of the door, and then it's possible to set it up to just do it immediately when you enter the door. It's just like some very, very amusing things, like part of the DCG is summoning an Esper and then dismissing it. And for Hellworm, you don't want him to be using a move on the, on you when you use it. And it's like very funny because where the Esper spawns depends on which angle your camera is at. And so like you have to be aware of which way you're facing when you enter Hellworm's room for doing the DCG. But if you can manage that, then no problem. You can see here we got a little bit of ATB freezing, makes it a little bit safer in terms of the survivability. You don't have to actually heal if he doesn't have as many chances to hit you with the tags.
Yeah, I remember exploring trying to do Hellworm, and I was never quite able to figure it out, but that little trick was something I didn't find.
I believe when you enter the room, your camera's facing Hellworm, so if you summon an Esper, it puts it between you and Hellworm, and then it gives Hellworm more of a chance to do, what is his move, like Hexagram or whatever?
Breakmark Pentagram.
Pentagram, yeah. Forgot the number of sides. But
some amount of sides, yeah.
If you just open the menu and then turn the camera on, it puts them between you and the door, which gives you the extra second you need before he gets to attack you.
This might be the hardest DCG because he doesn't actually get stuck until after he has done 4 moves. So he has 4 moves to kill you, and then you only can start. Also, he has return damage, which means that I need to be healing, and I can't do the DCG when I enter the room because in that case, Disma would, you would have to do the entire room with only 2 characters until...
Do the room with 2 characters and have the dead character glitch active, so you can't be healing as frequently when you're fighting the normal Dark Lords.
Yeah.
The other 2 examples we mentioned were, very regular. Like, you leave the room and you can do all the setup totally in the open, whereas with that one, you're in the middle of the farm. I guess I can also mention one development. This might have been the way Zero did it anyway, but at least now we know that it's the right way. But in the past, it's been a while now, but now that we fully understand the mechanics of chain levels and drops, we can do some simulations to see whether it's worth picking up the drops and when. And so, if you're picking up a lot of drops, it's typically better to wait for the last chain level. But if you're doing a whole room of jellies and you reach the 2nd chain level, then it's worth picking up all of those drops at the higher chain level and then coming back and just letting the last chain level happen organically. And so you could have seen there that Zero did the first room and then reached the 2nd chain level and picked up the drops. Whereas if he's only on the first chain level, I think we just leave those drops and then come back and reach the last chain level. Small optimizations, but it took a long time. And I remember back in the day when Zero was very stubborn about having the correct explanation for chain drops, and eventually everyone was convinced, and now we fully understand it.
Yeah, there's been so many. We've had so many discussions and back and forths and exploratory things with chain level back in the day.
A little more relevant on the Dustia, but
yeah.
With that, good evening to the new people. I'm back. Dinner was delicious.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We're on the last bits of jellies. Only a few more jellies in this run.
Yes, I saw. One thing I wanted to add is I was baffled a little bit about Mind Flayer, honestly. Mind Flayer used to be always such a difficult fight for me, simply because with his stop he's so annoying. Then when he's nearly dead, he's healing himself full and buffing himself like crazy. Always felt absolutely insane until actually just a little while ago I actually noticed, oh wait a second, he's not immune to Berserk. That makes him absolutely
You just found that out? Yeah.
I mean, I learned that.
That's just the strat to kill him.
Ago. Yeah, I learned that about a year or so ago, during Rando. Yeah. Had one very particular Rando seat where he gave me absolute hell, so I opened up the guidebook and was like, "What can I do?" And I was like, "Wait a sec."
You say he was giving you
Fuck
hell.
this
You
one.
could have just said he was flaying your mind, right?
Yeah, he's flaying your mind. Oh, yeah, I gotta kill a Tyrannosaur, and did you kill a lightning bug yet?
Yeah, I did.
It may look pretty straightforward, just seeing Zero run through all these dungeons, but you know you have to make sure you hit every single one of these enemies. So you know if you miss that dinosaur and you're sitting there, 20 hours into your run, you beat Yizmat, and you're just like, what did I miss? And you have to come all the way back here and waste all this time. So it's just like a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, the
Also, I
Tyrannosaurus
still
is
need
one
to
of the
get-
easiest ones to miss because we run through that room so many times, but you only kill it in the last one. And out of habit,
Yeah.
it's very easy to not do it, especially since we do it, 80% as well.
I have memories of that happening, so that's why I wanted to mention there.
I still need to ever get a clean Order of Ambrosia where actually bestiary works out, and I'm not just okay. This should be the last mob, and it didn't proc. What did I miss? It's always the best one. It's either that one or Dallin. Either or is always giving me hell. Technically both.
Did you get a Seek first time through Cheetah?
I did, yes.
Yes.
Nice.
We had a whole discussion about that, why he did that when he already had Duxa and the crew. And learned a little bit about that. Because there's no real reason why Duxa and the crew didn't work, but apparently they do not work for the bestiary, even though they do count as the exact same ones.
Yeah.
At least according to official guidebooks.
Someone needs to open a 80% save file and see if they have the Seek Bestiary entry. That would solve it.
That
Yeah.
that would be an idea. I mean, technically I could. You know what? I might do that in the background in a little bit. Let's do a run up there.
Look at us. We all get together and start routing.
I mean, to be fair, the Zeeks are fairly common. Either you see one in Cheetah or you see one in Mosphora. It's rare to not see any all run. But, saving 20 seconds is 20 seconds, especially in Cheetah, since you deliberately get off your Chocobo early.
Yeah. Us all getting together and routing? Never happens, I swear.
Alright, so
Nope.
where were we story-wise? We finished Guruvegan, we haven't started Pharaohs yet, Redis isn't in the party yet. I'm assuming that's what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, I
instead
think
of
that's
Boss
coming next.
We're not gonna see Foot Race yet, because Power Raster was only after Pharaohs.
Correct.
I guess we can mention, since Grudon was talking about the story, the general idea here is that we want to get to the Suncrest, and Redos, who we saw attacking Sid as a former judge, has his own desire to do the same, and so we're going to meet up with him, and I think we upgrade the airship here also to get into the denser mist around the Pharos, but that's just the overall idea.
Yeah, he stole a special Sky Stone from Draclor that allows you to fly in areas where usually airships shouldn't be able to fly. But it doesn't fit in his own airship since it's a Buzierba model, but our airship actually should fit well. And then our mechanic shows up and was like, hey, remember when the Leviathan blew up like 5 hours ago and kinda damaged our ship? It's finally repaired! You can fly around in your airship now! Wow,
glad
what
you-
convenient timing.
I'm glad you remember all these details, because in my mind it's actually just like, yes, here we have the second system access pass for our AP rando.
We really need to finally sit together, at least in the speedrun community. I want to draw so many people from the speedrun community and just for one big rando run, honestly.
Count me in. I'm down.
Just everyone. Just you, me, Dessa, Rooster, Zero, Madelon, Nikki, Dessa.
It'd be funny, like, sending each other stuff that the wrong people need. It's like, no, I need the Sword of the Order. What are you sending it to them for?
I feel like we missed an opportunity with that since 20th anniversary was just like 2 weeks ago. I feel like that would have been a prime time to try and organize something like that.
Oh yeah, I would have. I remember we did a 80% run for the 10-year. Or 80%
Yeah, we
race, I should
did.
say.
So yeah, if
I
anyone,
saw
by the
that
way,
VOD
for,
somewhere.
for that, if anyone wants to feel old, Final Fantasy XII released 20 years ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we
I
were
know.
we were speedrunning it 10 years ago in a race.
Yeah, yeah, sure were.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
And I won the race playing on PAL.
I remember that. That is what we call a skill issue.
Yeah,
So
I
we
did
also
a,
unlock a bureau here, so we can hit the Cerobi and start taking care of things there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, with the airship, we now have more convenient travel as well, since the airship has different landing spots that are sometimes a little bit more convenient than the teleport positions. And yeah, with that, actually, is that our first time in Cherubi? I think that's our first time in Cherubi.
This is our
right?
turn. Yeah.
So, welcome to Cherubi, also known as the Gold Mine. There are a bajillion chests here that have the rarest, second strongest weapons from all categories, from all armor categories, etc., etc. All as Diamond Armlet 10% item drop chests. So, chests that usually, if you were to farm them, you'd be sitting here hours and hours in order to just get one. But yeah, effectively RNG manipulation is a thing, so we will be grabbing a few that we deem worthy, that can be very, very helpful for the rest of the run. I don't know which ones in particular. I think there was a Yagyu Dark Blade for a couple bosses later.
No, there's no Yagyu here.
No Yagyu.
Just the ribbon. We're just here for a ribbon.
Just the ribbon. All right.
Is the ribbon the main reason you're coming here early to do viral and stuff?
Yeah, I mean,
Or do we need to do viral?
going here for viral, but ribbon is the reason why I'm doing it immediately, I think.
Okay.
I mean, we have viral, we have Blue Sang, we have the Adamantoise, or the Adamantian, or whatever that one was named again.
Yeah, they aren't on the list though, so I'm just reading I'm following on the notes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it looks like
screen,
this could be a time to hit a seek if necessary.
Actually, no, we do have
this
to come
is-
back later. We probably don't do everything right now, right? We do have to come back later
Yeah.
again.
So-
Yeah, because you have to like grab the dragon scale after
Yeah,
viral,
exactly.
so you can turn it in for the key to do Hellworm. Yeah.
Now is probably a bad time to be asking 0 questions if he's focusing on the RNG manipulation.
Yeah, I'm not asking anything. I'm just going through. I'm just reading the notes and letting you know what's in the notes.
Just have we actually talked about the mechanics of the RNG manip yet?
A little
I
bit.
think so.
We've touched upon it in 2 different locations, I think.
Do we talk about like the RNG positions for weather and Gil and stuff?
No.
I mean, that is a little bit too complicated, and I don't think anyone cares.
Yeah, I also forget a lot of the details. I'll just mention.
I care, but that's fair. For most people, probably don't care.
I mean, I guess we can just say at a high level that there's basically a list of numbers in the memory of the game, and we can reproduce that list locally and calculate what the outcomes of various events are going to be. And so, if you use a cure, you can predict a value for the cure, and that'll tell you where in the list you are after you do it a few times. You make sure you find a unique spot, and then you can, from this list, you can basically derive what do you want and how far away is that position that you want, and you can advance to that. And so a cure is an advancing of 1, but you also saw there, he was hitting himself with a staff and he was punching himself, and so I believe a staff is 11 positions.
Yes.
Staff is 11, so if you're 22 away, you can just hit yourself with a staff twice, and that'll put you where you want to be. A punch is 10, and I remember back when the RNG manipulation was first discovered, it was being used. The punch was a really great way to advance yourself, a multiple of 10 positions, but it came with the danger of comboing. We didn't actually calculate the combo chances as part of it, which it's there too. And so we would hit ourselves and just hope not to combo, and then if you comboed, it would totally throw things off, because comboed isn't just the number of punches. There's extra RNG being consumed, I believe, to calculate the length of the combo. And so now we also have that built in. So Zero can be like, okay, I'm 79 away, so I need to punch myself with the staff 7 times and then use 2 cures. And so he can put himself exactly where he needs to be, regardless of where the RNG is. And so using that to manipulate chests, rare game spawns, weather, everything.
Yo.
Hello.
It's actually interesting. Like, the RNG manipulation is entirely unimportant for me because I don't think I'm ever going to touch any percent. I'm just way too used to the TZA speed up at this point that I literally can't go back. Just the casual OOA that I did the other weeks for retro achievements was already enough that I already had to put in manual speed up as well because I really couldn't bear the movement speed anymore for prolonged periods of time. But interesting to know that different weapons have different different progression values. Did not know that one before.
They sure do.
I'll also mention, since Fred had mentioned before RNG manipulation, or it might have been Hab that mentioned this, but you could spend hours here just zoning and trying to spawn chests. That rings a bit of a bell. There's a few streamers I've seen, specifically, I know Fat Man has completionist categories where he'll literally just come here and doesn't bother with the RNG manipulation. So you can just watch him for hours, just like zoning. It's like, is that the ribbon? No. Ribbon? No. Ribbon? That's the non-RNG experience. Non-RNG manipulation.
I remember reading old Game Facts thread. That was a perfect game category thread, and by perfect game they meant like 99 of every single item that you could get 99 of, like max LP, like max 9's LP and Gil and all that, and people had save files of like over the 9,900, like over 10,000 hours trying to do it, because there's things like the Zodiac Spear, because they weren't doing RNG manipulation because that didn't really exist then. So they were doing the like 5% Zodiac Spear, but getting 99 of them, which is just
99
for
spears.
Yeah.
0.1% chance to get one.
1% chance, actually.
Yeah, people will just do that.
1%?
I think it's 1%. The 0.1% would be the Sight and Broadcast odds, no?
Yeah.
Is it not 10% for the chest to appear? 10% to make
it's 10% to appear, 10% to be item, 10% to be Zodiac Spear.
Yeah, so it's 1%, 0.1%.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was that Hydro you were fighting with that kiting?
Right. Yeah, no. Zodiac Spear was 1 in 1,000, and Side Rod was 1 in 10,000, so 1 more decimal for that one, right?
Yeah. It was Hydro Junior. We're gonna now fight Hydro Senior.
It's nice we got them both back together. Get on Blue Seek's back, I guess.
So the story make us go to the Ridolana Pharos. The first time I saw that dungeon, it was in a playthrough of Final Fantasy XII. Where's the cutscene? With a giant tower, I said to myself, nope, I skip this, I don't watch that. That was something like 10 years ago. I still don't like this dungeon 10 years later. It's way too long.
I mean, possibly unpopular opinion, but I'd rather climb Pharaohs 10 times than Tajin's once. Honestly.
Yeah, but Tajin is not long in comparison.
Even it's more complex.
Maybe, but you don't need to go down to do a secondary part of the Tajin because it doesn't exist. Oh, yes, it exists, but it doesn't take.
I was about to say, what about that one mission where you have to get the whole thing around to get one more area to get the one thing to spawn from going from the very top?
Yeah,
That
but
is-
you
that
don't
does-
you don't need 10 hours to go fight Mr. Late, so you need not 10 hours,
Yeah,
but very long time to fight the Shadow Seer.
Yeah, that one is fair. That one is very fair.
And Shadow Seer is even worse to join than Sid at the top. Anyway,
So basically, the question is, when do we get FF13 Tajin's Subterra DLC?
Good question. First, we need the 7th arc DLC.
I just not like them both and live with and be happy with that.
Alright, meanwhile in the lands of Final Fantasy XII, we are coming up to one of the most annoying bosses of the game. Hydro is insanely annoying, has an ability that AoE effect removes all our characters' MP to 0, which, you know, is
Stop for a second. Sorry. Network decided it needed to error out. So give it a second before you get back into the game, Zero. Oh, never mind. We're back. We're good. All good. Been fixed. You just missed menuing mostly here. And
an explanation of the
Hob
boss
trying to
that-
explaining it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
Anyway,
the super annoying boss boils down with AI is dumb in general.
And he walks slow. This is my favorite strat,
So-
probably,
so-
of the speedruns.
We know he's able to push the stationary
At least-
characters, but do we know why he doesn't here? It seems like after his first attack hits, he starts to be able to push, but for some reason he just doesn't do it now.
He has
I
to.
mean,
He has to pred it first.
I mean, also, honestly, the other question I'm just having right now, why do that? You can just confuse them. Which I guess is a little bit more tough to do this time
Can you?
around with Red as annoying.
You
I'm
can,
pretty
but
sure-
it's but like with Redas and stuff, it's annoying, and this is just
Yeah.
faster.
Yeah,
So
fix it.
like you'd have to
Yeah,
be
no,
able.
I asked the question in that moment. My brain gave you the answer in form of, yeah, Red is being annoying.
It's a whole thing with Pandemonium
Can
coming
you
up.
immobilize the Redas so it doesn't move?
You can,
Yeah,
but
you
like,
can.
well, why
Is
do
it
that when
faster?
you can just do this?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
there's definitely ways to work around it. You could just kill Redus, you could immobilize him, you could disable him. But yeah, the other, as Zero said, if there is another capable strat that works.
It is something funny I want to mention, just another mystery of this game. I don't know if we have any proof of this, but for some reason, if your party is all reflected, it just seems to make Hydro limit the sequence of moves he can do. Like if you're both reflected, he just never uses Curse.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we have a good explanation for that, but I also think he
think-
doesn't use Virga.
I think that's not only if Hydra, like that. It's also some other spell or some
It's
other enemy that doesn't use curse. When
It's definitely not Rafflesia though, because I know Rafflesia can use Curse.
yeah,
even if you're
I
reflected.
do too.
Yeah.
Though some of us have never apparently seen her Felicia do curse before.
And some of us have
I
lost
mean, I've
friends to it,
definitely
so I know
seen her
you.
use Curse, but the thing is just like, I've never had Curse ever ruin a run of mine. Usually just as I said, the confusion immediately gets knocked off, and then the rest just hits 2 more times and she's dead. Then I run out to the save crystal with 3 of these characters that still have half health.
Which is
So there's-
fine if you don't bring the girls out too early.
So there's 2 types of people in the world: people who have seen Curse and people who haven't seen it yet.
Yes.
Oh boy, black orbs. Fortunately, they're not too much of an issue now, but oh boy, we'll sure be tired of them later.
What do we map out again? Roughly 180 something? Times 3 enemies killed per orb.
I believe
Yeah,
it's
that's-
1 enemy per orb because every 3rd enemy drops an orb, but when you pick them in the giant orb,
Yeah.
you get 3 per.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's still 1-to-1, but that's one
That's every
thing.
other enemy.
It's every third, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's every
well,
third drops one, and
the first
orc
one
is
and then
three.
every third one. So
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
But it's one thing that they identified as being something to improve in the Zodiac Age, and so in the Zodiac Age, every enemy drops a black orb.
Yeah.
Which means we're getting 3 times as many and needing a third of the time.
Yep.
We also
Except
don't
if
need
you
those
kill
many,
Which technically also is a bad thing, because once again, the area where we need those later, the Subterra, the cellar of this area, basically, is one of the strongest areas in the game, with some of the best XP giving mobs in the game. It's definitely not the best grinding spot in the game, but like if you're needing like the last 4 or 5 levels for your party level average, then you take every kill you can get. And now
Also,
needing
things are dangerous.
now needing a third of the kills obviously means you need a little you get a decent amount less of experience, so you need to make that up somewhere else, which isn't the worst. As I said, there are better other places that make better experience per minute.
One of the ideas
Just-
I messed around with when I was trying a little bit of OA routing was doing Subterra before Lusu. Just the idea being that the things in Subterra give you more experience, and so like maybe you can make Lusu faster, and it does not work out well, especially because the Subterra enemies have a lot of status elements, and so if you're not properly leveled there, it's they can get out of hand quickly.
Yeah. Lucer really isn't as bad as it seems.
Except Disma.
Except it. Oh no, Lucer. Yeah. I always get Lucer
I mean,
and backwards in my head.
Yeah, I was about to say, why grind on Lucer when you can get the same enemies in Hen, but like 12 on the exact same spot? That takes 10 seconds to respawn.
Hen has its own issues. There's a lot of enemies that parry there, and it can just also get out of hand quickly.
I mean, once again, the just go to the control room with the abyssals.
You could do that, but by the time you're actually able to beat those consistently, you're already past most of the things that you would benefit from having the extra experience anyway. And so just doing the primitive.
Leapga Kyuraga, that's all I'm saying. Get the tank with lore, with main gauge and a demon field that you can drop from them even, so you don't even need to go in with it already. High evasion, good tank, and then just Sleepga Kyuraga. Makes for a wonderful easy grind.
That's true, but for the speedrun though, you'd have to getting to deep Hen requires, you need 10 espers already, right? So that's quite late in the run.
So we have the first boss of the tower, the forest. There are four bosses in this tower. If we accept the 2 last one and the summon, I forgot the name, sorry. These 4 bosses are summoned by Shadow Seer at later.
Seemed a little close in the end, but all in all clean. Yeah, the annoying thing with Pandemonium is once he goes under half health, he tries to cast Perfect Defense, which if you paid attention, you could have seen that he was already casting it. Perfect Defense creates a barrier around him that makes him immune to all damage for a certain amount of time, which is very annoying because it's very slow. There are ways to get rid of it, but usually it is in this version of the game with this threatened setup, it's fairly easy to work around it, that you kill him before he gets it off.
Yep.
It's one of the nice things about using 2 Aga spells to beat him is in this version of the game, the effect capacity is only 8. So if you're using 2 Aga spells at the same time, it completely clogs the queue, so it completely stops the Perfect Defense from going off. For people playing the Zodiac Age, at this point in the run, you'd have Redas, and Redas has a Rise. And so there's a nice little hack, which is if you cast a Rise on enemies that have palings, you can often make them drop the palings early because of a weird game mechanic involving the enemy's hate or enmity. And so if you're playing this casually, you can just use Redas and have them cast a Rise, but that exact strat we will be using later on much harder enemies that also have the built-in palings.
Yeah.
Also, we couldn't
Something
be
to
using
do
that
with
here anyways because
aggro.
we don't have access to a rise. Or
Yes.
we would have access to a rise, but we can't. Is it? No, I think a rise was after Pharaohs only in this one to buy in Wolfenheim. So we wouldn't have access to it, and thanks to how the systems work in the PS2 version, we can't actually give commands to Redus to tell him to cast a rise.
Yep.
You could do it with Raise, I think, as well, but it would be slower.
I think you have to cast it multiple times to get the raise to
Yeah.
work.
Usually with a rise, it usually works between 1 and 4 casts. With Raise, I'd assume you'd need more. There is a little bit of randomness to it as well that is hard to explain. But yeah, as was mentioned, wonky game mechanics.
FF12 wonky game mechanics?
Nope, not
Fire
fire pans. Niho pans.
Oh, Neopans! Yay, Neopans!
Nihopans.
Why don't you use this strat in 80%?
And Neopanoa.
All right, let's route in the Neo in any percent. I wonder how many hours that'll take.
Shouldn't take too many.
Technically speaking, if you just get a little bit lucky, you can get 2 of the 3 components to craft it as a bazaar from Zertinant. The necklaces from the zombies in the Drumelix arena, and then Leo orbs from the RTOA visas.
All right, let's get routing.
Funnily, this actually isn't like too far off of the any percent time. As if you like cut some of the side stuff you did.
I believe it's actually faster than any percent, because this is essentially the same speed as far as I know as the Death Pans, and Death Pans is faster than Firaga Pans. But
I don't mean brain pans. I mean like the whole run. Like
okay.
if you we went straight to the end at this point, you'd be done in about 9 hours, and you've probably done like 3 hours of side stuff.
Yeah,
maybe.
That sounds about right.
I guess some of that was needed to get Niho and stuff, but.
We are
It's
the side
really
stuff,
not
but it's what makes the quote-unquote any percent part faster. It's because we are much stronger than normal. And the Niho.
Yeah, Neopalo in general is just such a strong item, honestly, if used right.
Yeah, I think it's the
it
most
is.
broken accessory in the game.
In this
Probably the most
version
potent
of
accessory
the
in the
game,
minigame. Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
in this version of the game. yes.
in the Zodiac Age, I'd honestly say, while not obviously not broken for combat, I'd say the what was it again? The fuzzy meter that had LP to kill.
At Hero, I think.
Carrier hood, right?
But
right,
I think
right.
that's not as broken still as Niho. I think
I mean, in combination with other things, you can make it broken. Just, get Filthy Rich and then Turtle Shell Choker. Who needs MP if I can just cast with my 20 bajillion gil?
yeah,
There's lots of ways to get money, though.
but yeah,
This
I
game.
Yeah,
don't,
but
I don't,
not
I,
like that.
I don't think money is that important. Like, I think Niho has much more value than Kathir would.
But yeah, definitely combat values is definitely.
Yeah,
You're gonna have
I
you're gonna have
think
trouble convincing.
one thing that might be even more broken in, I would say, is maybe the Berserker braces.
Yeah.
be-
Honestly.
that's the only thing that I could think that might be more broken. Like Niho.
You're gonna have a tough time convincing me it's anything other than the sight and grab, man.
Well, I mean, that's not an accessory.
Oh, it's the accessory. Okay.
I mean, obviously, it's this manufactured nephesite I got from my randomizer that has unequipped bravery and half all elemental damage.
Fair.
Oh, we do get Niho this early in the old run. Okay. I couldn't remember when we got it exactly, if it was before or after Gear Vegan.
It was definitely before we evolved it. I think we evolved it, like, at least MSI has been a Niho remedy
Yeah.
to mobilize. The
Yeah,
downside of this threat is that I can't have the Emperor Tibet on Bosch. But
Yeah, the notes I have up have just been kind of in my speedrun notes page for 10 years, almost exactly 10 years. This is last modified 3/15/2016. Good times.
Resisting the urge
So,
to make a 10 years and 3 months ago reference.
we will arrive to one of the strongest enemy in the game. That is a rare enemy that is called Vishnu. But he's weak to one thing, he can attack us if there's a wall in front of him. So we'll spam magic from the wall and kill it. It's
If you're
quite funny.
thinking of Avenger, but yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say Vishnu is
Avenger, Vishnu is the boss, sorry. Avenger, yes.
Vishnu isn't the boss, but there's also a fair game that we have to spawn in a little bit.
Well, this
Yeah.
dungeon has an interesting mechanic, which is to advance, you have to kill the green flame enemies, the brain pans, and you're sort of punished for killing the Didars, which are the red flame ones. And so you get one bridge segment every brain pan you kill, and -1 segment every Didar you kill. But if you do go and then complete the bridges with all of the brain pans, and then you kill all of the Didars, that will spawn Vishnu. And then Vishnu is just like a rare game we have to take care of here, because obviously we're not coming back here, so we have to do it now.
Yeah.
I mean, on top of that, the Diders also build bridges if you kill them. It's just like if you
Yeah,
have
right,
if you have an active brain pan bridge, it will remove the the data will remove that. If you have an active data bridge and kill brain pans, that also removes those segments. But the Didar bridges aren't as useful. They usually just lead to chests with a couple decent equipment pieces. In the Zodiac Age, they would lock the holy spell behind one of those bridges.
Actually, do we need to cross one of the Didar bridges here?
No.
No, okay. I didn't remember if there was a spell behind it in vanilla, but I guess not.
Vanilla doesn't have spells and chests.
Yeah.
I'm such an idiot.
Vishnu is the close up of the Daedar and Brain Swap, yeah, right?
That's just a
Yeah.
big
Ah.
Didar, technically.
Brain Pan. Memory sucks.
There's a lot to remember, to be fair.
Also kind of important here, we now reach the part with the brain pans where they become a little bit annoying. We have a very, very long bridge here, but we're kind of running out of space to find brain pans in. And so we're just having this little segment here where we're just gonna run in circles now to constantly respawn the brain pans, where it's also kind of important that we pick up the item drops that they leave behind, because if we don't, those item drops actually will block their spawn positions.
No, they
So
don't.
we-
It's just for money.
It's
I'm pretty
yeah.
sure they do.
it's
At,
money.
at least in TCA, I'm pretty not sure. Like every single time I've had a drop in the position where Brain Pond should have spawned, they just didn't because the drop was still there.
Just random whether they spawn or not.
The time it
If
takes
I
them to
run
spawn, I
3
believe, is
whole
random numbers from
circles
60
around
to
the
90
room
seconds.
and
Yeah.
none of them spawn, that's random?
I think
Yep.
it's shorter in TZA as well.
Well, in original, it's 60 to 90. Random time between 60 and 90 seconds for the brain pans to spawn. Or the respawn. Where you kill them.
Which is annoying because this cycle takes a little bit less than that, and so you have to run by and then basically check. And if you check at a bad time, you might lose seconds just because you have to run in and then back off and wait, try and respawn them again.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be a certain distance away for them to actually spawn. Similar to how we do the immobilized
I
reflect.
saw one
or,
appear
Houston.
down there.
Yeah, I just waited
You
for the
waited
other
for
one
two?
to spawn as well before I went.
This is also why you kill the one that he just killed first, because you can't proceed until that one respawns, and so you want that one to appear as soon as possible.
You just have to kill 2 Didars up here, right?
Load up.
Okay, there's the big one down, which I actually don't mind that one as much as this next zone. This next zone's just a long run with a bunch of random brain pans and Didars.
All right, Zero. This
Is
part. Go ahead.
Isn't there a strong spell in after the red bridge?
It would be
In
holy
TCA,
in the
yes.
Zodiac Age, but it's not in this one.
We
As
both made the
mentioned
same
before.
mistake.
As said before, in the PS2 version, all spells are only found in shops. There is no chests with spells available in this version. They're all
What does the chest give then?
the
Is
holy
there the
spell.
chest?
In TCA, it's the holy
In
spell.
this version, I think it's a weapon.
There's some kind of weapon there. I don't remember which.
I think it's a
What?
Gungnir.
Yeah, I was the Gungnir, the fire spear. I think is
I
behind
think
one
it's,
of them.
but there's two because like there's two chests. Like I think in TCA there's a Gungnir and the Holy Spell. I don't remember. There's Gungnir in this version as well, but I don't remember what the other one is.
That's what guidebooks are for.
The Gungnir is not worse in, before you get the second Zodiac Spear?
I see.
I mean, I don't think Gungnir is that good because it's fire elemental, so anything that resists fire is kind of. And we get the Dragon Whisker anyway, or most likely get the Dragon Whisker here anyway.
I remember Gungnir just because it was a strategy I messed with to like, oh, maybe you could just put the Gungnir on for specifically Famfrit, but yeah, it's not worth bothering with that.
Okay, actually, it is a Gungnir probably then in TCA, actually, because I've just checked. The red Dadar bridge chests in the PS2 version contain a Holy Rod, a Dual Mask, and a Zeus Mace that also, if you do that one specifically with Diamond Armlet, becomes a Muramasa.
So you're wrong.
Yeah,
I thought it was
yeah,
I thought it was
You got the Mentor
Gungnir
as
in TCA, but
Yeah,
like I was like, okay, I guess
Yeah.
it was that in the original as well.
It surprised me that it's a Gungnir because it's one of the weapons you can buy on Fun Quest side quest.
Ah, okay. All right, Zero. Since this part isn't too difficult, I want to ask you: is there any world where you could do this with death and save all the money on these Phoenix Downs?
Yes and no. The problem is the death also costs money, and these Phoenix Downs cost less of money, so it doesn't really help on that regard.
I see. Yeah,
But,
and you have to waste time licensing. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to use licensing, and you can't guarantee. I don't think you can get strong enough to guarantee the landing on brain pans. Could be wrong on that. I think I definitely have looked into it. And there might be some MPs used as well. But... Come on, Ash. Level up just a sec. You should just right here anyway.
Is that the Vishnu?
This is
That's the
Vishnu.
Vishnu.
You were effectively right about your description of the fight, though.
Yeah.
Just stand out of range and reflect, but not a wall. It's 3 stairs.
Just the stairs. Yeah, sorry about that.
In ribbons?
Sorry, still.
No ribbon.
There's a
Never
1%
lucky.
chance to get a ribbon from Vishnu. I think I've gotten it once.
Just gotta do it 100 more times and you'll get another one.
Yep.
Nothing ever is ever gonna beat the.
That's how
the
percentage.
time- Nothing's gonna ever beat the time you got the Danjiro in my mind.
Oh yeah. Especially since it was the first ever OOA run where I got the Danjiro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's meant to be.
I've gotten it twice. Actually, but the first one is the one that's really memorable.
That was pretty good.
And also got my first Mithril sword in the practice run from Omega.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's funny.
It's a very useful sword.
Hey, it's the only way you can get another one.
Yep.
And now you have to kill he has met with 3 missile sword.
With enough explosives, you can probably do it. Expose his defense to 0.
And now we have our second boss fight in the tower. Slit, right?
Yep.
With fighting a fish. If you
Fighting
have
a
a better
flying
description than that.
I forgot the golden amulets, but whatever. Whatever, who needs LP anyway?
LPN import.
At that
Looks
point,
licensing.
they're quite weak.
It's 33
Well,
license
sweet.
points to be honest.
Is that a reset?
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
Okay, I gotta start from the beginning again.
All right, let me check my calendar for commentary at this time tomorrow.
I mean, I should be done this time tomorrow if
Not if you
Racing
start
now.
now. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, sure.
did we skip 10 stages?
Yep. Just by teleporting. Those stages don't exist. Or floors or whatever.
It is
Yeah,
interesting
anyway.
they chose to go with like the 0 to 100 thing instead of just like first, second, third ascent.
Yeah.
Wait, 0, how are you going to navigate when you don't have a map?
That's a very good question.
Oh, I know. You can just click L3 and that'll pop up the overlay, right?
True.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a nice
yeah.
aesthetic thing, I'd say, at least.
That is hilarious that you can still use the overlay in TZA.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're blind. Whatever will we do? Oh wait, we know the path by memory by now.
It is really funny that there's 4 options for things that we can take away, and you know, of course, map is the least consequential, but it happens to have the fastest path, so that's what we do. And it also goes right by Avenger, who we need to defeat here.
I mean,
Actually
all go
tend to
right
not
by
do map.
Avenger.
In Rando, just because I want to have the map so I can see chests.
Yeah, for the randomizer, we added a special tool that if you have the medium map open, I didn't know other way around. We added a special feature that treasure chests are marked on the mini map with green dots like NPCs. So usually, just getting rid of the map makes it harder to find the treasure chests in here.
I think I just end up doing items usually.
Yeah, same.
Do you have to go out of your way to see part of the map in this tower or not?
No.
Nope, it's all connected.
Okay.
There's the inner and the outer, but actually, there's not even the inner and the outer in this isn't. I'm thinking Subterra.
I mean, it's basically the same, just without the zone transitions between the inner and the outer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Subterra has no map anyway.
It does. You have to go into Phoenix Room.
Yeah, but for the map completion, you don't.
think-
It doesn't count.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It does.
It did. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
But it's like every floor is only divided into 3 pieces: the top piece, the middle piece, and the bottom piece. So the top.
I thought Phoenix
the-
was its own room though, own piece.
Nah, that's part of the top part of the room.
Ah, okay. But you still have to kill Phoenix anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just had
that's
that
what it
one
was.
happen in a rando not too long ago. I actually collected all my black orbs and was like, hey, why is the game not allowing me to go to Shadow Zero? It shows me unknown, I click it, and then it just like some force sent you back. And I was just like so confused. The one time that the one time I went to Subterra when I was too weak to actually kill Phoenix, and it cost me a race.
Hey,
Wait, no,
guys.
that wasn't me. That wasn't me. That was March. That was March that lost the race. I just lost time.
Skeleton. Skeleton.
You're manipulating a. Avenger to spawn?
Where?
One, yeah.
But you manipulated the wrong enemy to appear there behind you.
Yeah, those just chased us up here.
Yeah, I was kidding.
It is worth mentioning, though, that enemies that cast moves on themselves, like these guys who protect themselves, will consume RNG. And if they consume RNG, that will, you know, make your manipulation not work as well. I'll let Zero focus.
Okay. That becomes scary. Can you just throw the Phoenix down?
They are immune.
Ah! And that's the game over.
Yep. Back to the bottom we go.
So you saved at the start of Pharaohs? Okay. After Panda?
I've saved before Pharaohs, like before Fenrir. Before Hydro.
Okay, well, there's good news. We can get that AP from Slit.
Yeah.
That is true.
We'll get that IP back.
Yeah, but bad news, you will lost
30 minutes, something
45 minutes.
Something like that, yeah.
I feel like that deserves a first person to ever die to frickin' skeletons trophy.
I was afraid that would happen when I immobilized Redas by accident, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna be done with the manipulation before Redas gets there, and then when Redas got there, I was like, yeah, I'm afraid that this causes the
RNG to change.
No, I was like, I'm sure like this will cause the this won't cause the skeleton to come here, and then he did. Man, were they fast!
Not the first time we've seen runs die in the second ascent. It's a very scary dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
So
also
we
the
hope you
Traveler's
liked
Soul Mule was fun.
the first part of Pharaohs, because we will see it again.
I hope you enjoyed it the first time.
At least that means we get to see Silt again, because I had to step out for a moment so I couldn't make my usual jokes and fun facts.
Okay, so we start the explanation again, and we cut the problematic one.
Yes. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming up to Hydro. Hydro is a very, very, very scary boss, all in all, honestly. He comes with an ability that removes all of our MP, AoE-wise, so that one is very, very dangerous he comes up with. He has a ability called Curse that causes a bunch of very annoying status effect. He has AoE moves that can mess with our setup of low health, etc., etc. But fortunately, he has two big weaknesses. The first is he is, funnily enough, not immune to confusion, so we would, in theory, be able to create a confusion lock, which is a little bit harder to uphold than with the bosses we fought in the in Grovegan using that same strategy. Funnily enough, though, Hydro has a little bit of a problem with his brain, considering he's a zombie dragon. So, yeah, his pathing isn't exactly the smartest, and we'll be showing why that is and how that is.
He's just a big boy. He takes up a lot of space. His brain's
Can you
fine.
use an elixir on this boss or not?
No, you can't. He's immune to that. Most bosses are immune to anything that deals insane damage or instant death. There are a couple where we can
Except
do
for
a
oil,
funny
apparently.
strategy there like that.
Elixir is instant death in this game.
No,
It puts into one.
it would be 1 HP, 1 MP. But once again, most zombies don't really do that well. There is, funnily enough, there is a strategy that we probably will be seeing later. There is a status in this game called Reverse, which is which reverses the effects of healing and damage. That means damage will do healing and healing will do damage. And funnily enough, there are 1 or 2 bosses in the game that actually aren't immune to that status effect. So if we happen to have a spell that, I don't know, says that it heals all party members to full, or everyone in range to full, and use that on someone who's reversed, kind of creates a fun side effect. And
If only there was a boss that let us do that.
and explains why a bunch of enemies why most enemies in the game are immune to it. But funnily enough, yeah, there are a handful of bosses. I mean, actually, I know one for sure, but I want to say there's at least a second one, but I can't put my finger on it right now.
Probably. There's one that's hard enough that it's worth doing it on.
Yeah.
Which is?
Deathgate.
Deathgate is an annoying boss because he immediately starts with a physical barrier. He also has a couple of those very annoying status moves, for example, Curse. So we really don't like messing with him. In this route, it's probably not quite as bad, since the Reflect strategy is like the best thing you can do against him. But yeah, you could also just cast Reverse on him, then use Renew on him to set him to 1 HP, then do anything to kill him.
Well, any cure spell,
Any
basically.
healing, yeah.
Because it'll still be reversed.
So one of the things we have to do in this dungeon is to farm a black orb to activate a certain part of the tower.
Which reminds me, by the way, Zero, in your practice run, I've noticed you didn't kill the mimics here. Are the mimics here the same as in Barheim? Do I remember that correctly, or were
That
they
is
though
correct,
separate?
yes.
Was wondering why you weren't, why you were just walking past them.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't remember ever killing these mimics because they were the same as something.
Yeah, I was my first thought when I saw it in this practice run that it was that if they actually were the same as in Barheim, since I know the Barheim ones had a similar color scheme, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Talking about Barheim, remember when we used to farm Barheim skeletons for
Yep.
Dustia money?
I should have done it this time because my Dustia was awful and it would have been faster
Oh, no.
to actually do it.
Did you like set an alarm clock to be like, oh, it's been an hour? Let's mention what we did 10 years ago.
I mean, there's
I
one
don't-
way
don't
I
tempt
would have known in advance, but like, hindsight, I should have done it.
I'm gonna,
I
I'm gonna
think
eat my member berries and be happy.
When I counted that out, I was like, yeah, this is faster if we can get the if we can do fewer than like, I think it was 5. I think it was like, maybe it was 5 trips breaks even, or 4 trips breaks even, and 5 trips loses time, and 3 trips gains time. And I had to do 6 trips, so
6? Oh my goodness. So this has been a great run then, is what you're saying?
yes.
Yeah, and we spent something like 20 minutes talking about anything, but that was not FF12. After basically an hour of run, that was quite funny.
I mean, there's only so much you could talk about Dustia before there's nothing more to talk about Dustia.
Well, yeah,
So
we could have talked about
started-
the story. We could have talked about the story.
Talking about the story in a speedrun? Wait, no, wrong response. The response I wanted to say was, there's story in this game? That's the one.
This is it. Yeah. We're almost done with the story in this game. There's no more story in the game after this.
Bahamut. We have 10 hours to talk about the Bahamut.
Yeah, we can spend the rest of the...
Bahamut doesn't have story.
We
Sorry,
we also have 10 hours to talk about Noah or Gabranth. because we have yet to talk about Gabrant since the beginning of the run.
Alright, running out of things to talk about. Ooh, I know. Have you heard about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV
No,
with the extended free
I
trial?
have not.
just random
Don't
more
think it
things to talk
exists.
about.
So,
Which, to be fair, funny enough, I know this is coming out of nowhere, but funny enough, there is a small chance we might be getting FF12 lore in FF14 soon, thanks to the Beastmaster class and going, if they do it the way I hope they do.
Didn't we already
did-
have FF12
yeah.
stuff in FF14?
Yeah, we did, but basically the idea is if the Beastmaster trainer is going to be who I think it is, he might be coming with some more lore what happened to the to Boss Gabrans in FF14.
Gabrant into FF14, but which one? There are two Gabrants into FF12.
Is it Gabrant 1 or Gabrant 2?
I mean, the name that was dropped when during the original content was Boss Gabrans.
Technically, there are three Gabrants actually. The mother, that the name is unknown.
Right, if it's Bosch
Noah?
Gabrant, that means that's one from the...
And Bash. Because Gabrant is the name of their mother, the family name of their mother, and Noah pick up the name of the family name of her mother as a name. So he's a Judge Gabrant. Gabrant is not the surname. It's his family name. And Bash becomes Gabrant at the end of the game.
Alright, time for more random side facts. Since Zero also was about to get turned to stone there from the petrified status, worthless fun facts about Final Fantasy XII status effects. The petrified
It's not worthless.
the petrify status effect increases your defense the lower the timer gets. That seems like a useless thing to have, because, you know, what will you do with the defense if you're turning into stone in a second anyways? However, if you combine that with the stop status effect, the countdown will then stop, creating the ultimate tank that no one can pierce through. However, you sadly can't combine stop with lure, so you can't make it targeted tank, but technically you can create.
You can
an
also
tank that way.
do the same thing with just reverse and stop. It would just be better.
I mean, technically not, because if you reverse and stop, and then one of your characters casts a healing spell, that would still kill him. Meanwhile, the stone wouldn't.
Well, ideally they're not hitting anyone else, so...
But yeah, it's a
Everything's
dumb
just
thing in
gonna
general.
stop.
I've had it happen in randomizer a couple times. That's why I've learned that about petrification, that it improves your defense.
It also lowers
Because in
your attack.
Because in randomizer, I've often enough had situations where I literally couldn't heal the petrify. I had nothing for it, so I was like, "Wait, I have something that cures petrify. Death cures petrify." Tried to kill the character, attack the character, but they were already at like 3 or 2, and were literally taking 0 damage from 160 plus attack power weapons, despite removing all the character's armor.
We used to take advantage of that in 90% when against Hashmal, because there's a petrified trap before Hashmal, so we used to have our tank run over that, and then have the petrify counter tick down, so that I think at least when I stopped doing that, I think the petrify counter was about at 7 when entering Hashmal, making the tank take 70% damage from Hashmal's physical damage or physical attacks. But yeah, since that we have come up with new strats, though we don't need to do it anymore. It is some old any percent strat. Well,
So we are back to build a bridge. Killing
The builder.
brain.
Can we fix that?
by killing Brain Pan. And we have to kill 10 Daydaras. Daydara is the French name, by the way. 10
What does it mean?
Daydaras. Daydara is the name of the guy in Naruto.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's why I wanted to mention that. So we need to kill 10 Daydara to make Vishnu appears and not the Avenger. Yeah, I made a mistake just earlier. Vishnu is a swap with Daydar and Brain Pan monster. It's a rare monster. Also, play in French with the.
But I can't understand French. I took French in middle school too, and I barely remember.
Also,
Yeah,
in French, you don't have Ben Starr's verso anymore.
Yep, but you have a
Who
Frodo
could they have
in French.
casted? Who
You
could
have
they
a
have
Frodo
cast?
and Elrond in French.
Yeah, who could they have cast that's doing a better performance than Ben Starr?
And you have Aerys as well. And Zelda. Ellie from Last of Us. Who's the voices, the same voice actress. Jafar, also voiced by the same guy as Elrond. Yeah, we have a crazy voice actor in France.
I put it in text chat because I didn't want to derail the commentary, but I guess we are doing a bit over again, so.
Maybe to explain why we're doing a bit over, by the way. Saving, as we touched the save crystal, would also heal our entire party members, which is actually a little bit counter beneficial at times, since we obviously have buffs on our characters that only last a certain amount of time, which is why often enough we only run around with boss and Reddit, since we don't want Vaughn and Ash buff timers to run out, so we don't have to rebuff them. And the exact same goes also for, obviously we want to keep Vaughn and Ash in critical HP, so they deal more damage, but if we were to touch the crystal, they would heal that up, so we would have to damage them down again, then buff them up again, and then obviously having to do that for every single boss would add a couple extra minutes. So that's why we usually avoid trying to touch the save crystals in between the bosses here.
So clearly in red HP right now. Except Aridas is all full HP.
I mean, for right now it doesn't matter, because you know right now we're just killing the brain pads with Phoenix Downs, and we just want them to get the experience. But like for the bosses,
Is
of
brain
course.
is Brain Pan also French?
No.
No, I know that one.
I don't know the name of the French one for brain. Brain is it means well, it's a world brain. Anyway, can search what's the name. If you're interested.
For the Japanese, Brain Pan I know is Koja. I don't know what that means or is a reference to, but Daidara is just Daidara.
let's say da.
No,
Still haven't watched that one. Heard good things.
I liked it.
Dang it, I forgot I muted myself. It's a good show. I should watch more of it.
Je trouve pas.
One nice thing about living in the age of LLMs and ChatGPT is when I have questions like this, I can just look it up. And so, brain pan in Japanese is koja, and I had no idea what that was, but apparently it's a Japanese folklore. It's a spirit or small demon associated with Buddhist iconography.
Huh.
Huh. I think it's koja in French.
Oh, so they just took the literal Japanese.
Yeah. But it's a bit difficult to find. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Can I have?
Hey, the lore is always important.
The quality stone. Hey, we get more defense now. Not that it matters.
A nice little mechanic in this game. We have used it in the past, but it has since fallen out of relevance.
There are so many mechanics in FF12.
It is a fun mechanic, but also it is very hard to actively make use of it and get a benefit out of it. And if you mess it up, even just for a tiny moment, you have the fear of losing the character for the potentially rest of the fight if you're low on healing items for that status.
Or if you're playing the rando and don't have any softs.
Yep. I mean, rando in general, just status heals are your biggest shortcoming in 90% of the randomizer states.
You may notice that these enemies are still quite strong. We are generally under-leveled and underprepared for the kind of enemies we're fighting, especially stuff like Vishnu and Avenger, but, you know, this is a speedrun, so we gotta find the way to get through this.
Level-wise, I'd say not that far behind, more gear-wise. We haven't really
Gear and licenses, yeah.
We haven't really bought the defensive gear and the weapons caught up. I mean, we're still using the Sword of Kings on boss, which we only have equipped because it gives a decent boost to evasion, which is like a 30 attack power weapon. We still only have the elemental staves as 30 attack power weapons on the mages because they're of the elemental boost they give. And I'm not even sure what we have armor-wise, but I can't actually remember the last time we've actively bought new armor for the people.
Well, mirror mail on Bosch, and it's just like the enchanter's habits on the spellcasters.
Yeah. So that would be no armor upgrades since maybe I'm still trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're mirror
which
mails.
it was still a decent bit of story ago.
It's okay, we'll be getting that million soon enough.
Yeah, we should be probably having like 15, 20 defense more as the caveat of that.
Yeah, also one of the problems with FF12 is that most of the best gear are extremely hard to get.
Well, technically speaking, the best gear of each category is usually unique items locked behind the bazaar or the hunt club or 2% drops from random mobs.
Exactly. So it's not really worth taking the time to pick them up. And if you get them from random mobs, you're quite happy. Like the Deneb in the First time we went through the tower.
Well, luckily for us,
The-
it's not like those
The
are
DM
very
is
important.
set for money, right? 0.
What? I was reading on the brain, the camera brain there.
Your sound is a bit strange.
The sound is a bit strange.
You got louder.
Yeah, there's something like an echo.
Video on Discord has also been going a little bit laggy since a few minutes
Yeah,
ago.
but it's okay since the beginning of the stream.
Weird things is happening.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine on the stream. It seems to be another Discord issue. We've had a couple of those today already.
Discord's been a pain all week, yeah.
And now we fight a Vishnu.
Maybe this time we'll get a ribbon.
It's all about that RNG manipulation. For the ribbon.
I mean, would a second ribbon even be that valuable?
It would be nice. I mean, it would save me from manipulating another one.
Fair enough, I guess.
Ribbons are good.
Something I'll mention about the minute per Avenger. If you look back where Zero ran into those issues with Redos catching up, one thing he could have done was just enter the door. But in this version of the game, when you enter the door, it'll lock in whether or not Avenger spawns, so you can't just zone back out. You know, you have to go way out of your way to reset the spawn and then redo the manipulation.
Yeah.
And so that's just like a really tough spot that he was put in, but we're basically back there now again. So
Well, I could have gone through the door and then like zoned in and out a bunch of times, but that also would have been a little bit scary with the guys being there, and also it wouldn't be guaranteed that Avenger spawns, so like I wouldn't be able to manipulate it anymore. But I could have
I believe he's 20% spawn.
40, so it wouldn't have
40.
been too bad.
Yeah, but it's 40% is better to manipulate it, I guess.
Yeah, especially since it's very like important, because if we go through the we can't go and check, or it's a long way, and then it would spawn, or if it doesn't spawn, then I have to hit the wall, and then I can't do the wall strat anymore.
Yeah, it changes what strats available to you, which that fight used to be a huge nightmare. So
Yeah, you used the Jack Spear back in the day to fight it.
use the what? Sorry, I couldn't understand.
The Zodiac Spear.
Oh no, so you can reflect. The issue is that when you're reflecting, he goes into a phase where he starts casting Ardor, and when you have reflect on, it reflects back on him and heals him really fast, so it becomes like a DPS race between all of your Blizzagas and his Ardors, and so by doing it through the wall, you just skip that entirely.
And the other issue
Okay.
is when once he gets low, he will go into a perfect defense and end that one with fully healing himself.
It's just a physical paling, not perfect defense.
Yeah, you can kill him with magic. But
Yeah, we used to when we fought him physically, back when we were doing a physical Pharaohs, we used to
we used to reflect magic.
yeah, we used to first we fought him physically until low HP, then we reflect God and tried to finish off before renew.
Yeah, it was not a fun fight.
Yeah, but at least back in the day you knew what it looks like. Now you can't. I don't know. It could be just a wall.
It's a wall boss.
I mean, Avenger in general is a fairly scary fight. He has pretty high stats, pretty high health, And not really dangerous moveset, but still a couple powerful skills in there that can ruin your day if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's a difficult fight. If you don't use a wall. Oh no, a wall! My nemesis, I can't do anything. My
I
only
mean, to be fair,
weakness.
there's a good couple enemies that you can just annoy with a wall and reflect threat. I mean, even for years, but
Yes,
there's a strategy where you just lure him next to a wall and then reflect him through it.
Yes, Matt.
Yeah.
Not as effective as what we were doing, since you can't hit attack combos with spells and you have that 10,000 damage limit. I feel like in TZA it might actually be worth looking into it. But then
People
again,
done it in TZA too.
DCG is just such an easy setup. And that it would be a lot less uncomplicated. But then again, especially with the removal of damage cap, spells could actually be a decent damage output there. With the reflect threat through the wall.
But who needs spells when you have Stalingrad?
That's what I'm saying.
We don't talk about Sidengrad. Sidengrad doesn't exist.
If you can't see it, it can't hurt you.
Exactly.
I don't think that's true in Sidengrad's case.
It's definitely not true for the enemies.
Certainly not for enemies, yeah.
Hits you with a dream bow. Dream arrows. Reference to FF3 where Yune, I think it's the name, use a rock from the Dream Dimension to destroy a rock that are normally unbreakable. Okay, here we go back to where we die.
Round 2, Redis was not immobilized this time. Easy. Almost exactly a half hour later.
Yep.
So we manipulating the RNG to make the Avenger spawn.
A little bit annoying to find your RNG position here because the enemies cast stuff somewhere. So
Yeah,
I have to like.
that's exactly what I was going to say when things started to go south last run. It's just like if anything casts Protect on itself, then the enemy's AI is not on the same RNG, but the casting of Protect will advance it. So
I think I found it.
Can't you make them disappear to avoid that?
you could,
I mean,
but
technically we could, but that
Okay.
would take a lot of time. And I've seen how they were able to decimate us. Man, obviously, if we go in a little bit more prepared and in a less vulnerable state, then surely we can destroy them. But it still would take a little while to clear out the nearby skeletons.
I don't mean fighting them, but just make them disappear with the trick. Anyway,
Let you know about that one. Another thing also maybe to say where the where there's a little advantage coming in for potentially not taking the map. If you try to do the spawn Avenger by running in and out strat from the other side, from next door onward, if you have the map on, you can at least immediately come out of the door and see if he spawned or not. If you don't disable the mini-map. However, as I said, if we seal any of the other options, it will definitely limit our combat capabilities in a meaningful way that we do not wish to see happen. The only valid strategy for that really is honestly in the randomizer. Where you're usually way too over-prepared for anything here. As we've said a couple times already, yes, we could do it differently, but the RNG manipulation makes it a lot more convenient.
we fight the Avenger.
A little bit
Sorry,
far.
standing a little too far away.
Avenger, please come back.
What did you kill with your big yeah?
Hey, oh, there we go.
There was a boon as well that I killed.
It's
Yeah.
it's funny to imagine him just getting hit by all these spells and he has no idea and just wandering around happily.
Trust us, there's an Avenger behind this wall.
Yeah, we see his name.
But they do not assemble this time. And they do not have a Hulk.
Avengers, dissemble.
And there is nobody to witness that we killed an Avenger.
Did we really kill the Avenger if we never saw it the whole time?
Schrodinger's Avenger.
Schrodinger's Avenger. Look at this nice, perfectly empty room. What a lovely, perfectly empty room.
Did a crime occur if there's no evidence?
Yes, it did.
The bestiary tells us that it did in fact occur.
Also, the trophy drop. Okay, Fender time.
A nice big wolf.
Kitty cat.
Something, don't forget the amulet. Oh, it's already on there. Okay. No, you have to Niho first, right?
Yeah, we're gonna
Don't
put the
forget
kitty to
that.
sleep, then slowly murder it in his dreams. Fenrir was Fenrir a random elemental weakness?
No, it's Earth
Or
on.
was it- That's fair. Couldn't remember if either or. Yeah, we don't have Earth elemental spells, sadly. He halves everything else, absorbs
Immune to everything
Hey.
else.
immune to everything else even.
do
Okay,
you-
yep, I'm sorry. So yeah, the strategy is going to be bio. Once again, neutral elemental spell, effective against everything. Sadly, doesn't get further boosted by our elemental staffs. There sadly is no neutral elemental boosting staff. The staff in general, having them equipped, still raises our magic a little bit. And then it's just, once again, putting him to sleep, because when he's sleeping, he can't annoy us. And keeping Redis away with the immobilize so he doesn't wake him up. And then just casting spells to kill. Since spells don't wake him up.
I don't know what you're talking about. We had Cypress poles we can hit him with.
30 attack power weapon.
Not while he's asleep.
My.
Look, that's as strong as the Sword of Kings.
I mean, technically it's double that because it's abusing weakness, so we can
Yeah.
technically treat it as a 60 attack power weapon.
Speaking of Sword of Kings, I think it's pretty funny to imagine Bosch, swinging this ancient relic around and like letting all these enemies whack it and blocking attacks, and then it's like, oh yeah, it's a priceless artifact, just bonk.
Isn't 3D Blade better, by the way? Why haven't we put 3D Blade? Doesn't did 3D Blade have more of it?
Oh, you
They are the
Kizu
same.
child. They're the same in the vanilla.
Alright.
So that was the third boss in the tower that is summoned by Shadow Seer, and the fourth one is the Phoenix that we won't fight yet. But
Yeah, that one
is
is inhabiting the Subterra.
the
You know-
Subterra part.
you keep calling it the tower, and
Is a Pharaoh, yes, I know.
no, it's funny. It's just because we're coming up on the tower in the tower, so I just thought it's a bit amusing.
I mean, technically it's a lighthouse.
Todai.
Pharos. Pharos is a. Am I missing something?
Wait.
Pharos in Japanese is Dai Todai.
Yeah, Pharos
big-
is
big
also a word for a lighthouse.
Actually, small question here on this regard.
Because the French word is phare, so it's close to Pharos.
different question, real quick. As many of us probably will remember from this tower from our TZA run on Monday, for Show by Madelon, we've seen a rare enemy annoy us twice in that run. And now I'm just wondering right now, do you actually hope to find them here, Zero, usually, or do you not care if you?
No, I don't care. I don't care. I can't kill the Undyes right now. So.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, there's another one
Is
elsewhere.
that a rare enemy?
It's
Cerobi, I
Undyne.
think?
Undyne is the same in Cherobi.
Yeah. Pharos does indeed mean lighthouse. Or guiding light, if you prefer.
In which language?
In English.
I mean, in English.
Well,
it's from Greek, but
Yeah, because the
Greek
word
island is
the French word is close to Pharos and
cool.
yeah.
cool.
I mean, it's Greek in origin, but like in English.
I've just assumed that because in German it is literally just called the Ritterana Lighthouse.
That's funny.
So I've assumed that Pharos would mean something like that.
Well, I mean, English is the weird one because the Japanese is just big lighthouse, so they added some spice to the English version.
Well, the English one also means lighthouse. It's just a different word for lighthouse.
It's a spiced word for lighthouse. Okay.
Speaking of Greek language, this enemy is a Pyrobolos. In French is a Pyrobolos with a Y, and Pyro is fire in Greek.
You know, that's in Japanese they just directly brought that in, so that is Greek origin.
How dare languages borrow from languages?
Well, it's weird because it comes from pyro, but they lost the pyro part of it in the name, so I guess they went from Greek to Japanese to English instead of just directly giving us the root.
Oh.
Fine.
That was
Killed
rude.
it. I still hate that Drake because I forgot it during my casual away and had to climb the entire tower again.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, we mentioned a few
One
times.
you don't want to forget.
The dinosaur in the Hen Mines being another culprit of causing people to having to go back, just things that are easy to miss.
I mean, at least the dinosaur is like literally right next to the teleport crystal. Imagine actually having to climb all the way up to Pharos. I mean, technically you don't have to because there's elevators, checkpoints everywhere between. You can skip like 80% of it, but it still takes a couple minutes to get around.
Dragon Whisker.
Can one of you explain how the teleporter works in this section? Because I never understood it.
Nope.
How they
I mean,
work in general, magic. How they work in this section especially. There's
Magic.
there's just two separate paths of teleporters, and there are like notes right across the sides that mention the colors or something like that. I don't actually know the exact way how you're supposed to find that one out.
You're supposed to follow the colors of the doors that you go through. So that like the first is the door to the Pandemonium, which has the red symbol. So you take the black symbol. So you take the black teleporter first. Then you go at the start of Brain Pants. There's a green doors. So you do the green one next. Then I forget where the
red one is also during the Brain Pants. The Brain Pants is hiding behind there.
Yeah, the red one is also in the Brain Pants, and then
the last one is based off the door, what you sacrifice in second descent.
That makes actually so much sense that I've literally never noticed this before until you literally just mentioned it. That is crazy.
Here, I can explain how it works on my system. If you go the right way, you proceed happily, and if you go the wrong way, the tower mysteriously turns off, and you have to reload the save.
Mysterious.
Because if you pick up the wrong teleporter, you face a bunch of enemies that are quite strong.
Yeah, you can fail once, but if you fail twice, then you have to.
Yeah, if you fail once, it basically just sends you one teleporter backwards. but the second time you land in that extra arena room with the extra monsters. And also the urn where you can find the map for this place.
Cool. Maybe at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, either
Now-
on your way back, which honestly you're never gonna take the way back here because it will automatically teleports you out after the final boss. Or if you mess up, that's the only way to get to find the urn with the map for this area. Yep. But yeah, as we said earlier, the map urns are technically speaking purely cosmetical because they don't matter, and they're having found the map urns does not have anything to do with completing the map for one of the things that we need to do for Order of Ambrosia.
I did not know you could outrange tower.
The only time they become relevant is nowadays with the latest randomizer update, where the maps have also been shuffled into the pool, and those urns actually are item checks.
Alright. Really quick, I have a meme that's almost as old, but not quite as old as Final Fantasy XII. Yo dog, we heard you like towers, so we put a tower in your tower so you can climb while you climb.
But we just established this isn't a tower; it's a lighthouse.
I mean,
No,
I mean, every lighthouse is a tower, but not every tower
I
is a
know.
lighthouse.
Exactly. That meme, I did check before saying, is 17 years old, so we came 3 years
Cool,
after.
cool. This is just the speedrun where we all date ourselves constantly. And by all, I mean mostly me and Roosta. Sorry, Roosta and me.
I mean, as always, I'm always just happy about to talk about my favorite game of ever. Even though this is current, as of right now, this is the current version of my favorite game of ever. There actually were a couple of games that were very close to gain my newest favor and out favor FF12 for me, but around that time was also when the Zodiac Age released. The Zodiac gave FF12 some more boost because some of the issues that I've had with the base game were removed. The battle system was a little, the level system was a little more fun thanks to the job system, etc., and that just put it back on top where it has been ever since the release of TCA. There has, so far as well, for my personal favorite game of ever, only been one game in the last decade that has come close to TCA. That was Clear Obscure, where I still need to play the DLC, which might actually put it in front. But
Yeah, me
also,
too.
hi, we're at Hashmal, the Zodiac of the Lion, who is Earth-based, which is why we cast Float on ourselves before we get in here, since that will make all the Earth attacks that he deals deal 0 damage / miss. Which is very, very fun to us, and he's also weak to wind, so we cast Eroga, and very quick, very easy fight. Can technically be annoying, has a chance with his normal attacks to inflict the disease status effect, which makes our current HP equal our max HP, aka every single time we get hit, our max HP gets lowered.
This fight was
I
changed.
missed Hashmal.
Ashman was changed in comparison to the Japanese version, right?
Don't have to ask me about that thing, I don't have no idea.
I think I heard
Japanese.
about that.
Are you talking about the AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's different.
in the Japanese version he starts with haste, I want to say. And so that gives you a window to get a few extra hits in. Or it lets you basically get your first round of spells in before he does anything. So he's, you get 2 Erogas in the queue, so he's just stuck using haste, and then you'll get your second round in. And by the time the second round is going off, after his haste, he'll be set in doing battle cry. So he basically never hits you in the Japanese version. Whereas
Zero, please
I remember
safety
watching
save.
the
Zero,
Japanese
please safety
version the
save.
first
Zero,
time.
please safety save.
Why?
So
Does Zero look like
It's
he's going
away.
to say?
I'm just gonna
what's the
die.
worst that can happen?
I mean, I
What's
don't know
not
how
here
terrible
and
this
there?
one is compared to any percent. And I know that if anyone's able to salvage a completely derailed Sid 2, then it's probably
Yeah,
you. But like,
exactly.
we're in a marathon. We don't want to climb the Pharaohs a third time.
Well, I did save before Hashmal, so
The
Oh, that's not that bad, even if it happened here.
Gabranth is the same in the 90%.
Gabranth is
This-
fairly simple usually. It's more Sit2 and Famford that are the absolute run killers.
I mean, but this fight is more or less the same as any percent, right?
Yeah.
Just better stats on the damage and more
And
HP on
let
Bosch, so you got a little
Vedas
more
kill
cushion.
Gabranth at the end because he's immune to magic.
Yep.
That's what we got Redis for. Redis is time to
Uh,
shine. Instead of, having killed us earlier.
Yeah, to make up for the earlier travesty.
Yeah.
So Gabranth, my favorite character in the game.
Yeah, he's a pretty interesting guy.
Do not think killing the Kingslayer will win you back your honor. When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever.
I like how this line just says, "Don't let casters die" at the end.
Oh,
This stain is mine to bear,
it's mine to bear.
but I will bear it willingly, knowing that I did all that I could
for hope.
for hope.
SMH, imagine not
Pretty
removing
destructive.
Bosch from the party before the cutscene starts. Such a rookie mistake. Not like it's feasible in this version, but still.
Oh no, I lost 10 seconds in my Order of Ambrosia run.
Yep.
Well, time to restart.
I say that, but I know Zero has done quite a few optimizations for 5 seconds.
So the fact that Bash in the party make the cutscene with Gabranth a bit longer.
Mm.
So
it
see
turns,
that-
it turns Gabron's monologue basically into a dialogue between him and Boss.
Yeah. So Seed 2. Actually, my favorite fight in the FF12 because Seed has only one weakness: is a pillar. You walk around the pillar and he can't attack you.
Yeah, it's basically the same strategy as we used earlier with Hydro, except this time, you just have this crusty little safety pillar, and he's just like, "Damn, I'm mad scientist. I have power-breaking guns that cause explosions and a minigun in my pocket, but I have nothing that I can use to shoot through this pillar, so I have now to slowly walk around it."
Hey, have you ever tried to shoot a gun past a pillar? Doesn't work very well.
No.
I'm
the
sure he
pillar,
has like
my only
anti-material,
weakness.
dark matter ammunition or something like that.
Ah,
He is a mad scientist after all. What bullshit of manufactured nephesite surely has something up its sleeve.
Yes, Famfrit. That is the fifth and last Esper.
Story
That is
as per
mandatory.
Please.
That is mandatory in the story. I mean, that has the same weakness as the Seed.
Also,
This
look at,
fight is so stupid.
look at these
So
squad
good.
lines. Look at these squad lines. Such good
what's a
damage.
briny cannonade?
This fight is so
Anything else, Brandon?
stupid.
It should be mentioned that kiting is extremely difficult. Fanfurt moves very fast, and so you have to be very, very precise with that. He also can
Yeah.
really
The
stay
fact
around
is
the
really
pillar.
difficult, but the fact that you can move around the pillar is really funny.
All right, this is actually the most silly part. Let's see. It's very finicky to get right.
I'm not underestimating this fight. It's a really difficult fight, but still, it's very funny that Sid cannot attack you.
Ooh, an Arcadia's greatest scientist or line of sight. Okay, Zero's playing it very cautiously. You can just do this without equalize freezing and just kite the pillar, but this is easy way to guarantee it.
And he's
We don't
dead.
need no safety saves.
Easy fight, easy
Yep.
life. GG's.
And
the
I
hardest part of the
spent 100,000 change points on the Zero channel to make him change his seed split to for oh no, a pillar, my only weakness.
Okay, well, we made it past first, which means the shops now have updated inventories, and we're going on a shopping spree.
Yeah,
Yep.
not just updated inventory, we now have the finalized inventories. This was the last story trigger hit. We now basically have access to everything. The only things that we don't have access yet are things that we will get access to by just killing more hunts.
Yep, and Zodiac as well.
And now the true Order of Ambrosia run
We need-
begins.
5 more spears before we can access to the sword gun, the Zodiac spear, and Zodiac itself. And now I'm completely lost because I don't know the run as well for the rest.
I mean, the general gist of things is just now that we've unlocked basically everything, we try to group espers together, do the little bit of side quests that we have to do alongside, and yeah, just unlock things and kill things. We're gonna get a couple more upgrades, not too many more upgrades, honestly. I mean, we're gonna get some armor upgrades, some new spells, etc., but for the most of it, the strategies are gonna stay fairly similar, just with updated spells, stronger spells.
No, because up until now the run was magical oriented. Now it will be more physical oriented because we will get the Zodiac spear really soon.
Wait, completely more physical oriented?
Not completely, but
I was about to say.
More than before. But,
more,
but, like,
Yes, fair enough, because Zodiac Spear is strong enough in and of itself, but like, you know,
No,
still not quite enough for on its own.
and it's meant to totally physical oriented, but Bash and Van will be more physical and oriented.
well,
Especially
Bosch
with the
only
second-
because
with
Bond
the-
still
Yeah,
matches.
when the second Zodiac spear will be available as it will be more physical oriented, but yeah, but the entire run is more magical than physical in general. And Ash remains a magical caster, right? Except for a few fights.
Yep.
That's also the reason that we pick up. Don't remember the name, but in Naudis, there's a much stronger version than Bio. What is the name
Cave.
of the spell?
Cave.
Cave?
Or skirt. Or you mean skirt. Scathe or skirt. By both technically stronger
Scathe.
versions of Bio.
Scathe, I think.
Scathe basically
Scathe.
just being a recreation of the I'm firing my laser meme. Even though it's technically speaking, Scathe is massively nerfed or massively gate-capped in this version of the game, since a single cast of Scathe on the screen will eat up the entire effect capacity of everything, so there can't ever be more than one Scathe on screen, really. Compared to the Zodiac Age, where the effect capacity has been increased, we were able to see 3 Scathes on the screen at the same time, and it's just beautiful how much damage it can deal. On top of the things of, you know, having the damage cap removed, so you can actually see them deal 50, 60, 70,000 damage with the right setup.
We get to actually buy gambits now too. Isn't that exciting, everybody?
Karakarn V was doing his first run through of TZA over the past few weeks, last week I think, and he was just like cleaning out shops, and he got to his first gambit shop and started buying every single gambit, and didn't realize that they were all available from the beginning. He's like, "Wait, I don't have enough money to afford this. This is like 100,000 gil or something for every gambit."
Yeah, it gets expensive.
So, story-wise, what happened at the top of the Pharos?
Story this game? I know the joke is
Redis
getting old, but
is
I'm
gone.
I'm sorry, but I'm contractually obligated every single time someone mentions a story in a speedrun that I co-commentate to make that joke, and I'm sorry if it starts getting old, people.
It's still funny for me. What I was saying there.
Two in there, isn't
again.
it?
The
Sorry,
story.
So yeah,
game.
so at the top, Gabrans appeared to ask us if we wanted to get revenge against the Empire and himself, who killed Ash's father at the beginning of the game. Really cool scene, by the way. Ash refused. With the help of Van and Redas as well. Bash steps in to protect her, and Gabranth, furious against his brother, attacks the party. Failed in his mission and is thrown out of the Pharos by a very powerful Sid. Sid is here to make the crystal go crazy, so he uses 3 shards to do so, and he attacks us with Fanfrit, and at the end he dies.
How likely? For one
then
second,
to-
zero. How likely are we to see a renewed chain on this fight?
0.
All right, cool.
Nihorem.
I finish very quickly with my explanation. And Redas saves the party by sacrificing himself to destroy the Sun Crest. And we learned he was the judge who destroyed Nabudis, where we are going right now. And that's it for the story.
So
Bahamut appeared, and the Bahamut is a giant fortress and is about to be attacked by the Razarian Empire and the resistance in the Rabanastor.
I do think it's worth mentioning, for the sake of the story, that with the Suncrest destroyed at the end of Pharaohs, the main goal of Vayne and Sid is basically accomplished, right? Because the Suncrest is how the Obscuria were controlling, mankind's fate. And so, when we said earlier that we agree with the bad guys, I think that was the key thing. It's like, actually, with destroying the Suncrest, this is something we can all get behind. But now that the Bahamut's appeared, we're seeing that Vayne, has another goal, which is conquering people, and so that's why we have to stop him. Like, he's a bad guy. He had some good ideas about, the Ocuria, I think. Yeah, the Ocuria, getting them not controlling mankind anymore, and so, like, in a sense, they've already won, but in the way we won. But now we have to stop them on their rampage.
Yeah,
or I guess
but
him now because he's dead.
I think the story basically stopped in the middle of nowhere. They could have gone a bit longer with the setup they have.
Can
Here
we
it
just
seems-
point out for a second also, by the way, how I've never known that freaking King Womp is not immune to disease? All the times I've struggled against that stupid boss because
You gotta
he
Niho
just
rim
loves-
everything.
Because she just loves to spam the spell Renewed whenever he's close to death to heal himself back to full. And you can make it so he literally is unable to heal himself.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. So many wastes of time. It's like I've had so many encounters with this guy that ended in a renew streak where it was literally just like, oh yeah, he did not have the power to beat me, but I was always just like slightly short. He had like a teeny tiny minimum sliver of health left that sadly didn't get wiped out anymore before he full healed himself again. And that was such an easy solution that I never thought about, and I never thought about looking up. And again, to be fair, usually around the times when I do fight him, disease is just not an option, but still.
Why would he renew himself if he's always at max HP? Come on.
Anyways, welcome to Nabudis, City of the Dead, where there surprisingly isn't that much death. I mean, there is a lot of death, but like, not the kind of death that you expect in this City of the Dead.
Yeah, so the city of Nabudis, the necropole of Nabudis, was destroyed at the beginning of the game. Just before, during the prologue, I think. Or it was before that, I don't remember. But anyway, by Judge Zect, who happens to be Redas, who just killed himself. And we pick up a bunch of stuff here.
A couple things to mention were the secret merchant up here, who is very, very helpful to have. Has a couple nice things. We are also now heading towards the chest with the Zodiac Spear.
He already has it, right? Isn't it the Zodiac Spear?
No, that is the Dragon Whisker.
Sorry.
The Zodiac Spear looks finely enough, even though it is the strongest weapon in the game and is supposedly extremely special, looks very plain and very boring for a legendary equipment piece and the strongest weapon of the game, honestly.
It looks it's so weird how similar it looks to the Storm Staff. Like Storm Staff and Zodiac Spear, you can sometimes get mixed up. Like I've had plenty of people asking me when I had a Bosch with Zodiac Spear and on an Ashit Storm Spears. Like had people ask me, how do I have 3 Zodiac Spears? But
I mean, I'm just saying, like, the more weird thing is that it just looks like a freaking default level 1 spear, kind of. Yeah. In the meantime, you have the Dragon Whisker looking extra here. You have you have so many fancy looking spears that all look more intimidating and more special than a Zodiac Spear does.
Yeah, but at least the Zodiac Spear looks like something, because that certain guy looks like nothing.
Yeah,
and
that is true.
And you look like an idiot trying to throw a bow with arrow with an invisible bow. That was hard to say. Anyway, so Nephicite was used on Nabudis.
Ooh, a dark element. Those are rare, but unfortunately wrong room.
Yeah.
During the prologue, so everything you see now is just a bunch of random enemies walking around a city, that city.
I also gotta say, I'm a little bit shocked right now about the pathing that we're taking right now. That we're literally just stopping by here to buy a couple spells, get the Zodiac Spear, and dip again. That we're not trying to combine it already with. There's so many hunts here. There's a side quest for in here. There's optional bosses in here. There's so much to do. Yet we're literally just grabbing the loot and dipping.
Yeah, we're not strong enough for those.
Yeah, and we have to go back for the side quest later anyway. For Chaos.
Also, it seems that
It's
Flo
Chaos,
didn't
yeah,
go
right?
through, by the way.
Enable the boss. The Esper.
The Esper here would be Chaos.
Yeah.
Which is, in my opinion, definitely by far the most annoying fight in the entire run, or the entire game. Simply because I hate not being able to use attack. My
Welcome
brain
back,
is just,
DKG.
my brain is just too melee focused. Even though I can admit that magic is incredibly, especially after I've done a black mage job only run a little while ago. I can admit that that magic is absolutely powerful, but I don't know. My brain is just too melee focused, and then chaos is just always just too annoying to me.
Yeah, chaos is no fun.
Also, oh boy, time for RNG manipulation again to make an invisible toad appear, which is, I'd say, also one of the easily forgettable enemies, and also hard to find enemies in general, especially if you can't RNG manipulate for it. There is a status effect in this game called Vanish, which makes the character invisible, see-through. It's supposed to make it so you can sneak by enemies, but at least whenever I always tried to use it casually, it never really worked. I know it is useful in some places and certain enemies areas. But yeah, it just becomes annoying, and there's an enemy here that has that one automatically. Which means we will not be able to target the enemy, will not be able to do anything to that enemy. The only way to really realistically do anything against that enemy is by reflecting spells of ourselves in order to start getting aggro. Or by having other enemies be standing nearby it and then casting AoE spells on them. Which can be very, very annoying, and also since it's half see-through, it is often enough kind of hard to spot. If it's even around you. But yeah, luckily RNG manipulation exists, makes this whole process a lot easier.
Speaking of chaos, at least the chaos in FF12 doesn't cast Kuraga on low HP and heals itself full just before you kill him, like the one in FF1.
Honestly, I'd take that over the no attack one any day.
So in this zone, we have a rare game that only spawns after a minute, I believe.
Just minute.
And so
the other condition is we're not allowed to kill anything in this zone for this minute for it to spawn. If we ever run into an enemy and kill it, or other enemies kill each other, are some enemies that can kill other enemies in the area that will count as that, and we have to leave the zone again and re-enter in order to get a chance to spawn again. But yeah, the timer for that keeps running even while we're in the menu, so we just to use the time, do a little of menuing for the next bit of the game, and then yeah, the menu will be taking long enough so that monster will be there and spawned already.
oh no. But that's the reason why we just run past everything here. And I don't remember, it's some mantis, I don't remember the actual name of it.
Rageclaw.
Rageclaw. Thank you.
I was about to say Killbug, but no, Killbug is a mimic.
And as you can see, it's just very, very nice to be able to just poke an enemy with the spear for 6k this early. It's quite nice.
Yep.
Of course, Berserk being cast on Bosch, so that way he gets a 30% increase in strength.
50%. Bravery is 30.
Okay. Bravery's 3. My bad.
You don't have bravery yet, right?
No.
It's how many hunts do you need for bravery and faith?
It's 14 or 16.
So we come here to activate the teleporter stone in the area, but also to start the side quest for chaos.
Did you say 14 or 16?
Yeah.
That is actually funny because it's 14 and 16. One at the one at the other.
Yeah. Figures.
Was close enough though. Proud of you.
Wait, you can't buy it in there in DGA.
I got the official guidebook here. I just looked it up in there.
Well,
Back in the day, you were farming here for XP, but that was changed later. I heard.
My opinion, the XP farm here in the swamp is still my favorite one, honestly. Even though the abyssal farm in Deep Hannah Mines is technically better XP value, I just enjoy the skeletons here. They're easy to respawn. They're not too hard to fight. They're nice to chain. All the entide spawns when we don't want them.
well, that's lovely. But I don't think the
Area
other
didn't
guy
spawn.
spawned, so it's all good.
Yeah. It's just kind of funny. It's classic Murphy's Law. Whenever we don't want the mobs to spawn because we can't really deal with them yet or don't really want to deal with them yet, they show up, and later when we actually need them and looking for them, they will probably not show up, and we will have to waste 5-6 minutes to get them to spawn. Also, hey, it's Scathe time.
Pew! Scathe, of course, being a very wonderful spell that takes up the entire Q slot. So you can take down this crystal bug, and it is so fun to actually do that, because this crystal bug can kick your ass, and will do it without hesitation.
Yeah, we talked about effect capacity earlier already. There is only a certain amount of animations that can play. Every animation has a certain value of effect capacity, and thanks to this game being on the PlayStation 2, which is old, it couldn't handle too much.
Which is funny, because this game really pushed the PS2 hard.
I mean, it is a detriment to the game itself that it released just a couple of months before the PS3 release, and still was in the top 10 of the best sold PS2 games. That is a detriment to the game itself. If we compare that, it released a couple months before the PS3 released, and sold nearly as many copies as Final Fantasy X, or was close to Final Fantasy X in the top 10 ranking of the most sold PS2 games, which released 6 years earlier. 6 years earlier.
You went to Ambrosia immediately. I'm reading your notes while you're doing your stuff. Zero.
Yep. Right here.
Do you not need the wine? Sorry.
No, it's
Therefore,
it's. I mean, it's 1,000 gil. I think my money is good enough that I'm not going to bother with the whichever money
Sorry,
this
I
time.
didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, side quest is completely optional here. The Buzerba Madu quest is quite funny to go through, but also it's not the most amount of money. It's 1,000 a bottle. There's 14 bottles. but it also takes a while to collect and sell all of them.
Well, the reason why I ask is because for forever it was routed that you do 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I do still have them on my notes, and I'm still not sure if they're worth it or not. But I am a little bit ahead of Gil, especially since I got 2 Antares in the Pharaohs, so I'm like, I don't think I need money.
Fair enough. I mean, to think how crappy our Gil was at the beginning of the run.
Yeah. But it's improved. Like, I got the Shell Shield, I got the 2 Antares, I got the Deathbringer, I got the Gaia Hat. And the
Did
Black
you
Mask,
manage
of course.
Deathbringer, or was that just free?
It was just a free Deathbringer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that like 5,000 or something?
Deathbringer's like 8,000 gil or something. I don't know what the percentage is. I think it's 15% maybe. I don't know.
We go back to elusive mines for the Gilgamesh hunt that will happen later. But for that we need to kill Ant Lion. To open up the deepest part of Lusu. And on the way there we fight the rock toys and the Nidhogg that we skipped earlier. Because it's faster to just fight them on the way.
Yep.
Alrighty, and with it slowly getting late though, I will be taking my leave for this night.
Right.
I'll be setting an alarm for like 7 hours and be back for the ending of the run, 6 or 7 hours.
Yep, thanks for being here.
Best of luck, Zero. Try not to murder your run anywhere. Remember to do safety saves. Better safe than sorry, right? Would be a shame if I wake up in the morning and just see chaos on the Discord because you had to cancel your run because something went detrimentally wrong.
I think we've done our bad stuff already.
Yeah, that's right.
We don't need to save anymore. Nothing. Well, one thing has already gone wrong, so nothing can go wrong anymore, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Definitely how this game works.
All right then. I'll be talking to you all after a nice little rest.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Don't everyone talk at once.
Yeah. So we're now in Loose Mines doing some hunts, and yeah, we want to unlock the Gilgamesh as fast as possible because we're gonna do a level grind there. So that way we are going to have the levels for other things as well. And so we're starting with this is like you need to beat Antlion to start Gilgamesh, and you need to get the Site 11 key to start Diabolos, which we are going to do those 2 hunts together. And yeah, going for killing rock toys. We already killed Nidhogg, and then I'm also gonna kill rock toys. on the way. Roctos is in the screen, but a little bit further. Thursdays.
Just a question, but do you have to change your equipment? Could you just not do the fight with what you have in hand?
What do you mean?
Do the fight with what you have in hand and save the time you change the equipment. And gambits.
Oh, for Roctois, I probably didn't mean to change the cherry saves. That is true.
I once upon a time doing OOA forgot to kill one of these blue guys, the Duhans.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I could not figure out where they were. Had to look them up, and then it was like, oh, site whatever, and I just could not comprehend where these guys were in the game.
There's like they sometimes spawn instead of the headless enemies, but there's one always right here in this next screen, so I always kill that one, and then usually get punished in the next screen where I kill all the enemies. Gazer. But well. Yeah. Now in this next screen I need to spend 7 minutes, so I'm gonna be doing a bunch of menuing. Actually, let's
it's one heck of a menu here. I mean, you technically could spend it on other screens as well, but...
Yeah, this is the one where we spend the most distance traveling, so this is where it technically saves a lot of time. You can do it in any of the 2 screens before this, or in this one, the last one, where you can...
The optimized... The optimal.
Okay, sorry, I had to get up for a little bit.
Okay.
How dare
No
you?
problem.
I see I'm back just in time for the best part, though, so excellent.
Right before
The
you.
part I usually miss, by the way. When do you start doing quick innings?
Basically after this menu. I think this is where we get the... This menu we get the 3rd quickening for my main party. And
So you could do the quick innings during while waiting for the...
no,
for
we
the
have so
big
much
yeah.
menuing to do that we are not losing any time.
Okay.
Oh, Gazer is a thing that exists. Let's see.
Like, I've been saving my license points until this, so we can do all the licenses.
Yeah. Do you use Balthier for quickening chains? Sorry, I'll let you focus on menu. Menu hard.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
Yep. Visitor. Adrenaline. Right. Or 3, not Remedior 2. I was like, how am I gonna get Remedior 2? But
Magic.
yeah, a bit simple. Or
How many gambit slot do you need in general?
quite a bit. You need to get them anyway for license board.
Yeah, of course, but how many do you use?
Like 8 or 9.
What? Okay.
Oh, I have
90% you don't use as much as many gambit line, right?
That's why I was had so much HP or so much LP, because I have the tendencies for casters. Fine.
HP! We are more tanky. We don't need to be afraid of Seed now.
Sure. I'm 1 E short.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Can you use the rare enemy to just to get the quickenings you miss? The missed move you miss?
I'll get them. I'll get them a little short here as well. I'm not gonna do the quickening. Like I need to get them before I teleport to wherever I do my first quickening change, so it's not gonna be like for a while.
Yeah, so one thing we're doing here is we have to fill in all of the license boards to get to Order of Ambrosia. So we kind of have everything planned out so that certain characters have the LP to afford these like extra mace and rod stuff in this corner while they're getting some quickenings. It's all very kind of precisely planned out who gets what.
And sometimes we missed missed the stuff for another, and we have to go back and search what we missed.
Well, theoretically, it's not the case.
Yeah, in theory it's not the case, but it can happen. Good night, Finwish.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many times I run this, I always miss something in the license board. Always. I have to spend a minute or two just switching, looking for what's missing. It's oh so fun.
It's usually bestiary for me. Sometimes a zone. So that was more when I was testing, when I was trying to figure out what zones I needed to actually not forget, like the one in Deep Lusu.
I can't say I've ever actually missed a zone. I've been lucky, but yeah.
I think
That's,
I've had one run where I could not figure out what I missed, and it was the freaking zone between the aerodrome and the main pathway in Balfenheim. And I could have sworn I had gone there. And it was like mostly filled out because you pass both sides of it. But
what's the worst zone or enemy to forget to pick up?
Something in the Giza range, probably.
Oh, that would be.
yeah. Especially if it's bad timing for it.
Yep.
The freaking turtles next to Gill Snapper. That would be pretty horrendous.
Well, those are also in Certinon, so they're not as bad. First one I've missed is the Bulligator.
Ooh, yeah, that's a rough one.
It was in a TCA plat percent though.
It doesn't help that in TZI you can fight stuff in the trials.
I couldn't even tell you the spawn condition for Woolly Gator.
It's just a normal enemy.
Yeah. But it's like time based in different zones, right? Or is that the one in Osmone?
That's the one in
Wooligator,
Osmone. Wooligator's the one in
Wooligator's
Giza.
the one in Osmone?
Wooligator's the one in
Wooligator's one in Giza.
Giza, yeah.
Okay. Doesn't that one also have a time based spawn? for
No,
different
it's
zones,
just
though?
always in the screen where we fight the Entite.
Crocodile.
I think there's also.
Oh, the Entite.
I think there's
Yeah.
also one. Yeah, there's also one where we fight. Maybe two even in the screen where we fight Crocodile.
I think
But we always
Yeah.
kill the one in
I think
the
there's-
because there's no enemies when Crocodile is around, so we never
Right.
kill that one. We always kill the one in the other screen.
right. The in your 24-hour PB in 9 second or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was humorous, not to laugh at you, but I think it was humorous that you somehow missed a Banderforal.
Oh yeah,
Of all things, is what you missed in that run, and it was like, how the heck?
yeah.
Because they're just everywhere, you know.
Oh yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah, you just assume you've killed one, and then it's like, oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must have gotten the one the rare for free on your first one.
Yay, we can heal.
Line is a little bit tougher than in F4.
Yeah. Kind of a jerk.
Yeah, Antlion likes to cannibalize, making it stronger. You know, if he does that a whole bunch and then you walk up on him, he just turns around and bitch smacks you. It's pretty great.
How much LP does Antlion give?
Probably enough for me to license the Quickenings now.
Okay.
So now that we killed Antlion, the key for Deep Lusso is lost. Whatever it was lost.
Grab it to the deep.
And we will find it in Coast Phone in the rush. So we'll go back there and take the opportunity to activate all the remaining hunts that we need on the tableau d'affichage. Doesn't remember the name in English. Since it's the closest way to pick up hunts. What's the name of the board? Hunt board, right? The hunt board in the front coast is the closest one to activate. So we take the time that we go back to the coast front to front coast.
There's also other things we need to do at the Phone Coast, like we need to grab the key and
Yeah, exactly. Since for whatever reason the key is there.
yeah, they dropped the key. The kids dropped the key, and then said that it probably washed ashore somewhere, and then for some reason this fallen Busherban has taken it. I guess that guy fell from Busherba, and then
And it falls very fast because when there is The teleporter.
What's the time at right now? Is it Mosfo time?
It's 8. It was 8, like 6 minutes to Moscow.
How much behind are you now?
49 minutes.
Okay, so the timer will be we risk to be
We're most certainly gonna
estimate.
be overestimate now without death.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do I inform the maybe they're already aware of that, but just send a message to Sion.
Well, we'll see if we'll see if how quickenings are gonna be, and then if quickenings are gonna be bad, then
Yeah, but your quickenings are extremely good at your PB. So
yeah. I mean, like if we have if we have bad quickenings, then I think it's like meantime.
Yeah, I can at least mention that you had a 30 minutes death.
You can.
It never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. 0 deaths have happened. Death gate.
Not me getting Death Gate as the spawn first try with the 4% or whatever it is.
I got it in my practice run as well with the 8% chance.
Do you hope to get this case as fast as possible or not?
We don't care about it. Like it changes the cutscenes, and I'm not sure if it's faster or slower. I used to think it's faster, but then when I actually got it last time, I was like, it wasn't that fast. So it might be that might be slower to get it.
Not sure I'm gonna make it to my favorite part.
Are we not going to make it to
Look.
fan favorite with you?
Not gonna get to my favorite. My favorite part. The looks like Von Kappa.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
second fan favorite.
Second fan favorite.
Gilgamesh is a bit of sometime.
I mean, yeah, Gilgamesh is always the best. I should make it to Gilgamesh.
I don't know. Gilgamesh?
What?
Who's that?
The Ancient Man of Mystery, or whatever the thing is called.
Yeah. Yeah, that guy.
So mysterious. The
You
most
mean
mysterious.
four arms in FF9?
Just visiting the screen for map completion.
Yeah, this is one of the ones you can easily miss if you don't just route it in as a thing.
I've forgotten that map before, and went back and got it before I realized that I was missing maps, though. So that was good. I realized I
we
didn't
also-
do it.
Yeah, it happens. We also got a bubble belt here.
Yep.
For a couple fights, I think.
Oh, one fight.
One fight now. Yeah.
I think it's always
By
been
the way,
one fight.
what is it?
Let me think about what fight it might be. Could be Gilgamesh, I guess. What fight would it be? 'Cause it's not Hellworm anymore, obviously. God, I gotta remember what fights exist. Is it Behemoth King?
No.
Darn.
Behemoth King is very late in the run.
What else
It's
is there? I'm trying to think of anything else.
Omega.
Oh yeah, it could be
Yeah,
Omega. That's
It's
fair.
Omega.
It's Omega.
Omega, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Don't follow, sorry.
What fight we're using the bolt for? Because we got that bubble belt from the ant lantern in here.
Alright.
Yeah, we're just running around doing some errands that we need to run, which is mostly turning in and picking up hunts. Hunt turn-ins aren't necessarily required, but a lot of them give stuff and or are actually required to start other ones.
Yeah, this one is required for unlocking deep henna mines.
Yeah.
And it's right next to the Catapulpas petitioner anyways.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
it's very convenient.
I think we are heading to for now. Be about time.
Atmosphere in time.
A snake who does snake things. No, that's not the right snake.
I don't know.
Wrong
Yeah,
snake, but
it's wrong snake. Yeah.
it's the right
Yeah.
snake.
No, I thought that
There is a
snake was the one who did Gilmore.
Yeah, that's a Gilmore one.
Why do you go to Masforan, by the way?
Oh yeah, Midgar Stormer is the snake who does snake things.
Because there's quite a few mentioned that was time in your notes, but I still don't understand why you go there.
Yeah, so there in Mosfern, there's a rare enemy called Grey Malter, who spawns based on your in-game timer. So if your minutes of your in-game timer are between 10 and 20, Grey Malter will spawn. It is 11, so he is here.
He is there.
Buying 1,000 needles as well.
The thing you forgot in one of your run once.
No, I've never forgotten.
You remember you missed that one once. You had to go back to get it.
That was Juggernaut, I think. That I missed by like.
Oh.
And that means the enemies. I mean the.
Although this was one where I just didn't have a convenient spot where, like, yeah, if we were talking about my last or the practice run before this, what happened here was that I was in this exact same situation, but I was like, I was a little bit ahead, like a couple of minutes earlier than I am here now, and then so he didn't spawn, and then right after then the next part is about a little bit more than 10 minutes, so I just missed it again, so I had to do it later. Yeah, there's a crazy route change that I've also been thinking about that involves this, but
Oh yeah.
But I did not I'm thinking of like including finishing off the loop here with the in-game timer, but that's like I have a 10 minute
sketchy name.
Yeah, that's like a really sketchy for in-game timer, and I'm not sure if it works with the kill bug as well.
Yeah.
But it's something that I've been.
Good old big loop.
Having to do a whole big loop with a 10-minute window at the end is like kind of. That's why I say it's a crazy one.
That's more stressful than I think it's worth.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I mean, the downside is just that you would just miss out on Grey Malter, and then do Grey Malter later.
Yeah.
I remember.
Big loop is Osmode Plane, right? And then
Yeah.
Burton and et cetera.
I remember when I played that game for the Luzo Mines key. I thought the key would be here because of all of the fountains you have to activate.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was not clear enough at all. So yeah, Zero is activating a bunch of fountains to get access to the Esper who's nearby. Because the fountains makes rock float. Don't ask me how it works, I don't know. So a bridge is created and you can access to the Esper.
Magic, probably.
Yeah.
So I have a very important question for you guys. It's completely important, obviously. Do you guys call it football or soccer?
Football.
I'm American, so I call it soccer.
I'm Swiss, so it's football.
I ask because one of my Discord channels is blowing up about people arguing over which is which, and it's hilarious. Just had to ask it, you know.
Well, cool American football, rugby, like France.
I said I call it soccer, but I don't watch it, so. Because it's boring!
Yeah, it's American soccer, and in UK it's football, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much soccer in America and football everywhere else.
No, Japan has soccer as well.
That is true.
Oh, does it? You learn something new every day. Today I was 8 years old when I learned that Japan is also strange. Well, I guess we already knew Japan was strange, but hey. So this is Exodus. He's a bit of a dick. He likes to reflect scathe on you, and yeah, that sucks, like, a lot. So this is kind of a DPS battle with him. You can see the big X over there, over a symbol. I believe that's for no techniques.
No items.
No items, sorry.
Yeah,
So,
no items.
Yeah, Tyrant is no techniques.
Okay, sorry.
Yep.
That's fine.
Yeah, so some espers just have the gimmick that they just go no to you, you know, and he likes to do no items apparently.
Is Exodus the name of a boss in early Final Fantasy?
Not really. It's,
Or something?
I mean, I think it's a reference to XDeath from FF5, but
It looks like Exodus.
Isn't XF like Oh yeah, he is FF5, isn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
She's the antagonist of Final Fantasy V.
There is.
yeah, it's like many FF. Well, Vespers are like Chaos is the main final boss of one. Mateus is the one in FF2.
Yeah, it's the name of the Emperor of
yeah.
in FF2.
And then
But
Pamphret
it's
is
never
called the
really-
Darkening Cloud, which is a reference to Cloud of Darkness. Zeromus is FF4. The next Death Exodus would be like X-Death from F5.
Yeah.
But where's our Kefka?
Yeah, right?
Kefka,
Where's our
is a
Kefka?
child, locked away by the gods. Something.
Ultima is a reference to tactics. She's the final boss of one of the tactics, I think.
Which one?
Ultima.
Oh,
That sounds right. Yeah.
yeah, I guess Ultima is also well. Well, that's not much of a reference. You're thinking of games that are newer than FF12.
Zalera is a reference to something as well. Just checking.
I
think
also
it's
need
Ultima,
to,
but,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, go ahead. I'm checking.
No, I was just saying I need to reference one of your runs there, Zero, again, because for whatever reason, the medallion quest in my notes is missing some step in it somewhere. And, yeah, so every time I try to do the quote-unquote new route for me, I always miss some step, and I can't ever figure it out. Can't ever figure out what I'm missing.
I'm guessing it's the one in the step when you go first time to the magic shop so that Imperial.
Maybe.
Because that's one that I keep missing all the time. So if you like watched one of my runs, I might have forgotten about it and skipped it by accident, and then done it later when.
Yeah. I always forget the Bonga, I think.
Yeah, that's the one that's easy to miss as well. But Banga you should do when you buy Bravery. Just right here.
Something. Also, Ringworm from Balzac. Gotta love it. They knew what they were doing.
Yep.
Okay, I don't know, but Zalera is technically a reference to Helmet Zerk for Final Fantasy XIV. Since he's the opposite of Helmet Zerk.
Yeah,
the
and the
tools.
final boss of FF12, the Undying, is clearly a reference to FF13 with all the Undying enemies in 13.
Definitely.
Yeah, but Helmet Zerk is first mentioned in FF12. But Bahamut, the Undying is a reference to Bahamut, of course.
Well, Bahamut is immortal, so there is that. Except for, Bahamut's not evil, like the Undying.
Depends which Bahamut we're talking about. Hello, Time Link. Thank you for the raid. Because Final Fantasy XV, the Bahamut is the main antagonist of the game, as it's revealed in the book that was released after the DLCs were cut. Still mad about it, by the way. My release is a reference to FF1 and FF9. The Fire Fund.
So, what is next? I don't know, actually, what's next. I don't have the notes.
No, are we blessing the rains down in Africa? I mean, Giza comes.
For now, we're basically starting a few quests and getting the rewards for a few others before we go to Lusu again.
Yep.
See, it would make too much sense for me to have the notes up.
They're just
That's
right there,
what-
too.
That's basically what I did to say this, because I wouldn't be able to say that otherwise.
My wife is making fun of me, y'all. As she should.
That's what. As I say, as she should. I have the song stuck in my head. Damn it! It's my own fault.
Well, you screwed up.
I did. It is not the wet, in fact. So off to Nalbina, right? Or are we doing Lusu?
Yep, it's gonna be now.
Oh, we still have to do. We're still running around Ravenasser. Never mind. I lied.
Why'd you lie?
This Ravenasser section
I-
is like surprisingly long.
Yeah, it's funny because you do like the Mosferin section. It's like twice as long on the notes, but takes half the time.
Yep.
Despite like 3 things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
moving,
episode 12 is
moving
funny that
around,
way.
in this game takes quite a while. It's the same
Especially
as Ravenasser, by the way.
Well, I
But,
think it's kind of funny because it's like. It's
And we
like, go
take-
here, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, and it's all like really simple things. But, you know, of course it takes forever.
Takes time to do it all.
And we
I
take
do
the
find it
reward
funny-
for a bunch of
I do-
stuff we did.
I do find it funny that basically every like clan boss random thing that you kill gives you money, except for King Bomb, which gives you a mallet and money for some reason.
Yeah.
Why does King Bomb you get a mallet?
Ancient Man of Mystery. Ooh.
Because you need
okay.
because you need a mallet for all the money you get.
So, for those who don't know, Magello and Ancient Man of Mystery are played by the same character, which that's already pretty cool.
That is cool.
But it's also played by the same guy who voices Waka and Kamari in FF10.
I like both of
little
those
fun
characters, too.
tidbit for y'all.
He's doomed to play a useless character in every FF he's in.
Hey, now.
I'm horrible. Sorry,
Yeah.
FF10 fans.
Useless.
What's really funny is that Kamari ends up being like super useful in the speedruns.
Oh yeah, true.
He actually used to be absolutely critical, but now that we skip Gui, he's not so much critical anymore. But
So we can get whoa, very close with money.
I haven't seen stuff yet. It's fine.
Yeah,
We ended up having enough
Uh,
for everything in Nabudis.
we get bravery and faith. I love the fact that in FF12 you get bravery and faith after 16 hunts, but in 13 it's just after chapter 4, at the beginning of chapter 4.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very 13 is a very different combat style.
The-
So.
In a game where you're stuck at 10,000 damage, you get faith and bravery extremely late. So what's the point?
Yeah, but you don't like actually hit that cap that often.
Yeah, of course. But you could hit, especially with magic. If you had access to faith, you could hit harder in 90%.
Okay, 8%. Do we get it?
Huh?
The wet death case, 8% chance.
Is? Maybe. No, I don't think so. I can't hear
8%
anything.
chance. It's so low to get this guys. These guys.
I don't know if it's faster or slower. Get different animations. You don't get a dialogue, but you get a different dialogue, like, Death Case is attacking us. Then here, when you get here, you don't get this dialogue with Anne and Rende.
Anyway, we have to
We get
To
some
talk
other
to that
dialogue.
woman to get siphon. Is there a thing about going to every place with the ship in this game or not?
There is a side quest, but we don't do that. But we just needed to buy siphon from the shop.
And fight these guys, but you don't need to go in
Yeah.
every location.
Like every aerodrome you talk to the kid at, where you haven't talked to it, doubles the chance for FKs to spawn. Forgot this
So
in
you want to
my
fight-
practice run as well.
So you want to fight these guys now?
No, it's much later. I need renew, and renew costs 30,000 gil, so I need to add FKs much later.
But if you could now, you would do it, or you would.
No,
wait
if
later?
he spawned now, I wouldn't do it.
Okay, so it's just a time loss then.
Well, I'm not sure if it's faster or slower to get it here or not. Because there's like dialogue, but there's also dialogue if you don't get it, so it's different dialogue, and I'm not sure which one is faster. You can buy the siphon anyway, even if FK spawns. I don't think we turn in Atomos. Cutscene is quite long. I have money is good.
What is the name of the guy? Popol?
Yeah.
Ah,
It's
poor kid.
Popol.
Hello Gary, hello Secret Bunny Ninja. Yeah, I wanted to mention that, but before I forgot. You remember the 5 Muggles in Rabanaston? They are brother and sisters of Mont Blanc. And all of them plus one. I think there were 7, right? I don't remember which one is the 7th one. Fought Yazmat years ago and failed. And now Mont Blanc is the boss of Zant's clan, and his brother and sisters take care of teleportation stuff in Rabanastor. But who's the last one?
I'm feeling pretty good. This jersey behind me is the jersey of my favorite NHL team, the New Jersey Devils.
I know there are 6, not 7.
It's time
Never mind.
for the
there are
greatest
6.
swordsman in all of Ivalice. Sorry, I'm excited.
Yeah, time to get the sound of the game.
I'm about to unmute the actual stream so I can hear the music.
But it's a normal sound of the game. It's not the... It's
It's me, Gilgamesh! Long have I sought the blade of legend. scoured the furthest marches, east and west. Now my search brings me here, to you.
Speaking
Your
of
weapons all
Gilgamesh,
forfeit to me. Fly, Enkidu, fly, my faithful companion. I said fly.
he has
Oh,
4 phases in each of his fights. The two and in each phase we can steal an object, but the 2 first phases give useless stuff. I potion, I think.
I fought worse.
Then in the 2 last phases of each fight, we can steal
Genji gear.
Genji gear. Thank you. But other 4 Genji gear we can get. Only the Genji glove is interesting.
Yeah, we specifically want the Genji glove because it gives a higher combo chance, which is very nice, especially once we get to Yasmat. But probably also most things that we DCG, honestly.
Yeah. But sorry, there is only 1 Genji glove in the game.
Yep.
In TZ there is a second one, but it's on one of the 5 judges, so you can't get it in the main game.
Slice dice. So yeah, this is, he puts a complete immunity up, perfect defense, until he does 2 of that cutscene ability. And then once he does that, we can steal from him, and we will want to do that before. That's actually why we dispel Brashear, so he doesn't accidentally kill with Berserk on.
Ultimate illusion. I still prefer the music of FF13-2. The Gilgamesh's theme in 13-2 is incredible. Now Bash replaces Penelo in OOA. In 90% of OG12, Penelo, not Penelo, the fight is mostly magic based. So since Penelo and Ash are the best magic caster in the game, the 90% used them in OG12, but in OOA the run shift to a more physical oriented version once we beat Sid, so Penelo is replaced by Bash because it's the best physical attacker in the game.
One of the, actually, probably a more important reason that we use them is because we get them later on in the game. Balthier and Fran we get
Well, it
pretty
doesn't really
early.
matter in
Oh,
this round because you do all the
yeah,
display
I
at the
guess-
beginning.
that's a fair point.
But this is still like you could probably swap Balthier with Bosch or Bosch with Balthier and be fine. But I think Bosch is a better physical character than Balthier. Also,
So he has more HP.
yeah, it's more HP, and I think Bosch has more strength as well. So Bosch is like the obvious candidate for the tank slash
Physical. Yeah.
physical character, and then Vaughn and Ash are the 2 best characters for both magic and like Vaughn is the 3rd best magic caster after Ash and Penelo, and one of the better physical users, and Ash is the best magic caster and decent at physical as well.
Yeah, Pinello is the best MP gain, I believe, as well as
Yes.
second best magic. So she's really good in heavy magic, which is why we use her in 80% and the early parts of this run as well. But when we start switching to more physical, the other characters are just better all-rounders. Diabolos. Vanquish. Good old Diabolos.
Diabolos, so it's the name of the summon in the 5th 8, right?
It is indeed the one you fight the magic lamp.
Yeah. So now the objective is to reach the deepest part of the loser mines to fight another version. The second fight against Gilgamesh. To fight the second fight against Gilgamesh. I love my English. It's a more difficult fight because he can use spells depending on the level. So we want to be at a specific level so none of his spells can hit us. So he still can cast them even if he sees an immunity, right?
I wondered why do I have this much OP, but it's because of the Exodus.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
You're not always killing Exodus by this point.
so don't forget
anyway.
the quick learnings if you didn't.
Yeah, but we also got extra, so.
Yeah.
The, suppose it's about that time, huh? Start explaining dead character glitch. So,
Yep.
coming up, we'll be using dead character glitch for the first time. What is dead character glitch, you may ask? Well, that's complicated. Kind of. Dead character glitch is, well, a glitch where you kind of get a character stuck in the, well, you can do it in the dead state, but we actually typically do the petrify state, which we're actually setting up right now, so perfect timing. So the goal of this is to get a character throwing an item, but kind of stuck in a spot where they're just constantly throwing an item, but not throwing an item to eat up the effect capacity pool. We'll do it with multiple things. Sometimes it'll be something big like a holy mote or X potion, and sometimes it'll be like a high potion or an X potion to only take up half, so we can do other things. We do this because a lot of enemies have big moves that require a lot or all of the effect capacity, and we want them to not do anything. And while they're trying to do that, they won't do anything else, and we can just whack away at them with regular attacks. The setup for it, which we started right now, is to get someone down to the oh man, let's see if I remember how to do this. Zero, it's been too long. Get someone to low petrify count, which we just did with Fran here. Summon a Esper, and then at the same time as that petrify would turn you to stone, you both dismiss the Esper and throw a potion or item or whatever, what have you, you want to use to take up the effect that you want. The Esper will unsummon and kind of like interrupt the stoning process so that your character, instead of either throwing something and then turning to stone, or turning to stone and then being removed from the effect queue. They're just stuck there constantly trying to throw something and taking up that effect queue indefinitely. As long as you keep them in the party, basically. What did I miss? Zero, I'm sure. I feel like I missed something.
I think that was pretty much it.
The effect
Okay,
of
cool.
the character glitch. Why do we do that?
Because of the abilities that some big enemies have, or the danger of them in general. In this case, Disma doesn't really have like he has like one big effect to take up, but it doesn't always use it right away. But Disma is a very tough enemy that tears through us really quickly. So if we don't have to worry about fighting him most of the time, or at least for very long, it's pretty easy to. It'll be a lot easier to fight him than it would be otherwise, because we're not like under leveled, but we're definitely not over leveled for this part.
I would say we are under leveled. These are level 58 enemies, and we are level 41. So I would say we
fair
are.
enough. Yes, we are under leveled. Levels are a suggestion anyway.
The main effect of the dead character glitch is to force an enemy to use an ability that is a big animation. For example, a spell. Because while this is an effect, there can be only one animation. I can't explain this properly, sorry. But when an enemy, when we have that character glitch stuck doing a big action, the enemy is stuck doing it until the end of his life, basically. So he can't do anything else. It doesn't. For example, to give an example, every espers have a big animation move that takes all the screen. But if we use a death character glitch before that, they will try to cast that big spell that takes the entire screen, but they won't be able to do it because the death character glitch takes all the action, possible action possible, so they won't be able to use it. They will try to recast it, but failed until the end of time. It's the same for us. We can't use big actions because otherwise because of that. So then we're a bit stuck to use attack that doesn't take actions in the queue. Probably explaining this very badly, but this is why we use this character glitch on Yazmat, Hellworm, and this map because they won't attack us because they're stuck in their action.
Yeah. So whenever an enemy has a scripted like move that they do after in certain condition, if they can't get that move off, they will keep trying to use that move. Which is why they can't do anything. Once they are stopped by using that move. The only exception, I guess, is if the target dies before they get the move off, then we'll consider the move already done.
Interestingly enough, a similar glitch exists in Final Fantasy XIII, where the enemy attacks someone, and if that character provokes him at the same moment the enemy kills it, the enemy will be stuck doing nothing for about 1 minute. It's the best way to fastest way to kill Vacillatorix, because he will do nothing for 1 minute. But the problem is that it's extremely random to get that, because it's a frame perfect glitch.
Yeah, and you can't
But it
menu
exists
buffer
as
in
well.
13 like you can. Menu buffer or ATB reset in 13 like you can in
Yeah.
12.
And in 13, as you may know, if the leader dies, it's game over. And I don't know if it was tried with the summon out, but I don't think it works. It's easier to do it in 13 too, at least because you can change the leader if you die, and it's easier to do a frame perfect trick when you can when you control the character. Anyway, that's it for the fun fact about 13. This man is on the screen. What's the trigger to make this man appear?
It's 5% for each skeleton to be a dismissed.
But since you want to farm in this place, it doesn't matter how many skeletons you kill anyway.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. I mean, eventually, I am expecting to see Disma before Gilgamesh. And I would like to get Disma in this screen, because on the next screen, he can, like, this screen I can always see Disma. He never pops from the ground. But on the next screen he can pop from the ground and kind of like ambush me, which is really hard because I need the death character glitched up before I get there.
Yeah, I've had him pop up on the next screen before, and yeah, it's no fun, let me tell you.
Yeah. You also note we're using a lot of, we're using Bosch as kind of a mana battery at this point, because we're going through a lot of Firagas, and Bosch gets a lot of mana back from attacking at this point.
Yeah, Siphon is really useful as Siphon draws MP from the target to the caster. And yeah, it's very useful to have a character who's not using magics but gaining a lot of MP by from Headsman and Inquisitor, which Inquisitor gives you more MP, or again regains MP when you deal damage, deal physical damage, and Headsman when you kill an enemy. So since Bosch is getting most of the kills,
Oh, hello, Disma.
Oh baby, here we go.
It is time.
So
It works.
as I was saying earlier, yeah, this is my claim to fame, adding this to the route, and you'll see why, because it makes this fight actually doable. Because I could not beat Disma at level 45 on my own. Because Disma, while being like level 50, is like, he fights like a level 70 creature. It's amazing.
Yeah, I want to turn into stone, use an or dismiss this Esper, and use the item all at the same time. I'm doing menu buffers to wait until the petrified fix to 0. Then I'm gonna change trans equipment to cancel the rest of the Echo Orbs animation. So
Looks good.
that'll look good.
This trick works with any summon, right?
Fortune in summon, yes.
Yeah, so you see Fran is quote unquote stone, but yeah, still is able to be kind of half throwing a smelling salt at the same time. Firaga is unfortunately not something that it's.
The damage.
Yep.
Yeah, Disma hits hard.
And that's with him being debuffed.
Oh. Stop using magic.
Yeah,
use your,
the
use
next,
your thing.
it's 4 moves that he does, and then he uses the...
Oh, okay. So a dark rat, and then he'll do the big attack.
Wait, Dark Ray works, but not the free before. No, it's a Shining Ray. Sorry.
Shining rat.
What does Shining Ray do?
It deals a lot of damage. It's holy elemental damage.
Yeah.
And
But-
it's a 8 effect capacity move.
Don't kill yourself, Bosh.
Bosh,
What does
please.
it? What does it make the difference from the other spell that makes him unable to attack?
Yeah, so Shining Ray requires the effect queue to be completely empty, which is blocked by the smelling salts being in the queue. Whereas Firaga requires half the effect queue, so like there's 8 slots, Shining Ray requires all of it. Where the Firaga requires 4 slots. So if I were to use an item like Holy Mode, which takes off the entire queue, then Firaga and those stuff wouldn't be able to happen either. But those are not scripted attacks, so once it cancels them, then he could use another move. His physical attacks hurt as well, so.
Yeah.
And then I wouldn't be able to heal.
And a common mechanic with these higher level enemies is that they have a large damage reduction below a third HP, roughly.
And I don't know if you guys have talked about it because I was away for a while, but return damage was also a thing.
Yeah, also return damage. It's been mentioned, I'm sure.
It was mentioned, but I think it's the first time we see it in action.
Yeah,
We
so,
kind of seen like but not really in a way that it's made a big effect.
But by the way, a quick question: since your friend is in this state right now, you can't use that state anymore for Gilgamesh.
It gets reset when you leave the screen.
Okay.
And like all of Gilgamesh's like also I removed it by removing Fran from the party that got that got her out of the state, and also also like screen transitions. Also just killing Disma gets Fran out of the state because of the trophy. Like any dialogue or anything like that removes the circle glitch.
It's broken, but not broken enough to keep it the entire game.
Yeah.
So, we gotta be coming up on level 47. I don't know what level you're at right now.
45 right now.
45? Okay. So yeah, we're grinding to level 47, and that's because it's a prime number from 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, it's not divisible by those numbers, but yeah, it is also a prime number.
Oh, well, there you go. I should have just known that, but here I am. I'm an American, you know. Ignorance is my thing. And when you're level 47, a bunch of debuffs can't hit you in the Gilgamesh fight, the Gilgamesh 2 fight. And it makes the fight almost able to just be AFK'd. I've done it before when I really had to use it before. So and sometimes you can AFK it, sometimes you can't, it just depends. But yeah. Which is why we're doing the grinding. I think that this next area is going to be the first time we show an off mini-map area.
Maybe. Probably not, though. I feel like there must have been some earlier. Like, I know there are some in the mines, but we don't ever go through them. I think we do go through non-mini-map areas in Faros, though.
Maybe.
You go there only for monsters and stuff, right? Since they are mimic. They're not
Yeah,
just
killed those for bestiary, and we had to go that screen from a completion.
Nearly 12 hours I'm here.
We should have made this a three-way race between you, Freddy, and I. Kappa.
Yeah, sure. Everyone would have been happy with
Add another 5.5 hours to the estimate.
Add me to the loop, and it's 24 more hours to the estimate.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been cool to show off different routes, though. That's all I meant.
Oh, I would have just stolen Zero's written notes and used his.
Imagine using your own route, lol.
Yeah, right. I mean, technically this is my route, just heavily altered.
At what point does it become? I mean, so were you the person who route it, or what happened?
Yeah, me and Alec started routing it back in the day, and did most of the initial routing of it. I was about to say initial routing of the route, which is not helpful. And by me and Alec, I mean it was mostly me bouncing stuff off of Alec and writing everything down into sections. Those sections still exist in some form, But like I said, obviously heavily modified, and the order of them is a lot different than they used to be. But like the bones of it are still there.
Right. I mean, you can only have so many changes on so many requirements.
Right? You still have to do certain things in certain orders.
Yeah.
You can, but even then, some of that's been fudged, I think. We used to do Zodiac Spear before Pharaohs. Now it's just basically any percent until after Pharaohs, with some additional Fawn Coast stuff.
My PB still is with Zodiac Spear during Pharaohs, and I miss it so bad. I miss walking up to everything and poking it. And then Zero's just like, but if we do this, it's like way quicker. And I'm like, but dude. I don't wanna.
And then you accidentally immobilize Redis, and he dragged a couple skeletons to actually just completely wipe you. because your damage was short by like 500 and your traveler only hit for 150.
Never happened.
That's me why I'm so specific.
It reminds me when I have 13% runner who still wants to run the category with the early Genji glove, but it's so much slower to get the Genji glove early. So a few years ago, when they did a race between Farah and him, they all three had a different route. It was quite funny.
Yeah. Oh, it's 47. That's 147. We still have the other two, right?
Yeah.
Zon was ahead, Trindisma. Or just
Funny how
from
the
being
verbs that one is
like
often the one with character with most XP here. Well, although I think it's usually Ash, but Ash was dead for a couple of kills.
Yeah. I think, he also is automatically... Or no, because he's behind usually, because people join +1, +2.
Yeah.
Huh.
Of course, I'm like a little bit of XP. I should have removed one from the party, so Bosch would have gotten two.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm sure this one will... Because Ash and Bosch got a little 46 at the same kills.
Not in this one. There should be, one more in here, right?
You're no fun.
Oh, did Ash already hit 47?
Yeah, Ash hit 47 on the one before
Okay. I missed it. Okay. I'm here for this fight. And then I gotta go. But I can't miss Gilgamesh.
I want the music.
The greatest swordsman in all Ivalice. Someone's gotta do the line. Before we get going, I'm doing, well, while you're getting ready, I'm doing an anecdote real quick. The first time I did this casually, I spent, I think, I want to say at least an hour, or at least close to a full hour trying to do Gilgamesh 2, because my levels were just absolute garbage and I didn't know. And I was on just a TV too, just sitting there. My roommate watched for an hour straight do this fight, and I won in the end. But it was a long fight.
I want to hear the music of Gilgamesh, but if we talk during the fight, it will be impossible to.
Yeah, this will be a much shorter fight. As in the first one, the goal will be to kill Enkidu first, because Enkidu's annoying, and then just kind of keep dispelling and surviving the rest of it. Thankfully, yeah, Q can be oiled, so. And lots of other things. Just doing shocks for the rest of the fight. Keep Protect up to help reduce damage because he's gonna hit hard. It's merely a test of your strength, mortals. A prelude, if you will. Real contest begins now. Your weapons are as good as mine. Forgot about that one, damn it. Been too long.
May have heard it at timer 13 though.
Yeah, a few times. About a few.
Yeah, I like the first time he has 4 phases. And for each phases you can steal an object.
Yeah, you can also play the game mode.
The 2 last phases have an interesting object you can steal.
Yeah, more Genji parts that are not really that good, sadly. Not that we have now that we have Maximilians and Shishiks. You can also play the fun game of guess the famous sword from the other Final Fantasy games. Or I believe in the last case from this game.
The one for the 5th 9, 5th 10. Excalibur, of course.
Yeah, there's the Excalibur.
Yeah, I recognize the Tidus sword.
Yeah. I forget what the one on the right is, upper right. Maybe like F. I don't know. I'm not sure what that one is. I should know what that one is. And then the last one's Turnusol, I'm pretty sure. Or is it?
Beast my wrath.
Please, my wrath. It is very wrathful, to be fair. Rip Bosch. And then, similar to the first phase, we have to wait for him to do 2 big attacks, which pretty much are guaranteed to one-shot at these levels. And he also does that a lot, which is annoying. Face my wrath. Ah.
Isn't there the sword of... the guy from F7. Cloud. Sorry. It's 2 AM. The sword that is left is a Buster sword, right? It's a sword.
Also, I equipped the Cameo Belt on Bosch. Cameo Belt makes Gilgamesh not able to block or parry Bosch's attacks.
Oh yeah, which he does that a lot usually.
Yep.
Cameo Belt is quite nice. Well, and that's Gilgamesh 2. No more Gilgamesh.
We don't speak to the Excalibur because... Wait, you have the cutscene anyway, sorry.
Yeah. Didn't say anything. He's sneaky. Mysterious.
You can get this weapon later, right? Oh, I miss me remembering.
Isn't that just the Worm Hero Blade?
It's probably the Worm Hero Blade, yeah.
But it's not the last time you can see Gilgamesh in FF12. when you get the strongest fish rod, you have to speak to Gilgamesh.
Yep.
In Barheim.
Okay. I need to get dinner started before my thing tonight, so I'll be back in roughly 4 hours and change.
All right.
Okay. Do any of you know when Rista comes back?
I think he said in wrong chat. Oh, she should be back in an hour or two, I think.
Okay.
Depending on how what he means by fuse of long range.
I'll try to stay awake up until that moment.
Yeah, it's getting late. No worries. Okay, good luck with whatever's next. What does this have to do? Is deep? No, bar.
You have to get out of Lucio Mines first. Because it takes a while.
Make sure to point out looks like Von Kappa for me.
And after that, it's the Barheim.
Yep. Looks like I'm probably getting back halfway through Big Loop or something. Yeah.
If you're 4 hours, we are probably gonna be actually done. We're probably in like in the mines already.
Pen maybe? Yeah.
Maybe even further than that. Maybe even like Subterra. Oh, probably not. I am 50 minutes behind.
That seems like a lot. 'Cause Big Loop takes a while. Anyway, I'll be back. Have fun.
Good.
Bye. Enjoy your food.
So, getting out of Lucio Mines, I'm killing the enemies on the way for a little bit more XP. They are still good XP, but it's not perfect training anymore, but good enough to perfect kill them, probably.
Do you have enemies left you didn't find?
Well, there are a couple of rare enemies that I'm gonna kill on the way back. First is the bombshell that I'm going to RNG manipulate to spawn here. Again, finding where I am in the RNG chart. I think I found it, just confirming it with this. So I'm 2 slots away from bombshell appearing, so I do 2 cures, and then I will cure the next screen. Then you hop along. Down this guy. Dragon Helm. That's unuseful, but
Money.
money.
You're quite lucky with money in after the nightmare that was
Yeah.
the first farming.
The bombshell can be quite annoying.
Is that the enemy who can give a very strong weapon?
Yes, you can get a Yaku Dark Blade from this guy. A 3% chance, I believe. Maybe 1%. I don't know. We didn't get it.
Will give the bomb ash.
So, oh well. That would have been a nice weapon for Yesmat, but didn't have it.
People said it.
And then there's another rare enemy in this next screen, where well, I don't need bubble protect and protect anymore because now the enemies are we're a little bit over leveled for these guys. They are level 43. But we need to kill every enemy in this screen to spawn Gemhorn. And this guy didn't spawn on the first try, so I had to go all the way down the corridor, and that usually happens. So. Pick the iron ore. That's 1,000 gil. Spiral incisor is like, I don't know, 700 gil, 500 gil. I don't know. But it's a decent amount.
I'm sorry, but at this point I don't really know what that I can talk about.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
I'm mostly here to keep you company.
And it's appreciated. I'll try to kill these enemies. And traps are coming, so I'm gonna spawn float once. Then I'm going to go and kill these mantis. There are 4 of them, so that's 2 down. More. We're here. Go. Then there are a couple of Marlboros and a bug over here.
Marlboros? They're everywhere.
Yep. Marlboros are weak to wind, which is why I casted which is why I guessed that arrow gun them. Then that's all enemies. I leave, go a little bit further, and then go back, and then. Yeah, that's everything we have in Lusu, so now we're going to
Barheim, right?
head to the exit. Yeah, there's Barheim is soon. There thing in between that we need to worry about. Don't care about the in-game timer because we already did Mosforan. And yeah, we're going to Barheim next.
Could you do Jim Horn on the way to
Gilgamesh?
what's the name again? No, not Gilgamesh. What's the name again? Ant lion?
No, it is like the Gemhorn is in an area that's unlocked by the antlion.
Okay.
And we are finally going to finish the side quest about
lo-
the.
It's the longest side quest ever.
Yeah, we started this side quest like 8 hours ago, and we're finally finishing it. Getting the Barheim key. And then I'm going to talk to the shop here. And sell my stuff.
Here's to Gag who cast haste on everybody. Best spell ever.
And we start Bloodwing by talking to number 381 here.
Best.
I'm guessing that's his prison number from in the dungeons. And then we run to Barheim.
When did you do quickenings in Luzu?
I did not do any quickenings in Lucio.
But you could, right?
I could, but there's never a point where I'm at full MP and like there would be someone who's not Berserk. Because Berserk characters can't participate in a quickening chain, so. Yeah, after beating Mimic Queen, the way we come out of Barheim is gets locked, and there's this new entrance that you have to go to by using the Barheim key if you want to get back to Barheim, and we do need to go back there because there's a hidden Esper there, there's a hunt there, there's rare enemies, and other areas that we weren't able to reach previously.
Zalia is not accessible before that.
Yeah, no.
You can't access it in before Mimic, Queen Mimic.
Yeah. And there is a teleport crystal over here, and I do need to come back later. Well, so I will go and grab it, as well as do the first quickening chain here. So, in order to get Order of Ambrosia, I need to see all 8 quickening finishers. Hardest one of them, which is what I'm going for here, is called Black Hole. For that you need 4 level 1, 4 level 2, and 4 level 3 quickenings all in the same chain. So, we're hoping for every character rolls a either level 1, 2, or 3 quickening. It's 1 in 3 chance for all, I believe. And then you can shuffle to reroll. And if they can't afford the quickening that they roll, then there's a chance that they gain a mischarge instead, and mischarge like replenishes all of their mist bars. Each character has 3 mist bars. I know.
Did you get anything?
I don't think this is anything. I only got the 1 level 1, I believe. That's nothing. Well,
That's not a great start.
it wasn't an awful start either. I just fumbled it.
But you can do another try. Each time you talk to a crystal, your MP full again, so you can do another quickening.
Yeah, I'm killing those guys because I'm gonna RNG manipulate an enemy to spawn, and they get in my way. Or they get use they use regen, and if an enemy has regen on, or anyone has regen on, it constantly rolls RNG on how much it heals by. And want that. This is to manipulate the rare enemy called Ifuna to spawn, who has an 20% chance to spawn in the next screen. I believe it's one away from spawning, so we go there now. Right, so here's Ifuna. It's infamous for being able to, or famous for having the Deathbringer you can steal from if you want an early Deathbringer. Ifuna is your guy. But we don't care about that, since we already have the Zodiac Spear, and
You got a Deathbringer earlier, right?
I also got an Deathbringer earlier, yeah, from a chest. You could buy them at the shop at this point as well. I really wanted one. Then I'm gonna be RNG manipulating two rare enemies to spawn at the same time. Those are Minibug and Ishti. Minibug has a 20% chance to spawn. Ishti has a 2% chance to spawn every so and so seconds. So that spawns Minibug, and I'm 3 rolls away from spawning an Ishti. So I use one cure to consume one of them, and then I wait. I'll grab some water as well.
Ishtin was killed.
Yeah, I saw it. So yeah, that was 16. Then Minibug is right over here. Kill one and then I'll kill a Mimeo. Yeah, then we smack the precarious card. And the next screen. This screen, there's the enemy called Bloodwing. Well, as I need to kill a Spectre. There's
So Zadela is the next Esper that we will fight. She's not known to be dangerous, but he can cast a few annoying spells. Like Gilgamesh, he can use level-based spells. Level 2 sleep, level 3 disable, level 4 break, level 5 reverse. But unlike Gilgamesh, he also has a prime level death. So any character that has a prime level, like 47 like we were at during the Gilgamesh fight, will be instantly killed. But at this point the next one is 53 if I remember correctly, so we should be safe. But anyway, the fight is also on the time limit. You have 5 minutes to kill Zalera, otherwise you're sent back to the entrance of the dungeon, right?
I don't know what happens if the timer runs out. I've never had that happen.
I think it's a really annoying one. Otherwise you're killed, but you're sent back to the entrance. But anyway, there isn't a safe stone nearby. Oh, there is. What are you talking about? What does this thing do? It's you're ejected to the terminus 7 if you're after 5 minutes. Where is the terminus 7?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, anyway, but anyway, he's not Zarya is not that dangerous, but in a speedrun, at least in a casual playthrough, it can be really annoying. And I got that time limit sent back. And here is Zelda. The Death Seraph. The Angel of Death.
Yeah, I'm holding Scathe, hovering Scathe above Bosch so I can see where I have to have my Bon and Ash beats to get Scathe's reflect out of all the characters.
And that was Zarya, aka a very easy fight. I love all the explanation I gave just for being an easy fight in the end. But we talked about it quite a bit before that.
A lot of fights in this game are like really over before you have time to explain them. There's a lot of fights that have a lot of things going in them, and the fights are like not long enough to explain them during the fight. Good to explain
And there is
fights
Yasmat.
beforehand.
And there is Yasmat.
Yeah, and then there's Yasmat. Yeah.
Well, you have 30 times the you can explain what's going on in that fight 13 times because nothing really happened. So, we just go back to... Where are you?
In the Garmsec waterway now. It's the same room where we
Okay.
fight the plants earlier.
Yeah, but they are not in your notes. Wait. What's
This is Orpheus.
okay, Osteros, yes. Those are reference to another FF. FF6.
Yep.
Alright, y'all. Sorry I was AFK for a second.
Fine.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to Orthos and now White Moose.
Wait, Moose.
Super hard fight that.
Yeah, at this
Got
point it's
zero,
a
almost dying.
at this point it's a really easy fight, but when you try it as soon as you get a hunt, it's a really difficult fight.
You can do White Moose really early into the game, and yeah, then it's a really difficult fight. Next up is Gavial. Gavial spawns when you wait for him at the end of the corridor down here, end of this corridor. There is also a chest that has a 50% chance to spawn, and if it spawns, I can have it be a 90% chance to be a the Ego Blade. If I equip the Diamond Armlet, you get it, so that's it.
What happens if you don't get the Ego Blade?
Then you just grab the 50-50 Ego and Google Blade.
Wait, what? Excuse me, I didn't get what you mean.
There's a other chest that has a 50% chance of being either an Ego or a Goga Blade.
And if you can get it?
Yeah, then if I don't get the Ego Blade here, I get that one instead. And Goga Blade is basically an Ego Blade, but it just has a 1% lower combo rate.
Okay. There's another Esper in this dungeon.
Yeah, we can't reach it yet because we don't have the key.
Yep. It's quite complicated to get it to get to it, especially when you don't know what to do.
Yep.
It's a bit of a thing in this game that you have to understand what you need to do to get what you want. There's a lot of side quests where it doesn't really matter anyway what you should do it or not. So you're a bit lost.
Alright. Then turned in Orphros, and I talked to Northon to continue the Earth Tyrant side quest. And I will head back to Rabanastra. I already started Merlith, so I don't need to do that now. But instead, I will head to the magic shop to continue the medallion quest. Turning in Orphros both is needed for the medallion quest and for the canopic charm. And I'm gonna go to Southgate, and Giza should be arranged now. Hope it does. I hope it is at least.
If it's not, we cry.
Alright, we prage. Yay!
In Giza, the first thing we need to do is we need to make it be stormy in the next screen, because so that the Entei spawns. So I'll zone in and out here until it does.
You don't fight the Dark Elemental?
Probably was stormy there, wasn't it? I just didn't pay attention. No.
You don't fight the Elemental that was there?
No, I'll kill the elemental later. I have to kill it in another screen anyway.
Okay. One eternity later. You can manipulate the weather.
Wrong screen.
You can't manipulate the weather. Zero.
Sorry, I just got some food.
You can't manipulate the weather.
You can, but I mean, doing double. This has a double effect, as it's also spawning the rain dancer, hopefully. I know
Yeah, so you
marathon luck
started
has
with-
to be bad and all, but that was kind of ridiculous.
So you started the big loop.
What is the big loop, did you ask?
You started the big loop.
Not yet. Big loop is later when we started Osmone. Go through things.
Why do you call it a big loop?
The big loop starts
Oh,
from
good.
like Osmone and it goes through the goes through the Dirtinan Caverns, and then into the Bulgarian Ascendancy, and Cruiser again back to Westersand, at Rabanastre, Bulgarian Scythe back to Rabanastre. And then I think in this route it ends at Visa Plains in Dry. Sure.
Rain Dancer, hitting him is so nice. And you did kill a woolly gator, I assume?
Yeah, I did kill one earlier.
We activate all of this wood stuff to create a bridge and access to the guild toys, right?
Yep, for the Guild Snapper.
We do our second quickening trial.
Yep. Let's hope that we do better Chopa than with the first one.
that can be worse than the last time.
I'll take an Ashes level 3 there.
I don't think you'll get it. Just
Yeah.
to get one, but
I must endure.
I'll just take Torrent here.
it's already it's not reminiscence, right? Torrent, free damage. Welcome back, Rista.
Hello. Looks like I just missed a missed attempt. Do we get a black hole or?
Torrent.
Nope.
Never lucky.
Yeah, the first one was a total failure.
Oh, that wasn't our first torrent.
No, it was nothing the first time.
Yeah, this is the second. Our first
okay.
cooking chain was nothing, and the second one was torrent.
It's not a total failure because we did eventually need a torrent.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
But the
second
first one
time. It
was-
was the first time nothing.
I see, I see.
Right, so then I'm starting Guild Snapper here. And that should be the last 3.
Something that makes no sense. You can pick up the trees whenever you want, but it changes weather.
Yep.
But the tree will be still be in the same place when it's wet. Makes no sense.
I think it makes sense, right? It dries up and then water comes back and the tree's still there.
In the video game, yes, but not in reality.
Well, I mean, the other option would be to put the trees back, which would make even less sense.
Yeah. Or they grow very fast.
How often is the season changing here anyway?
Very fast.
Not enough time for the water for the ground to dry up. So we've already taken care of Gilgamesh and Zalera.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm just getting caught up.
And yeah, Zola as well. What did you miss otherwise?
I'm just scrolling through the notes. Oh, looks like I got here before the most
The
exciting
XP,
part.
yeah.
Chops wrap up. You know, it's funny, I learned a lot more about chops just because of the rando. You have to, if you want to get the sandalwood chop reward, you got to do the chops.
Need a coffee.
I just made one before getting here.
But I don't have coffee here.
This will be our last time in Giza, right? And Osmond?
In range.
No, it's
Yes.
in the rains, okay.
There will be dry season still. Because we need to turn in
Yep.
Guild Snapper.
You can't pick up the 50,000 gills when you come back now?
No, we need the money
Oh.
earlier, and the chests they're only in drive.
That chest doesn't respawn, right?
Yeah,
No.
it doesn't. Order of Ambrosia is basically the 100% category of Final Fantasy XII. We don't need to do everything, but there are a bunch of stuff that mandatory to do to get the Order of Ambrosia, that is the highest clan rank in FF12.
Yeah, in the clan primer, there's a bunch of basically icons you get for achieving various things. Like if you collect all of the, like abilities, all the magics, you fill out the license board, or you get every license, you kill every enemy, every hunt, various things like that. And when you get them all, then you get the Order of Ambrosia rank.
Yeah, you need to be to have an average of level 50 on your team. Or an accumulation of 300 of your entire team. You need every enemies. You need not every enemies, but
Every quickening.
every quickenings, every techniques, every magic. What did I forget? That is
There's
mandatory.
one specifically for Hellworm.
Yeah, but it's with the hunt as well. Not the hunt, but the enemy, the bestiary.
Yeah.
Enemy.
And also, I'm just like listing off things that have the achievements in the clan primer. There's also one for like Omega Mark 12.
Yeah, but it's also the bestiary.
Party level average 50, was that mentioned?
Oh,
yes.
enter every zone.
There every
Enter every
screen,
zone, yeah.
get every license.
Every license, yes.
And pretty much every single one of those is very easy to almost complete without completing. Over the years, I've seen zero. There's a little wrap-up section after you get to the end of the route where it's like, okay, now you need to make sure you have everything. And it's like, okay, which zone did I miss? Okay, which enemy did I miss? Etc. Which license? It's possible for everything.
Just a question. Is there a point where you get so much clan points that you can get Order of Ambrosia? Or it's not possible?
I mean, I don't know if it's possible to not have enough clan points, but
I mean, to have so much clan points that you are given the Order of Ambrosia without doing all the stuff in the...
no.
Okay. Yeah, it's not technically the 100% category because there are some stuff that we don't do. Like, we don't put all of characters at level 99, for example.
Yeah.
A bunch of quests that we don't do. We don't get all the weapons in the game. Thank God for that. We don't buy every. We don't get access to every bazaar.
It's pretty much the most intuitive definition of a completionist run because you could argue over whether X, Y, or Z is required, but the Order of Ambrosia is just like a built-in. You've done everything that we've decided is important thing.
Yep.
And the game tells you if you have it or not, so it's very easy to tell.
You don't need to complete all the information for the monsters as well.
There is one for getting every chop or getting the sandalwood chop, and so now that's one of the things we're finishing up that one.
Yeah, that's for the map completion.
Yeah. There's the most stupid quest in Final Fantasy.
Also, for my research earlier, I learned that chop comes from Hindi chapa, which is like a seal, and the wood type apparently is supposed to be like a sandalwood's like a nicer kind of wood, so it's like a nicer seal.
I love the fact that these guys trust a random person they've never seen before to give them to give him the biggest secret to get for another person that they are too shy to talk about.
It's just the bourgeois people. They're way too lax.
What?
Yeah, like if I was trying to do this run, I think my brain would already be completely fried. There's no way I could get through this even 12 hours in.
Yeah,
Even just in the when I'm doing the rando, I'm having trouble at this point.
I'm starting to feeling tired at this point, but besides watching someone run around, I didn't do anything.
I think it just says something about Zero's endurance.
Yeah. Now, what's your time right now?
12:20.
Totally. Yeah. At this point in 13, I'm still okay in the platinum percent. Just after I start doing Shalongui I start to die.
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling at the end of a PS2 Final Fantasy X run, and that's way easier. Only 10 hours.
I've 10. Nemesis percent, I don't know how you're able to do that category. You have to go through the entire story.
Yep. No cutscene skips.
Pass through all the cutscene in the middle. And after that you have 10 hours of random stuff to do. And that's basically farming. By the way, my least favorite battle team in Final Fantasy.
Which one?
It's Final Fantasy X.
Yeah. Well, it's gotten a lot
battle
better
team
with the remake, because you can skip cutscenes.
Yeah, and, I mean the battle team, not the music, but the
Oh,
battle
yeah.
team in Final Fantasy X.
Oh, I misunderstood. Yeah.
Yeah, when every enemy has the normal battle team and including Nemesis, by the way. Okay, can you stop hearing that, please?
That's one nice thing about 12 is you basically don't have a battle theme. You just inherit whatever music is in the area.
Yeah, but the music in the area are epic, and so I don't mind that.
And when you do get a battle theme, it's something like the Esper theme, which is really great.
Or the boss battle team is the judges have a great battle team as well. Not a fan of the final battle. Venovus, I like it.
Venovus or the Undying?
No, Venovus, the battle team of Venovus, I like the battle team, but not the Undying.
I'm the opposite.
Yeah, well, the Undying, the problem is that you have the cutscene parts to go through when you want to hear it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't think about that. Alright, if you could live somewhere in Evil East, where would it be?
Nowhere.
Now you have to pick.
Rosalia,
That's solid, yeah.
because we never go there.
We don't get to see much, so you get to assign whatever you want.
I would say the Fun Coast because it's fun. The names.
I don't know if they have much ice hockey in the Fawn Coast, though.
That is true.
Maybe
They have in
indoor.
Florida, so they should have in.
That's true. That's a good point. You're going down Fawn Coast fighting enemies, and then you run into the indoor hockey ring.
Yeah.
And I will judge you.
Judge you for going Arcadia.
So,
I would just live in. I would live in Gearvagan and then die quickly.
as request of Freda, let's shout out this ardent man who looks like Vaughn Kappa. Can you see him? It's not actually that one, but it's basically the same sprite.
I don't see
I
it.
can't forget it. This is supposed to be the imperial capital of empire who
Yeah.
forced law on everybody, and they have a random people from everywhere in the world in the city. That makes no sense.
It's it is a little interesting. I mean, this might be like a more middle class area. You know, there could be richer areas.
Yeah, but the middle class are supposed to live in the old Arcades.
No, that's the lower. That's the flea bottom. Poor people.
Don't buy everything.
I don't buy anything. There's some stuff that I can buy in Ravenastri, where there's some more techniques I need to buy anyway, so I'll just buy them later because I'm never gonna use them. No need to buy them
Okay.
now.
No need to buy now because it's no slower to buy it later, and you get a little more money now.
Yeah.
Is money really a concern anymore, or?
After these shops, like after, oh well, I guess we do the big loop first, and then we go to what's it called, Belfenheim, to buy everything in Belfenheim. After we bought everything in Belfenheim, then money will not be a concern anymore. But it's usually not that bad here.
Okay.
Yeah, the problem is the start.
Well, I know money is not an issue after Behemoth King, but that's a little bit later.
Yeah.
The Behemoth King is really late in the run.
Yeah, but it gives you like what, like 250,000 or something?
500,000.
500,000. Yeah, I knew it was quite a bit.
When do you get access to Behemoth King, by the way?
I think it's a clan rank thing.
Which one?
Behemoth King, yeah.
For Behemoth King, you need to have beaten Fafnir, as well as get a certain clan rank.
You need to
It might be the
what?
same clan rank for Fafnir than for Fafnir though, so but because we haven't beaten Fafnir yet, not available yet.
So, could you fight Behemoth King earlier to save money?
I could either. I mean, the question is if it's faster, if it's fast enough to fight him earlier, without the second Zodiac Spear and stuff. Like, you kind of want the second Zodiac Spear for the fight, or you kind of really need it.
I mean, if you can skip a bunch of chests that takes time to pick up if you fight the Behemoth King earlier, it could be worth.
Maybe.
Even maybe less jelly farming. Yeah, I'm a bit
Well,
hopeful on that.
I don't think we would be able to buy it or do it early enough anyway to keep any jelly farming.
The Niho is 30,000 gills.
Hmm?
Can you make it sure you can have the money for it without the Giza chest?
We buy the Giza. We use the Giza chest to get that.
Because you had enough money. Barely enough. How much money did you have in after the Nihon shop?
After the Niho shop?
Yeah.
I had like 127,000 gil, I think, or something.
Yeah, but the Niho is 30,000.
Yeah, that was
And,
after Niho.
Yeah. So if you didn't pick up the
You could have some
50,000 guilds,
Yeah.
you could have get the Niho.
But that's not the point where I'm shortest on money.
Yeah, but if you do Behemoth King earlier, maybe you could save that.
But like, I need the stuff that I buy for money to even get close to strong enough to fighting Behemoth King. Like well, first of all, we need to, like, we buy all the spells like Viracha and stuff and Tandaga, and we buy the armor and the stuff in when we get the Zodiac Spear. And, like, the money's tightest about there. About where we buy the where we buy the stuff in Nabudis. And there's no way we beat Behemoth King before that.
Yeah, Behemoth King doesn't really have a cheesy strat. You just kind of gotta be strong enough.
Yeah.
The question is that how much stuff you buy right now could you not buy to save money?
Not a lot. Like, I've already cut down so much.
The question is that when could we technically fight Behemoth King at the earliest and see what we could do at that point. And
Technically, we could do it after we're down here, but it's not practical because we don't have the second Zodiac Spear.
could you use the wait
That character glitch?
no, not the, yeah, that also, but the Masamune plus Kenji Glove. It's a Masamune, right? No.
I mean, he has return damage, which always makes this character glitch a pain. Also, he doesn't really have many moves that you can clog.
He also, even if you do clog one of his moves or like you use a holy mote, he might just go back to meleeing you.
Yeah,
He
that
doesn't
too.
lock
Like,
in.
he doesn't have any like restricted spells, I don't think.
The only reason it works against like Hellworm or Yasmat is because they get locked in and don't do anything besides the thing that you clogged, whereas Behemoth King can just keep punching you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a bit sad that you get so much money, but you don't have any good way to use it.
Yeah. I mean, we use half of it on Canopic Jar. Take a bathroom break here, I'll be right back.
Ustack, can you explain this fight, please? Ustack? I absolutely don't know what is happening, so I can explain it myself. Sorry. Just enjoy an enemy who's stuck doing nothing.
I can explain this one. So Fafnir, in the spot that we got to, he can't get any closer. So he's still within the range, 10 meters of our reflects and his own spells. Since he can't get any closer, he can't, or he can melee, but he won't choose to do it because he's out of range. So he just always picks his magic spells. Most of the stronger enemies pierce magic, but he doesn't. So we just reflect, and yeah, that's it.
Can you use that strat on the Behemoth King?
No, Behemoth. So there's no spot where Behemoth King will not be able to hit you, but also he has piercing magic. So if you just try and reflect yourself, he will. It just kills you. And also return damage, right? So any damage you do has to heal.
But
This-
you could use the lure plus what's the name in English? Reverse, I think. Sweat.
You could, but he also has AoE spells. So like if your party's near, like within range to reflect, then his moves will also hit you. Oh. I was gonna say it's a bit of an issue if the reflects wear out. You should have enough damage for this not to happen, but it's not a difficult recovery because you just have to make sure everyone's okay.
Could you use could you cast a spell with bash as well, or it's pointless?
So the reason why it's you could, but the issue is that when you're casting 2 Thundagas at a time, that's the full effect capacity. So he would just be waiting, and then when he starts casting his spell, it would make the next Thundaga wait even longer. So it just ends up being faster to do it this way. Also, Fafnir is also casting things, so that will clog even more. Like you can see, sometimes the Thundagas have to wait. That's because it might be because he's casting shock or something. So like you're trying, if you know Bosch was casting Thundara, then that would make the shock wait, and then if the shock waits, that would make both Thundagas wait, and it's just yeah. I'm assuming it's just not worth the time to put Ash back in Spellbreaker.
Yeah, I don't think after the mishap. I don't think it's worth it.
Grudon asked about trying to use a strat like that against Behemoth King, and I just wanted to make sure I was right in saying that he has piercing magic, right? And he also other AoE ranged attacks that would pierce, like stone.
And the
breath.
return damage would.
And of course, return damage.
And he doesn't like. He's not like as. Like Behemoth King doesn't do whatever Fafnir does. Like Fafnir is weird in that. Usually, things don't work like that.
You can't use reverse on all 3 characters.
I think the issue with that would probably be reverse is a very short duration. So have to keep recasting it. Just use reverse on all 3.
Like you could, but I mean it would be a long fight.
Yeah, but you could get money earlier.
Yeah, but we still like don't have like we're not. I mean, if you have a fight that's like 10 minutes longer, I don't think you.
I think 10 minutes is probably an underestimate too.
Yeah.
Wait, Zero, you just missed the death chest. What are you doing?
Didn't spawn.
The death chest.
It's the chest that's death and DZA.
Yep. Yeah, I need to heal this later. Almost missed him. Should be it.
Do you manage the trickster to appear?
Yep.
It's a tricky monster to.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hunt. That's a chocobo. Does it count for the chocobo entry or not?
No. It has its own entry.
It's our baby level 99 red chocobo.
Level 9 white chocobo.
Yeah, the level 99 red chocobo. It's bigger than the red chocobo, right?
Love the big
It's
skate
bigger.
animation going over. Actually, when did you swap to this strategy? I feel like I remember sleep plus bios a long time ago.
Yep. I swapped to this when I pushed Trickster later. Like we used to do Trickster and Feral 3 Feral earlier. Now I do it the same time with Fafnir.
Less movements, I guess.
Yeah.
The thing about this game is you're often either way underleveled or way overleveled. So when you're really underleveled, you got to find the tricky strategy to just get through the fight. But then when you're way overleveled, you can just, you know, run around and blast them with scathe type thing.
Yeah.
Speaking of hints that we could do earlier, this guy can be done before Bergan, but you need to do 8 hunts before that.
Yeah. I did time it. It's like 2 minutes slower to do it earlier. If you had the 8 hunts. It would have been a valid option to replace one of the earlier hunts, but unfortunately you need the 8 hunts.
There's a lot of random like checks and clears built in that you have to factor in when you're routing this.
Yep.
Technically, you can get 8 if you do the crocodile earlier.
Yeah, but there's no need to do that. I'm just hoping that the in-game timer works at this point. If it doesn't, I'll do killback later. Whatever.
One of the more memorable rare game coming up, just because of Fredda's joke about the way Midgar's armor behaves.
Yeah, snake that does snake things.
Snake that does snake things.
Fredda's missing all the jokes. All of his
Why
jokes.
do you have to skip Midgard Storm if the weather is cloudy?
Oh, because then I can skip the manipulation for the Osmond weather. The weather is already cloudy.
Okay.
Oh, so you just start doing Osmo stuff because the weather's already correct.
Yeah.
Then you do Maker's Armor after, I guess.
Yeah, then I would just do Midgard's armor like at some point. Maybe with the what's it called? The biting mantis and stuff.
Yeah, also the Midgard Storm is the name of the snake you fight in FF7, right?
Yep.
And killed by Sephiroth.
Well, it's Midgard's Solomon.
Close.
It's definitely where
Close
the name
what?
comes from.
Yeah, I know it's also a name of an enemy in FF15. That is the way
Oh yeah.
to dungeon in the story. How much behind are you now?
What? 55 minutes.
And
Although I don't think my
nearly 1 hour.
I'm not sure if my PB has done Exodus yet.
So you might have some imaginary time gain, or time loss, but the Pharos incident.
Yeah.
So we're officially in the big loop now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Still don't understand why it's called the big loop.
Well, I assume it was originally named by Fredda and Alike, right?
Yep. I
think it's
I'm
just
not
a-
creative enough to come up with a name like that.
I think it's just a bunch of things that you have to take care of at some point, and they all can line up depending on timing.
But in Platinum Percent it makes sense why I called the big loop the big loop, but in 12 I don't understand why.
Okay. We still have 8 minutes before he stops spawning, so we're good.
The big loop because you go around everywhere.
Yeah, logic. except Front Coast, because you never go back there. If I remember correctly.
Yeah, we're done with those.
And it's here we are supposed to fight Enceladus, right?
Well, we did fight the
First
Colossus years ago, but
Yeah, normally you were supposed to fight Enceladus here. But
Yep.
since we fought it a few hours ago, we can skip that. Going. the screen timer are so long.
yep.
It's PS2 life.
Isn't it just better to manipulate the apparition?
Maybe it is now, but I don't know. I haven't looked into a manip yet here. I think I didn't initially find a manip for this because the enemies around are very annoying and casting stuff constantly, and you also get the chance to spawn the Garith this way as well. So you're like working on 2 different rare enemies at the same time, so it's kind of efficient.
Yeah, but the screen transition takes so long.
It does, but manip this also next time. Get it first try and
Just
It's
get
fast.
lucky.
get lucky.
Yeah. What is this thing?
It's a gator.
What happened?
Oh, we got a Gareth.
Yeah.
Something interesting about Final Fantasy XII is the way armor and damage is calculated. Is the moves have attacks and armor has a defense, and you do attack minus defense before multiplying it by other multipliers. And so once your armor gets a high enough defense, pretty much everything in these earlier areas will just start not having enough attack to do any damage, and they'll just hit you for 0.
Yeah, but you
That is
also
the
one shot
cage
them
call.
with
Yeah.
a stupidly strong spell. Libra? Why do you use Libra?
I can see the traps.
Just an automatic cast.
Yeah. I have Bosch with the Libra Gambit. Up. I was supposed to kill them.
The nice thing about Bosch having the Libra is that you don't lead with him, and a lot of time he'll just cast it, and then catch up, and you'll lose no time. So
yeah.
And that's the Zulu? That was the Zulu?
I like how the those birds are called zoos, and then the walking birds are called woos. Same area.
So all we're missing is what? You, I guess?
Yep. That's in FF10.
Yep, I was just thinking that.
Ah.
So now we're heading into Zertnan? Cool. Continue the big loop.
So you are in the Tinan Cavern?
Yep. I need to get a 12 chain of these Melicans to spawn a Alteki. Got 2 eyes here because both this guy and Adramela are with 2 eyes. And the Archaeavis.
You could pretty much just leave it on that if it was neutral stuff, right?
Yeah. The only problem is that Lysaga has slower animation than the others.
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna mention. It takes a little bit longer.
Which is why I generally try to prefer Firaga or Sataga.
I think the actual entire animation is pretty similar in length, but the thing that comes way later is the actual damage.
Yeah, Blizzard spell in general has a slower animation than the others. That's also the case in the 13.
Interesting.
That was other Malek, I didn't get it was the
Like I said, a lot of times you'll end up on doing things over leveled, and that's definitely one of them.
Domelek is who's the name of a demon, by the way. But I
Oh,
don't
that
know
makes
if it has a reference to another Final Fantasy.
I'll take a look.
I just gained 7.5 minutes against my PB. Either my PB did much run there, or had a really bad Adramela. Or luck with the rare enemies.
Looks like Adramelech is the name of a demon rooted in Mesopotamian religion.
If you kill the guy who goes with you on this hunt, does it count for bestiary?
If I kill who?
The guy who goes with you in the summer hunts.
No, that's not considered an enemy.
But if we kill him, you would consider us as an enemy.
I don't know if that's how it works. I do remember trying all these out though. It's like, oh, can we get a Seek this way? No. Because I think a Seek follows you for like Overlord, right?
Yeah, also for the
Trickster?
Trickster's a bang now, but there is a one
Beryl
in,
as well. There's a guy also for Beryl, I think. If I remember correctly.
for Guild Snapper.
You suppose, yeah, but
Right,
for
yeah.
Beryl as well.
Here I killed the Garif, so I don't get the
Hunt,
dialogue, and the dialogue just despawned the Molan that I just spawned. So
There's a Viera who goes with us sometimes.
And here is one enemy that is really bad to miss, and I missed him so many times that I have even split for it, so I wouldn't forget. And that's
Which
the
one is that?
grenade.
The grenade. You need a hand for that? Grenade. Okay, sorry for that joke.
I appreciate a good pun. I'm laughing. Maybe I shouldn't be encouraging you though. As someone who navigates quite extensively using the minimap, I'm always offended by areas like that where you walk outside the map.
But it's fun. No.
I don't know if I ever would have found that extra zone in Deep Lusu. Because it's like a big, like, it's not even hidden, right? But it's just not on the map, so I might have just completely missed it.
I hate being lost in a video game.
Yeah.
How many of these spells that you do right now could you do earlier?
I don't know.
Probably a lot of them, but there's no real reason to, because here you get to reap the benefit of all the experience we've gotten, like Lusu.
Yeah.
Could you do the zero mess earlier?
You could. I sometimes do if in-game timer so demands.
I mean, even earlier?
You could probably do it as early as like.
When you
Bergen
go
or
back
something.
I mean, you
go there
don't
for the
really
plan.
want to do it because you can't use magics on Zeromus, and we kind of want them as a Moonai before that.
Why would you want to do it earlier though?
Is it zero miss that is up the that that is run based on the timer? Don't remember. Sorry, but
Zermus is the one in the Still Shrine, right?
Yeah, Zeromus is the one that has no magics.
Wait. That's not the one I thought then.
Valera?
Not Zalera. Where is it? The most fallen one.
Exodus?
Exodus, yeah.
That's no items. And what
But
about
is it
X?
possible? Is it possible to do it as soon as you go to most fallen?
No. You need to have
Pretty
done the
strong.
Moogle Gate at least.
That too.
Okay.
I'm just curious, why would you want to do it?
Because you have no real reason to come back besides the Exodus.
Well, there is.
I'll just save the travel time. I guess the question will always be, is the travel time greater or less than the amount of extra time it takes to fight it earlier?
Yeah, you can't do it anyway, so it doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't matter since you have to go back anyway.
And Exodus is actually really hard.
So
Without the scave strat, like, even if we could, it wouldn't be feasible to do it until, at least until we have scave.
Or use this character glitch, but you can't use an object.
Can't use items, so you can't. The fight would take ages as we don't have any weapons to attack. Kinda need the ability to attack.
Avec Ultima. That idea of doing Ultima just after Gullo Vegan. It's possible, but it's really long.
Well, it would make the rest of the game faster because of all the experience you get.
No, you skip everything. You're way too weak to fight the
Oh, okay.
monsters in the Great Crystal.
Yeah. Is it possible then? Because I feel like you can't. Well, you wouldn't be able to do everything you need to in the Great Crystal, right? Because you have to like farm a bunch of enemies to get like larva eater and stuff.
You can go to Ultima, pray to do enough damage without dying up until she uses Polysia. Then do the Death character glitch and.
Yeah,
You
we
can-
did.
and,
We did try it.
go to bed till she died.
And
do
then
no
how do you,
damage.
and then how do you beat Omega Mark 12 then?
Can.
You can't.
And
because
need
it's
to
not
start
available.
math for that.
Silly boss running into traps. It would have been a nice quality of life thing if having Libra made your other party members avoid traps, because you know they should be
yeah.
able to see it.
Okay, so the goal here is to fight 101.
Not yet. It's to get a 22
you get-
chain.
Okay,
Wrong sense.
sorry.
We're getting 22 chain to spawn Mecha Bomb.
Okay,
This game really likes you to having to do 22 chain. I have no idea why.
yeah, why 22 and not 12?
A good question.
There are a couple with 12, then there are a couple with 22.
But 22 is not 24.
Typo.
You can do both the Exile one and the one here at the same time.
Both what?
The Exile, the 10 Exile and the one you're doing right now at the same time.
There are different tendencies, so these kills don't count.
Okay.
You can do the chain on the Bulgarian Shadow and keep the chain to here, but I did time that and it was slower than doing this way.
Okay.
though I did fail the start, and I'm a couple of kills short because of it now. Usually I don't have to do this, but got there now.
According to this thread I just found, 22 is the choice because 22 is where you're guaranteed to get the chain level if you don't pick up any loot. I don't know if that's true or not.
That's not true.
Yeah, so they're just lying. Okay, that's what I thought.
And that's the pyro bomb, the mega bomb.
We already talked about Puroboros earlier.
Yep. So now you start. Okay, no, you have some other stuff to do first.
$22 for at least Mega Bomb and Tarask. 12 for Ormu and Oteki. Are there on any others? I feel like I'm missing some. Oh yeah, it's 22 for the Gravelord as well. It is weird. Why do they do? Why is it always 22 or 12?
Yeah, I've been trying to think of a reason, but nothing's coming to mind.
The only thing I can think of is it's FF12, but then they added 10 to something.
Sometimes it can be 256 as well.
Yeah, but that's not like
It's
a
Larva
chain.
Eater, right?
I got the wrong weather. Lucky.
That one is the worst. 256 enemies to kill before it appears.
Yep. We got more black screen simulator there. It would be interesting to sometime take an OA run and try and figure out how much time is spent on black screen.
Yeah. Maybe an AI can do that.
True. Well, if I had to estimate, I mean, I always thought that the difference between in-game time and real time for any percent was the black screens. So if we say it's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes for a 6-hour run, then maybe it'd be like 2 hours for this run.
So
I feel like it's probably more though.
Does
Yeah,
the
there's more zoning
chocobo
in
count
this.
as a chocobo or not?
Nope.
Okay.
So many chocobos that don't count as chocobos.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
That's still a lot. If I had a nickel for every time.
Yeah, but the most interesting
You
one
have
is
2
it counts as
nickels.
a chocobo.
Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
The most interesting chocobo in the game counts as a chocobo.
I
so
just
you
got
don't
rid
need to
of
fight it.
slow, and now I'm slow again.
You don't look slow.
Why are you slow when you want to go fast?
No, right?
Yeah, so the red level 99 red chocobo is really famous for being a really strong enemies that you don't need to kill for the mastery.
Just because it's just a chocobo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's really sad because it has a really cool name.
They definitely aren't as strong as those level 99 enemies they put in Zertnan Caverns and the UZA.
Yeah.
Red chocobo in the tutorials are quite strong as well because there are 3 at once.
Speaking of farming enemies, now we have to kill Urutan against
Now we
how
need
many-
to kill
how many-
101.
Another
100,
number?
or at least 100 Rutanienses.
To make the exile Urutan appears. Urutan exile.
But it doesn't have to be a chain, right?
No. Not chaining
so you can
makes
kill-
counting easier.
So you can kill the elemental that appears here while fighting the Rutan Yenza?
Yep.
Sadly, you never fight a boss with these guys. Well, they look like threats when you enter their territory. There's no story boss with them. You fight a random what's it called? Garuda at the entrance of Restoral Tomb, but there's no Rutan boss to fight. Missed occasion, I think.
Yeah, the Rutan Exile is the closest thing we get.
Yeah, but it's a rare monster, so you, that you can make appear multiple times. It would have been interesting if you know, the quest for Garuda was instead a quest where you find a few Urutan that are trying to fight the Exile One. Fail and you are asked to fight the Exile One, and it's the boss that replaces Garuda. That would be really cool. Instead of having it as a rare enemy.
Yeah.
Do they give XP or it's not a great farming spot?
The Rutans? Or
Yeah. Yeah, the Rutan.
in these are level 13 enemies, so at this point the XP is really negligible. Thirty-four.
34. Takes so long to get 100 Rutan in them.
The Wyvern, there's bestiary entry with Bell Wyvern.
If only there was a good way to kill them fast in the early game. But we don't have access to Halo at this point, at that point.
Didn't see what the chain was.
I don't know. Did you see Rusta?
I did not.
At least 20, I think. Or like 26. Two. "60 kills. They were at least.
Just in case we start the chain from the start. Using spell is still the strongest way to do damage against them.
Like as the AoE.
Yeah.
Do you know why he's leading with Ash?
Because it's the best girl.
Okay, you know.
It's your favorite character in the first world, right?
Yep.
Please explain.
No, I agree. I just think she's, I mean, she's more or less the most important character in the plot. Like, she's, you know, the leader of Dalmasca.
I disagree. It's Percy as the most important character.
Not most important, but like, she's the one who's driving everything, right? Like, her desire to get the.
No, I was
adversary-
joking. I was joking. Is of course it's
Okay.
Arch.
I was like, okay, maybe because he does something or he owns the airship, you could make the case, but yeah.
So your theory about why Van is the main character of FF12?
I mean, what people always say is just because they wanted to make it marketable to the age group, right? I don't know how true that is, but
Yeah, but Clive is basically like Bash, and it works very well. Speaking of Clive, I'm not a fan of how Van reacts to Gabrans saying she killed Van's brother.
I don't remember that. Like, how does he react?
Because basically Van forgive Gabrans for what he did because it wouldn't change anything.
You
Well,
mean in the final cutscene, or?
No, in Pharos.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah, it doesn't see it like that, but Gabrans is the cause of Rex's death, of Dalmasca's doom, of the king's death, the fact Bash was sent to prison. It's a bit easy to forgive him for what he did.
Yeah. It's a little bit cringe when Gabrand like makes his entrance and like it's like, yes, Lady Ass, it was me who killed your father, and then Bond shouts, and Rex. That's like who cares?
Who cares? Who?
Yeah, but in Final Fantasy 15, there's a similar confrontation with between Clive and shit, I don't remember his name. Incredible. The Titan
Kuka?
Kupka, yeah. It's the confrontation between the two is incredible and very well written.
Oh yeah.
comment as I did not play 15.
Yeah, well, to explain a bit, Kupka basically did what Gabrons do in Final Fantasy 12, but yeah, it was a very similar kill, and Claire didn't forgive Gabrons.
I know what you're trying to say.
And Hugo couldn't forgive Claire for what he did either, so both of them wanted to kill each other, and the end of their fight was in multiple parts. Is both of them falling down Titan's body, giant body, and trying to kill each other while they're falling to their death. It's incredible. That's my favorite fight in the game.
Sounds like
You mean the Titan fight or the one in?
The final fight against Titan.
Yeah.
When you fall in Titan's giant body. Also, the reaction of the streamers when they arrive at that point. The fight against Titan is stupidly long.
Oh yeah.
And especially the second phase. And at the end, you just put the controller down, thinking it's finished. And 2 seconds later, bam, third phase.
Wait, so you're saying the whole thing is happening while you're falling, right?
Yeah.
That's just the last phase.
Just the last
Okay.
phase. There's 3 phases. The first phase is against normal Titan. Then Titan eats the crystals and become giant monsters. You know how big Titan is? But it's 10 times bigger than what you think it is.
I really don't like the design though in that Titan Lost.
Yeah, but whatever. And you fight the big Titan. It takes you 30 minutes. And after that very long phase, you think it's finished, but you fall into Titan's giant body, Titan Lost giant body, and the real Titan, the one you fight in the first phase, comes back from the inside of the Titan to fight you one last time to the death, because you're falling in the giant body of Titan Lost. Very incredible and cinematic fight.
I'll have to look up a VOD later.
Yeah, look at the streamer reactions. They all put the controller down. Second, it's the end of the fight, and and bam's third phase.
Alright, so now we need to wait 5 minutes for Merilith to spawn.
Yes, I'd say this is where Merilith's coming up, and so it's a good time to just do a bunch of menuing, right?
Yeah.
It's all part of the routing. I think something similar for oh, I'm forgetting the name of the person in Still
Yeah, sure.
Shrine.
Oh, Nigalmur.
Nigamur, that's it.
Nigalmur. Do you do do you do what's the name? A quickening here or not?
Not so many so much menuing still to do.
Also, I don't think we're in full MP either.
Yeah, we want to be in. Or like, yeah, we're not full MP, and we want to have MP still remaining.
You could do the quickenings with the B team, technically.
I don't know. I don't want to think while I'm menuing.
Yeah, sorry.
This is more than 5 minutes of menu. So should be
I'll be honest, I don't understand your menu and your Excel sheet.
yeah, that's fine. It's important that I understand it.
Yeah. Doesn't matter for me because I'm not a speedrunner, so...
The important thing
the
is,
game.
like on the left is the button you press. Like, okay, when I have the party in this order, you know, I license this one and I press R1 to get to this next character, and it'll put your cursor in a good spot to get the next thing you need. Or I think R1 is, you know, right once, and R2 would be go right twice.
No, it's to press R1.
Then what about R2 or R3?
Oh, I don't think there are. Oh, that would be a Roach 2 or Roach 3. There's such a thing there.
It might be the difference between the novel edition.
Oh, yeah, in the novel edition, yeah, it's R3. It's R1.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, we're trying to distract you from the menu. Let you just go.
Yeah.
Because I did it that way in those notes. Because it's a way different format.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm more akin to the 13 menu where it's everything you need are written in it. Here it's more compact.
I appreciate the novel edition spelling it all out for me, though.
Here's...
A lot of complete useless licenses over here, but we gotta get them, so...
Some stuff are totally useless. Some stuff, many stuff are totally useless in the speedrun.
Of course, some of them are on the way to important things like Masamune.
Most of the techniques are useless, most of the gun, if not all, are useless. The bows are useless.
Axes and hammers.
Yeah. All spells are useless.
Nice. For the shock value.
Finish that menu off with a little joke.
Yep. I think we are
What's
at exactly like 5 minutes, so we should...
What's the difference between shock and scare?
Shock is
Shock is
weaker
input.
than single target, but it only takes 4 of the 8 effect.
So you could have shock on multiple characters instead of one.
Yeah, you can have it on 2 characters.
Yeah, just like Trickster.
Have I killed a slime yet? Sure.
I saw you running by them. I
Yeah, I
assumed
have
you'd do.
been running by them a lot. Usually you kill one, but I guess I think there's one on the way back. Very nice. Just double checking that I've killed one.
The slime, you mean? A wind globe. What's the deal with the wind globe?
What?
Sorry, you're not. What's the deal with the wind globe?
Oh, it's needed for the Earth Tyrant side quest.
Okay. So you go back to Rabanastel now?
Yep. Now we get the Wind Wayne, which allows us to go and fight Earth Tyrant, but we'll save that for later.
Yeah.
Been considering
wait for
doing
that.
it here, but I don't think it doesn't really matter whether you do it here or not.
You're nearby?
Like I could go back easily back to Westersund and do it, but I think it's just not. Like I'm not sure. You do an extra you have to do an extra teleport to Rabanastre if you do that. So I think worth it. You do save one Moogling, so it depends on whether it's faster to do a teleport or a Moogling.
So we spoke about the Behemoth King. We will start the hunt now, but we will do it later. And we get the Masamune.
Which we did just license, so that's immediately available.
Yep.
The Masamune is the weapon you do with the Genji glove, right?
With what?
The weapon you use with the Genji glove.
Yeah, it's with Kenjiklava and Masamune is a really great combo, which, well, makes you combo a lot.
Do we actually use that now though, or is that
No,
just for like bosses?
that's just for Helgrim and Yesmud.
Yeah, it's like it's nice, but you need the like experience in LP more, right?
Yeah, and like the Genjiku gear is really expensive to license, so I never license it for anyone but Bosch. And Bosch usually doesn't have the Masamune because he has the Zodiac Spear usually. Like, I don't think the chance to... Like, you usually want to be equipping the Embroidered Tippets, because the extra XP.
When does the big loop technically end? I actually don't know.
It ends either at Mosforan or at the Gizeh Dry, depending on the route. In this route, it's usually Gizeh Dry, assuming Gizeh is dry. If not, then I'll go then to do the Earth Tyrant and stuff after I'm done with Ravenasher. But
yeah,
it should be dry in this route.
Just based on your in-game time.
Yeah, but in the previous route it was wet, so I used to Earth Tyrant. Okay, so this is my go-to place where I usually get the black hole for some reason.
Just get lucky.
Yeah, it's my lucky spot.
So what are we on? 0, 1, 1? No mischarges yet? Okay, 1, 1, 3. And a mischarge, right?
Yep.
Oof. 2, 1, 3, and we still have 3 charge on Ash.
Got a surprise for you.
Sorry, Bosch. Okay,
Oh.
2, 1, 4.
Okay,
So we just a little bit of cleanup and we should have black hole.
let's hope so.
You need one more
Two-
mischarge.
2 to 4, I
Yep.
think.
Got a little bit of miss, but yeah, need another charge.
Okay. Have the mischarges. Just need the right quickening.
Cap at 2, 3, 4.
Three, 3, 4. At least you have luminescence.
Yep. One has 2 and one has a 2 and Ash has a 1 remaining, so don't need mischarges.
Yeah, but you don't have much time left.
Waiting to 1 now.
Ash, give me 1. Thank you.
Best girl saves the day. Wow.
Yeah. And it's my lucky spot.
Your lucky spot.
Yeah.
Lucky spot from your lucky character.
Yep.
You're starting to become a believer.
So use the B teams for another quickening.
Okay, now I have faith that we're not going massively overestimate.
I mean, this is one of the bigger uncontrollable things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have one of the weirdest.
Did I kill a lizard down there as well?
This is not. I'm not the type of person who can answer these questions.
I don't remember. Sorry.
I just see the drop down there, so it seems like I killed like the AOE from the. I killed another.
Oh
enemy.
yeah. I guess that
It
counts.
doesn't really matter because I'm gonna kill a lizard later anyway. But,
Collateral.
like I'm gonna do another quicking, probably on a lizard anyway. But,
Coming back for choo-choo train.
We're gonna do a little bit. Yeah. We needed to go there for the switch. This part
So
is to get the choo-choo train.
So for this final part of the Garrett tour, we have a mini game where when we activate some stuff, some different areas are available to access. And with the correct when done correctly, you can have access to the to an Esper that is called Cucholane.
We jokingly call it choo-choo train.
Okay.
I believe the language is originally like Irish or Gaelic. It's like.
How are you supposed
hero.
to understand the order of this stuff, by the way?
Oh, this one's really easy. What you do is you go online and read the guide.
Works every time.
Works for me, okay.
Pick up
Level
the
51.
OA speedrun guide and check what they do. That works as well.
I'm manipulating an enemy called Drowned to spawn.
I think there's a little riddle that tells you about how to do the order of the switches, right?
Yeah, but good luck understanding the riddle.
That's what the guide's for.
After you beat Wraith, there's a note inside the house. That tells you about the medallion quest. Okay, that's the round.
Do you think anyone has gotten OOA completely casually without any looking anything up?
I didn't.
Probably. There has to be someone.
It's. I'm just thinking of like the really random rare games. That's just like, how do you find them?
You need someone to
that's, I
write
guess,
the guide,
fair.
so the
Like,
one who wrote the guide had to do the stuff himself.
So now
That
we're
doesn't
gonna
count as
do the medallion puzzle, and for the longest time we thought that all of these need to be turned off before you can do the puzzle. But you can actually start the puzzle with that specific one being glowing. and it just happens that if you do it that way, it also creates the path for, or the end result is the path to Ukulane. So it saves us to operating these 2 times, which saves like a minute because this animation is quite long.
Turn on 11, turn off 4, turn off 11, turn on 3, turn on 4.
How did you discover that?
I didn't. I think it was something someone either. I think I learned it from Hab, and he either knew about it or saw it from Tachibana's runs or something like that.
That makes 0 sense how it works.
Makes 0 scar sense?
Yes. And you're supposed to guess, you have to do that when the solution makes no sense. Okay.
You have to embrace the FF12 mindset, and then you'll just understand.
I didn't hear it. Messed up.
Uh-oh.
Did it correctly. Well.
I'm trying to think of
Oh yeah, here it
which...
is. I just didn't hear the tingle.
I'm trying to think of like which rare game would be the one least likely for someone to find randomly. I'm imagining like the one in the Salika Wood that you have to not fight anything while going through like an entire area. Like that one's
one
gonna be...
where you have to fight 256
No,
enemies.
I don't think it's like someone surely comes up with that. Like,
the larva eater, I'm sure. Yeah, if you just grind in the Great Crystal for a long time, you will get it.
yeah.
The 30 minutes one. That one is stupid as well. Okay, whatever is that shit, boss.
Good job. Luckily, we're quite a bit stronger here, so... This still can get a little bit hairy because of the HP drain, but nothing's preventing us from healing. The status effects are annoying, but we have 1 ribbon or 2 ribbons now?
I have 2 ribbons.
Yeah, 2 ribbons.
Ash could stop missing with the berserk.
The frame rate, I can feel your PS2 struggling.
PNP related. Let's go.
Well, it wasn't a fast fight, but...
Yeah.
Is it normal you have random enemies who appear?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
Fugars spawn here.
And now we can get out of there. For good, I hope.
No, the lizard! It wasn't actually a lizard that your black hole killed.
So the stuff you have to do in Giza Dry, could you do it earlier when you
No,
go back
you
to
need
the
to have
to
done
the
Kill Snapper first.
But why do you need to turn in the gill snapper?
Need to turn in Gill Snapper for the Canopic Char ingredient.
And it's needed for what again?
By the
Sorry.
Canopic Char, which is one of the requirements for OOA.
I didn't get what you said. Sorry.
So you
I can say.
you get the Phobos Glaze reward for turning in Gill Snapper, and it's one of the bazaar items. So you you sell it, and there's three. It's Dimos Clay, Phobos Glaze, and Practice Flame. Those three, when you sell them, the Canopic Char becomes available in the bazaar, and one of the trophies for Pirates Den is buying the Canopic Char from bazaar. So that's why I need it.
Very random.
Yep, they are all hunt rewards, so it's the hunt rewards for Gill Snapper, Orphros, and third one. Snapper, oh, Trickster.
In gill snapper, you can do it earlier as well, I guess.
Yeah, it's really tough though. And we have to come back to these arrays for the Entide later anyway.
At least there's no stuff linked to the soul. Weapon.
Yep.
That would be something.
Where's the snake?
Your note talks about doing Earth Tyrant.
I'm not doing the Earth Tyrant now.
Yeah, but your notes talk about that in case Giza is not dry.
Yeah. If Pizza wasn't trained, then I would have done Earth Tyrant instead.
So technically you could do it immediately then.
Healing me.
Kill the bunny!
I will if he heals me again.
Oh, he turned around.
He's too nice for you. He sees you in pain, so he helps you.
Just. Oh, he did it!
You ask for
But
death, my
I
friend.
I cured him myself, so he doesn't.
The bunny lives.
The annoying bunny.
He sees you healing and he just wants to help.
Hey, another bunny.
More painful than it needed to be.
Kira is 3.
Hello, back to
Yeah,
back
it's
to
one
nature.
per-
This is
One per immediate cast. Or
this is Final Fantasy XII Order of Order of Ambrosia category, aka is technically 100% category of Final Fantasy XII. So yes, this is a 21 hours speedrun. And maybe a 22 hours wait.
okay. Go and play to. That's the official end of the big loop.
Oh,
The loop has been bigged.
why do you need to kill one or two werewolf, by the way?
Do I need to kill a what?
One or two werewolf.
I did kill a werewolf. For
But
best
why?
theory.
Okay.
It's finally time for the best part of the run. The foot race.
Oh yeah.
Which you have to throw, right?
You don't have to throw it, but it's faster to throw it. Because you don't get the reward a lot, so you save like fraction of a
didn't you?
second. Not getting the
Oh, you have to
potion.
wait for them to finish anyway. I was thinking if you finished faster, it would make it go faster, but okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I turn in Viral here because that way I get the dragon scale, which I need to then turn into the or trade for the H-Worn key. And while I'm here, I'll also start XII. Why did she talk about Cerobi step? XII is not in Cerobi. Just saw the word Cerobi there. Maybe I was hallucinating.
Nope. Ixion is in the Cerobi step this time. It's just RNG.
I see.
What a nightmare.
You got tired of that dungeon, just wants to get some sun.
I need to read that dialogue at some point. See what she says.
Ixion, who is a reference to Pokemon Sword and Shield. I'm kidding. A reference to Final Fantasy X summons.
No, it's a reference to Final Fantasy X too, actually. Final Fantasy X Ixion is also a Final Fantasy X 2 reference.
Obviously.
And Ixion is a French name for a Pokemon. The name in English is a bit different. And it's not a horse.
I don't think the Cerobi hunt is required before Ixion either. Here I'm trying to just avoid tripping that little guy over. So that,
Yeah, you fought Viral earlier, so maybe it's linked to that. Why do you need to do this race, by the way?
You need to start the Pillrester hunt.
Excuse me, the what?
The hunt for a Pillrester.
You need to do the
You need to do the race for that.
Okay.
And they're like, the hunt is called Who's the Strongest, and when we do the foot race, Ricken is like, okay, so now we know who's the fastest, but now it's time to figure out who's the strongest. So will you try to be the strongest and kill the Pillrester? And something like that.
A hunt that cannot kill you, by the way. It's every time I see you do this fight, I'm scared about you.
At least we can save right before it.
Yep. So we don't lose 30 minutes. So we buy every magic left that we didn't get before.
Yep. Say goodbye to Belfenheim because we probably won't be back here. Except for the aerodrome, where I already should have talked to a kid about Death Gaze, but I forgot. So I guess we have to go back there. For some reason, if you first go to Serobi by airship, you get this. You get the Serobi intro cutscene here as well to be skipped. I don't know why. But...
Alright, Zero, you ready?
Huh?
There is a legend of a beast that dwells in Redarana named XII, said to haunt the minds of men. I think it is the cause of my suffering. Thinking the beast's death might give me rest, I brought my petition to the clans. Ever since, I am plagued by hunters claiming to have slain XII, yet my ears still ring and my sleep grows no less troubled. Will you be the one to truly slay it? Thank you. Let me tell you more about this legend. Long ago, a dire stallion there was, stabled here in Balfenheim. Each night, it would kick and neigh so loudly that none could sleep. They would turn it out on the Serobi steppe, only to have it return. Finally, they set it adrift in a boat, whereafter it washed ashore at Redarana. Ever since, you can hear its cries on sleepless nights, the cries of Ixion. Please slay this monster. I will know no true rest until it is done.
Okay.
And what does the guy say if we return the quest after finishing the hunt?
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome.
Here's a high five.
I remember asking what does the guy say when you finish the quest for Arrow Knight in Lightning Returns? The guy went to eat the dragon we just killed.
Don't let it go to waste, I guess.
Yep. Just to see if he can live forever in a world that is about to die, by the way.
I'm working on 2 rare enemies, or 1 rare enemy and the weather, so every time I enter this screen, it's a 40% chance to spawn as Vidacalan, and then I need it to be rainy in this screen. A 45% chance every time it's cloudy on that other screen. But third 45% we miss. Another 45% chance. Another 45% chance. There we go. You hear the rain. The light is right there. This is awkward.
Your characters are as sleepy as I am.
Edge.
Is there a water spell in this game?
The enemies can cast it. You can't. Or you get Aqua, which is single target, and that's it.
And that's totally useless.
But the enemies can get Watera, and then I think in TZA it becomes like Aquaja. No, Aquaja is Esper
yeah,
move.
Aquaja is the Esper move, yeah.
I saw you put the Nihon on instead of the ribbon. I'm like, is that right?
So now, as you can see, we have Penelo in our team
It's all part of the plan.
because she's totally useless, and it's important to have useless character in our party. Kidding.
There's an achievement in the clan hall for using a useless character.
You're even worse than me. No, but seriously, we need to get every character at least at level 50. No, not at level 50. It's an average of level 50 for 6 characters. And to achieve that, we pick up Fran, Baltier, and Penelope from time to time to level them up in some section.
What an
Put them at
awkward
level
fight.
30.
Yeah, the endless can be awkward sometimes. Especially if you don't get to Shelga before.
In this game, the infliction of status ailments is determined by the effect chance minus the vitality of the character, and then you take whatever chance you end up with. If you have Shell, you divide it by 2. So you, even if it's 100% to inflict, when you get a 50% chance with Shell. So it really makes that kind of thing much more straightforward.
How many adamanters is there in this game?
This is a Speedock alone.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
but
but-
it's from the species of adamantoids.
This is an Adamantoise. Or, sorry, Adamantitan.
Yeah, it's a color swap of adamantoids.
I don't think Adamantoise is actually a thing. It's just called Adamantitan. This Adamantitan. Oh.
Wait a minute.
So the water spells are weird because you get water on Waterga, but only the enemies can use it. The earth spells are even weirder, because it's like what, Tremor. Is there a Quake?
No.
Yeah, so just like very strange with the earth spells.
Adamantus is the name of the species,
I see.
I think. It's a family. The name of the family. But the adamantite you fought is called Nadamokelon in French, and the Adamokelon is a French version of the adamantoise. So technically, I'm right.
Fair.
This is the guy for the hellworm, right?
Yes, this is the key for Elverm here.
Hey, let's go fight the hellworm.
Let's get the money. What's the worst that can happen?
It will just take longer than normal.
Yeah.
Especially since money no longer an issue.
If there was a cheesy strat to beat him, then I could probably be convinced to try and think about it, but it's just he's too annoying to fight.
For hellworm, there is a cheesy fight.
Oh no! Oh, I was thinking of Behemoth King again, not Worm.
Hellworm is after Behemoth King.
I actually don't know.
Yes, yeah.
Let's ask.
Okay.
Let's ask. So it's after.
He said Hellworm's after Behemoth King.
Yeah.
New belt on.
I love the fact you have a time estimate on your notes about what time you're supposed to spend in the.
Well, it's important for routing, right? To know where.
Yeah,
in-game
like,
time is.
like for the rare enemies. Can estimate like.
Yeah, in practice, you'd probably want to move around things based on how long they take. Like, oh, if I want to do this 10-minute section to make it so I finish this 30-minute section with a good time, you can do it first.
Yeah. That was the last one.
Okay, it was me. It's the connection to internet for a few seconds.
We didn't notice anything.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Where are we now?
Mid to Sarobi.
It's a block of text.
It's annoying in this weather because I have to take into account that the weather can change, and if weather changes from cloudy to another weather, then it consumes an extra slot of RNG, so I basically have to make sure that the ribbon spawns no matter whether the weather changes
The
or
weather
not.
changed. The weather changed, right?
It changed. I made sure that it spawns like whether it changes or not.
Watching you checking for the RNG right now reminded me of the video I watched about the end in FF8.
3, 4,
That was
5,
quite something to
6.
learn that you could manipulate the RNG for the end. So you can do the entire game with the hand only.
So that's ribbon, and we got blue sang. We don't have to worry about that.
We take three
We got the
ribbons.
banga. We don't have to worry about that.
Do you get 3 ribbons or just 2?
2.
Okay.
Definitely have killed a panda coral, or have I?
I get spoiled by things that are loud. Like I saw you looking at the traps, and then I heard through Discord microphone the trap go off before I saw it on screen.
Very bad. Kill before.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah. Faster to kill one than to check.
Don't fit
I'll kill
the
panda
worm
coral as well. Even though I'm like fairly sure I killed one. I would say I was like 60% sure I had killed a Chiropteryx and like 80% chance sure 80% sure that I had killed Bender Coral, but I definitely have killed both of them now. So next we go to Cheetah, and in Cheetah I need the weather to be either cloudy or rainy. Either one works.
Is this one you manipulate?
No, it's when I just common enough that you can see here. Right. And Grandmalkin is next. Has a 10% chance to spawn instead of any of the corals here. Good. A bunch of them. Listen. I was like,
That was fast.
yeah. I was like, thought he looked a little bit bigger. Like I first thought that it's just a coral, but then I was like, that coral is closer than it looked like. So like, maybe that's because he's a little bigger. And then it was Grandmalkin.
Is he bigger or closer?
Yeah.
The classic question.
I didn't have to manipulate that either.
Cool. We are back on track to PB. I love next one is in 7 hours.
And I
Hitting
need
all
to
the
be
traps
not
today.
raining in this screen, which is not. Bosh. What is it? Blocked.
I think you need an alarm clock for Crouton Bear too.
With what?
You need an alarm clock for you too,
An alarm clock for.
to keep you awake.
But if
Yeah,
with
no, I
Niho
won't-
on, that doesn't really help.
Oh.
I won't use the alarm clock. It's 5 a.m. for me.
Ooh.
And my neighbor won't be happy.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to do the commentary.
Yeah, I thought about stopping after you went back, but the one what was that? The GT? Don't remember. Went out when you came back, so
Oh, I see.
I decided to stay.
Did she say when she was coming back, or no?
I
more?
don't know. I was supposed to stop after Sid, by the way.
Wow. Wow. What a trooper.
I'll sleep tomorrow, no problem. No, sleep later, no problem.
Okay, now we need a 22 chain to spawn Tarask. And I'm gonna do that by chaining these Marlboro Overkings. We give quite a bit of nice XP. And Bosch can one-shot them, so I'm happy to just have Bosch killing all of them and getting levels for Balthier and Fran to get closer to the party level average.
Yeah, you have to get the average of 50, but the amount of experience you need to get to a new level goes up exponentially as you get to higher levels, and so it's more value to get experience on lower level characters when you're trying to just reach a goal for a total number of levels.
This task, nicknamed the Red Headman, is in this game as well. Tarask is a French name of Amaranth in FF9.
Oh, okay, I did not know that one.
I'm also looking for a rare enemy called Chris. Has a 40% chance to spawn in the screen. But I can't see.
How many of these monsters' names are from
Oh,
the dev's name? Seriously. Or pet name. Because Carrot.
One community member I know named her cat after Carrot.
Carrot is the French name for carrot. Wait. How do you say carrot in English?
Carrot.
It's the same word.
Yeah.
I guess English pick it up from French or Italian.
Definitely not from Japanese, because in the Japanese it's ninjin.
I mean the word itself, because in French it's Charlotte, I think. Yeah, it's a Charlotte. The French name of carrot.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant the French word for carrot. I'm like, surely you know the French word for carrot.
The Charlotte phrase.
I'm curious about Japanese.
I don't know.
I have the page here.
If only we had Japanese who comment this run.
In Japanese, it's karoto. So yeah, just carrot.
Say it again, please.
Karoto.
Carotto or carotto?
Karoto. I'll put it in chat.
I think it's more shallot and carrot. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, Charles makes much more sense for it to make. Like if you look at the other Marlboro names, there's Chris, Vivian, with that.
That's a great point. I did not notice that.
Cassie is another one.
Charlotte is a Spider Woman in the Sacrifice game. One of my favorite characters in that game.
What's the game called?
Sacrifice on PC.
Oh, okay.
Not very well known game from 2001.
I need to kill a feral crop for bestiary, and I do it by using a quickening chain.
Because why not?
What are you going for here?
I'll go for whiteout.
Whiteout, that's what I meant.
Unless the game just
Luminescence?
refuses to give me level 3s, in which case I might go for Luminescence.
I must believe.
Is that 3 already?
Yep.
How many is
five
whiteout?
level, 5 level 3s for
Okay. And you got the mischarge there.
yeah, I have the mischarges all.
Yeah, you did 2 more.
Need to get the level 3s. Okay, Ash.
It's 5, right?
Yeah, it's
Or
5.
6.
5 you need. Ash, you have enough? Just roll me the level 3. It's 1 in 3 chance every shovel.
You're going down.
Didn't want to do it. Ash, your turn. You can show me why you're the best girl. Thank you.
I must be strong.
Okay. Okay. New best girl. I
It
have
was
to,
6 feet.
because we had an extra one, just trying to get the shuffles, so there's an extra 2.
Okay.
I have to step away for a little bit. I'll be back. Maybe like half an hour.
Okay.
Have fun solo commentating at 5 a.m. for a bit.
You're horrible with me.
Sorry.
No, joking.
Alright,
It's quite
so
funny that I'm the only not speedrunner of Final Fantasy XII.
You're just the most degenerate sleep schedule person here. But yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
I legit thought you would kick me out of the channel at some point.
Oh, it's been great.
right. Then we go for Luminescence, which is 3 level 1, 3 level 2, and 3 level 3.
At least I know I can comment speedruns of games that I'm not a speedrunner. But I have some knowledge about puzzles still, but
Yep.
I wouldn't be able to do that for every game. That's crazy. The first run I comment about FF12 is OA. Not a percent.
I must be strong.
And not even on a French restream, it's totally in English. 15 hours. I'm not complaining, I'm joking. Yeah, nearly 15 hours. Are you doing Luminescence right now?
Yep. I need 1 level 1.
That was easy.
I mean, after Black Hole, like nothing else is even close to as hard.
Yeah, but sometimes it can be difficult to get some stuff. The 5th level 3 is kinda
Like, I think
difficult
this
to
could have
get,
been another Black Hole if I wanted to. But did pretty well.
Yeah. Still said that the first one was thrown away.
Yeah. Right. On the still shrine we go.
For another 30 minutes trip. No kidding, only 8 minutes.
Two-thirds of the run is done. I'm still showing there's 2 enemies we need to kill, Zeromus and Miath. Neither of which you can do on the first trip.
Sadly.
So these Reapers, but you don't have to technically kill them, but I will later. Or after, or on my way back, so that they don't follow me. And they do give me a bestiary entry or a Nightwalker, so...
I just read your notes for Deep End. Highly recommended to bring up a map for Deep End.
Well, that's Freda's recommendation. I did not write that part.
Yeah, I guess you don't need a map for that, but it's still funny to see that in your maps, in your route, in your notes, anyway. It's 5 a.m. 5 a.m.
Yeah, we can't use magics against Zeromus, so we're... attacks. Using not being able to use magics also means we can't spell Zeromus. So... okay, only one character gets slowed.
Hey, why can the Dark Lord use magic and not us?
They can't do anything about thank you.
Does the boss look like Zeromus in FF4?
Yep.
Finally, a boss that takes more than 10 seconds to kill.
There are my gambits on Kuracha because I'm gonna be killing a lot of enemies who are undead coming up.
By the way, don't forget to save at some point.
I'm going to save before Hannah Mines.
Yeah.
I need to kill those 3 dragons to then leave and come back for Miath.
Now we can get out of here. Did you kill one of the Reapers?
I will kill one of the Reapers on the way out.
Can't you just use the Phoenix down on them?
I think they're immune. Like Bosch one shots one of them and two shots the other. The big issue. They do deal quite a bit of damage though. And Zeromus is my 10th Esper, so now we can go to Hara.
Can go to the second part of a hand mine. That is famously known for its Zodiac Spear chest that has 10% chance to spawn, 10% chance to have to not be gills, and 10% chance to be a weapon, to be the Zodiac Spear. So you have 0.1% chance to get the Zodiac Spear in this version. And it's 5% I think to make it spawn, if I remember correctly. And it's guaranteed to be the Zodiac Spear.
We can already manipulate. The way to get to unlock deep Henna mines is you need to have completed and turned in Mind Flayer, as well as need to have
10 Espers.
10 Espers, yes. Apparently it has been 3 hours since I last saved.
What
Well, you know,
could
nothing
possibly
ever goes
go
wrong in
wrong?
the big loop, so.
Yeah, the game could crash for no reason. You never know. Isn't there a second entrance to the deepest hand mine?
Second what? Entrance?
Another entrance to go to the hand mine.
There is one in the Feywood, but I don't think you can get far from there. That's right. Enemies here are really dangerous, but they also give a lot of XP. Like you can need 3000 XP for all characters. For single enemy.
Because your playthrough I was surprised about how strong the enemies are here. Especially since they have the same name as the guy in the normal part of the Hell Mine. I mean the bat. They are so much stronger. That's what it's the same enemy or... Anyway. So at the end of this dungeon there is Zodiac. Technically the strongest Esper in the game. With a very sick animation when it uses his strongest attack when you summon it.
Yep.
So there is no save point in this part of Hell, if I'm not mistaken. So if you fail to kill Zodiac, you will have to do again the entire part of Deep in Hell. So not fun. Zodiac starts the fight with its strongest attack. So if you're not prepared for that, you instantly die.
Yeah. Here's the Zodiac Spear chest. When I open it, it has a 1% chance of being a Zodiac Spear. Unless I manipulate, aren't you manipulated?
Yeah. It's easier to manipulate the Zodiac Spear in TZA since you only need to make the chest appear. Since it's guaranteed to get the Zodiac Spear if the chest is here. Look yourself. Do you want 0 damage?
Yeah.
I love how stupid this is. You can ask your character to attack it themselves. So how do they do that? I don't know. But at the same time, they can block their own hit. How do they do this?
I still haven't found a Zodiac Spear, by the way. Like, it's, I'm not even within 100. Ridiculous.
Still wondering if it's actually worth to get this the XP with how long it can take to manipulate it.
So long, I'm double check. There we go.
That was easy. In average, how much time do you need to spawn the Zodiac Spear?
I guess, because it's 1%, I guess on average you would need like 10 attacks.
Without block?
You cannot end us.
But in terms of time, I mean,
I'm not sure how much longer it would take.
level.
Next I'm looking for a rare enemy called Glaring Eye, who has a chance to spawn after every Hectice I kill in this screen and the... There.
Not dangerous at all for a fight. Yellow liquid. Money.
next group is enemies is pretty strong, so... Fully buffing before it. Equip the ribbons. Oh.
Hello, Yasmina.
Gonna manipulate the
And good morning to you as well.
brave root. The brave suit should have spawned, and when brave suit spawns, it's a guaranteed. Is this guaranteed brave suit?
Wasn't it a rare monster? The red one?
I did not get a glaring eye. Get one after Zodiac.
What? There was something who blocked you. Okay.
I'll
Who needs the map?
Yep.
There's literally no map. By the way, where do you despawn them?
do I what?
Why do you despawn the...
Oh, the enemies are just painful to fight here. I will have to kill an enemy at some point, but I will kill the last one before the Zodiac. The last one. Zodiac
no, we
starts with the dark.
Dacia, yeah.
Darkcha, yeah.
Dacia.
So I'm entering a fight with Fran alone, so none of my main party gets hit by it.
Suicide. Yeah, Zodiac looks like a baby. Come on. Doesn't he cast his strong spell normally? Frank kill herself before he is able to do that, I don't know.
If you have Fran kill herself, when cast target by the dark shot, the dark shot doesn't.
Okay.
And that's the lyric. We're spamming Holy at the end there so that because Holy has a long animation. It also deals nice damage on Zodiac, as Zodiac is weak to Holy. But the main idea was that because Holy has such a long animation and it takes up the entire effect queue, Zodiac can't get his dangerous moves off, which is, well, most importantly, it doesn't get the physical paling off. Now we need to find the glaring eyes, so I'm gonna be killing enemies till I find one. Rio.
So,
When we run through-
you just want to get out of hand while
Yep.
taking out a few enemies you missed. You don't farm more experience here
Yeah, I don't.
before going out.
I'm giving.
It's not worth farming here.
No, we will reach the party level average, or at least very close to it. Naturally.
And we're out of pen, and we go back to my favorite place in the entire game. The Pharos of Arana. For what is actually even worse than the, from my opinion, the Septira, the second part of the Pharos. Do you remember when we fight enemies to get the black what's the name? Black
Orbs?
Black Orbs, right? For going forward in the Pharos. Well, we need a much higher number of them to go down the lowest level of the Pharos.
Yes, so how this works is that every time you enter a screen with enemies, the first enemy you kill gives a random, or gives a black orb, and then every third enemy after that. So, and you need, if you don't pick up the orb, it will travel towards a massive black orb. There's 4 different locations where it can be, 1 in each room, and
I'm sorry, but the owner is basically forced to explain how it works himself because I don't know the game enough for that.
fortunately we didn't get any single necrophobe here, which means that we only got 2 orb drops. Which is unfortunately. And we don't have XII either.
So XII is a hunt that we have to do that can appear only if there are 0 enemies here, right?
XII has a 1 in 3 chance to spawn in any of the central locations, but you can only check. You can check like once. Like now that there are enemies there, we know that there's no XII. But if there are no enemies, then XII will appear. That way. It seems to be opposite from here. Oh, we have 4 now. We have. Let's have it down. Orchestra. But yeah, four. If we have 4 now, then it means we probably have not enough after this room, or after these 2 rooms. By 4 I mean 4 orb drops. You need 11 orb drops total for the first room, because you get 1 for free for some reason. So you need to have 11, or you need to pass on 11 orbs. If I get 3 from here, I'll be at 7. What's the chance that I get 4 in the next one? No.
Every enemy here can drop a black orb. 0.
It's only inside the room, so not in the central area. And
Okay.
it's every first enemy you kill, and then every third enemy after that. You enter one of these rooms.
Yep, but I prefer the Great Crystal in comparison to the Pharos.
Guess I have to. Well, I should go back here. I mean, there's a chance that I would be fine going for there right now, but this is like really annoying that I'm like, if I had 1 more, I would be happy to go there, but I don't.
Wow, I love the light in this dungeon, not you. In this part of the dungeon there are a boss that we have to fight to reach Shadow Seer, that is called Phoenix, and this is the last of the 4 bosses that are summoned by Shadow Seer. The hunt that we have to do for it is the reason that we go down there just for 1 hunt and a bunch of levels. I said this, but it's actually not done this way. The speedrun we zeroed does go down up until Shadow Seer, but he doesn't do Shadow Seer himself. He will go back to Shadow Seer later, because it will be faster to do it with higher levels. minutes faster, you told me. So we will...
Fight is like a couple of minutes faster when you have a higher level. But I'm doing I'm doing the Subterra here for levels for other locations.
Yeah, and we need to go here anyway for what's the name again? Speedruster.
Yeah.
Speedruster. What? For Yazmat, and later we go back for Yazmat anyway, so we'll do Shadow Sea at that point. Shadow Seer. Shadow Master in French. No, that's the exact name. Darkness Master. Not Shadow. How long does it take in general to do the Subterra?
How long does the entire Subterra take?
Yeah.
Look, I think it's a little bit less than an hour.
Whoa. I do my best to not fall asleep, I promise. It's
I think like
6
45
AM
minutes,
for me.
50 minutes.
It's 6 AM for me, so...
Yeah, well, it's 7 AM for me.
It's 7 AM for you?
Yep.
Are you not 1 hour later?
1 hour ahead.
Okay. But that was that Phoenix?
It's Phoenix.
This dungeon is so has so much light that I didn't recognize a giant bird. Activate 5 black orbs in one go. Gungnir!
Then you need to put the exact amounts on these pedestals, and you overshoot, you lose everything you're putting there. So you can put either 10, 5, or 1. This one takes 18, so it's 110, 15, and
1.
once. And if I were to say, if I were to like do 10 and then another 10, then I would lose almost that second 10.
Basically, when you're doing this casually, you have to go one by one.
You can go one by one, but each pedestal takes a number that's divisible by 0, and you can find out that a little bit faster by putting them one by one. And once you see this lit, small light appear, that means that you are 1/3 away from there. So if for this one it appears at the first one because it only requires 3. But if it were to for the next one, it would appear at 2, and that would mean, or the second black orb, and then that would mean that it's 6 orbs for that one.
Thank you for Buletta for the raid, and welcome to all of you. This is Final Fantasy XII, Order of Ambrosia, aka the 100% category of the game. Yes, this is a 21-hour speedrun, and we're about to reach the 16 hours now. And it's 7 AM for Zero and 6 AM for me.
Yep.
And we have been together since the start of the run.
And there's still like 4 hours to go.
Yeah. You go back to first floor to save, I guess?
Yeah, and to get my MP to full, I'm really low on MP. It's gonna be tight whether we make it to Juggernaut or not.
Juggernaut?
Yes, there's a rare enemy who's spawned. Well, who spawns when the minutes of your in-game timer are between 0 and 10. It's in Feywood, where I would like to go after this. See what the game timer is gonna be like.
You could do a detour in the middle of the Pharos if needed. Could you do yeah, I know you talked about that a few times already, but could you do Behemoth King before finishing Pharos?
You could, but you would be lower on levels.
So to save time to go. Hello Freddy, welcome back.
Hello.
Oh.
I can go to sleep.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, let's see. Dragon Lich. This is. Oh, Subterra. Yeah.
Yep.
But I did miss the big loop.
Yeah, it was quite a long while ago now.
It feels like this is like the end of it, but it's also still another 6 hours.
Yeah.
It's mostly just like the big dungeons left.
It's true.
I don't know if I will go to sleep immediately. Probably watch the rest of the run.
Ooh.
I have to take into account I want to do a 19 hours run tomorrow.
Ooh, yeah, probably.
So
Sleep
probably
would be a good idea.
better to sleep, to take a long night's sleep before that.
Yeah.
Than doing two sessions of sleep.
Oh, I was just gonna see. I wasn't sure if you were gone for the night restart or not.
Yeah, no, I will finish the run. I already started the entire thing, so at that point, 6 more hours is nothing.
Yeah. Okay, well, have a good night. Thank you for powering through.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, except if you don't want me anymore, continue.
Oh, did you say you were gonna stay? Sorry, Alexander.
Oh,
I think we missed
oh, I thought you were leaving.
No.
That's fine.
Either way.
No, tomorrow, I mean, Saturday. I will do an 18 hours run for my marathon next week. Yeah.
Mhm.
So don't like to do to sleep now and be awake at the wrong time, because I need to go to do some shopping tomorrow before the run, because it's our shop are closed today.
What time does the run start? Or how long?
Tomorrow it will be when I start, but next week it will be Thursday at 9 a.m. for the really longathon. No, well, really lot of LOL. But it's on the really lot of longathon channel for Final Fantasy 13 in all chest, all no cutscene skip %. Basically a 17-18 hours long run.
Yeah, it's a long run.
Good luck on that.
Hmm?
Good luck on that.
Yep.
Anything fun happen while I was gone?
We saw a snake who does snake things, and someone who looks like Vaughn Kappa.
I missed all the
Zero-
memes, damn it.
Zero
Yeah.
died in Pharos.
I was here for that. Yeah.
I was hoping you would thought it. You would think it would be the Subterra's part.
Oh, and I got a black hole. That's, I guess, something.
Oh, nice. So the
Yeah,
second hardest one down?
black hole luminescence.
Black hole luminescence and whiteout are all done now.
Black hole luminescence
And-
white out.
Yep.
So mostly just the
Quote unquote
what's-
easy one.
was whiteout the level 3, 5 level 3s?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Never mind, you're past the hard part then.
Yeah, well, 8 level 1 is not the easiest thing to do as well, but...
I find that one pretty easy actually. You just have to be disciplined with your clicking. Or I guess
Yeah, but
button.
I mean, if you are unlucky, you could have a bunch of level 2 or level 3 in a row, and you wouldn't have enough time to get all the level 1.
That basically
neither.
never happens if you're good.
Yeah, because like you literally don't need a single mischarge to do that one. So
Yeah. I would need
and like
yeah,
if you
a
really
strong
get
room.
trolled somehow, you can just kind of be like, okay, well I guess I'm just doing yeah,
The
Tempest,
easy
I
one,
think,
yeah.
or something. Or that one, yeah. I forget the damn names of these. Been too long. It's a problem.
I love the fact that in the speedrun, it's the quickenings are thought to be useless, but many casual players use the quickenings to cheese the boss fights.
Despite their name, they are not that quick.
Yeah, they're very not quick. Ugh. How many more orbs do you need for Subterra?
Any.
Or for
Probably gonna grab it here now. Like I'd like. I think I'm 1 kill away from another orb drop, so I'd like to get another kill. But if I don't find an enemy, there we go.
Dead bones. Between 48. Speaking of 13, we are planning to do a race of Platinum Percent at some point. 0M and me. That we first race in about 3 years or 4 years.
Nice. Yes, 13. 13 is a fun run.
Yep. And category was
Wow. Vaughn's HP is perfect.
get down to 14 hours now. While 10 years ago it was a 20 hours long run. While I was waiting for the run to start, I was watching an old world record of Logic Dolphin of Brett Percent. I really have nothing else to do in my life.
It was actually perfect for all of the thingies in this. Or they need 25 orb drops for the next one.
So I read on your notes that it's better to farm in Umbra and not in Abyssal.
Yep.
Can you explain why?
The enemies are easier and there's more of them, I guess.
Okay. What do you mean by easier? It's not the same enemies?
No, there's like harder enemies.
You don't have to fight them for. Don't have to fight them for. Bestiary.
I mean, there are enemies like the bestiary entries are already gotten somewhere else. Nothing new in the sense of that, but I guess there are just more enemies here. I'm guessing, I don't know. I've never really looked into abyssal farming. That's just a remnant from Freda's throwing. So I'm gonna throw the ball there. Ask Freda, why is it faster to farm here?
Pretty much what you said. Like there's just these ghosts that spawn and you get 2 per kill. They're skeletons, so they respawn faster. The ones below are zombies, which do a lot more like poisons, and I think they do curse or nulls or something. They do like some annoying other abilities that these just don't do.
Yeah.
Plus, I think the other enemies hit harder, and like it ends up being way faster to do this level and just farm the 75 than go to Abyssal. Like Abyssal would be a little bit more XP, and that's about it, and not faster. Especially once you get this lit up, it's a lot easier.
You're supposed to count, but I've generally lost count by this point. We're probably like 6 drops in.
You need 75 at this point, right? Because it looked like you were about perfect?
Yeah.
Or did you have some in?
Perfect.
Okay. So 25. You're probably at like 8 or 10. I wouldn't
Yeah,
either.
something like that. I guess we go.
Did you kill a magic pot yet?
Not yet. Go heading to that room next.
Gotcha.
see if that was. I think that sounded like a horse, but I'm not sure.
XII?
No, I mean the Mistmare.
Oh, yeah. Plus, I think this thing you've done, or little, wow, I can't think of the word right now. It's gonna be a good night. Using Kiraja. You're using Kiraja, and that is more possible here, and probably helps quite a bit as well.
I would guess it would be possible there as well, because I think, I don't know.
Um,
I only know the
I don't
one
know if- I don't know if
one
it's all
room, because that's where we go with for the
Yeah.
rare
Vagrant soul and
type,
stuff.
but
Yeah.
but at least all the enemies there were on the.
Right.
Does the magic pot have interesting drop in this game?
It drops an ether. Really?
Okay.
Beat a thing and get an ether. Oh boy. How exciting. It's not a good trade, but I have to kill one for the bestiary.
You're gonna steal an elixir. You're gonna steal the elixir back from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is also one of my least favorite parts of this run. There's just so many black orbs you have to get.
Yeah, that's so stupid.
It's nice XP.
It is nice XP. So yeah, we would probably be spending a lot of it more later anyway on grinding, but
Well, what was that?
so we don't actually do Shadow Seer till later, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Get more XP because that's one of the more annoying fights in the game.
And that's the longest fight as well. Huh? If we don't count Resmet and Hellworm.
Is it that long of a fight? I think BK was probably also longer. I think maybe even Fafnir.
Five phase in the Shadow Seal fight.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that much HP. As long as you don't get walled by like Pandemonium, Perfect Defense or something.
Gilgamesh probably takes longer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Gilgamesh as well.
Gilgamesh was pretty long as well.
But you don't kill a Gilgamesh, it doesn't count.
Pretty sure it still does.
By the way, where do we get the reward for Gilgamesh when we don't kill him?
Whenever you do it.
You don't have to kill him. You just have to defeat him.
Yeah, but we don't kill him, so he can come back to do whatever he wants.
Yeah, we drove him out of the mine though. That was the request. We fulfilled the request.
So we can go to another mine.
Yeah, that's that mine's problem.
Tenth level to go.
You find the big one yet? I guess you can just watch where they're going.
I know where it is. It's the...
Ah, okay.
Hey, Jewel.
I haven't been counting. I don't know if I have enough. Should be close at least. I'll probably kill the enemies in the screen. Grab it when I feel comfortable.
Yeah.
That image of the horse.
Okay. Let's see. Next is BK. BK. Yep.
Not necessarily. Depends on the timer.
Oh, right. This is the big branch for times. Right, we still gotta do zombie lord and crap as well.
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah, well, a couple over, but perfect. Do you try to kill XII if he spawns?
Yeah, if XII spawns.
Or Ixion, I mean. Yeah. XII's earlier, right? Okay, about done with Subterra. One of the
The
larger.
first part of Subterra.
Well,
Because
yeah.
we go back to for Shadows here later.
Yeah, the grindy part.
About 4 hours. Not 4 hours, but 3 hours.
The XII?
Looks like Ixion, maybe. Sometimes they spawn slowly, though. Yeah, I would say it's probably Ixion.
I would say 90% chance that it's XII. Maybe even 95.
New Esper incoming! No, kidding. It's 21 for each here?
Different for each pedestal.
21 for the first, 15 for this one, then the next one is 27, and the last one is 12.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that array of counts has not changed since the original version of these notes. Like this entire section of notes outside of some of your number testing, looks like. And probably Ixion stuff, but... It's just not
Oh,
more.
I heard you can berserk XII.
Yeah?
You can?
I don't know. That could be the case. I don't know if it's a good idea, but it could be the case.
Yeah, like probably hits hard if I do that. But...
Yeah. Because I'd rather take his magic harder physicals.
Yeah.
Is he gonna actually come out and fight, though? That's the question.
The original, he has more strength than magic, but it's the reverse in Zodiac. And the status effect. He's immune to silence. He's not immune to silence. He's not immune to oil. He's not immune to slow and sap, and he's not immune to berserk.
Yeah.
Berserk.
Yeah, that sounds right, and I feel like I've tried it before and it went very poorly.
Yeah, but you can silence him at least. So it's a bit... Force him to use a physical attack, but not Be as
Yeah,
strong
yeah.
as he is with Berserk.
He's still pretty strong with Berserk.
Yeah, but if you cast a silence, he will be in the same position as if he's Berserk, but he won't be as strong as if he has Berserk. Because he's not immune to silence.
No, yeah, fair. His ability might be at a monster ability though, not a spell. In fact, it probably
According
is.
to the wiki, I don't know if it's correct.
I'm just saying that silence won't necessarily do much.
Yeah.
I just forget if his ability is.
You-
You
What?
stopped, you stopped him from.
How many magic can this guy cast?
I think he can
Probably.
purify, so I think you can status, but he can. get rid
He
of
has
those
Fire
statuses.
Ga, Blizzard Ga, Thunder Ga, Water Ga, Aero Ga, Dark Ga, Dispel Ga, Silence Ga, Sleep Ga, Free Ga, Curse. What?
Yeah, he's a few. He's a pain. Ixion's one of those sneaky strong fights. Or hunts.
With all the stuff you can cast, you can silence him, right?
I see you're still here, Grudon.
Yeah, because I was alone for about 2 hours.
Yeah, I left 90 minutes ago and I saw Friday show up, so it couldn't be.
Been doing that long.
Maybe it felt like 2 hours if you're that sleepy.
Yeah. To say I'm probably here for the rest of the run, at least most of the rest of the run.
R.I.P. your
Yeah, at this point, me too.
But only because you want to.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm restreaming until 1. So 4 hours.
Alright, you're
And
West
I'll
Coast.
probably end up staying up. Yeah, I'm West Coast. So it's not quite as late. Because you're East Coast, right?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just die already.
The damage resist that boss get at low HP is always frustrating because it makes you feel like you're close. It's like, no, still gotta get through a bunch.
No. Actually, you're basically halfway there.
Yep.
It just
And now
looks
we
like
can finally get out of here.
Finally, we can leave the temple.
Yep.
Temple
The
of
bottom of
Pharaohs.
the basement of the lighthouse.
14 minutes before dude stop spawning fighting Mantis.
Oh yeah.
I was trying to say we can finally leave Jose Temple, but I couldn't remember the name.
So at 27.
Shouldn't you save for this fight?
I can run back to the save point.
No one's ever died to pill rest.
No.
Oh, I've definitely seen it happen a few times.
This fight is scary as hell. So this is one of the mandatory fights to activate
No.
Yazmat. Yeah.
Also just BC,
Also just beastie.
Yeah, Yazmat is a rank 8 hunt, and to activate the rank 8 you need to fight all the rank 7 hunt. We need your help for that. Gilgamesh, Pilraster, not Gilgamesh, Pilraster.
Gilgamesh is
Gilgamesh is one. Carrot.
Kettle
Behemoth King. Behemoth King. Those guys. And you have to fight a room, but it's not a hand. So the sixth one, right? What did I miss?
As you can see, this fight is terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
I think we're okay at this point, though.
Just need Bosch to hit him a few more times.
Yeah.
just die already.
There we go. Yeah, it's about a typical pill raster fight, I'd say.
Yeah.
A big improvement from what it used to look like.
That's about what I remember it looking like.
The Firaga wasn't always there, I don't think.
Yeah, fair. That helps. But honestly, like, 2 people are mostly just healing that fight anyway.
It seemed like you're also using the effect clogging a little bit.
I think just for the dispel.
You go immediately to the Golmore and Feywood stuff. And then...
This works fine. It's a little bit tight to make it to Juggernaut, but I can like skip a rare enemy or something if I need to.
Yeah. Are you at like 50 or something?
Something like that. 49 maybe.
Okay. Yeah, it should be fine.
We have
It's all
a
these
couple of
times.
timed rare enemies coming back to back. First is Biting Mantis, who spawns when the minutes of your in-game timer are between 30 and 60. And then we have Juggernaut, who spawns when the minutes of your in-game timer are between 0 and 10. So,
Try to start it around the end of the hour, closer to the end of the Biting
Yeah.
Mantis spawn, so we can hit both.
the
We
ideal,
also have a couple more.
ideal I think is like about 45. So we're like it's a little bit tight to start 50, but it's probably gonna be fine.
Yeah. We kill a Wild Marlboro, which is right outside of Juggernaut. We can just kind of skip that if we need to. And then come back after Juggernaut, which is basically right next to the border, so.
But I need to be careful to not spend too much time with Crap Bunny.
Crypt Bunny. Talking about the bunnies we were talking about earlier, this is my least favorite one.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's probably everyone's least favorite one because it really does not like to spawn. It's one of those, like, you have to kill a certain number of the dog enemies, or wolf enemies, or whatever they are, and then
and he has a chance to spawn after you kill more of them.
But he has a random chance to spawn in like 5 different places. So you have to like kill a bunch, and then check all the places and hope he spawned. And if he not, run around and try to kill some more and see if he's in it. It can sometimes be a while.
Now that I think about it, Zodiac is probably a reference to FF9, where you have certain Zodiac stuff you can collect. Certain stuff you can collect, and the certain ones is only you can only collect it if you have the 12 first, like with the Zodiac symbols. Well, they are named after that, but still.
I mean, Zodiac is like a well-known thing in Japan and China. and probably other nations that I'm not aware of.
It's not Japanese that it's.
I mean, it's China. Like China is probably most well known, but I know like
But I mean the Japanese is known. The Chinese is known, but the zodiac symbol is something you see in Occident. And the 13th one is generally considered as non-existent. But the 13th one is considered by Japanese, I think.
Alright, so 27 is when it will... When the Juggernaut will start spawning and spawns until 37. So we have 16 minutes before he stops spawning. 7 minutes or 6 minutes before he starts spawning.
Is the Juggernaut fun to fight or not?
It's not a pain to fight.
Oh, it's an easy fight.
It's an easy fight. Just
Yeah.
you need to make sure you get there fast enough.
Yeah.
And does the Juggernaut guard another Juggernaut mission?
No. Not in this game.
The thing about Juggernaut that I like is that for a long time we got there in 80% after he spawned, and then it was like a big thing when we got there and he was there. But eventually the strats got so good that now we get there before he spawns.
Yeah.
Fully traverse the Juggernaut spawning.
Yeah, it used to be a mark of a good run that Juggernaut spawns. Now it's a mark of a bad run.
It's a good run if a monster you don't want to see appears. It's funny.
I was gonna ask if are you doing the Crypt Bunny before Mirror Knight?
Yeah.
The boss Mirror Knight or the Mirror Knight's the regular enemy? I forget. Oh, well, you just read it real quick.
Mirror Knight, I think it's the...
Oh, Dreadguard is the rare.
Is the normal enemy.
Dreadguard is the rare. Mirror Knight is the...
Oh, doing some side leveling for this part.
Tartarus.
Makes sense.
That's another Demon
please.
Lord.
Hey, he's not, yeah. Damn it, Bosch.
Cerberus now. What are these names?
His names are
He only has
references.
one head. It's not a Cerberus.
Common reference names.
It's just named Cerberus. What's the problem?
Cerberus is the boss in the Final Fantasy III, a summon in Final Fantasy VIII, a
Cerberus
boss
is
in
also
Final Fantasy XV.
I think it was something before those, though.
Yeah. Cerberus is definitely not a Final Fantasy origination.
I can't believe Japan invented Cerberus in Final Fantasy III.
Yeah.
No,
Damn
it's
it,
not.
Japan.
It's a reference to Greek mythology.
Yeah, I know.
Cerberus is
Guardian of the Ninth Circle of Hell and Dante's Inferno.
Yeah.
Hello, this helps a little bit.
Ah, Hooly. Got some Hooly.
Remember when elementals were scary and now Bosch is just soloing it with no buffs?
Yeah. Bosch is just like, I got this. No problem.
Now I'd win.
Poke, poke, poke.
Excuse me, but how a wolf can parry a spear?
That's a good question.
You hold it with two hands and up. You can parry with a spear.
If it just presses R1 at the right time, it parries.
Yeah, exactly. Pretend you're playing Assassin's Creed. Everything can parry.
Expedition 33.
That's
Yeah, also
what
that, I
was
guess.
thinking of.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's the only game I played that is parrying.
I maintain that game did not need a parry system. A dodge parry system. This is worse
Uh,
because
If it didn't have it, it would be Final Fantasy X.
Exactly, and I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, you're as a Final Fantasy X fan.
As a Final Fantasy X combat specifically fan.
yeah, well, the speedrun doesn't care about the play system.
Oh, maybe I should speedrun it then. I'll have to watch the speedrun at Limit Break this year. Or in this one, at the end of this one too.
What's in the
I should
category? I
probably
know.
schedule as an admin. But...
I think you have to parry some. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Although I guess we are.
Yeah. I mean, it's OOA. We can only go over so much at this.
This is an enemy that we can now manipulate, right? Crit Bunny.
Yeah,
Kinda, but it's
Not worth it. I don't think.
I don't. It's not very well understood. I
Yeah.
never actually know if the many works or not. I will
Anyone hear
do
a
it
Crit
though.
Bunny
But-
whisperer?
But by the way, you weren't there at that point. I was trying Friday, but when Zero was doing Dustia, we went totally out of the topic very quickly.
Wait, sorry, I didn't understand.
What?
What'd you say? I didn't understand.
You weren't there, but when Zero was doing Dustia at the start of the run, we went out of topic very quickly. After not even 1 hour in, we talked about anything but that was not FF12.
I guess you do have to go off topic a little bit in a 21-hour run, you know?
Dusty
Yeah,
will do
but
that too.
it was literally the beginning of the run.
Hey, you're just
Dusty-
following any person at that point, right?
Yeah. Everyone knows any percent, right? Cough.
We didn't
Surely,
have anything
surely.
to talk about the game after
Okay.
1 hour.
Hey, look what we found. A Crypt Bunny.
Is that a bunny?
It's not bad at all. I've seen way worse.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's
So
a
for
really
now we have
good
to
one.
face it. Bunny.
Come here, come back with my XP.
There we go.
A wild charge.
Bunny. Stop it, Bunny. Come back.
Does he run faster when he's in red?
It's not even a trophy rare. Actually, I'm glad it's not a trophy rare. That would suck for AP.
All right, but I had a question earlier. I'm curious what your thoughts are. Part one of the question is: do you think anyone's ever casually, without using any reference, gotten no OA?
Without any reference, no.
Yeah, no, without looking in a guidebook.
I
Well,
I
the
don't
guy who,
know if that's possible.
the guy who wrote the guidebook had to do it before.
Well, you probably could have used Ultimania to make the guidebook, and Ultimania was made by the devs, right? So
Yeah,
But
yeah.
The devs did had to work for. Anyway,
The
So-
people
so-
making the guidebooks probably also reference like Ultimania and or other people like collaboratively. I don't think one person by themselves could actually make it OOA with all of the just completely random spawn. Like maybe eventually, probably eventually, but
So part two of the question is which rare game or which part of OA do you think would be like the least likely for someone to get?
let's see.
I think
I
the
was-
30 minutes guy. It's so random.
Yeah, I was also thinking like the one that you have to be like peaceful through a whole zone in Salika Wood was a good
No,
candidate.
that's just a hunt, so you definitely get that one.
Oh, that's a hunt.
You
okay.
you get told that. That's not that bad.
Oh, is that
It's
Karen?
It's either a random zone like the outside of Bujerba or something, or the dock at Bujerba, or like the hen mine. You could probably run across the hen mine one. I think I did casually. Or not the hen mine one, the Lusu mine, deep Lusu one. But like,
Well, like one of the things you have to have a
Tough.
chain to
stuff like
spawn.
Nazarnir, or yeah, the chain stuff in what's the one in Great Crystal? Maybe just doing Great
Larvator?
Crystal.
No,
Larva Eater, yeah.
Larvator is surely someone like.
Yeah, we agreed, because if you're just grinding in the Great Crystal for long enough, you'll just accidentally spawn Larva Eater.
But why
Larvator's
would
a
you
pain if
grind
you're
in
trying to
Great
do it, but it's
Crystal?
something that you definitely can.
Because you're casual and you don't have a map, and so you just get lost, and so you have to farm like 500 things, and then you stumble upon the Larva Eater.
Yeah, I guess.
Welcome back, Hab.
Yeah,
Good morning.
get some sleep.
You're watching the mightiest runner of all Ivalice. Watch him! Zero Scar! Long has he sought the long route of legend, scoured the deepest forums, dark and light, and now his journey brings him here to RPGSU! Your watch time is forfeit to him!
What did you eat after you wake up?
Nothing. I literally
I want
just
some.
woke up 10 minutes ago and was sad that I once again missed Gilgamesh because body weak and plans so high.
I managed to make it to
happy-
Gilgamesh, and I had
happy
to
to be
leave right
back.
after.
Happy to be
Was the
back.
entire run?
I hope the run didn't derail too much after I left, that everything went nice, every
you-
boss went nice and quiet.
He died
Were you
in
here
the
for
fire.
Faros?
Again?
No, just the one day.
I was about to say.
I was gonna say, I was trying to remember if you were here.
This time it worked.
Well, we had a fairly kind Crypt Bunny spawn just now, so
Yeah,
can't
that's
complain
always
about
nice.
that.
And
we
we
already
have-
Black Hole.
We have like a bunch of beginnings already, so that's
Black hole we got in the lucky spot.
Yeah, I think we have all the hard concurrences, so
Yep.
depending on how hard you
That's
feel
always nice.
the Wind Blast is.
Windburst is the only tricky one remaining.
Windburst. Yeah.
Which one's Windburst?
5 level 2s.
5.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
222 is you got it?
Yeah,
I
we
think-
haven't got an arc blast, but that's like easiest one ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arc Blast is so easy.
Really,
I accidentally get Arc
You
Blasts all
literally
the time.
only need a single mystery charge, and then you're good for that one.
It's not like it's a good thing to not have Arc Blast because it means that you did good job getting a black hole in the
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get Arc Blast by default.
Exactly.
Yeah, but even if it's easy to get, don't forget you can fail even the easiest one. The first try ended up in the failure.
What if the last thing he needs for OA is Inferno?
Yes, but you can't
That's
fail it
often a thing.
too many times.
Yeah, but Inferno you could technically get it in the 13 minutes wait,
That is true.
since it.
Plenty of things to do. That was a nice juggernaut here. Was that the last timed mob as well? Are they all
No,
done
there's
now?
still Zombie Lord.
Still
Yeah,
very
we still
good.
have Zombie Load. Which we will probably miss because BK's a jerk.
We'll see. We'll see. We have a good BK. We can make it there, probably.
Yeah, fair.
But if not, it's not too big of a deal, and we can do it after like XII or whatever.
Yeah. What are you at right now?
Now at like something like 05 or something, 06 something.
Dang. That was a really good
maybe
Krypton
7.
and good guard.
Work on my checklist. A B C E. I need B as well somewhere, but B here.
What else did I miss? What else did I miss? I see second Zodiac Spears. I'm assuming Zodiac has been killed already.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm assuming we're only here for Behemoth King now and not for the entirety of Great Crystal yet.
That's true.
No, we have to wait to Activate the hunt for Yasmat.
Yeah,
So that
wouldn't want to see that giant treasure chest. That is one of the worst views in the entire game, in my opinion. Making it all the way there just to see a giant treasure chest that you can't open.
giant chest you can open.
Yeah, if you get to Omega Mark 12 before actually unlocking Yasmat, he will still be there, but he will be in an inactive state, like most mimics, disguised as a chest. However, for that one, unlike all other mimics, you can't just talk to him to make him active.
Ah, Omega is a mimic?
Yep.
Okay. One more reason to love the mimic from this game.
I mean, there is, even if you kill enough Urutanienzas, there is a secret story in their bestiary pages that tells about a bounty hunter who requests a mighty weapon forger to create a weapon to fight an unholy beast, which is assumed to be either Yasmat or Hellworm. And is talking about him developing a sentient weapon that's capable of learning and adapting to the enemy and becoming stronger due to the enemy, but ends up actually running away from the battle, never to be seen again. With
if it's a bounty hunter, it could be Yasmat.
Like the general gist of it is that he tells a story about him creating a mother body, a host, aka the Mimic Queen, that's capable of reproducing, and then is talking about in the end how one of the experiments of his weapons has disappeared and is probably searched for a deep layer of mist. So basically, he literally just explains in that little side story how he created the mimics originally just for a bounty hunter to abuse as a weapon to fight. As I said, it's not entirely clear, but it's assumed to be either Hellworm or Yasmat.
I have either 3 or 2 classes left.
If it's a bounty hunter, it can be Yasmat because Mont Blanc tried to fight Yasmat and failed, so maybe it was a try for him to create a different way to kill Yasmat.
Yeah, I doubt that, but we're probably not the first one we have ever got that far to earn Mont Blanc's trust. He probably has sent others after Yasmat as well before.
What? What are you talking about?
There's no way in all the years that he's been leading the clan we've been the only promising hunter to ever step in his door. There probably have been other hunts over the years. It's just, obviously we don't see them anymore because they've been going for years and been already hunting other things. There's probably other legendary creatures that they have been fighting.
I think the snakes are doing snake things, Zero.
They are.
So yeah, back to what's currently going on. We're currently trying to spawn the hunt known as Behemoth King. Behemoth King is a little bit of an annoying hunt to spawn, because in order to spawn him, you need to kill all enemies in both the zones just before Kirovagan. Funnily enough, that is also only the half true, because funnily enough, in the last area before Kirovagan, it only checks for a single enemy, not for all enemies. However, the whole running around and clearing out the area is a little bit complicated, a little bit annoying. Since the map doesn't work, as you can see, there's some kind of static over the map. That means we can't just see on the map where the enemies are, so we have to systematically walk over the entire map, potentially multiple times, to make sure we've actually killed everything before moving on.
Yeah, we have a checklist of everything that spawned now, but doesn't always work. Was that the last one for you?
I think that was everything.
I have one unchecked, but I think I missed one somewhere, so...
Me too. Like I had enough checked, but I had number or letter B twice. So I was like,
I don't have F, so
yeah.
I'm assuming that
But
one actually happened.
For the case that we then actually get to spawn Behemoth King. Behemoth King can be a little bit annoying to fight. He has strong magics available to him. His normal attacks sting pretty much. He has the abilities Stone Breath as well as what's the other one? Bright Breath. Stone Breath is pretty self-explanatory, causes Petrify. White Breath is an ability that can cause Stop, which I hope we have accessories to be protected from.
Nope. Well, we have ribbons, but
Oh, have you found that you have to zone back after killing Gear Veganas to get everything to spawn?
I'll go and check if the Mandy spawned.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I'm
fair.
not sure if that.
And yeah, the other very annoying thing about Behemoth King is he is a hybrid fight. And what do I mean by that? I mean by that he regularly will put up a paling, either physical or magical, aka making himself immune against physical attacks or magical attacks, and he'll be switching that around every now and then.
There they are.
However,
Sounds fun.
we luckily are going to be able to manipulate his palings by casting a rise on him a couple times to always have him in the state that we want him to, making the fight a little less annoying, luckily.
But only a little. He's still kind of is a tough fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Probably what the third hardest worm behind Hellworm and Yasmat. And
Behemoth King.
those two are actually easier because you can DCG them.
Yep.
In this run.
Behemoth King is a worm. What?
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
technically it's a behemoth. I think.
Yeah, it's a behemoth.
Oh well,
It's just
I mean,
a
he
behemoth
is-
that's
big enemy.
He is kind of using the worm model with little adjustments.
Wait, do you not have to kill everything? You just have to kill the Gear Veganas
Yeah.
in this zone?
In the second area, yes.
Yeah, the Gear Veganus
And
just gets rid of everything.
Things I've learned.
And we immediately saw Behemoth King with his very first attack hitting for nearly 6,000 points of damage.
Good times, good times.
Yep.
Yeah, he has some nasty status breaths as well, but thankfully, do you have 3 ribbons already?
True.
Okay.
I should need one.
Yeah, there we go. It's obviously very strong spells as well. He has Ardor, which is, I think, Fire Dart, if I remember correctly.
Just
Don't
fire.
need dual spell in
Ash-
the game. Just fire. This one, it was a.
Ash
there
doesn't
was a-
need one, you're right.
How much
Or-
HP does this thing has anyway?
About 3 million, I think it was.
3 million.
Decent amount, yeah, he's quite a bit.
Let me double check that because I actually haven't checked the Behemoth King HP in a while. Don't want to be spreading misinformation. Behemoth
basically
King,
the-
1.7 million.
It feels like more. I think he has the damage reduction. He has the palings that you have to swap through. He hits like a truck. A
Return
Mac
damage.
truck. He also has return damage, which is why we can't DCG him. Because Bosch will just immediately get return damage to death.
Which also makes me wonder right now, since he is hitting that hard like a truck, no reverse yet?
No, we don't. We have a reverse, yes, but
It's not
Don't
really
think
worth
it's
the
worth it.
mana. 'Cause he tends to do a lot of AoE stuff, which means Courage is going out anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, switching around a little bit between
And this is
Black
not.
Mask
This is also
and-
not TZA where reverse lasts like 3 times as long as
Yeah,
Yeah,
reverse
reverse
does
Oh, the
not.
Drake-
Oh yeah, reverse is was using in a TZA. It's very easy to abuse Lure plus reverse in TZA.
But yeah, this fight doesn't just look Monka-esque, this fight is Monka-esque, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
we
like
talked about
super
doing this fight earlier before.
As long as you stay on top of siphoning Bosch for mana, it's not like super unsafe. It just a lot of bouncing HP bars.
He took a break here and there when the game allowed him to do that.
Yeah, there's some
But-
segments where he gets 5 to 10 minute breaks, but nothing too excessive. Wise.
Yeah.
We don't really take breaks for.
But Zero Scars
sequence stuff either.
is just used to worse things, honestly.
Yeah.
You can dispel the Behemoth King. Yes,
Not
shield,
while he is in magic immunity phase.
Yeah, you have to wait for magic immune to go away.
The immune to magic does not just refer to magic damage, but also to buffs and debuffs. In this case, buff removal spells.
Could you use a rise to make him change the resistance?
You could, but usually
to
since
dispel into using
since he
rise
does-
again.
Since he does switch the paling every now and then anyways, it is usually just better to wait until he switches the next time and then get rid of his buffs.
Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
still worth it for the dispel, but then after every time he goes to the magic phase, you want to do it, but you want to just dispel first. And pretty very.
We're getting about to the critical range, I think.
And as you can see as well, by now we're not hitting quite as hard anymore. He increased his defense a little bit. He gained a passive extra that now reduces all damage taken by 30%. So the maximum damage we can do no longer is sitting at 9,999 per attack, but instead at 6,999. You know, with 1.7 million HP total, suddenly doing 3,000 damage less per attack is a huge deficit.
My king is immune to everything. And has every element. Sounds good.
Good old max damage of 6,999.
Another news, by the way, the Genji gloves are still getting stolen, right?
Well,
You do have
Yeah.
the Genji.
I do have a Genji gloves.
Makes big enough difference for certain fights. Not really useful here right now, since we do prefer the ribbons. Like anyway, I don't have it. Probably is
Yeah.
on right now, right?
I used to have the Genji gloves on Bosch, but the problem is that he likes to combo himself to death with the return damage.
So
Yeah.
one quick thing about this fight, you can see he's keeping the menu open, so you can see that big blue circle. That's the 10 unit circle around which, if you cast an AoE support spell on Bosch, it'll hit both Ash and Vaughn. But a lot of his attacks are 6 unit radius, so if they hit Bosch, or if they hit anyone, they'll only hit one person. So you can buff yourself 3 times and his AoEs only hit one person.
That was a clean beam, King. Nothing scary, everything nice. That's
Yeah.
the way we want to see it.
Yeah, we set up pretty specifically for BK, thankfully. It's not a super scary fight. It just looks scary.
We set up for Burger King instead of Behemoth King?
I love Burger King. Wait. Actually, I don't. I'm not a big fan of Burger King.
Okay, so zombie large spawns when the minutes are between 0 and 30.
Yeah.
So I'm going to open the menu and I'm gonna change my gambits and check the in-game time while I'm there. 22, so we can go there.
You have time, yeah. I think 25 is kind of the latest.
Yeah.
To be safe. And you can probably go tighter, I just haven't actually timed it.
Let's time it right now.
It'll be about 23 when he gets there, if you can find Tomb of Wraithwall.
I just started the timer on my phone.
Last time so much
Nice.
to speed here with an unclean fight.
Well, I
looks
mean,
like an unclean fight.
I'll just get there first and then do the rest of later. Or like
An unclean fight. Unclean
Yeah, that's
fight
what I
is
was
in general
assuming.
just, you know, if one person is dead, they can always be revived. If one person is dead and the other two are inflicted with the stop status effect at the same time, that means the other two can't revive. That means you're most likely, before you're realizing and are able to react, all three characters are gonna be dead. And then we have our level 20 back row, which might have issues getting us revived, and that can always be a mess. Luckily, not as likely to happen in this scenario, since we did have the ribbons on 2 characters.
So we are back to the Westworld Tomb. For a few monsters that were not available before. Well,
Okay.
one monster that was not available before. But besides that, it's everything could have been done the first time we went here.
Yeah, except for the one monster that we're looking for right now, the Zombie Lord.
What was the timer at, Rooster? I think it's whenever you zone in. You don't have to
No,
spawn.
you have to get to him.
Oh, you do have to get to him? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a rare game enemy for the Front Coast side quest. So it can't appear if we don't activate the side quest.
Yeah, there's 3 more monsters we're really looking for. The first one is going to be the Cold Sword Lich, which we're gonna be going to the north area for. The idea with that is we'll be fighting ghost enemies. When the ghost enemies get on low HP, they have a certain chance to teleport away from you and use a move called Split. Due to that, they will create a copy of themselves, and there is a, I think it was 10% chance for the copy to then turn into a Cold Sword Lich.
20.
Just 20.
Right.
20% chance.
20%. But yeah, what
It feels like 1% though. So
yeah, absolutely. Since there are only a limited amount of ghosts that can spawn in the area, it can always be a little bit annoying to spawn them. Luckily, RNG manipulation exists for the PS2 version, making the process a little bit more streamlined. For the TCA version, you also technically don't have to do this here, since you can just go into the trial mode where there is a 100% chance spawn for him.
yeah.
Just
You
to
and your
save the hassle.
cheaty trial modes.
And
Cheat
yeah,
on
once
the
we've
cheat
beaten Cold Sworn Lich, we're going back here to the middle area where we're gonna be killing a bunch of bats. There's also a slime-like enemy that we want to kill here first for the bestiary, and then we're gonna kill like a bunch of bats, as we need was it a 14 trade, I think it was? To make another rare game appear named Barmu, who's just a different coloration of the head enemies that we've seen around here. I think it was either 11 or 14.
Tomb of Wraithwall.
If everything was available when you first visit the tomb, would you have done everything in the while being there, or you would
I don't
have come
know.
back later?
I mean, back then we probably wouldn't have been able to even beat Zombie Lord, even if we would have been able to spawn him.
Well, yeah, we know, but depends on how hard they would be. Probably not. We probably wouldn't have enough.
You could just travel. Don't know how much HP these guys have.
That is actually a fun call and a fun mind thought, and I also don't know how much he has. So I'm grabbing my guidebook.
Yeah, I can
No
open the wiki as
I
well.
mean, he probably has more than 10,000. He definitely has more than 10,000. Also, I have it here up here. Barmu was 11.
First try,
not
how
14.
lucky.
First try Cold Sworn Lich. Let's go.
What's the name again of the monster?
Cold Sworn Lich.
Not the
Zombie Lord.
Zombie Lord.
Oh, Zombie Lord.
Zombie Lord.
That one's
Thank you.
dead.
How much HP does these things have?
Too much.
21,500.
Yeah, not too much. But he's weak to Holy.
Which we don't really have access to on the lower levels.
I mean, we would
He's
have
weak
arrow
to-
as our
Radwell.
main damage dealing.
He's weak. He must be weak to healing magic, right? If not, immune to. How do we know if they're weak to healing magic or not?
I mean, he's a zombie.
It's just
He is probably
undead.
immune. He is probably immune to instant death by Phoenix down, but they're all weak to healing by default.
Yeah. I mean, not weak too, but they take damage from it.
Yep, Zakote, we're still at it, and we got a nice long sleep night.
You still can. Let's see. I don't see your Tomb of Wraithfall notes in this.
It might be in the side stuff.
Is there still a side stuff page hiding somewhere down here? There's just so many.
2 more bats. And then we have to head back to the center in the middle where the mob will, where the rare game will be spawned.
I did not realize there were this many tabs.
There are quite a
I
few.
knew there was a lot. I wasn't expecting like 40.
I don't think 40 is enough.
I think it is more than 40. You're right. Dude.
I mean, once again, there are a lot of moving parts in this run, as mentioned way before already, with enemies only spawning to certain times, enemies only spawning to certain weathers. Sometimes take time to either manipulate or to spawn in general. And then you have to work around it. You are already at 11, you should be there, right?
No, it's 12 you need.
64 is how many sheets are on this. Side stuff. I found side stuff.
The fact that it's 12 now also makes me wonder, because I literally just picked up the guidebook and that says 12. God damn it, official guidebook. Why did you lie to me?
This is like side stuff circa 24 or 16. Let's go.
Zero mentioned that he's not as creative as you about naming things.
I did have a little bit too much fun with it. But in this case, it's mostly I just recognize my notes from back then. I'm like, I don't think these have been really edited.
Relieve.
Flame Purge.
And one more quickening. Because it's most fun parts of the category. What do you do now?
Are we murdering Barmu?
Yeah, trying to get Arc Blast, which is 2/2/2.
Nah.
2 or 2. You have to 2. Tout est fini entre nous.
Got a surprise for you.
It's 1-1-2.
1-2-2. So I assume you started with a 3.
3/3/3.
There we go.
That was easy.
It usually is.
Let lightning rain down upon the feet.
Get
But-
wrecked. It has successfully gotten wrecked.
A little bit overkill, but oh well, we had to do it at some point.
May as well. Why not now?
Seven 15 hours mark.
How you holding up, Zero?
Good.
That's so good to hear. I'm starting to wonder. I mean, the nice thing, the thing for me is like I now have a 6-hour gap of trying to figure out. Okay, what did he do now? What does he have still to do?
Yeah, it's pretty much what I missed as well for the most part. A little bit less, but I mostly missed Big Loop, Deep Hen, Chops.
No, Chop's already cleared as well.
Looks
That's
like-
good to see.
Looks like Von Kappa. I did see Upper Moss, so that was before I left. Barheim, yeah. I left right before Barheim, basically.
I was wondering, why is it called the Big Loop?
Because that's just what I called it, because you basically leave one town and then you do like 6 different zones all in a row without really doing anything else.
Fair enough.
And so
Are
it's a
the
loop.
Gizas
It's a
already
big
cleared?
loop.
Used to be
I
bigger.
believe
It
so.
used to start from Mount Romises and then didn't like.
Yeah, it's true. It used to be a bigger one.
But
Just wondering, are the Gizas already cleared, both Dry and Rain, or do we still have
Yes,
some
they
stuff
are.
to do in there?
everything
you already
in game
get,
time stuff is done now.
Did you already get Nazarnir? Nice.
Where are we right now? In the Sachin cave? Sachin
Yes.
cave.
We're going to be looking for a couple different rare games, and already going, probably going to make our way to Hellworm as well, right?
May as well.
Yeah.
That's part of the setup.
Very short fight.
Against
Oh,
a 10
do it.
million HP enemy.
It's not too
Which,
bad with CCG.
which, funnily enough, Hellworm has too many weaknesses in my book, honestly. Which in this version isn't quite as useful, but is definitely noticeable in the Zodiac Age version, where one of his weaknesses has been made even bigger. So the funny thing about Hellworm is he's not immune to Berserk. That being the status effect that, you know, makes it so anyone attacks faster, hits harder, but therefore you can't command them anymore. They do nothing but, well, go berserk and hit the enemies and can only do normal attacks, which is, you might think is not something that you'd want to see on an already very powerful boss. However, if he can only attack, that means he can't use any of his annoying status moves, he can't use his lengthy cinematic attacks, and he overall becomes a lot less annoying, which still, thanks to him being a lot stronger, makes him also a lot scarier anyways. But usually all the other things you can work around with. However, for the Zodiac Age version specifically, there is a technique in the game called Wither, which reduces the enemy's strength by 10%, and you can stack that multiple times until an enemy only does like 10, 15, 20 damage per attack. Which sadly in this version of the game, all bosses are immune to it. In the Zodiac Age they removed that immunity, however. But yeah, sadly the Berserk strat is not really valid for this version of the fight. He'd be getting too powerful and be absolutely wrecking us. However, there's other ways to deal with that. I'm assuming you already, since we already cleared Lufu, that you guys already explained DCG.
Yeah, but you can explain again.
Yeah, it's come a few
I
times.
think there was nobody in the chat when we explained that.
So yeah, we're gonna be abusing a glitch for the Hellworm fight. The glitch is called Dead Character Glitch. And it is a very precise combination of things that we want to happen at the exact same time. We want to summon an Esper, and then at the exact same time have 3 things happen. We want to have the character that summoned the Esper turn into stone. We want that character to use any item with some animation time in order to clock the animation queue. And we want to have the Esper be dismissed, aka leave the party, aka unsummon itself. And we want all these 3 things to happen on the exact same frame. By doing so, the game will be a little bit confused on what to actually do first, and then it will remove the Esper, let the attack go through, and then the petrification turning into stone kind of gets overshadowed, where the characters don't really turn into stone. Still will be around, their action will still be queued, and thanks to their action still being queued, there is some animation time left that's eating up the animation limit, which prevents the boss when he wants to use an attack that takes a lot of that animation limit, that the boss literally just won't be able to use it. One of those attacks would be the cinematic attack, the cutscene attack from Hellworm, the, what was it called again, Judgment?
Judgment, yeah.
There are technically other moves we can use it on, but for Hellworm, Judgment is the most convenient one to set up on.
I love the fact you presented that as if it was extremely difficult to make a frame perfect trick.
I mean, it is challenging, but with a little bit of practice, it is very consistently doable.
Yeah, it's not easy, but the fact that the Final Fantasy XIII has a similar trick of a death character glitch, but it's also frame perfect, but you cannot control the character. It makes your explanation for 12 even more funny.
I mean, I've definitely had the days where I've been sitting there for 20-30 minutes trying to get that character glitch on Yasmat, and always been 1 frame too early, 1 frame too late.
Well, I totally believe you. It's not easy, but the 13 one, you don't control the character. The character has to die when he provokes the enemy, and it's a frame perfect trick. So you cannot control the character, and if he doesn't die, it's to revive it and retry again.
in other news also, Hellworm isn't the only thing we're gonna fight here. We're also gonna try to spawn some rare games. We had one in the last room, where, funny enough, that's the only room that has different spawns. There are 2 different types of enemies that can spawn in there, both for the Colossi and for the Gargoyles. There's like 2 different color variations of the enemies. The one is more common, the other is more rare. If the more rare one shows up and you kill all of them, then a slime is gonna drop out of the sky. Which
I forgot it could spawn on the other side. I thought it could only spawn on the far side too.
Yeah.
Then now here we are trying to kill all the Wendigos, the ice head things here that's in all 4 corners of the room, in order to make Wendish appear, who's another clan Punkos Hunt Club rare game that way around. That you can see already spawned there in the middle of the room. We're gonna be murdering next. Also, we've switched in some of our low-level characters as we're trying to get some kills here, since there is still that average level 50 that we need to get, and these mobs don't really give any meaningful experience. However, considering that the back row of our characters are still level 20, it's still a lot of experience for them, and we should be able to get 1 or 2 levels in the process here.
So anyway, what I wanted to make understand is that yes, this is a difficult tweak for the death character glitch, but if you're good enough at the game, you can execute a tweak like that after 18 hours or 20 hours of the playing time.
I mean, as mentioned, it is a frame perfect trick. However, it is also on a timer, thanks to the petrification timer being a major component of it. So you have a decent way of timing it. The moment it turns to 0, you just open and close your battle menu a few times in wait mode, so the timer doesn't continue on, and then you can pinpoint it there. And as I said, usually you can be a little bit too quick or a little bit too slow about it, but at that point it's just getting a feeling for the last bit of fine-tuning.
It's more consistent than you'd think for it being pretty frame perfect.
Yep.
But yeah, the other thing is we need to set up for it a little bit. As mentioned, we'll be using it on Hellworm's cinematic attack, which is the Judgment, which he won't use immediately. He will only use it after taking a little bit of damage. So we're going in guns blazing. Gonna be going in attacking with all we have until we reach around a certain HP threshold, which is, I think, was like 3 or 4 health bars down.
About halfway through the 5th being down, I think, roughly.
Also on that note, yes, you heard that. Multiple health bars. Hellworm is...
Yeah, there's like 20 or something.
Hellworm
50.
is the second most HP enemy in the game, with almost 10 million HP, which would be too big to display in just 1 health bar, so they gave him like health bar segments under his actual health bar, and every health bar that we clear up top is 1 segment on the bottom. You will be able to see that in a moment, how that looks.
The bots
so
are
we will be fighting him quote unquote normally, quote unquote intended, for a little bit until he gets low enough. Then leave the room for a moment, prepare for the that character glitch, and come in.
So the giant circle you see right here is Hellworm. I love the fact that the first thing you'll see is a giant orange circle.
The camera in this fight is so funny. You just get to see a little bit of him the whole time.
Yeah. Hi, the bottom of your ring.
And a bit of his nose.
And the nose, yeah. But the feet, you see a lot of the feet. So, you know, that's fine, I guess. See, I don't think there's a meaningful enough difference between this model and the Behemoth model from Behemoth King for them to be called a different thing.
I think Hellworm is bigger, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
A little
probably, but like,
You
But
don't
it
see
also-
the giant cycle around the...
like I know they are. Like I can see they're different. I just don't think they're enough different. They could be more different.
I just also want to say Behemoth King might actually be the same size. It might just look different because you fight Behemoth King in a big open field. Meanwhile, Hellworm is cramped in this tiny room here.
Yeah, that's also true.
What's going on with the music? the stream of the Discord has a distorted music, so it's a bit funny. Do you hear?
Blink this sword.
Maybe it's
How?
maybe Behemoth King and Hellworm are kind of like the Grimalkin Curl situation we had earlier, where it's actually the same size, but Hellworm's just standing slightly closer to the camera.
Yeah.
Why do you use Fire Aga for this fight and not physical attacks?
He is susceptible to oil, which makes it guaranteed dealing the damage cap.
Okay.
Meanwhile, our physicals, even while fully buffed, might low roll a little bit by a couple hundred points. Which will make it a little bit of a difference. We will be switching to physical in a moment after that character goes off.
Yeah, so we go out of the room to activate the glitch.
To do the last
Second.
preparations.
Another.
So one of the preparations is, thankfully, Hellworm does not have the Soulbind passive, which is the return damage passive, that 5% of the damage we deal gets reflected back to us. Thanks to that, we will be going with an Adrenaline setup, aka a crit HP setup. We'll be hitting ourselves down with the Infuse ability, which is very handy for these kind of things. It makes your HP equal your amount of mana times 10, which is a very, very niche ability that I don't even think really has any uses ever in the game, because 99.9% of the time you're going to be using it, you're going to lose HP over it. But it is perfect for these kind of setups where we want to be on low HP.
If only we could use it on Dustia.
Yeah, sadly that skill is not available at that point of the game.
Okay, so we summon Zalira, right?
In this case, yes, but technically it doesn't matter. Any Esper works.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Not specific to any Esper. I don't know why he chose Zalira specifically in this case. Maybe he likes the design.
Zalira is the only Esper that Balthier has, and which is level 1, or rank 1, so it costs only 1 MP bar. In case something goes wrong, I can do it again.
Very fair. So as we said, multiple things are going to happen. He's going to use an item, he's going to dismiss Zalera. The item will be ticking off, we'll be using another one of the item, and then we're opening and closing the bar until we see the 0. Gonna ATB reset him, and get our brain party members in, because that should be it. On the Zodiac Age version, you need to also open and close your menu a couple more times to delay it a little bit more, but didn't actually know that wasn't the case for this version. But yeah, as you can see, there is now a Grey Balthier. He is crossed out on the menu. He is stone afflicted, but however, he still is using his Smelling Salts action, which is now eating up effect capacity, which means no one can use bigger effects anymore. We need to damage down Hellworm a little bit more, and there he goes, starting to cast Judgment, which, since there is an action queued in form of Smelling Salts, he is now no longer able to ever use that. He will be standing there infinitely. After a little while of standing there like that, he's gonna be like, that doesn't work. Let me cancel the action and then immediately try to use it again, which gives us also a small window to use abilities again, in which the effect capacity isn't completely maxed out.
That was a perfect HP setup by Zero there. Got him to one hit, put him over the threshold.
Helwam had one more attack to use before.
Yeah, he always gets one attack.
So he lost the bash in the meantime.
It is kind of sad that killing Hellworm is one of the requirements to unlock Yasmat. Otherwise, it probably would be a nice thing to delay him a little bit more till after Great Crystal. Since in the Great Crystal there is a chest that where we can guarantee get the Excalibur sword out of it, which is a holy weapon, which Hellworm is weak to, so we would really make a small difference in damage. I mean, as you can see, we've got the Masamune set up for boss with the Genji Gloves, which makes him hit massive hit combos. However, he is only hitting for like 4,000 damage, which really isn't a lot.
Berserk is going to help with that.
Yeah. There's also the fact that he still was protected, so we're now up to 5,000.
Do you expose in this fight, or is that just for use, Matt?
That's just for use, man.
If you expose, I hope you won't have the same luck as the last time.
Yeah.
That was quite insane last week.
Birds are
I will take
we're up
a break here, so I'll be right back.
Yeah. We're up to 7,000 damage, and the main thing is, as once again as said, since there is the damage cap in this version of the game and the PS2 version of the game, higher hit combos are always worth it than, in general, more damage on a single character. In the Zodiac 8 version, we don't have the damage cap. There you can stack as much damage as you want on a character, and we would want to use more buffs whenever possible to hit 30, 40,000 points of damage instead of only 7, 8,000. But in this case, this is the best case scenario we can do. With Boss constantly hitting high combo hits, he is doing way more damage than Vaughn at this point, even though his individual hits are weaker. And yeah, in this case, and once again, thanks to the dead character glitch, the fight is going to still take a long time, since it is still nearly 10 million HP that we have to go through. But yeah, as you can see by Zero having left already, the fight is at this point automated on rails. There is nothing that can go wrong anymore unless you yourself like tell your characters to hit themselves.
What if he kicks the power outlet?
Or if he goes out of the room or activate another summon.
Or his cat walks in the controller?
I mean, the cat would have to walk on the controller and do a very, very specific amount of inputs in order to make things happening.
So, who wins this fight, Bash or Van?
Damage-wise, definitely Boss.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Bosch.
No,
Take the higher probability.
I mean, who kills Hellworm, Bash or Van?
My bet's Bosch.
Yeah, Boss has definitely the higher likelihood to it, due to his attack combos. I mean, he is capable of dealing 40,000 damage at the same time, where Vaughn deals 10,000 damage.
But it can happen that it's Van who kills him.
Yeah, but it is a higher likelihood for Boss. Boss has a higher damage per second, so it is more likely statistically. But obviously, Vaughn can be the final, can be the finishing attack.
No, it's closer on Yasmat because they both have a combo weapon.
Well, we did just get a 12 hit from the Zodiac Spear, so...
the Zodiac Spears can combo sometimes.
I mean, by being in critical HP, the combo rate still is the highest it can be for any weapon. It's just, once again, the Masamune as a katana has by default a fairly high combo rate, and we got the Genji gloves on top of things that increases that combo rate even further. Doing buffs on the off screen. Can you wave into the camera if you hear me? Or can't hear me.
No, she's not there.
He took up his headphones, I always thought.
Zero tried to do this fight from start to finish without the glitch, but it's much slower and much scarier to do so.
Yeah, since we have to heal ourselves, we can't be in critical health for the extra damage buff. We constantly have to heal, we constantly have to be on our toes for the status effects that he can inflict, and he can absolutely deal a lot of damage even once, especially once he gets lower health, he will also get stronger as in general.
This used to be a non-DCG fight, but we thought it was going to be too hard to set up inside the room, but once we realized you can set up outside the room, it became pretty straightforward to get this nice setup.
I mean, I assume if Wither would actually be working, it might be worth. Then again, even then, you can't do low HP setups without a tank setup. Yeah. So getting a tank setup wouldn't really be that worth. I mean, you can literally just get any character on the field, give them lore and region. They basically already out-heal the amount of damage that a Berserk, Withered, Hellworm would be able to do. But yeah, once again, not feasible for this version due to bosses being immune to Wither.
One thing I appreciate about this fight is you do so much damage that your impact on the health bar is almost always as big as the full health bar, so you just get to see the whole health bar drop in an instant.
How much HP has one bar, by the way?
That is a very specific question that I at least don't have the answer to. Too lazy to count all the dots under the health bar.
If there are 20, it must be 500,000, I guess.
He's 9 million HP, it looks like.
Yeah, nearly 10 is the amount that I always remember. But it's not like Gears mod where I know the exact amount, plus minus 100. 50,112,354.
Why do you know that?
254. 254 was it?
Why do you know that?
Because I stared at that number way too many times in my life in the official guidebook.
So they will come back just to go to.
In my teen years, I've been hurt by years mod, funny enough. In my teen years, I've basically every summer holiday was 100% playthrough of Final Fantasy XII. That was at 99.9% completion, only missing years mod, and I was starting to whack away at him, but then something happened. I went out to play with a game, my mom felt like playing and accidentally overwrote my save file. My mom's friend was there and her kid was playing around on a PlayStation and either overwrote or deleted my save file. There was one night where I was fighting Eosmod and there was a power cut, and once the power was back on, my entire memory card was corrupted. I've done literally like 3 or 4 99.9% playthroughs of this game, always then trying to figure out strats how to get back there faster.
And that's how you started the speedrunners this game?
Not really, but that's how I started min-maxing. That's how I started min-maxing for the first time, really.
Yeah, but it's a way to start the speedrun.
But yeah, speedrunning didn't happen until like 6, 7, 8 years left after that.
6, 7?
Shut up.
I had to do it once.
Okay, final bet. Who wins the war between Bash and Van?
I'm saying Bosch still.
Yep.
Bash wins. Your opinion, Zero? He's eating, he doesn't care about the beat war.
I think no Berserk benefit Vaughn. Oh, it was Vaughn!
No! The final hit.
Yeah, you can tell who gets the kill because of the final hit, and it was 9999, which meant Vaughn.
Poor boss twins. There's
Yeah,
two of them. True that.
Van Bash stopped attacking right before Van attacked, so it was a Van win. And I didn't lose my tomatoes this time because there was no bait.
Alright, and we have... I feel like 2 more things to do here in Sohan. We have one more rare game that is at the end of the waterfall puzzle. The Bysil... Or no, Anubis. Anubis, I think it was. Names aren't important. It's a bat that lives in the tiny room at the end of the waterfall puzzle. And then we have to walk all the way back to the entrance of the Stone Cave Palace, where we'll be seeing Giant Lord. As our last thing to do in here is a hunt. At this point of the game, shouldn't pose too much of a threat. Still has 1 or 2 attacks that can be a little bit scary, but we should have enough healing power that it shouldn't be too terrible. And then, yeah, once again, getting the lower level characters in again. To get them, hopefully, a couple more levels on the way. Every level matters. As we said, there is a party average of level 50 that we need to hit as one of the requirements for finishing the category. Which you can basically translate to you need 500 levels between all 6 characters. Because that's how averages work.
300, but yeah.
Did I say 500 by accident? 300, yeah, sorry. So yeah, every single level up counts, and obviously the level 25, 29 characters are gonna level up faster than our level 60 characters. Especially on these level 30 mobs. Then the other thing is, after Giant Lord... I'm assuming Lindworm is already dead, since there was a mention of Grimalkin and Chris earlier, so I'm assuming Sida's already cleared. What's in the chest? Which sword is it going to be? Are we even going to open it? I mean, it would be free money. It's the Koga blade. I can never remember if the Koga or the Orochi is the better one.
Iga is the better one, but we already have one. You didn't need to pick up the chest. Yep.
Yeah, it's always fun to see if you're getting the strong or the weak one. It is a fun chest in and of itself, honestly. It's the actual reward for finishing the waterfall puzzle. It's that chest, which contains 1 of 2 different ninja blades. The one of them being a slightly stronger version of the other one.
They're equally strong, but the other one has a 1% higher combo rate. I think it's that the Ego Blade has 17% and Goga Blade has 16%. Combos.
Might be a TCA thing, because I could definitely remember that one of them had a little bit more attack power than the other. But that also could be Mandela effect. I haven't paid attention to those weapons in a while. Ninja Blades are kind of a very niche category of weapons. Most of them have the Dark Elemental on, and considering how many zombies and undead we're fighting in the higher level areas, you don't really want to rely on dark weapons. There are very, very few enemies. Yeah, there are very, very few enemies in the game that actually have a dark weakness, but Yearsmut actually being one of them. We definitely do want to have one of the stronger ones at minimum in order to use that on Yearsmut.
But sadly, the strongest one is very difficult to get in the speedrun. So
yeah, there sadly isn't a guaranteed chest where you 100% can get one in the Great Crystal later, unlike in the Zodiac Age. We're meeting the insecure Zeke here, who is insecure about himself, etc. He wants to go dating, but he no woman really likes him, so he wants to put himself up by defeating a very, very dangerous monster, which he knows he can't take alone, so he writes it out as a hunt.
I have to say, I'm impressed with your knowledge of like the deep cuts here.
I mean, if you want more fun story, I have to look the exact one out. But there he's dead. Sad. His German name is even more funny than Insecure Zeke. I'd have to look up the translation for that word real quick, but.
All right.
I think I think it's a pickup, like as an pickup line that he's a ladies' man basically, but gets rejected all the time, and that's why he wants to get it in a German version.
That's funny.
It's like
right.
so like literally the opposite of being insecure.
All right, I have trivia for you that I had to look up earlier. So when Zero was picking up the XII hunt, he saw the word Serobi, and he was wondering what XII had to do with Serobi. Do you know that?
Oh, I know. Ixion used to roam the Zeromi steppes, or there was a horse that was terrorizing everyone in the Zeromi steppes, and so the people of Balfheim literally just put him on a boat aimed for the edge of the world, so he fell off the Pharaoh's waterfalls, and then turned into Ixion, and now is haunting the ancestors of the people that made him that way in their nightmares.
I am very impressed. That's a perfect recount of the story he told.
I mean, I've played the games. I've read the lines. As I said, I've done this. I've done about 4 or 5 99% playthroughs of this game. So I've killed him a bunch of times and read the dialogue, obviously, every single time.
All right, which hunt has your favorite story then?
That is a good question, honestly. The first one that come to mind, honestly, would technically not be the hunt itself. It would probably be Rock Toys, simply because the absurdity of a Moogle having
the tiny little rock toys,
having a pet turtle as well as a pet snake that somehow break loose into the mines and then terrorize the miners in there.
That is a solid choice.
That would be the immediate first one coming to mind.
I like Carrot just because I like to imagine this woman having Carrot as a pet.
I mean, it's technically the same story as with the with rock toys, etc., etc. They
Yeah,
turn
but who-
into heavy mist affected area, which caused them to grow. I'm don't thinking that they had that size of a Marlboro at their own.
No, I like to imagine that the actual carrot that we meet is what the pet was like at home.
Yeah, but the Marlboro is literally the biggest Marlboro we fight in the game.
It's actually going through a couple more things here for ideas.
Yeah, so speaking of Marlboro, we will fight Carrot in a bit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that just reminded me of being here. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, it's there. Carrot or charlotte in French.
The horse here in Salika honestly also is a fun little story in my book. Don't remember that the horse is an English name right now.
By the way, this is the last hunt needed for unlocking Yasmat.
Second to last.
What's the last one?
Death case.
Oh wait, this guy, sorry.
Oh, so Necrohall already is full cleared as well.
Nicole, what?
Nabudis is full cleared already.
Nope.
That's another
Nope.
thing that I missed.
It's the last thing before Yasmat and Shadow Seer.
But basically, okay, so the hunts are done, but we still have to go back for Chaos.
There's no hunt done in there.
Did we do Fury already? Fury is later, right?
Fury is before Chaos. But it's a boss fight, not a hunt.
Yeah.
Thinking about more things, honestly, about more funny hunts in this case. As I said, the horse hunt here in Solika is a fun one as well, with the guy literally just being scared to death, and if you find his body that actually got through, he literally just tells you, oh yeah, by the way, if you go back and find him, tell him he's fired for running away like a coward. Is being a fun little anecdote. Death Gaze is a fun one, obviously. Oh yeah, I've heard legends about this mythical creature, but haven't actually seen it myself. But I pretend like it is, and then make a bet on it with my mom about what was it again? An airship against a beach villa or something like that. But in the end, the dad pays for both because he's a multimillionaire anyways.
Yeah, that's Death Gaze.
Billionaires at this point.
Marlif is another fun one, honestly. The barkeep and Rabanastra getting the job to make a very, very special cocktail, but he needs the musk of the Marlif from it. And that customer turning out to be Magello of all things. The Banga from the start of the story who took Pinello in. Diablos being a little fun as well, being the demon that gets children in Bujerba that wear a hat to sleep. Very interesting folklore tale.
Overall, just a lot of nice stories behind these. It's nice writing touch from the devs.
Yeah, so much lore with FF12 events in comparison to FF13. But there are some guys who...
13 just doesn't have the time to explain it. Obviously, since you're running for your life all the time, there's no real time to just stop by and ask their citizens how their day was, how they fare, how if they have any troubles that we can help them. That's not just something we could do in 13 due to the setting of the game.
The guy who gives us the set quest for Versailles. I prefer to fight orphan in comparison. the guy was tasked to fight Vercingetorix, but he succeeded to beat Vercingetorix multiple times on his own. And we are 6 to fight Vercingetorix. But
tough
every
guy.
time he killed Vercingetorix, Vercingetorix comes back to life, and he never understood why. And it's one of the side quests to understand why Vercingetorix comes back to life. And we understand that at the end because all 6 Undying we fight in the game sacrifice their lives to make the Lord Vercingetorix come back to life.
Ooh, first try, nice.
Yep.
Finally,
So
you
we
can see
are
that,
now going
strat we discussed earlier.
We're now going for Deathcase, who's going to be a very, very difficult fight. The boss is just, it's a massive beast with dangerous attacks and starts with physical immunity, so he can't even do any physical damage to it. But yeah, also the spawn method for this one is a little funny. You have a, was it I think 8% chance for it to spawn every time you take an airship. However, every time you talk to the quest giver in a different aerodrome in a different city, the chance raises up by another 8%, maxing out at 40.
It starts from 4% and doubles every time, so it's 4, 8, 16, 32, and now 64% chance to him in every single location.
And then, yeah, as we've discussed a couple hours ago already, Deathcase is one of a few enemies in the game, a few bosses in the game, that isn't immune to the status effect Reverse. Reverse being a status effect that makes it so that all healing damages you and all damage heals you. And then we just add that with the spell Renew, which fully heals everyone in range, but thanks to Renew, it sets Deathcase to exactly 1 HP, and then 1 hit after he immediately dies.
You can't use an elixir on these guys?
You could, but why would you when you can just renew?
I mean, so there's no better way than just, being able to set him to 1 HP, in a matter of 2 casts.
Isn't it faster to use an item?
You technically could throw.
He
a
has the
potion
physical
after,
immunity, so he's immune to Elixir.
Elixir is a... Okay, Elixir is a physical attack.
I remembered vaguely something like that items didn't work because I've tried it before.
It's not a spell.
The usual strategy if you have Reverse on is either Renew and then cast Cure on him, or in this case, since Reverse has such a low on time with this one, it ran out basically immediately after, so we just added on a Thunder spell.
Yeah, this is a 21 hours speedrun. Probably 22 at this point. How far behind you are right now, Zero?
We'll see after. Once we start Gearwagon, or once we teleport to Gearwagon, I can tell.
In other news, Zero just got a Mag Elixir, a potion in its prime. Mega Elixir is always AoE version of the Elixir, which is very, very powerful in most Final Fantasies. A lot of people hoard them because what if you need them later? We just kinda don't need them anymore. There might be 1 or 2 very, very scuffed situations that happen where the Mega Elixir might come in clutch, but usually we shouldn't get into such a situation in the first place.
So we activated Yazmat. So now we have both access to Yazmat and Omega Mark 12. The two strongest boss in Final Fantasy 12. If I'm not mistaken. Omega is
I personally argue that Omega Mark 12 isn't technically that strong, considering that his moveset is very simple. He's kind of easy to outsmart, and there's a fairly easy to do strategy that makes him absolutely free. But
I wouldn't say there's a strategy in the world that makes Omega absolutely free.
Yeah, because he counters damage.
I mean, there is always a risk factor with him, that is true.
And when he's low HP, the damage, or 50%, I don't remember, but at some point the damage he deals is twice higher. So it's not that free.
Especially due to the thing is, technically there is a strategy in this world that makes him free. Unfortunately, that strategy only works in the Zodiac Age, since we talked about it. The status effect reverse is just that powerful, but they knew how powerful it was, so they nerfed it by making it very, very short in this version of the game. And then decided, for whatever reason, hey, just throw balancing out the window and make it last like 3 times as long in the Zodiac Age.
Yeah.
Zodiac Age you can also wither, which...
I mean, even though you don't really need it, to be fair, since the setup is good enough there. I've seen it with Tachibana at least, set up to just use Vanish to go under him, so that you have 2 of the characters literally out of his sight, have the 3rd character aggro him out of sight, so you don't even need lure, and then it's literally just like hit him until he dies with refreshing reverses. Bubble build on that character so he doesn't die in one attack, and then it's just let it rip. I mean, that exact same strategy in theory could also work here. It's just a lot more sketchy due to how status effects work with reapplying the status effect fast enough. And the fact that it's, I think with Reverse especially, there is a decent chance for it to fail, since it is a debuff, so it goes as a Constitution check. So even though you're casting, it's not like other buffs, since it is a debuff instead of a buff. There is a certain amount of chance that the cast fails without inflicting the status. I'm making a small detour once again to Lowtown here to talk with the Behemoth King quest giver, who will give us a wonderful reward of 250 gil and a Bacchus wine for finishing one of the most notorious fights in the game. But then after this,
we are a little bit short on gil, so we do need all the gil we can get. So the 250 gil will probably make a difference.
Yeah, the other thing is also after that he will tell us about that Behemoth King was in general a creature of legend, and he was kind of just like asking us to find him to make sure the legends were true and not just spawned up. And now that we've beaten him, he's also like, oh yeah, there was like another verse to the legend that has something to do with a treasure hidden in the dragon's mouth. And yeah, funnily enough, there is a rock in Bromisake that kind of looks like a dragon's mouth. So we're gonna sooner or later go there, give that rock a little love tap with our fist, and out of the mouth will come dropping the actual reward of the fight, which is going to be a Rod of Faith, which we kind of don't care about because it's a very niche item that we really don't care about, and the much more nice reward of 500,000 gil. Running around with just having 500,000 hidden there in plain sight in the middle of a refugee camp is kind of a joke, especially considering that we're, kind of stealing it from those refugees. But hey, we need the money more than they do in the moment.
So now we will go to fight the Earth Tyrant.
Technically, we are using that money to go and save Dalmasca from Vayne, right? So.
Exactly.
As if we needed the money for killing.
That's not important right now, okay?
Alright, I'm assuming Limper and Kaiser Wolf as well.
Yep.
So there are 2 more rare games to fight in this area. The first one that we have to find is going to be Limper Wolf, whose spawn condition is that we need to kill 21, was it, I think, wolves
20.
in the desert. 20. It can be anywhere in the desert, and funnily enough, there's like 2 wolves that are right next to where he is. If those are the last one, he will then instantaneously spawn next to them as well, which is kind of nice. So we're just gonna run through the desert and kill a couple to spawn him. Fun fact, he can be spawned at the very start of the game, and you can, with a 3% chance, steal a dagger from him that is very, very, very broken for the early game, because you're, not really supposed to be fighting him or stealing from him in general. Yeah, what's
it way too strong for us at this point?
Good question, honestly. I don't know right now.
Oh,
I mean, the dagger's like 50-ish attack, 50-ish attack power.
You could check.
But yeah, anyways, once we kill Limper Wolf, that also checks the spawn condition for the Kaiser Wolf, whose spawn condition simply is just to kill the Limper Wolf, and then go to where he spawns without leaving the desert, which is simple enough. And the Kaiser Wolf also is one of the Fun Coast trophy rare games.
The Limber Wolf has 4,000 HP. So it will take a while to kill it. So this is the Earth Tyrant?
No, that is the ringworm, which I'm also once again surprised again, because I forgot that the condition for Yasmat isn't to kill all Aspers, it's just to kill all rank 7 Aspers. I was kind of wondering, like, why the heck is he still running around here? Oh, right.
So I have a quick question. If you killed the Limber Wolf and then you left the desert, would you have to come back and then kill 20 wolves again to get Limber to spawn,
Yes.
and then you could...
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's absolutely not worth doing Limber earlier.
Yeah, it has to be done basically all in one swoop, similar to the Holy and the Dark Entite in Subterra. After you kill the one, you have to go back and kill the other immediately. If you leave the Subterra, then you have to kill the first one again to make the second one spawn again. Oh no, it's the Gnome Entite. This is a gnome, and we just got gnomed.
Resisting the urge to do the gnome soundboard that I have.
So yeah, one of the entities, as once again, for the entire bestiary, you have to kill one of everything. These elementals are usually fairly scary enemies. At this point of the game, not quite as much anymore, which is why we're now gonna go around hunting them. They can be found all around the world, usually tied to weather phenomenons. In this case, it was the Earth Entite, the Nova Entite, which only spawns in this desert at Sandstorm. there will be some more of those that are tied to like the fire one is tied to it being sunny in the sand seas. The wind one is tied to it being cloudy in Osmone. The water one is tied to it raining in Cherobi, etc., etc.
What's the Namiensa one? Is that tied to the weather?
That one is the salamander. That's the fire one, and that one is tied to it being sunny. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize there was actually weather there.
Yeah, there's like sunny, and there's like a little less sunny in the desert. It is funny enough. It is barely a noticeable difference, at least for me.
I mean, I think
barely
that's
see the
pretty clear
difference
difference. Like there's sunny, and then there's like that weird cloudy, yellow skies weather. It's really rare, but we got it this time.
I guess I just didn't pay attention when it happened, so I didn't realize.
Jess just mentioned there are a couple Shoal Limper isn't here, but luckily there are 2 more here, and there he is immediately after that. Which is also kind of funny, because, you know, most of the time you have these kind of spawn conditions, you have to rezone or walk a little bit away from this for the monster to actually spawn. In the Limper case, he's just pops out of nowhere immediately.
This is all leading to the Earth Tyrant now.
Yes. Oh no, we're getting on our way to the Earth Tyrant now. Have you killed a bird already?
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah. Just wanted to make
I
sure.
usually kill one after Earth Tyrant because there's sometimes the wild Saurian doesn't spawn if there's too many enemies there. So I kill them there.
Do you need to get any of the zones behind where the Earth Tyrant is?
Not yet. But, go there.
Okay.
Yeah, going there for the wild Saurian kill.
Well, I guess
for
I
the
need to
Terror
get the
Tyrant
one
as
with
well.
the Bell Blossom Dew.
I mean the one area, but the other one not yet.
Yeah.
The southern one right next to the village.
The one thing OOA is missing is fishing.
No, thank you.
But Bazaar Percent has both fishing and level 99 red chocobo.
So that's the better category, clearly.
Yep, especially with the fact that it's more than twice longer than OA.
Imagine actually killing Red Chocobo level 99. Imagine actually getting the Red Chocobo level 99 to spawn, though I guess RNG manipulation for that one specifically.
Yeah, RNG manipulation for make it appear and for stealing the stuff you want.
So funny seeing the big Earth Tyrant doing 0 damage.
I mean, he has only like level 30 mob, so
Yeah.
we've been
Well,
way, but
I
all
don't
the
know
way
if
back, when after we killed Bergen is like the time when you're supposed to be killing him, when it's in your interest to kill him.
Are you allowed to call the guy with the big HP bar at the top a mob? I feel like he's got to be a boss.
I just woke up 2 hours ago and I haven't had any coffee. Give me a break.
I could not have told given your enthusiasm.
Zero and me are awake since nearly 24 hours right now.
Yeah, but you know, when you're still half asleep, your brain isn't functioning correctly. It's all good. It's all good.
Very cautious one guy.
I was wondering that.
I assume the freaking Fang attack that has a small percent instant death chance. They do have crushing fast, those wolves.
Oh, they have crushing fangs. Though. That's the 20% one, right? I think Sonic is 5, crushing is 20.
Yep. I don't think these guys can use crushing things.
I can definitely use one of them. I've definitely been murdered by them a few times by now.
Well, if it was Sonic fangs, that was a very unlikely thing we just witnessed.
I think the Banga might be here again.
Well, at least this time we can kick its ass.
Well, the problem is
fun-
that I'm messing my manipulations.
Ah,
One-
right. That you mean.
One fun thing about this manipulation is we're using these numbers to find our position in the RNG list. The higher your
Just get
level,
it anyway.
easy. The higher your level, the higher the value of your cure, and the higher the value of your cure, the more possible values there are. So then it makes it easier to find where you are on the list.
Your turn.
There he is, I can see. They're fighting.
The Terror Tyrant does more damage than the Earth Tyrants.
Yeah, the mob more than the boss, I guess you'd say.
But this is a rare game, not a mob.
Rare mob.
Wait, also mob, right? I was thinking German right now. In German, the hunts are just called mobs.
Oh, unintentional pun.
Yep. So my brain just defaulted to you saying mob as meaning hunts, not as mob as a short term for a monster. Or enemy.
Level 40 Worgen. You came here just for the map completion?
Hero Wolf as well. There's a rare game that's
The werewolf.
the werewolf, a big wolf with the normal orange, yellow, white-ish wolf fur. It's just basically the exact same wolf as in the desert. It's just a little bit bigger, There's like 3 or 4 different spawn points in the map. Zero checked half of them, or most of these. Sadly, didn't get lucky, and also I'm manipulating the last position. This wolf can be really, really annoying when you are first coming to the area and immediately getting him to spawn, because he actually is quite powerful, but at this point of the game, is an absolute joke.
Like pretty much everything else. At this point.
I mean, once again, we are in a level 30 area with level 60 and some of the ultimate equipment pieces.
Yep. Why do you have to go back to Baheim?
How to buy order.
Wait, what?
By order.
There's a spell that only unlocks in that specific shop, only after the Bahamut appears. Basically, after you've beaten the entire game, after you've done with the pharaohs.
But you can go there when you fight Zaleva?
We do that one way earlier.
We could go there, but it costs too much money. Money doesn't grow on trees. This game.
Yeah, because money is made out of hard gold.
And I need to buy
coins
Hermes
instead of
sandals
paper.
as well. And I guess that's it. and I need to do some shop to do canopy charge. So. You could save some time not doing this earlier, but it would cost like 40,000 gil, and I think it would take more to get to 40,000 gil than this.
Was the Diamond's Clay the last thing you needed for the urn, by the way, right now? You're gonna get that immediately as well right now, or...
Yeah,
you're still
I'll get
missing to
the
one of the rewards?
Forbidden Urn as well here.
Small detour for another one of the fan favorites of oops, how did I miss that area? Since it's a side area that is, you know, not really interesting since there's nothing really happening in it. There's no interesting chests, no story progression in there. That's an area that's just easily forgotten once again for map completion. Windburst?
That's the plan.
I must be strong.
Theoretically speaking, 5 level 2. Terrible. Since you compare it to Whiteout, which is 5 level 3s, you would never have anything extra with the going for this one. You do have the level 1s that you can throw in between to extend your time and get more chance at rerolls for the quickening charges. Fun enough. Hey, what does that leave us with actually? What were we still missing now?
You're missing the Cataclysm and Inferno.
Oh, that's really not too bad. In my opinion, Windburst is the weirdest one out of those. You're in the eye of the cyclone. In the eye of the cyclone, it's absolutely calm and nothing bad happens in the eye of the cyclone.
It's all about the aura and hype moments.
One of my favorite things are his descriptions of the quickenings that you can see.
Oh yeah.
One that's like super absurd. Yeah, like this collapse space-time damaging one foe.
That's the black hole. Or?
Oh, it was one of the level 2 quickenings. It's like, wow, he really just collapsed space on me. Ouch.
That sounds, just from the description, I'd point that one at Quasar at box level 2. Where he literally rips a hole into reality.
You meant the real one, that the finishers?
The description for the actual attacks. If you take a look right now at the very top, there's the description of the attacks: rank 2 quickening, collapse space time, damage 1 foe, ruin independent, boss level 2. Why did I say Quasar? Because Quasar is the German name of that attack.
Quasar makes sense, yeah. Deja vu. We've been here before. Only, how many hours ago?
I mean,
17.
technically 5 minutes ago.
True.
Command the stars themselves. Well, at least this Star Scrooge attack doesn't cost 90% of your health bar to use. Been having fun with that and with a move like that in Final Fantasy XIV lately.
It's kind of rude of them to not put a teleport crystal closer to that shop.
I know, right? I find it generally interesting the randomness of some of the ultimate spells. You know, there's this random shopkeeper here in the middle of the tunnel that just, oh yeah, I have the strongest fire spell in the entire game. What are you gonna do about it?
I guess the idea is to reward exploration, right?
Then there's this random guy in the desert that always complains about being dirt poor because Chocobo is always taking all the money out of his coffers and digging holes and putting the money into that. You know, for whatever
just
reason.
a question,
And
how many hours did you spend on this game?
About at least like 800-ish on the PS2 version, minimum. And if we're looking at Steam for the Zodiac Age right now, that one is at 1,500.
Wait, what? Less than 2,000 hours?
I mean, I'm
It's
still
23
working
from
on
what
it.
said.
Huh? 2,000. I have 7,000 hours on FF13. I don't have the amount of knowledge you have about 13 that you have on 12.
I think you guys have different approaches, though.
And I spend multiple hours watching other people play
Could be in
13
that
as
weather.
well.
Isn't that weather?
Yeah.
How can you tell it's in-type weapon? Is it because there's an in-type there?
Yep.
That is usually the easiest way to tell for that, yep.
I'm impressive.
So we go back to Gilu Vegan to go to the Great Crystal to fight Ultima and Omega Mark 12, and on the way there we have a bunch of enemies that we skipped earlier to fight because now we are 30 level higher than before, than back then, I think.
While I'm trying
At
to
this point,
punch
I'm
the
also
in-type.
just wondering. We're fighting the Ultima and the Omega. Where's the Alpha? Why is there no Alpha enemy in the Great Crystal as well? Would have been funny, in my opinion.
You fight an Alpha Wolf. Does it count?
I guess it does.
I mean, I guess it does, but it's not on Vegan after all. Then again, technically, Alpha Wolf also, I mean, he's in the very start of the game compared to Omega being the end of the game.
But there is also
So it
Behemoth
works
in
out.
FF13.
Yeah, that is also at the beginning of the game.
Alpha in the beginning, Omega in the ending. Just like the Greek intended.
Yeah, the end of the game is it's more the Proto and 13 than the Omega. Anyway,
Should also be, I'm not 100% sure, but we should be coming up on definitely one of the last, if not the last, of the 30 Funko's rare games. Which knowing what you've done so far and what you still have.
There's the Buddhist still to do, right?
Yeah, right. War also still there. So yeah, it's not the last, it's one of the last. In
Out of the trophy rares, we have
with Crystal Knight, we have Warrels here in
Crystal Knight, Warres, we have Obelisk. We have
Yeah, in the
yes,
Obelisk is the last one.
Yeah.
Then isn't Luxolid? No, Luxolid is not. Right?
No, Luxolid is a normal rare game.
Yeah, that is.
Are you gonna do anything with the trophies, or did you already do something with the trophies?
I'm not
Anything
going to do
worthwhile
anything
that
about the trophies.
Yeah, look it up a few weeks ago. It's absolutely not worth using the trophies in this version.
I mean, fair enough. I once again forgot for a moment that white masks and black masks are easily available in the Baltenheim shop.
Also,
I think that's the one thing that we use them for in the Zodiac Age. We use them to buy a white mask off of the Hunt Club shop.
You also can obtain the Zodiac Spear and the Hunt Club. This is probably the thing that most casual players
really needs too many trophies in TZA, and in TZA there's also way easier ways to get the Zodiac Spear if you want to.
Yes,
but it's also not really worth it in the Zodiac Age. There's just better weapons overall.
The Satan to Grat.
Even excluding Sighting Rod. I mean, they lowered the Zodiac Spear's attack power a little bit from 150 to 140, and added a couple weapons that actually beat that at this point. And yes, as I said, in the Zodiac Age, the Zodiac Spear is a little bit harder to obtain. You can get one from the Hunt Club if you give almost all of the trophies to the weapon guy, which once again, as I said, the only thing that we really use the trophies for in the Zodiac Age is to get a white mask for the Holy Absorption, for which we need to give a couple trophies to the armor guy. The other ways to get the Zodiac Spear would be from the... There is also a chest in the Hannah Mines, I think, with like a 1% overall, or 0.1% overall, just like in...
5% to make it appear, and it's 100% to the Zodiac Spear if it appears.
Then
so it's
there
easier
is...
to get it, to get the Zodiac Spear in the TZA.
Yeah. Then there is one of the mobs in trial mode on floor 47, the Biting Mantis. You have a 3% chance to steal one from. Since we do one big run of trial mode up to trial floor 70 for bestiary completion. On that note, by the way, once again talking a little bit more about TZA OOA. Zero, do you have any plans on actually ever trying the TZA route out?
I mean, I'd like to think that I eventually will, but I don't have any plans for it.
And on that note, when do we finally get the Zodiac Age Order of Ambrosia leaderboard on the speedrun?
When somebody stops being lazy.
To be fair, I wouldn't even be able to submit my run since I lost the recordings. Unfortunately, didn't highlight the VODs. So I wouldn't even be able to throw mine in until I do more runs, which I still do want to do at some point. I definitely do enjoy running the category. Aside from quickenings, because screw quickenings. I mean, as I've mentioned a couple times already, this run, Final Fantasy XII is still my favorite game of ever, and I'm always happy to play it, always happy to talk about it.
not yet in the higher version. The great crystal where you find Ultima. I cannot speak English today. Is this the portal for to go to where Ultima is?
Yes, this is now the teleporter that goes into the deeper paths, and the higher level paths of the Great Crystal. We still have a decent bit of ways to go. This place is a giant labyrinth of teleporters and gates. And the gates will become a little bit more difficult now as well. In the story portion, we already saw the gates, and we just seen one before as well, where there's these giant green gates, and there always is a control terminal for them at some point around them. Before, it was always one terminal for every gate. Now it's one terminal for every 2 gates. So we will have we have one of the terminals for the gate opening in a few steps from now and around the corner. However, once we tap that one, a timer will start instead of it opening a gate, and we have to then within that timer get to the gates that it can open, and then choose one of the 2 and open them manually.
Okay, so we are in the upper part of the Great Crystal. As you can see, we don't have a map accessible for this dungeon, so we are completely lost. But thankfully, Zero is a great speedrunner, so he learned the
To be
map
fair,
by heart by now.
it's not that terrible to navigate in here once you get a little feel for it.
Let me praise the speedrunner, please.
It is still a chore. I mean, I personally can say I can do a little bit of it by heart by now, but I'm still far from not needing a map to navigate this place.
Yeah, I need a map for that.
Looking at the map most of the time more than I'm looking at the screen. And yeah, another special thing about this area, about the Great Crystal, is there is another very notorious rare game in here called the Larva Eater, which also has a very, very special spawn condition, because in order to make it spawn, we need to kill a total of 255 enemies in the entire zone. Hence why
Actually, there are 2 different conditions to make it appear, but one is very slow. That is 255, and the other is very slow, and you don't get enough XP to make it worth. It's a bit complicated, but there are a type of enemies that can divide, as we saw in the earlier part of the run. And if we let them divide enough, the rare enemy will appear as well. So technically we don't need to fight 255 enemies to make it appear, but it's better for the XP to fight 255 enemies.
I mean, also at least killing 255 enemies is consistent. The widespread is heavily RNG dependent. Can be manipulated to some extent, but as far as I'm actually aware, not fully. Or would just take too much time to manipulate fully. One of the 2, I think.
Yeah, anyway, in the speedrun it takes too long, and you don't get enough XP to compensate the fact you don't fight all the 255 enemies. So it's just better to get the XP from farming the enemies. So while we are navigating in the Great Crystal, we will go fight all these enemies while going to the Omega Mark 12 to fight the boss, then finish, if not done before, the farming for the 255 enemy guy, then fight Ultima then go out of there. That's right, Zero.
Yeah, I guess.
And roughly, that's the enemy that can divide and make appear the
Yeah, there's
weird
some
enemy.
weird thing with the AI that if one of those enemies splits into another copy, those copies for whatever reason don't count as more than one enemy, or kind of confuse the game and thinking they're more than one enemy. I don't know the exact jank of it, but it's once again, it's very specific, very annoying to do consistently. And after all, we still need a ton of experience for the more levels for the average party level 50.
Sorry, I had to get up for a bit.
All good.
Hello.
Breaks is important. Speaking of taking breaks, Zero, you've just been walking around during Hellroom already. Are you staying hydrated well?
Yeah.
Do you have a snack at some point?
Have eaten.
That's
Hopefully a lot
very
of
good.
snacks. Remember, I used to like have a decent breakfast, a pretty good breakfast. Make a like have at least one sandwich, if not two sandwiches, ready for eating throughout the run, and then protein bars, tea, etc., etc.
I mean, during my longer runs, I usually always have some kind of food prepared that I just have to throw in the microwave. Either I prepare something just like the evening before that I have some leftovers from, or just some general microwave food ready. And then personally, sandwich is a good call, but I prefer something more hearty, so I usually have like a pack of meatballs.
Is that more hearty? Sandwiches can be quite hearty.
Hello, Madlum.
I mean, I'd say so, but like, can't be much more hearty than meatballs, right? There are, after all,
It's just
sandwiches can
great
also be made
protein.
sweet. Sandwiches can also be made sweet. A sandwich doesn't have to be hearty.
I mean, yeah, but I'm talking like ham and cheese and veggies and like
Yeah, obviously.
full of meat and stuff. I got some good sandwiches, some big sandwiches. Are you just killing these because they respawn quite a bit for kills?
Yeah.
Kind of interested to see if
Circus to
ghosts instead of zombies. Like the zombies near Omega are just generally more kills per minute.
Yeah, they are, but by doing this, I avoid, like, I just don't get enough kills typically if I just go through.
Yeah, that's
So
fair. They do
this,
kind of.
this makes me not have to backtrack. Luckily.
I just hate these dang ghosts that teleport all the time. Just as a general rule.
By the way, that guy divided itself.
Yeah.
So, Are there rare enemies to fight in this dungeon, right?
We killed one already, Crystal Knight. And then there's a evil spirit that comes right before Omega. And then Larvae, which we talked about.
Yep. The infamous 155 enemy guy.
Excuse me. Did I just see what I think I saw?
Just
that
divided
one-
twice, yeah.
That is extremely rare to happen.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's
that
rare.
rare.
I thought they literally couldn't divide more. I mean, I know I knew the copies can't divide more. That one is for sure, but that the ghost that already divided can divide again. That is something that I at least haven't seen before. Though then again, as I said, I usually try to focus more around the zombies around the Omega Arena since they're easy to respawn. And are a higher enemy density.
I don't want to deal with evil spirits though.
Yeah,
That's
is a
fair. The
point.
evil spirits are the main reason to not want to farm there, honestly.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, at least for me, I usually come prepared with Excalibur and Worm Hero Blade, so nothing undead really scares me. Not quite the case here, obviously.
Not quite.
Realm Hero Blade? But in this year, you mean?
Yeah. We go out of our way to guarantee a 3% steal, or usually we have Thieves Cost a 6% steal from the trial mode, since the Worm Hero Blade is just that beneficial, since we are fighting so many undead enemies in the late game that the generally the low attack speed of the weapon is absolutely not an issue. The on-equip bravery and faith can be beneficial on both our DPS as well as our healer, just for the faith. And the Worm Hero Blade alone is enough to absolutely destroy Zodiark, who usually can always be a very, very sketchy fight, but with that weapon equipped, he becomes free.
Yeah, the problem with the Zodiac Spear, the
Worm Hero Blade.
Realm Hero Blade in OG12 is that you need to kill Omega, Mark 12 and Yazmat,
As well as
plus
fishing
to
side
do
quests
the
to get
finish
all the items for
the
it.
fishing side quest, yes.
And then also it costs like, what was it, 600,000? No way, 600,000 was the Torn Soul. Was 60,000
So,
was the Worm Hero, right? The Worm Hero was
Yeah, I
actually
think it's
that
65,000 something.
So this is a great weapon, but there is no way to use it in OG12 since most of the enemies left. There is no yellow enemies left that where you can use the Worm Hero Blade besides.
Yeah, in
Zodiac,
theory you can route it so that
technically.
you still have Zodiark over left to kill, but it would be massive time loss, especially for the speedruns, since we don't have to do the fishing quest at all.
Yeah, and the final bosses.
And for the final bosses, especially the Worm Hero isn't as amazing anymore.
Especially because the only element the Undying is resistant to is Holy.
Mm. Little ash worm. The other thing about this area that's also great, kinda, is there are a lot of enemies that are kind of out of the way in other areas, like this ashworm here, for example. You can find it in Mosphora, in the same area where we killed Exodus. In theory, we can return there later after killing Exodus to spawn ashworms there and kill them for the bestiary. Don't have to go out of our way for that though, since they're fortunately spawning here. The same goes true for the Gyroveganos, even though the Gyroveganos isn't quite as good as an example, since we need to kill one anyway to spawn Behemoth King. The Skullworms here can also similarly be a little bit annoying to find in the certain caverns. Or rather being a little out of the way to find in certain caverns. But we'll find plenty of them here.
Does that
Reapers
mean
already
there are
spawning.
invisible enemies in here?
Yes, yes they are. These Reaper-type enemies can spawn around the teleporters in Great Crystal, all around Great Crystal, even the story portion. But most of the time they will spawn with the status effect Vanish, invisible, making them a little bit more annoying to attack. Finding one or two of them for the bestiary that are just by default not with the status is always nice when it happens. That we're entering the bit more annoying / confusing bit of the Great Crystal. I'd say up to here it's pretty much a straight line with one or two crossroads leading into a dead end that it's fairly easy to recognize. This part of the Great Crystal is like a giant beehive stuck together, only blocked off here and there by the gates, and it's a giant maze of finding out which gates are actually belonging to which gate controls, where they are, where they lead.
At least you don't need to go on every platform, since there is no map here.
Mm.
So the map completionist doesn't matter for the Great Crystal.
Hang in there, Zero.
It doesn't help
take a nap
that,
for you guys, Matt. I know you can't actually, but
Yeah, okay,
it doesn't really help. It doesn't really help that in the Great Crystal here the music is just this kind of calm lullaby thing. We're in here 19 hours nearly, and then we have to listen to this kind of music for as long as it takes to get through here.
and then concentrate for a couple harder fights when you're this tired. Yeah, it's good times.
Yeah, that's where I get the weight, but like now this is just like a little bit of a dull moment.
Yeah.
I vote to.
It's okay. It's your favorite.
Just after.
It is my favorite. It's really pretty, but it is also a little, very like streamliney.
Just not this part of it.
I mean, I still prefer a design-wise Rave Wall of Great Crystal. Gameplay-wise, the Pharaohs, but definitely. There are a lot of good dungeons in this game, though, to be fair. And most of them have some validation for people to be their favorites.
I think my favorite is Leviathan, because I love Geese.
You're a big fan of...
No, I'm a big fan of the 5 judges, so and Judge Geese is the only one that is fought at the end of the dungeon that I like, that don't like, that I don't have a reason to dislike. Well, there is alarm, maybe, but who cares about that? Pyromaniac. Pyroborea.
At right now that 270, 280. Or... Math is hard at this time of day. 369, 9 and 180 is 270. Remove 2 there. Yeah, we're at 280. We still need 20 more levels total. Between any characters. It's gonna be too hard between here and Subterra.
I think that we didn't talk about the gate timer. When you activate a gate, you have a bit more than 100 seconds to navigate the dungeon up until one of the gates that you activate that you don't know which one, you don't know the dungeon by heart. Let you go through, and if you let the timer go down to 0, but you won't be able to go through the portal you open up. I need to find subject to talk about.
The maze of gates continues.
Yeah.
the 8 looks a little bit like a 0, so for a second there I thought you were getting close to the cutoff.
Yep.
Do you find progressing here pretty intuitive now that you've done it so many times?
Oh yeah. I sometimes don't have to think about what I'm doing at all.
Just autopilot.
Yeah. I believe it.
The count for Larva Eater is as soon as you eat the... as soon as you enter the Great Crystal?
Yes.
Or is it... Okay.
It only appears in the upper parts of the Great Crystal.
Yeah, it's always the same zone, right?
Yeah, but if it's when you enter the Great Crystal, it counts also the one in the entrance, right?
I don't know.
I mean the story part of the Great Crystal.
Yeah, the lower part.
Yeah, that does count as well. Like the
Nice.
2 mom bombs I killed there. They count.
I'm still remembering the time you lost a run to the mom bombs.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
Although-
I probably should have saved before Great Crystal, huh?
You'll be fine.
Yeah, you can save before Omega. If I can remember correctly.
Can you save for Omega or before Ultima?
You don't you have to go to the near the passage where you fight Ultima for Omega?
Yeah, well, I guess it's both. It's kind of funny how these like super late game enemies are still only giving 1 LP.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still well balanced overall, but you know, you could literally spend like an hour in the Great Crystal and only afford like 1 really expensive weapon license.
I'll save here.
Might as well.
Probably not a bad idea, yeah.
We want to
Casual
go
3
back
hour
3 hours.
Yeah.
Guess we die to Omega or something.
You could definitely game over to Omega because like his range is so far, right?
Oh,
you
yeah,
couldn't get out of it
absolutely.
before losing everyone. Yeah.
Ultima can be a little worrisome too.
Oh yeah, with the he has HP drain.
He had... Well, we shouldn't see any drains in the fight, but she varies between different effects.
Oh, okay, right, yeah, it's like different things.
I think the HP drain is the first one.
Veg.
Are you waiting with Ultima until after Omega?
Yep.
I mean, kind of makes sense since the shortcut to leave the Great Crystal is right next to here anyway.
Yeah, and then we have higher levels for Ultima. Whereas beating Ultima doesn't give us anything.
Also, the Excalibur isn't in Ultima's boss room actually in this version.
Yeah.
It was like the main selling point of beating Ultima early. It's like, yeah, you can get the Excalibur and then use that to kill the rest of the zombies and ghosts on the way to Omega. We're dealing enough damage even without the Excalibur.
Yeah, the damage cap here really hinders the ability to take advantage of something like that.
Morning Noct, welcome to the Great Crystal, where we already once again ran out of stuff to talk about because it's just a long area of nothing really interesting happening. Though I guess we could talk about the people that know, which probably would be Freda in this case. How the Omega threat actually looks like in this version of the game.
It mostly looks like reverse decoy, and then making sure that stays up while healing in between. It's kind of a dance of keeping reverse up.
Yeah, reverse plus decoy timings, and then
at this point, I'd say once again, maybe not for right now. Obviously, not in the middle of the run, but you should look at what Tachibana did in No Way. Like as I explained earlier, there is like a dead zone where if you use Vanish to position your characters underneath him, you literally can't see them. And if you then put the third character just in his line of sight, then you don't need to deal with decoy at the rest of the fight, since he literally won't be able to target the other two characters.
Do we know if that works in PS2 or?
I'm not quite sure if that would work in PS2 or how hard it would be in PS2. But it is a fun strategy to use in the TCA version of the OA run that Tachibana came up with.
Could look into it.
Because yeah, just not having to use decoy at all is just such a lifesaver, since you can then just focus on two characters casting the reverse to make sure that one is always up.
Gotta wonder how he discovers something like that. Like, what happens if I stand underneath them?
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, Vanish is in generally a very, very weird status effect. Like, every single time I've tried to use Vanish casually ever, all the enemies just immediately saw me anyways for I don't know what reason.
Yeah, Omega doesn't though. So that's like basically the only place where I've seen any use of Vanish ever.
which is like incredibly funny. You're telling me, oh yeah, all these regular enemies all around the maps, all the normal zombies, the normal wolves, they can see us invisible people and attack us.
I think they smell or hear you, and Omega's only lens is
That would make sense.
light.
That would actually be an explanation. I mean, the thing that I've seen that I've been wondering about is with the randomizer once again, there is an ability that can roll on equipment that is something of like what was it again? Enemies with low magic can't detect you, which is something that I've been wondering about a lot, honestly. Since that would sound like a boss ability, but there is not really a reason for a boss to have that ability. So I have been kind of considering what if that is actually the actual effect of Vanish that somehow just rolled over from that. That it has something to do with it. That it's only enemies with low magical abilities are able to not notice you from that. And yeah, we are having 2 Zodiac Spears. We got the one from that's guaranteed from the from Necrohol, and then there's another one that has a 0.1% chance to have in total to have a Zodiac Spear in the Henna Mines. RNG manipulation be thanked.
It's 100% for us. Well,
Yes.
unless mess ups happen, but mostly 100%.
In all technicality, the entire math behind it is the chest has a 10% chance only to spawn. If it spawns, it has a 10% chance to have an item in it. And if you actually hit that 10% chance of an item and not the 90% chance of it being money in that chest, with the diamond armlet equipped, you have a 10% chance to have a Zodiac Spear in that chest. And that chest does respawn, so in theory, you could get 6 Zodiac Spears.
For 99.
I mean, more than 6 kind of is not useful anymore. Even though 6 already is kind of worthless. Technically, more than 3 is already worthless, since you can just, have 3 on 3 characters, and then whenever you need them on the other characters, just unequip them from those characters and give them to the others.
But it's not a 100% run if you don't get 99 of every single item, including Zodiac Spears.
I mean, who is crazy enough to do that?
Look, I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I'm the guy who thinks that Harvey shouldn't call it no license board because you have to get the Elias. So, it's 1 license board.
Technically 2, because we also get the...
accessories, right?
Yeah.
Accessories 1 from the tutorial. You can't beat Vayne without the Iraqi armlet.
Yeah.
I was about to say, technically you could call that on TZA since the tutorial doesn't exist, but 1 Belias is still a thing, and 2 characters have default unlocks, which, I mean, technically would still count as you having them. Wouldn't also work in TZA since you have, since technically speaking, just attack an item they made into a license, the abilities to use attack and items. However, that one is also always activated by default. Technically speaking, for true no license in TZA, you also would be having to do it without ever using attack or items.
I guess it's worth mentioning for the farm that Zero's doing right now, there's nothing special really about this. We're just trying to get a lot of experience because we do still need to get levels for the reach an average level of 50. And more experience.
This area is just nice because there are a lot of hard enemies in here that give good experience, and also there is a rare game in here that requires a total of 255 kills in order to spawn.
So we have to do it anyway. And the chain level is just like a convenient thing to have. Gives us more heals, which means we spend less time curing, more time punching. But it's the farming here is not important.
I mean, I'm pretty unsure people have done 1, 2, 3, 3 always before. Just that they technically aren't legal since you can't hit the party level average. But I want to say I've heard of people that have beaten years for 1, 2, 3, 3 and Zodiac as well.
I have beaten one Yesmat, Omega, and Zodiac 1, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Wasn't there a thing about if you get Pinello to level 99 when she first joins the party and then she leaves, you can get the average
No,
level?
you don't. You don't get those.
You don't get it. Okay.
And, no, sadly
I-
not.
I just
The trophy can't trigger before all characters are in the party. I've tested that. I was able to doubly confirm that during the randomizer, because with the randomizer we do often enough get our characters to level 60, 70, 80 before even unlocking the other characters.
Yeah.
And so yeah, even though we have like if we have 3 characters on level 99. Or technically it would have to be 4 characters, because 3 isn't the 300 levels that you technically need for the Everett. It still doesn't pop until all 6 are in the party. Which is a little bit sad, because it would still be useful in Randomizer, since every Sky Pirate Den trophy you unlock in Randomizer gives you access to a hint. Is that Evil Spirit? That is Evil Spirit. Are you not killing the Evil Spirit, or have you already killed an Evil Spirit and I missed it?
I want to kill it the screen before Mega.
But that will reset the chain level, then you won't be will have a lower likelihood of getting that Mithril Blade, Mithril Sword. Which is very important to the run. Sleepyheads, get up! It's already past noon! I mean, we've talked about the mentality of long-term speedrunners a while ago. There is a lot of, it has not just to do with the physical exhaustion, but also with the mental state, and just having a game that you enjoy playing a lot, that time just flies like that helps a lot. Having nice company, either in terms of people in chat, or in this case also people in voice, to keep you entertained and happy, helps a lot with the exhaustion. To a point. I mean, we had it literally happen earlier on when we hit about the 5-hour mark. I was just like, alright, hey, how long have we been here? 5 hours? What the heck? It felt like we've been only here for an hour. How is it already up in 5? That's a good thing to happen when speedrunning these longer games. It's usually a bad thing to happen, because, you know, most of the time you have these moments you then realize, oh crap, it's way too late now. I won't get enough sleep before work or whatever I have to do tomorrow. But in this case, it's a very beneficial thing to happen. Having the speedrun timer tick down faster like that. Party on level 67, 68. Getting closer to that elusive level 70 mark. Once again, it's 40 party average of level 50. We need, it's technically just means we need 300 levels between all 6 characters. Which we usually deal by usually doing a split of level 70 with the main party, level 30 with the off party. I mean, there are things that can happen. Obviously, as I said, the physical exhaustion will kick in at some point, and no matter how good your mental state is, there is that point where you just can't go back, and you're more open to dumb mistakes. We've all been there, we've all done it, we've all had these kind of moments. anyone who's ever done a logger speedrun and tells you I've never killed it late into the run because of a extremely stupid mistake, they are either lying or only have done 1 or 2 long speedruns in their life.
Yeah, I've lost OOA runs after beating Yasmat. I've lost Nemesis runs in the final dungeon.
Your last Nemesis percent run died just after scene.
Still be inside
isn't
then.
needed, right? First strike isn't needed, right?
Well, first strike isn't needed, but initiative kinda is.
Alright, that way around.
Prevent the ambush.
Either or, technically. If you have either or, then you should be fine.
Yeah. When you're capturing, you don't have a first strike weapon. Well, I mean, you can have it, but in the inside scene, you want to have the stone strike, I think. No, not stone strike. 1 MP cost it.
Jakieś the... I don't know if it's a question I can ask here. But you plan to do another 15 run Nemesis percent?
I will eventually.
Yeah. Did you reach the requirement yet or not?
Not yet.
The question is, Nemesis is a no-brainer, honestly. The question is, do you ever plan on doing a blood percent? That is kind of more the question. Now, Nemesis is definitely a challenge, no doubt about it, and a difficult run to complete. But like, it is absolutely nothing compared to the FF10 plat percent run.
How long does
Nemesis,
it take?
Nemesis,
5%?
Penance,
segment?
all celestial weapons.
I mean, let's be real. The hardest part of plat percent is the sphere grid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you call that difficult.
Yeah, difficult as in, remaining conscious and alert that long.
Yeah, having to fill literally everything on the board.
For all 6 characters. No, not 6. 8?
7.
7.
7.
By the way, your discussion of dying in long runs reminded me, one of Sereth's top clips is, he was on world record pace on a Nemesis run 10 years ago, and he was going to kill Broska's Final Leon, and he got hit by one of the crystal things just before Broska's Final Leon and got an ambush from a Marlboro and wiped.
Yep.
The latest possible death.
Yeah, I think that was the one that Noct was referring to in chat as well just before.
Yeah, well, you still can die on object if you're not cautious.
Yeah, it's not like anyone's ever done that. Looks at my run on Monday. Because that wasn't any percent run, because I was just stupid enough to start the fight with defending with Yuna instead of switching around for Riku.
Yeah, well,
changing the turn order just enough that Broska got an extra attack and to kill Bahamut.
My platinum percent run in the really long aton last December was on world record pace before I killed it with a huge mistake near the end of the run.
Alright, we finally reached Omega Mark 12, which you technically could by lore also refer to as the Mimic King. He's really annoying, as you can see, and that's not looking at a good start already. The main strategy, as I mentioned before, is the set effect called Reverse, which usually lasts for 2 to 3 of Omega's attacks. I have to make sure that it refreshes easily, because we will not be, most of the time, we will not be able to live more than 1 attack from him without that status effect. So we really need that to be on quickly again immediately after, using lore in betweens to deal damage. The good thing about Omega is at least he is kind of helpful as well. He has a low chance with his normal attacks to also inflict Berserk on hit, which is why lore is so important, because if he randomly starts attacking our healers and they get Berserked, that means, well, they will not be able to heal and buff anymore, which would be very, very bad for us. But with Boss being the main damage dealer and tank at the same time for this fight, Omega randomly causing Berserk on him so we don't have to is an absolute win in our book. Yeah, was a rough start, but now we're getting into the good rhythm that we want.
Once you get the cycle of the reverse and decoy going, it's pretty nice to keep going as long as you can maintain.
Omega is was nerfed in the FF12 USA version. In the Japanese version, he has a 10 million HP instead of 1.
Yeah, imagine doing this exact thing that we are doing right here, except doing it for 10 times as much health. That's a fun one, because just one wrong button input at one wrong timing and everything is ruined and you have to start over from scratch.
True, but
the only
you don't have a damage limit there.
The only good thing that that is with this boss is you're not technically locked to his arena. You can always run out and heal again if it looks very dire. The only thing is also with that is that obviously he will heal up again during that. But like, considering the last save point has been a little while ago and we've gotten a lot of kills, and also if we have to need to reload the save file, that also would reset the monster counter of the monsters we killed for the Larva Eater spawn, so we'd have to start back from 0 out of 255. So you'd really, really not want to do that, but the good thing in this case is you can basically sacrifice time by running out of here, which you will get healed, yes, but at least you will not go game over in a very, very dire position. Sadly didn't go off anymore. Okay, he's now in a state where he doesn't see the party members right now, which is very, very good. Gives us a little breather to actually salvage this, heal up and buff up again. Which also, we can't let that happen too long, because otherwise he will start healing, because he thinks we're gone. Which is a slow healing that's slowly ticking up, so it's not the end of the world. He gets a couple of those ticks in while we salvage the situation, but it's still something that we'd like to try and avoid.
Yeah, also the fact that Omega hits twice harder when he's in the red HP.
Which really doesn't change the fact, but it's still the exact same thing. We can't live more than one attack. If he ever hits us 2 times in a row without reverse on, we're just dead. That is just a fact, no matter if before or after the buff, the attack buff.
Nice.
Shout outs to Harvey. And let's pick up the short. Nope.
Mithril sword. Sad.
Why shout out Tarvi?
Harvey always wants me to pick it up, and I don't really
Oh.
want to.
Yeah,
You
for
gotta admit,
reference-
it feels bad
for-
to dodge.
Yeah, it's a hype moment, to be fair. Yeah, it's the thing. The Omega is a little bit unique with that. He has a unique drop, and actually leaves this as a drop. So if you leave the area after killing him, you can permanently lose this item, which is one of the requirements to make the Throw Sword Bazaar, which is the Worm Hero Blade. But also, on top of that, Omega, funnily enough, they gave him a very, very low chance to drop a Mithril Sword, which is the literal starting weapon that we started the game with, the weakest weapon in the entire game, and they gave it to one of the strongest enemies as a joke drop, basically, you could
I
say.
mean, if you made it that far, you don't really need much more.
Mm.
I will say though, have you had that happen? The Mithril sword drop, Tiro?
I had it in my
Yes,
practice
literally
run.
just
Oh,
last
practice
week
run.
in a practice run.
Oh, that's what you mentioned earlier. Okay, yeah.
Mm. Like, thanks to the higher chain level and thanks to how all that works, it is a little bit higher, but I think it's all like, what, 4 or 5% chance only?
5%.
But once again, the weapon is absolutely worthless, both in value to the run as well as value of money. But, like, it's still kind of funny if it happens. Just like when you get some super rare drops in Final Fantasy XIII, where you sometimes have item drops that have, like, less than a % chance on certain bosses. It's just, like, always kind of hype when it happens. No matter if you actually can make use of the items or not.
I think you got on kills. That looked like a pretty big combo combined with everything else.
I'm not keeping track, but we were like, what, 70 ghosts, now 150 zombies.
Plus the mom bombs, plus other kills along the way.
If you're basically there, I just need to get the evil spirit. Which
Just gotta get an
I
evil
had to
spirit,
run away from to Omega. Guess that fight was going sideways. Maybe we're not getting it.
What was it again? 3% instead of any zombie?
5%.
Those lines. I'm bad with numbers. It's low percent. Why do I even try to keep saying the exact numbers? It's so rare that I actually get the exact number right. I'm not a numbers guy.
So they can spawn. Evil Spirit can spawn at the top too, right?
Yeah. That's where I'm gonna get.
Fair enough. So you gotta do that and then get Ultima. Well, assuming Larva Eater spawns.
much behind are you from your PB?
Like 45 minutes.
I
But
get
a
lost.
little bit
Which
more.
we are roughly on estimate still. That is actually, with all the things that happened, quite surprising.
Yeah, I'm on a pace to be like 10 minutes behind estimate. Maybe 15 after the poor trip to Omega, but
Still not bad, yeah. Hello, Larva Eater.
So this is Lava Eater, the monster that we need to farm 255 enemies in the Great Crystal. I love the fact that there is no enemy with this design in the Great Crystal.
Not even a drop. Rip.
Kind of sad. So yeah, so similar to how Omega had a really low chance to drop a Mithril Sword, which was really worthless. The Larva Eater has a very low chance to drop a, what's it called again? Mina? Danjuro? What's the name of this version again? Danjuro. Which is the strongest dagger in the game, so it's actually kind of a useful thing to have. It's not as strong as any of our weapons, it's just the strongest weapon in the dagger category. But yeah, it is just similarly as hype.
That would be used for Yazmat or not, that one?
No, it wouldn't really be worth it. It would just once again be one of those, oh hey, cool, and moving on drops. I mean, I guess in this case, at least the dungeon at least would be worth a couple gil, but I'm pretty darn sure at this point we really do not care about gil anymore.
Okay, so we are at the top of the Great Crystal, if I'm not mistaken. So now we fight Ultima. The one before last, Esper.
You still do basically the same strat on this, Zero?
Depends on what you like. Basically the same strat is.
So first of all,
Mostly
Ultima
just
is a very
raising.
annoying enemy with a lot of mechanics to it. The most notable ones, Ultima, is the Holy Esper. So you'd immediately think, oh yeah, Holy. So we're just getting Holy immunity on everyone, or Holy absorption on anyone, right? Wrong. If every party member you have is actually immune to Holy, Ultima will counter that by casting Reverse on you, and then spamming healing spells to kill you. So we cannot have more than 2 people immune to Holy. Every time she casts Holy Jaws, you will create a different field that has a different benefit, bad effect for us. The first one would be HP drain, the second one would be MP drain, then we have no attacks, no magics, no items, no techniques. Every single one through, which can be really annoying. Fortunately though, yeah, Ultima is weak to Dark, and we can animation limit with Dark casts to prevent her from ever going into anything, which is really good, because otherwise the fight can get very annoying.
Yeah, Dark is in full effect capacity fill, which means you pretty much can't do anything that's not just attacking during it. And so you have 2 characters both casting it, so they both get to do their full animation every time Ultima wants to do something.
The answer is no, that's a better strat.
Lore-wise, Ultima is the final boss of one of the tactics game, who happens in the same world as Final Fantasy XII, aka Ivalice.
Hashtag Ivalice Alliance. I'm wondering when if slash when we will get more new Evilist Alliance game. Right? Like we literally just had one with the Tactics remaster, but I'm thinking like, will we actually get back to Evilist some more times? Is the Evilist Alliance cooking something again, or is the region sadly finally reached its limits and has all its uses fulfilled?
I don't know. I know there is Winged Wings on DS, but besides that, I don't know anything.
I mean, we had the
It's a great old game now.
Yeah, we had FF12. We had 12-2, which is not called 12-2, which is Revenant Wings, the sequel to this game. We had the Tactics games, and also which one was again? Was it Bravely Default? Also Valkyrie Chronicles. There was some other Square Enix game also that was not named Final Fantasy that was also based in this world.
Rooster, say goodbye. And I'm the one who stayed awake the entire time.
Actually, this bugs me once again. So right now, give me a second.
Yeah.
Alliance.
I'm joking. What I was talking about again? You still have to fight one of the rare enemies, right?
This one right here.
Okay. And after that, you will be able to quit the Great Crystal.
Yeah, it looks like we're about 7 or 8 levels away from the levels we need, so
Vagrant Story.
probably get there.
Vagrant Story was the one I was thinking about. Also, apparently they made a turn-based strategy game for iOS called Crystal Defenders. That's also an Evilist that I actually haven't heard about yet before.
I only know about FF12 and the 2 tactics plus Revenant Wings. I don't know anything about us that.
Down to 5, actually. 5 levels is all we need. We'll probably get there in... might get there nowadays.
I mean, nowadays probably not as much, but definitely Subterra.
No, nowadays is where the remaining of our levels
yeah.
comes from. Subterra would give us many levels at all.
Yeah, it's basically Shadow Seer and few rare monster that you missed.
Yeah, but we're really good on levels, honestly.
I
feel like most of the time I've seen the OA endgame for Zero, the levels have been a lot more tight towards the end. That he still wasn't even close in Great Crystal. Did you do some extra farming earlier for marathon safety, or
no?
Just
this is normal.
Somehow
like,
worked out. Okay, this is normal. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Then I haven't said anything.
You only really get super low if you get like really weirdly good luck in a couple places. And even then, it's really not that much. There's not that much variance in XP.
It's mostly whether you remember. Like, if you forget to... You can get behind if you forget to equip the Emperor Tippet somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to walk back to the entrance of the Gilve again?
It's faster to
No,
go
we
to...
just go down to Shemazai.
Yeah, so right next to Ultima was a teleporter that basically took us back to the start of the Great Crystal, which is, and now we're just going the exact same path that we went earlier when we were here for the story of the game. Which is faster than, which is faster than trying to go all the way to the front exit.
It's gonna be a little bit more sketchy of a cataclysm than normal. Because of the sleep.
Yeah,
Got a surprise for you.
Should be fine. This is looking pretty good. Two more.
Got a surprise for you.
Got a surprise for you.
Got a surprise for you.
Was it only 7? I thought it was 8.
It's 7, I think it's 6 in Zodiac Age.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, keep the cataclysm down. What do you actually need at this point? And do you just need like Inferno and
Inferno, yeah.
Okay.
Fun one, leaving the easiest one for last, which is obviously technically the best case scenario, because the easiest for last, you at least know you can guarantee that you will get it within a single chain and don't have to potentially spend another hour trying to get it.
yeah, but it's also technically the only one you can get very early in the 40 minutes dungeon.
Now we have one more big dungeon left, and then some boss cleanup.
Yep.
And then
And
Yasmin.
a boutique dungeon that we went for a bit earlier, just to pick up the Zodiac Spear and Skith.
God damn Hellblaster. We love getting inflicted by everything.
Now we want to finish the dungeon to do Chaos. That is the final Esper in the game.
I must endure.
That has a lot of conditions to activate.
Inferno.
Which one is the most complicated to get besides Zodiac? Is it Chaos?
It definitely is Chaos. There's it's a very, very long side quest that is needed in order to unlock Chaos. That is partially hard to tell where, how, when to go, what the game expects you to do, where to get there, how to get there.
Yeah, there's also the guy in the first dungeon. Forgot the name. The Esper in the sewer.
I could call him.
Yeah, there's also kind of difficult to access to.
I wouldn't say that too much, at least. And you just need to correctly connect the dots between the hint,
yeah,
and
but
the letter, and the game.
There are a lot of steps to get access to the boss as well. It's an entire side quest on its own as well.
And that's how you do Shemesai skip.
Wait, didn't we used to
So
do that
we-
with the out of bounds where you just walk around the arena? That one used to be easier, right?
So we go
this
back
is
here
easier.
to talk again to the gods after we destroyed the Sun Quest. But they are not happy with what we did, so they don't want to talk to us, so we go back to the entrance. What do you mean there are no cutscene? We go back to Nabrios to clean up the Tuera, Nabrios, and Nabudis. What do you have to do here exactly in Nabrios?
Kill hunt.
We have to finish the
and
side
rare
quest.
games and I have to finish the side quest, get the medallions.
But by the way, I just read your notes. You have a monster named Limonde.
Yes, the lemonade.
In French, Limonde means the ugly.
Overall protect. That's oh, a black mask. That is
lucky
a
draw.
banshee.
Oh. Also, Ash is quite nice now.
It's always nice.
That's fair. But like double nice. Oh. At least coming to Nebrius this late, Roblon is not as annoying as he usually is. There's a few more enemies we have to kill here, including the aforementioned Liamond Entite. Is this the last one? The last Entite?
If you don't count the rare entities, then
no,
yes.
Oh no. Other than Vagrant Soul and Luxolid, I guess. They're not really Entites, though. They're figures. I just don't. Ooh. There's one rare mob we. Actually, no, we're gonna go turn in the stuff first, right?
Velulu. We're going to
We're,
Lulu over Velulu.
Velulu. We'll get to Velulu eventually. Velulu.
Yeah, we're about to go to Lulu over Velulu. At least
Damn it,
I
you beat me.
I used to go for the longest time until I finally understood its spawn condition correctly.
Yeah. It's a kind of a weird one. Not too bad though.
Yeah, once you figure it out, it's very, very simple to do.
Oh yeah, I remember the Mr. Tsansik had forgot to save after Orphan in 13, so he couldn't continue his platinum percents after farming Vladislaus for 2 hours and a half. The message from Nox. Back in the day when Platinum Percent on 14 was a nightmare to go through with all the farming you had to do on Vladislaus. By the way, DTG, you can come back on the chat if you want.
Press for dope.
Oh yeah, you have to actually visit the zone still. This zone actually kind of sucks. There's way too many back nammies here. But yeah, now that we talked to the
Why
three
did I
new
not keep
Moa,
that?
finally,
I should have kept the critical HP. Well,
yeah. Oh well. That's what Infuse is for, right? Or something like that. But yeah, we're doing the last bits of the prelude to the medallion quest. Well, I wouldn't say the prelude, but getting the medallions so we can get inside and do the Nabudis bosses. Humbaba Missant, Fury, and Chaos himself.
Unfortunately
Chaos.
for us, however, we can't finish this side quest right now because the quest trigger is being blocked by a giant golem.
Yeah,
We're gonna
well,
have-
you know.
So we're gonna have to take care of that one first and leave the area and come back again.
This is a hunt you can pick up we picked up quite a long time ago at this point, but
Why do it early when we couldn't do it faster?
yeah. There's not a ton of XP to get here, so there's not much use in doing it earlier.
To get here, I mean, yes, compared to other areas, but I personally still have to say, like, this is one of my favorite farming spots in the game.
I don't like these dead bones, mostly because I keep trying to fight them when when I want to actually kill Roblon. It's a pain in the butt. But yeah, once you kill them all, as long as you mostly stand still, they shouldn't respawn too much. And big thing falls over. We got one more of those big things to fall over.
Yeah, the Babil. Right?
We have Goliath still.
We have two more of the big things to throw down.
We do? What's the second one?
Babil,
The Babil.
the rare game,
well, it's normal.
the rare
enemy,
game
but-
golem. I mean, I'd
Oh,
say it's a bit bigger than the other ones.
He doesn't count.
It's definitely a bit bigger than
Technically
the other
counts
ones.
in my mind because the Babil is.
What other ones? Bubbles
the
are the
ultimate-
normal enemies there.
is one of
and There is no.
The Babil. The Babil in Final Fantasy IV is the ultimate boss of the game in the 3D version. The Proto Babil.
we go.
Easy every time.
You need a character in critical HP in this next screen, but hey, we have that.
Yeah, we only need to enter the zone with it or get a character in the zone for a moment that
Where
can heal up
does it-
immediately.
Why
Yeah.
does this skeleton flees us?
I know.
Velu.
Videlu.
Velelu makes me always go Delulu.
Deluvu. Anyway, that's Nebrius taken care of. I think maybe there's like I forget if you've killed any of these horses in the next area, but
No, I haven't been to the next areas yet. So.
yeah. Okay, well, almost done, but on the way to Nabadis for the rest.
Yeah, you're saying 2 hours later. Not scary at all.
I have wiped to the next hunt, so
Yeah. I remember you mentioning Goliath being a wiping you. It is hard to escape if things go poorly, to be fair.
So, if you when they create splits that only have a place where you can die, and Goliath use one of your splits. It makes a very long split then.
So yeah, in Nabadis we have another handful of things to do. Once again, it's mostly involving killing things for the bestiary entries, but the probably the most annoying one is the second zone. You have to drag a dark elemental near Fury's door, near the big door
Yeah,
that you fight the boss in, and it's a pain in the butt.
To quote the Warrel spawn condition from the official guidebook, find the dark elemental, in brackets, those are rare, close brackets, and go take it on a little walk from point A to point B, seen on the map next to this.
Cool.
Which is why it is very sad that we've seen the Dark Elemental earlier already in the other room when we were here before, where we were wearing the Zodiac Spear. Because Dark Elementals are rare, and we already saw one. This is fine.
I mean, I know he has gravity spells, but I think it's still worth using Bubble here, right?
maybe Shelga would do the trick.
Oh yeah, Shelga would make it safer.
It's fine.
like
He's
the
only
physical
scary at
attack
the
doing
start
anything.
when he starts casting such a powerful spell, but once he gets below like half health, he completely gets rid of his magics and starts only physical attacking. And well, you saw he went from dealing like thousands of damage to hundreds of damage.
Yeah.
Maybe he ran out of
Why
MP.
they just, why did they decide to make it that way? I really still wonder why they made it.
Because they could.
I mean, why make him strong at the start and then make him go weaker as he gets weaker? That's not how Final Fantasy bosses usually go. They usually become
Especially in
stronger
this game.
as they get weaker.
especially in this game. Yeah. Just
Depends which boss in the Havoc Skytech in Final Fantasy XIII becomes weaker and weaker the longer the fights go. While the beginning is very worth, and one of the reasons why we summon Odin. Anyway, this is not 13, this is 12.
Did you know that Final Fantasy 12 came before Final Fantasy 13?
Wait, what?
Never would have guessed.
seems like shenanigans to me.
Did you know that the Xbox 360 came before the Xbox One?
Uh,
Have to be lying. I think 360 is
where are the
like they I think the one after 360 is Xbox 361.
Yeah, just like with
That
the
would make
Nintendo-
sense.
Just like the Nintendo 60. Actually, honestly, that is a fun one as well. Nintendo naming in general, right? We had the Nintendo 64. Where you would have thought, okay, Nintendo 65 next. No, we got after that we got the GameCube, then we got the Wii. What did we get after the Wii? Did we get the Wii 2? No, we got the Wii U. Then we had the Nintendo DS, which turned into the 2DS and the 3DS, so they started to learn counting in that moment.
Nope, 3DS then 2DS.
Yeah, absolutely. Nintendo naming the Switch 2 is still the saddest thing ever. It either should have been called the Super Nintendo Switch, the Switch U, or something like that. There were so many better names for that, but Switch 2 is just like, come on, why start counting now? You innovated in every single console, why start counting now?
Wait,
The only
why not just name it the Switchblade? Blades are cool. Everyone loves like a blade style. I'll name it the Switchblade. I see nothing wrong with this.
So you make a dark elemental spawn then?
Are you manipulating the Dark Elemental?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Better than just
I mean, as
zoning
we
a few
already
times.
established, Dark Elemental are rare.
Yeah.
Which is actually like 20%?
Yeah.
Technically not
To be fair,
rare, but
the rarity of the Dark Elemental is not my problem with spawning this rare game. It's the dragging it across and having it actually work to spawn the thing.
yeah,
that
I've
I have a
definitely
problem
had cases where I've been dragging him back and forth for like half the arena without the mob spawning.
It's fairly simple. You just need to have it target your party, and then you need to run either from about here to same place but opposite direction, or the other way around. So like from the place that I showed you to about here. Or
My point is, I've sometimes had times where I literally dragged him from staircase to staircase and it still didn't spawn.
oh, you must have not been targeted by him.
Oh no, you stepped into a trap, how terrible.
What a shame.
Now he's targeting me.
Now we have to make sure that we don't accidentally kill him. Which would be
With a
lame.
bash with
Then we run
Berserk
from
with
there to here and there.
Okay, this one is
So-
really annoying to make appear.
And yeah, Angie Bunny time! Yay! We love Angie Bunnies. Obviously, before that, yeah, have to kill the Dark Elemental for the bestiary.
Yep. This little bunny likes to also parry a lot, so Cameo Build will do some good work here.
Is this Fury?
I think this is Fury.
Yep.
Pretty sure this is
Fury,
Fury.
Fury, yeah.
Yeah, these are interesting bosses because one of them is very big and the other one is very small. I'll give you a guess.
Yeah,
as to
I
which
like the
one's
cutscene
which.
here, the little fake out where, oh yeah, there's this ginormous, scary-looking monster, and then it falls over dead, and then there's like this little bunny behind it.
Be fair, this isn't that scary of a bunny.
I mean, it definitely can be, but
He can hit really hard.
600, yeah, so hard.
I mean, once again, we are right now, like at the very end. Usually would do this a lot earlier in a casual setting.
We're using armor that we bought in Nabudis.
Also, we're multiple levels higher. We're not in the
Levels don't
40s,
matter.
we're in the 70s.
Well, no one would do this in the 40s casually either.
I mean, I've
I'm
done
just
it
saying,
before in
compared to
40s.
other things you fight around this level, it's not that scary.
The trial can be a bit scary because he is not alone.
Which boss?
The Fury is not alone in the trials.
Oh, in Trials, yeah. Is minorly more annoying there.
Do not disrespect Bonnie. Bonnie can and will murder you if you let it.
Well, don't let it then. That sounds like a you problem. Another enemy that we're working towards in here is Helvenek, which is a kind of unique spawn condition where every time you kill a number of enemies, one of those Oversoul ghosts will spawn. But it's a decreasing amount of enemies each time. Starts at like 15 or something, I think, and then eventually goes down to 1 after 6 kills. Or after then if you kill the 6th Oversoul, the Helvenek will spawn. And then I think it all repeats itself and you can kill more than 1, but you just need the 1.
Yeah.
Doesn't repeat itself.
If I'm not mistaken, the
Neither-
Elvinek and the Oversouls are one of the few enemies that can follow you on different screens.
Does Helvenek not respawn?
Nope. Only if you
Yeah.
leave the Necro Hall entirely and come back and then kill all the Oversouls again.
Well, yeah, but
Oh well, I guess
yeah.
in theory you could do the zone transition thingamajig that we usually do with Dustia to respawn him, I think, but
Yep,
there's
you
not,
can.
but there's not really the biggest point. I mean, then again, he does
mean,
drop Maximilians if I
No,
remember
it's
correctly.
a Grand Armor.
Grand Armors.
It's the only source of Grand Armor, even.
yeah, fun.
It's
Not bad,
the
actually, then.
gargoyles here that the Elvorays that drop Maximilians.
The Oversouls have Staff of the Magi, that one I remember. But don't ask me which elements that one boosts again, and I know it's 3 elements at once, but I don't never remember which ones.
Yeah, me either. I know we have the really big guy. Who is honestly also not that
With
scary.
a giant sword and who does nothing, even with a giant sword that is bigger than Ash body. I mean, how can he kill Ash with a sword as big as that? Makes no sense.
He's still scarier than Bunny. Fight me.
roll for initiative. I launched a fireball at Freda. Sorry, Rooster.
I
Freda,
have
Freda's
improved
room.
evasion. I'll be good.
Rooster's the one I went. Sorry. I sometimes have trouble keeping your two voices apart.
No,
No
Rooster is
worries.
not there.
Yeah, Rooster. Wait to the bed. The holy hand grenade of Antioch. Shall throw it when the number reaches 3. No more, no less.
Count it to 3. You shall not
If you
count to 4,
don't-
neither should you stop counting at 2, unless it is with the intention of then continuing to count to 3.
3. 5 is right out.
Hey,
Yeah, those
You're
guys
immediately
that I,
making me
one.
you immediately making me want to rewatch the movie.
those guys
Yeah.
that I ran past were the Babiles. Kill a couple of them here.
Roll.
Wait, maybe wasn't there? Oh no, wait, that was Tower. Right. Never mind me. I was confused by trial mode for a moment. Where you found
Yeah, the
5 tower together with the Babiles. I was thinking like, yeah, there was a bigger one in here, but no, that was Tower.
The tower is in the forest.
We killed
You know,
Tower a long time
as I
ago.
was just confused because you fight in 12 and trial mode. You fight Tower together with some Babiles in an area that looks like the Necrohole. So I was immediately thinking like, yeah, there is like a big Babile golem rare game here as well.
Nope. Just these little babbles.
Ah, so that's why you talked about the Tower and Babil Zero in the practice run.
Yep.
Because the Tower of Babil is a location in FF4.
Yeah,
Sure
we are
is.
now coming up to Chaos. Chaos in this version of the game comes with the no attack field. That means the attack command will be disabled completely, which is kind of funny because you can also cast Confusion on yourself, and Confusion with the no attack is kind of funny with your characters just running around the arena like headless chicken, which is a very funny sight that we hopefully will not get to see today because it's slow to happen. So magic is really the only way going forward. He is wind elemental, which means earth weakness. No wait, it was random weakness, wasn't he? What was he? But weaknesses in this game sometimes. Some enemies have the classic things, sometimes don't. As we've talked about earlier, every time you think you know an enemy's weakness, double think about it because Pokemon logic is not Final Fantasy logic.
It should be Earth weak Earth weakness because
But yeah, we don't have that, so we're gonna be using neutral spells. A little bit more annoying are the elementals that he summons around him, which are also kind of very nice for us because they count as the, even though they are special versions of the different elementals, they do count as the normal ones. So you can get our earth elemental, wind elemental, fire elemental, and
water
elemental from here instead of having to kill them in the their respective zone at certain weather conditions.
So telekinesis is a physical attack, but
We do use
not
telekinesis.
use,
Interesting.
attack
Yeah.
command.
Telekinesis is good.
I would have expected just reflect threats. Maybe an indigo pendant on the healer.
Well, that wouldn't help. Indigo pendant is the one that makes statuses land 100% of the time.
Yeah, it's
Opal ring, sorry.
Opal ring, yeah.
You know what I meant.
I was told that
yeah.
Scathe was going to be happening more often. I see no Scathe happening.
Well, you
Yeah,
were
telekinesis
in
is
the fights.
a...
What did you
is a-
actually use Scathe for?
Ambrosia crystal buck Trickster, Zalera,
Galera.
Exodus.
I was here for Exodus. I just was not paying attention, obviously.
I
Kind of
think
wondering right
the
now why sock and not skirt.
full Chocobo. Scorch.
Okay.
Scorch needs the full. Like only one character can be using Scorch at the same time.
Too high animation. Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's a long animation too. Not the longest, but fairly long.
How much HP Chaos has?
About 200,000.
Not too much.
None.
Currently 0. Yes.
Yeah, about
Walker of
200,
the Wheel.
200,000 and a little bit it was. You can, in the Zodiac Age, you can one-shot him with a single attack from the Romus. If set up right. Thanks to the 5 times more HP. In this version, the maximum amount of damage you could do with a perfectly set up Zeromus would be around 50,000. Compared to the 250,000 that you can do with a maximum setup Zeromus in TDA. Which no, is a small difference in damage. Just a small one. I'm setting Pinello to crit HP here in order to spawn the Death Scythe hunt, for which we once again need to have a boss in character in late B.
Don't forget to listen sport 0.
Because what?
The listen sport for the spear.
Oh.
License board.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the notes.
Death Scythe, once again, a little bit of annoying enemy. Knows Doom, knows Fear God to get rid of our MP. Will get into a physical immunity towards the end of the fight, towards the lower health of him.
Thankfully, as an undead, I think you just use some Kirachas.
A set can be annoying if you let him be. Usually isn't too terrible if you're doing him right, though.
I mean, we do have a doomed Bosch, so that is annoying. I would count that as annoying.
At least it's only boss, not the entire party.
Got another Oversoul. I have no idea which one this is, but we gotta be getting close.
Got more annulls in as well. Starting to get a little bit annoying with that. We're getting a little low on HP. Luckily, Bosch is a walking battery of MP refill at this point.
Yeah.
So if we ever need it, we have the ability to just siphon, aka Sub-Spirit, as it's called in most other games. DIP from one character to the other.
That's it down. I like how you have killed Bragg on here still. Have you actually? You killed Bragg earlier, right?
Nope.
No, you haven't killed Bragg yet.
Nope.
Is Bragg that hard of a boss to kill on your first?
No,
attempt?
but like I didn't want to do an extra trick to Mosfriend to start it.
Oh, you have to start it. Yeah, that's fair.
And in this route, I don't gain anything from doing it because we do Encolada Surling.
Yeah, fair enough.
Dispel Bosch. I wonder if you can, what's it called?
You can what?
If you can reflect Siphon, and what happens if you do?
Well,
I'm
think
pretty
you
sure
can.
Siphon is reflect piercing by default.
Probably
Yeah,
is.
I believe that's as well.
There is a funny interaction with the Break coming up. That Break uses a spell called Invert, and Break does not have piercing magics. So you can invert Break, you can reflect Invert on Break. He uses it, and that swaps Break's HP and MP, and then you can one-shot Break. But like at this point, he's squishy enough that
This is a very funny factor. I always assumed that invert was a technique, not a
yeah,
spell.
me too. Until one day I just accidentally reflected that, and I was like, huh. I guess that can happen.
New level 1 run strategy unlocked. Since I'm assuming that on level 1 runs he might still be a little bit more annoying to deal with.
That's the last of us all, right?
Probably. Forever in old.
There's
it
our
was-
horse.
Hi, Halvanek. Gonna give us a grand armor today.
Would that actually come in handy?
Not really.
Probably
Yes.
not.
I assume so, since I mean it is a little bit more defense than a Maximilian. It should be a little bit more strength boost.
Yeah, but
Then again, but then once again we have the damage cap, so more strength isn't exactly helping that much.
yeah, like it is something, but I would have to license it, and I don't know if that's worth it.
And you have to license that sooner or later anyways, right?
Someone has it licensed.
So now we can get out of Nat Bodies since we have finished everything. But before finishing the run, we have 2 monsters to kill. The break, whatever, that monster here, and the Antares.
Okay, that is
After that, it will be a Shadows here.
Yep, that is our third to last hunt. We got 2 left, and it's the 2 big ones.
Yep.
Shadows here, and Yasmat.
Yeah, plus a couple of rare monsters. You have another quest to do as well, I think, or not? Another hunt, I mean.
There's 2 hunts, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 rare enemies remaining. 1 regular enemy, maybe? Probably not, actually. I'm fairly sure I have killed a Mistmere.
The Antares is a...
Hunters I've killed.
Okay. So now we just go back to the save point to TP
Yep.
to Pharos for the last time. There's basically 1 hour left to the run. Thank you, Yasmat.
Most of it will be AFKing in front of a single boss.
There will be a lot of it, yeah. Oh boy, time for Shadow Spawn. Or Shadow Spawn, Shadow Seer.
Anyone here watched the solo leveling anime?
Didn't touch it.
Actually, just recently have, yeah.
Kind of feel like in my head canon right now that Shadow Seer is a Sang Jin-woo that kind of just like died at some point and then kind of semi-resurrected in that freaking cavern instead of getting, you know, just wake up in the hospital with the system. Even though that,
Shadow Seer,
even though obviously FF12 way outdates solo leveling.
so Shadow Seer is a special boss in this game because it's one of the few bosses in the game that has multiple phase. At some point in the fight, you will summon the 4 bosses that we fought in Pharos. Pandemonium, second one is what already? Steer? Don't help me, of course. Steer,
Basically, every 20% he summons one of the bosses back. Pandemonium,
further than
Thunderbreaker,
the name and
Slit,
the Phoenix.
and Phoenix.
Slit, yeah. The Slit is the second one, the third one is
Probably Fenrir, I think.
Andrea, yes. I had the image of the boss, but not the name. That was not very helpful. There are the 4 bosses that we fought to be able to continue in the Pharos earlier in the run, like 10 hours earlier.
And then similar to Behemoth King and other paling bosses, we can just use a rise to get past the paling pretty fast. Or
You
multiple.
can't use a rise on the Shadow Seer? Or it
On
doesn't
Pandemonium,
work
yeah. No, not on
on
Shadow
Shadow
Seer
Seer, I mean.
itself. That's kind of a permanent one until you kill the minions. It would be funny if you could, though. She also likes to do frequent fears and stuff to remove mana. So one of the reasons this fight is a pain is you don't really have mana a lot of the time. Or no, she uses inverted, that's right. Or no, it's both. It's annoying, that's what it is. Oh, that's right, it's not every 20%. She just summons them all in a row at 80% HP. Then you can kill her.
Can you one-shot Shadow Seer in TZA, so you don't see the 4 bosses?
No, for all these kind of bosses that have multiple phases, and in this case it is a multiple phase boss basically, if you do enough damage to skip a phase, it automatically negates all the damage and just advances the phase.
Interesting.
So for example, for Gilgamesh, you would technically be able to kill him from full health immediately to 0, but the moment you do that attack, it would literally just immediately do a phase transition, and then it didn't even don't even register the phase. So you'd already be one phase down after the first 20% of damage, but he'd still be standing there with full health. And even though I haven't tried it on Shadow Seer, I'd assume he'd be working similarly.
Yeah. Phoenix is unfortunately much more annoying than the rest, since it's flying. But
yeah, so it's
it.
Technically the strongest of the four, since we fight it after the first free round. Technically,
Okay.
but
No more. No more.
now we can
serpents.
fight Shadow Seer.
Shadow Seer herself doesn't actually take too much to go down.
Yeah, because we
And
are
once
much
again-
higher level than before.
Can once again be a bit annoying with status effects and the Firga ability that removes all of our MP if not dealt with properly. Also starts now casting stronger spells like Flare and Scathe, which can make a dent in our health bars really, but most of the time shouldn't become really an issue.
Yeah, and we got Holy to.
Delay his actions a little bit.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure if you're targeting, like as Zero is doing, you see Zero often enough just running further away from the boss to make sure that these AoE abilities like Firga, the MP removal, or the strong Scathe only hit a single character instead of the entire party. Starting to get a little unlucky here towards the end.
All the Firgas.
All the Firgas indeed.
Just forever no magic. Okay, there's Shadow Spear. Seer. That's one of the big ones down.
Yeah.
But now we are not quite done in Subterra. We have to go kill a couple entites that only spawn after you kill Shadow Seer, and they will despawn if you leave the area. Good time. Actually, maybe it's just Luxolid. Never mind. I think Vagrant.
You have to kill. You have to kill the one. The one is a random chance spawn to spawn after killing Shadow Seer, and the other one is similar to the Kaiser Wolf earlier in the Western Ascent, that if you kill the first enemy and then leave the area, it despawns again. You have to kill the first one again in order to make the second one spawn.
I do believe the first time you go to the Vagrant Soul though, he's always there. At least I've never had him not be there.
Yeah, I've never had him not be there either.
I've had to
No,
go
it's-
in and out of the room a couple times to respawn him before. The one time I did it, a few times I did it on the way. Actually, no, I didn't on the way. Because on TCAO way, we do that one. We do all the entites and elementals in trial mode.
Seem to recall these fights actually being a little bit of a pain as well.
Yeah, those mobs can definitely still be scary if not handled right.
I hope you're not tired of Firga yet, because the enemies aren't either.
At least we're able to deal with it better here. It's not like the couple times that I've had in my TCA or A runs where, oh no, he's using Firga. Haha, I counter it with using an elixir. Oh no, he's using another one. Well, I guess I'm throwing a mega elixir now. Oh no, and there's another Firga. I'm out of MP, I'm out of elixirs. What now? Had that one happen a few times already.
Yeah, that can happen.
The important thing, don't leave immediately or it doesn't count for a Lux lead.
Oh yeah.
Don't forget to grab the Wyvern.
I take it that's from experience there.
Chest.
Yep.
Good to know. I don't think I'd ever had that come up with that before. Okay, that's one of the end heights down.
I assume it's like Dustia, where you can't kill if you.
Yeah, most likely.
Probably, yeah. Okay. Making our way to the second one. Back to the what? Penumbra? Is it Penumbra Umbra Epistle or is it? It is Umbra. Okay. And Luxord, hello.
Holy, it's casting holy.
Oh man, not holy. Whatever shall we do? Oh yeah, this one likes to dispel a lot, which is annoying.
Luckily, as said before, the attack capacity animation only counts for anything animation-wise, and with the normal attack not having some flashy animation, that one will always work. So even though we'd like to buff right now, we can just pass the time while Holy's casting with a couple more attacks. And man, he is going wild on those Dispel Gus.
Yep, as he does. And again. White masks absorb a light, which Holy is, so we're just kind of swapping it over to whoever gets targeted. And that way we don't have to worry too much about healing damage. Just let it go. Okay, there's those two. Find the door now. There it is. Finding the doors in this room is rooms are a lot harder than you'd think it would be. Okay, that's Subterra taken care of, assuming a Mistmare died at some point. Thought I did earlier, but
I think you did.
okay. Back to the cataract for one last go.
Yep.
Do you have your levels, or are you one short?
I'm one short.
Grabbing a few more licenses to make sure we have everything covered.
We got an estimate. I mean, technically, what is left there? There's the Yasmat fight, which is gonna be like 40-ish minutes, and then just the final boss rush. Did we miss anything else?
Pelican and Obelisk, but other than those, I don't think so.
Monsters one. But Yasmat is kinda RNG as well.
Pelican and Obelisk really shouldn't be the issue. They should be adding like maximum 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're not hard. Just
if it takes 10 tries or 20 tries to inflict the first debuff to reduce its defense, it will take a while.
Yeah, I think we're
Alright,
like
so-
15 minutes 15 minutes above estimate. Is the estimate right now?
yeah, we're probably about an hour from finishing.
Yeah.
An hour and change.
Okay, Yasmat in general is, funnily enough, the easiest DCG for us. Yasmat has some multiple attacks that we can abuse that character glitch on to completely immobilize him for the entire fight. The obvious one would be his cinematic attack, the Cyclone, which, similar to Hellworm's Judgment, takes a little while until he uses it. However, Yasmat has another attack that fully eats up the entire attack capacity, which is called Breakheart Pentagram, which is an instant death attack that he likes to cast on any character that gets a little bit further away from him into his maximum range.
That's Death
so-
Strike.
Death Strike, not Breakheart. Breakheart Pentagram is the
One against Espers.
Esper one. Yeah.
It's basically the exact same attack animation-wise and effect-wise, though.
Yeah, except
Well, I knew it is Death
other-
Strike first.
Other one dismisses an Esper, forces you to dismiss an Esper, and one kills you.
Yeah, it's true. One of the last rares we need, we have to kill everything in this zone, then come back and kill it. I think the plan is to kill everything in this zone, and then kill Yasmat, and then come back and kill that.
Yes.
Because that's
Yeah, but we
a
also
funny...
we opened a few, we get a few levels more because we are not yet at.
We just got there.
Level 50. Oh, you already got there.
Yeah,
sorry.
like one level up at the start of this, so we're
Perfect. We made it. We made the
So
levels.
yeah, that.
Also, one gimmick about both Hellworm and Yasmat here is that you can actually leave the zones and they will not heal. So you can just kind of eat away at the health for a while and then go and save. I think if you reload the save, they'll heal. But actually, do
No.
they?
He
they
doesn't. He
do
doesn't
they?
heal full. He always
Yeah,
just
they don't.
heals a slight bit. The only thing that you have to pay
Except
attention
if
is
you-
that before you leave, he isn't allowed to have regen on him, because if he still has regen on it, that does tick even when you're not in the arena, and
Right.
massively increases the health he gets for however long you stay out.
Importantly, before you do
And that's
DTC,
it.
make sure
And that's regi-
you.
Yes, but
Hey, Deathstrike. Hi, Deathstrike.
So
But
the
yeah,
other- The other question right now would just be, do you have any speedrun that's like half an hour long that you can show in the time where in the background Yasmat would slowly die?
boot up
Can we just
Evilland
make?
real quick.
Can we just throw something else on the screen for like half an hour?
What I want to do a quick Evilland race hop.
I mean, I'd be down for it. The main question would just be that would absolutely be hell to set up a zero stream and then our stream on top of streams on top of that.
Oh no, yeah, I was just saying for fun. We're not gonna be able to put it up.
I mean, I'd absolutely be down for that. Funny enough, that was the exact thing that I was thinking about first in the first moment.
I mean, it's enough to fit now at that time.
Yep.
Okay, one more DCG for the road. And then it's a bunch of exposes and berserking to.
bunch of explosives.
Bunch of exposes. I mean exposes.
We're gonna expose Yasmat for the fraud of a super boss that he is.
Yeah. Not wrong.
He is not a true super boss. He's just a damage sponge. There's a big difference between those two. Still, once again, trying to have 3 things happening at the exact same time. The stone timer reaching 0 to turn us into stone. Both here trying to use another item by ATB resetting the effect, and Solera dismissing. When all 3 things happen on the exact same frame, we create this effect where, even though both here now is stoned, he's still visible on the screen, he's still shown as using the Echo Herbs, therefore eating up effect capacity, and thanks to him now eating up effect capacity, Yasmat will not be able to do anything once he starts using the strike that he does now.
Yep. Now we wait for 45 minutes.
We do a little bit more
No,
buffing,
not
and then
not really.
yeah, just letting the game run AFK.
Each time Yasmat stops his to try to cast Death Trap, we will use Expose with Yasmat. With Van to reduce its defense, or more likely try to reduce its defense.
Now, by the way, to start with a Dispel. Rather than immediately going into exposing and letting all the buffs run out from buff time.
Is this buff?
Ah, he is.
Yeah, do it.
Dispel. Yeah, there he is.
He starts with stuff. Spell
Now
happened.
now we're getting with the exposes.
Yeah, with some
Hey, the
exposes
first health
in.
bar is down, just about 50 or so more to go.
Yeah, about a few.
Yeah, we want to successfully inflict expose 3 times, and sometimes it can take a while.
Yep.
As mentioned before, Expose is an ability that will reduce the enemy's defense by 10%. We can use it multiple times to until the enemy's defense becomes 0 to deal absolute maximum possible damage. Technically not needed to do as many times, since once again damage cap in this game at 9,999. Which means while we could technically make it so we can't deal even more than that damage by exposing some more, there's just no real need to, because we can't deal more damage due to it.
So once Explosive was successfully inflicted 3 times on Yazmat, Zero will cast Berserk on Van.
Yep.
When both Bash and Van are not in Berserk. So there will be a Berserk for not the rest of the fight, but until it turns. Then wait that Yazmat casts Deathtrap once more to cast Berserk, because it's the only moment where you can use the magic is when the Yazmat is not trying to attack.
Yeah, so basically the idea, once again, is thanks to Balthier's Echo Herb still being active and they're using up active attack capacity, Yazmat is trying to use Death Strike, but is waiting for basically the effect capacity to currently be 0, so he can fill it up to the brim again with his Death Strike. However, that moment will never come, because Balthier will never finish using that Echo Herb, thanks to that character glitch. And after a little while, the AI is just actually realizing, I'm kind of stuck. Something isn't quite right. We'll cancel him trying to move the attack. However, then immediately after that, due to his AI, will start to use the exact same attack once again. And that little time between cancelled and restarting to use the attack is the only time where we can do anything that has an animation, which would be the exposes, the buffs, anything like that only works in those tiny little little windows.
Yep. And besides that, it's a popcorn fight where we don't do anything except once every 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
All the fight can be very challenging, mainly just because of the time that it takes. That usually makes you go either use up all of your resources, so you're running out of your healing items, your status heal items, etc., etc., and then having to manage with that. You're obviously getting exhaustion kicking in because the fight's taking a long time. You have him being able also to use Stone Breath and White Breath, which once again inflict Petrify and Stop respectively. His normal attack has like a 3 to 5% chance or so to inflict instant death on any single normal attack that he does. And later on, as the fight drags on, he gets the added passive that his attacks have no charge time, so he literally goes bam, 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 bam with his attacks, and each of those then having a 3 to 5% chance to cause instant death can easily stack up to getting a couple of those instant deaths in, which obviously if he lands 2 of them quickly after each other without you being able to revive in between, this can cause some scary situations where the fight actually might become scary for a moment. But yeah, we're really not having anything here.
How many expos did you inflict up until now?
2.
Okay, it's already better than the new practice run.
Yeah, the expose also to mention is a status effect that is level based. The success chance, it has a base success chance of 30%. And then that increases or decreases depending on the level. Yasmat currently is an enemy that is level 74. Our party members are 70, 71, so we're slightly lower. So we're slightly under 30%. For every level that we are lower than the boss, we lose 1% success chance. We also have to do this now because Yasmat, as the fight drags on, will actually use the ability Growing Threat that we mentioned like way earlier before. That doubles his level, at which point it will literally become impossible for us to inflict it.
Well, he never does it with the DCG.
Well, yeah, with the DCG obviously now not, but like he usually would. So once that happens, we would literally wouldn't be able to get exposed in anymore. Actually, I'm not 100% sure about that. If the game actually overflows this level, if he actually counts, because as I said, he's level 74, if it actually puts him on level 148, or if it just caps him at 99.
I don't know either.
Because if it is 99, then obviously if your own characters are also at level 99, you'd still retain the 30% chance to inflict these stat down techniques. However, if it actually does get put to level 148, that would mean we're negative 18% to.
I get it right here. I'll right back.
Yeah, the fight can also be a little bit optimized, which is why Zero has to stay active throughout most of it, due to obviously buffs making a difference. With the Berserk giving not just a small attack bonus, but also a speed bonus. And obviously, since we will be needing a couple thousand hits in order to deal them, it is a difference if we do one hit every second or one hit every 2 seconds. That is it's going to create massive differences, which is why we usually want to try and stay active to keep up with the buffings. But it definitely leaves you some downtime. In theory, we could just let this run here like this, as it is. Just once again, we would be losing a little bit of optimized time. The fight would be taking a couple of minutes longer due to the overall amount of attacks needed. I'm also just noticing, as he's readying Death Strike, he's glowing purple. You only go purple when you're casting a spell, so Death Strike also counts as a magic spell. Funny enough. Which doesn't really matter because Yasmat has both Reflect, Pierce, and Death immunity. So even if he didn't have to Reflect Pierce, he'd be immune to being reflected onto himself. But also he has to Reflect Pierce, so it wouldn't even be able to bounce off of us onto himself. Nothing beats some good old boss 12-hit combo ASMR. Once again, we're looking at a boss with 50,112,254 HP. Which actually, funny enough, they made a Yasmat fight in Final Fantasy XIV by now, in the Alliance raids that take place with the Tactics story, with a little bit of FF12 mixed in. There is a Yasmat boss, which is actually incredibly funny to me, because in FF14 we do not have a damage cap at 9,999. We are in an Alliance raid, so we're fighting with 24 people against them instead of a maximum of 3 people active at the time. And yet, in the fight in Final Fantasy XIV, he only has about 10 million health, compared to the 50 million he has here in FF12. Which is quite funny that, you know, he is kind of like an MMO boss in this version of the game, but in the actual MMO, he's like less of an MMO boss.
Okay, then we wait.
Yeah, for you as well, Zero, since a small thing that I've just noticed. When he's casting Death Strike, he is also turning purple.
Yep.
Which means Death Strike in this case also is a spell.
It is, yes.
Which doesn't matter in our case, because he does have Reflect, Pierce, and Death immunity, but would be another funny thing to see.
It does matter for the fact that the shell has the or the chance for Death Strike to land. I think that's the only thing it matters for.
But no, if you be playing a randomizer where the stats are randomized, he doesn't have Reflect Pierce.
Yeah.
He would be able to just reflect the Death Strike back. Which is once again big if-when buts.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's reflectable spell.
That might be a thing, yeah. There are a couple that just completely ignore Reflect, like Decoy or the Sub-Spirit. Siphon. Drain as well.
Well, it's not gonna be too long until I can snap. Bye. We're what, 95% through the run?
I will say hello to my bed very quickly after the run.
I mean, Sion, we just said, by the way, a tiny nap actually would matter here because, once again, he has 50 million health. We can maximum do 9,999 damage per hit. Later on, when he gets buffed, only 6,999 damage.
He doesn't
And
because
so-
of PCG.
Oh, right, because right. I've always thought that it was literally just HP type, but yeah, he does have an ability that causes that to happen. Never mind me. Yeah, so it still says 9,999. But yeah, the point being, we still have to manage our buffs all the time. since it does make a difference if you get one attack every second or one attack every 2 seconds. That still makes a huge difference if we have to hit him multiple thousands of times. However, since the entire effects of everything we are not able to normally buff, we have to wait until very specific windows between him canceling the AI being like, wait a second, I'm stuck in a loop here, kinda. I have to cancel what I'm doing and try to reset it, which then allows us for a second or two to cast spells again and do effects again. And then he starts doing the exact same ability once again.
Yes, that's it. That's his health bar, and the small dots that you see under the health bar is the number of health bar he has.
Yeah, so every time the
He
top
had 51 health bar.
Yeah, every time the top health bar gets completely depleted, one of the small segments under the health bar gets emptied.
Each of the health bars is about 1 million HP, and he has about 50 of them. Or he has 50 of them, it's about
50,
yeah.
49
HP per...
small one. So yes, this fight is totally stupid.
As I've just made the reference, it's definitely a design for an MMO boss, but decided, hey, let's throw it in single player.
Also,
Yeah, fortunately it's super easy fight. So.
I'm a huge fan of the fact that the blade of Van doesn't connect on the boss, but it still do damage.
Yeah, his box is very wonky with his size. And Scion, that we're training people for reporting. I mean, you just missed me mentioning. There is a fun fact about this. They actually brought this boss into Final Fantasy XIV for a raid series that was focused around the FF14 and FF12 and Tactics lore. And there is actually a raid where you can fight Yasmat in a 24-man raid. And funnily enough, he only has a fifth of the health that he has in this version of the game. He in the FF14 fight, you fight him with a party of 24 people, and he only has roughly 10 million health in that fight, compared to now here only being able to fight him with 3 people at a time, him having 50 million. And also there's not the damage cap of 9,999 FF14. You and 24 or 40 players with one very tired zero. There for 40 players, definitely. I mean, if I find 23 people immediately and go into the raid right now, I'd probably clear the entire raid before what did it say so here? Yasmat. Yeah, for FF14, the current Savage raids usually are with a hard run rate after 10 minutes, but then there's also the ultimate fights, which usually are like 4 or 5 phases of very difficult bosses that each have their own end rate timer that all add up to like a 20-minute fight total. As I said before, there's nothing bad about a decent bit of boss doing 12-hit combo ASMR in the morning. It's always very satisfying.
It's true. I actually used to just get up and take a shower at this. Wake myself up for the final, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Make sure you have everything.
I mean, once again, you absolutely have the opportunity for this, but obviously if you're playing on the highest level or are on a tight time limit, You have to do more than just, as I said, you could in theory automate the buffs, but the buffs, since they can only be applied in certain windows, it could be that you're dooming your characters to just stand around doing nothing for 20 seconds if you automate it.
I mean, if you would automate it, you would just not use berserks. But they're already going over estimates, so why push it further? Or like why go even more over estimate?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not use berserk on Yasma. Couldn't.
Sorry, I had to step out for a moment. Did I miss anything interesting? Any nice?
We're
talk
getting close.
Yeah, down to a third of the health bar. So hey Harvey, how are you doing? Hey Engel, didn't think we did Engel. Fun random stories from the past. Did you know that without Gears mod, I probably would never have discovered Steam when I did back when I got my first PC? For the weirdest coincidence ever. So, there was a guy that I found on Twitch that was playing International Zodiac Drop System. I was fairly new to the internet at that point, was my first real PC. Found a guy that was playing International Zodiac Drop System. And, you know, I liked Final Fantasy XII, I didn't know about it that point. I watched him a while, and we had a lot of fun, and I got really close. It's still one of my favorite streamers that I very regularly turn into, even though he's very, very small. We had one day where he was like doing something else, playing with something else, I don't remember what anymore, and he was like, okay, I'm gonna do, he was planning to go for another like 20 minutes, but then was kind of done with the game at that point. So he was asking me just randomly in chat, so what do we do now for the rest of the stream? So I was just like jokingly saying, how about we kill Yearsmut? You know, being the innocent soul that only knows the fight from the PS2 version. And so he was like, you know what, that should be we might do that. And I was like, dude, there's no way you're beating Gearsmut in 20 minutes. That's literally impossible. And he was like, well, want to bet on it? I bet I can do it in less time. Well, the thing was, as I said, I was very inexperienced with International Zodiac Drop System at that moment. So I did bet him $5 that he wouldn't be able to do it. He ended up beating him in 10 minutes. After 40 minutes of prep time, which kind of defeated the point of the bet initially, but, you know, rules lawyering. I did say you can't beat him in less than 20 minutes. He did, in fact, beat him in less than 20 minutes of the actual fight, so I owed him $5. So yeah, due to that, he was like, okay, he doesn't really have a PayPal set up, he doesn't really want a donation in that, so he was like, just go to Steam and buy me FF13, and it's currently on sale for $4.99, and that covers your tab. And I was like, what's Steam? And that was the day I discovered what Steam is. It is a very random interaction, but like I'm still very happy for that, because if that wouldn't have happened, it probably would have taken me another like 4 or 5 years to actually discover Steam and get more into PC gaming. I think that was in 2016 or 2017, that should have been, if I remember correctly. I used to be a console gamer for the longest time. I got my first PC during my A levels when one of my classmates was looking for someone to. God damn it, Harvey! Why are you like this? When I'm saying 2016, 2017, that doesn't even. It isn't even close to those numbers. Come on, why do you immediately remove half the numbers? As an added bonus thing about Yearsmart, the devs also included a small troll that once Yearsmart reaches 10% of his max HP left, so 5 million HP left, he one time and one time only will cast Reflect on your entire party. And if you happen to be a person that relies on Renew as your healing spell, that would mean that you would cast Renew on yourself in that moment, which would get reflected onto Yearsmart, and there is technically no heal limit for it, since Renew literally states full heals. So with that little troll, you can, in theory, be right at the finish line of the fight, and then accidentally heal him back to his full 50 million health. Actually been in that spot, actually had that happen to me a few times casually.
I know that some it's happened to someone once.
It is always fun when it happens, especially without DCG. As we said, he gets a lot of extras, a lot of passives that make the fight harder in general. And even after healing himself full, he keeps all of those, even though most of those are HP based.
But once he heals back, he still has his level 12.
Someone on tech, please.
Times 2 and plus the. We are talking the way. Once he heals back to full, he still has all the stuff he got during the first time you put his HP down. Like the fact he only attacks with his bow, and the fact he has his level times 2, etc. And the damage reduced by 30%.
Brad, you still around? We need a tech guy right now. Just game throws. We don't want to miss the glorious moment where Yearsmart dies. Because of throws on the RPGSU stream. We need a refresh. Who's the restreamer right now? Is it Sulfreda?
It's Noctis.
Noctis trying. Okay, Noctis trying, that's fine. If you're trying, that's good. So yeah, we are slowly getting down. We are now 5 health bars from the end.
Yep, 5 million HP left.
Cast Reflect, if he could.
But the most important question is, who will kill Yasmat? Bash or Van?
This time, actually, a much better question, because this time it is actually even chances for both of them, I'd say, since they're both roughly dealing the same damage, having a high combo weapon. This time it'll literally coin flip.
He is, if they attack at the same time, it's totally impossible to see who will kill him. Except with the violet.
There's only 4 bars left. Well, I guess the answer of can I play a TFT game or yes, Matt dies first is answered. The answer was I finished my TFT game.
Weird, Robbie.
I was just wondering, honestly. Also, I'm half asleep, so I need something to keep me
Thank you,
awake.
Nook.
These dumb questions. What's left after this? Well, we have 2 more rare games. There is a horsey in the next area that we've already spawned before killing Yasma right now. That horsey only spawns if we kill all enemies in the area. Then there is a dinosaur in the other area next to this. And then is the question if we actually achieved everything or if we missed something, and then it's a cleanup. Which will be the big question as always. Did we forget to go into a map? Did we forget one monster anywhere? Checking the list, checking everything if that needs to be, or yeah, if we see the order from Ambrosia, it's just going into the Bahamut, which is just gonna be a sequence of 5 back-to-back bosses. No, we don't fight Bahamut. Bahamut in this game is just a space station.
Ship.
In which we will be fighting the final bosses.
The last dungeon in heavy quotes. There's very large quotes around dungeon here.
Sorry, air station, not space station. It's a giant airship battle station.
It's a pillar. It's a floating pillar. Bahamut. The Bahamut has fallen. I'm getting ahead of myself.
One last buff. Actually, I honestly would have said that buff wouldn't really have been necessary anymore. Could probably use 11 hit the last couple. Or is that still... Wait, is that still 1 health bar or am I tripping?
There's still one more.
There is still 1 more. Okay, good. Then never mind what I just said about buff probably not being needed.
HP. Who will deal the last hit on Yasmat between Bash and Van?
I'm calling one.
I'm calling Bash, as usual.
Yeah, I'm mostly saying boss as well. The Masamune Genji should be generally better than the Dark Blade. Is comboing more with it.
It's impossible to tell!
No, it was
It's,
Bosch.
I think that was boss, yeah.
And that was Yasmat, the very enigmatic missed boss of the game.
That last boss down only took a half hour. No worries.
Alright, 2 more enemies and then potentially cleanup. Let's hope we don't have to do cleanup because it's never fun to trying to figure out what you missed.
Yeah.
1 eternity later.
I mean, once again, if it's a you can at least tell. You go to, if you don't have the clan rank, you go into the Sky Pirate then, and you see if it's Dallin that's missing or if it's Begamnon that's missing. If it's both that's missing, then you're in for a world of pain in general. But yeah, with Bagamnon missing, that means you've
Hopefully
missed the monster. Means you missed the monster, which means you have to go through the entire monster list and basically double check with a monster lexicon somewhere if you actually which one it is one by one that you missed. Or for the map, then that's the harder part because there's just so many maps fragments where it can be. And you have to figure out which one it could be. There, obviously, as we said before, there are the usual suspects that often enough happen. But even though there are plenty of them, and sometimes that's the stupid thing that you don't think about, like the one area in the middle of Osmond that you literally never have a reason to go to. That is so damn in Brightside. I've had a run where that was the one that I was actually missing, and I've been looking so long for the area because I've just, you know, I was just like, that one is so obvious that I must have had it, but apparently no, I haven't.
At least the quick yearnings are done, because sometimes it can happen that I'm not done with the quick yearnings. But at least this time it's done.
Yeah, and this one we got lucky enough that all the quickenings kind of worked out when we wanted them to work out.
Yeah, and the Bahamut itself is a
to the
victory
estimate,
lap.
if something is missing, I doubt we will be checking. I'd say we just finish it as an invalidated run that isn't quite Order of Ambrosia.
Yeah,
and then figure out what was missing afterwards.
I was alone with Zero for about 2 hours, and I'm not a speedrunner of Final Fantasy XII, so I couldn't help him for that kind of stuff.
Harvey, have you heard about Really Really Longathon? That's the place where you can submit that to. And you can always submit it. The question is if it gets in, which probably is not.
Oh yeah, you probably can submit for the really Longathon.
If only you had your own no. I'm kidding, Harvey.
What do you mean next week?
I'm not doing restream shifts next week, so I'm sorry. Can't make me.
Sionis, if you want, I can
true.
submit Platinum Person for FF13.
Proof.
And Primer, that's not it.
And Delos there
Yes,
is
what-
Bagamnon missing. There is a monster that we're missing. I'd honestly say at this point, don't look, just head for the Bahamut.
No, I'm gonna look. I
13 is 15 hours, about 15 hours.
I was gonna say, where's the bestiary? There's the bestiary. Barheim, yeah.
Oh, I never killed a skeleton.
Grenade from Zerknan. Why are you twisting that stick in my wound, Harvey? Specifically mentioning the one that
Keep in
killed
mind,
my
I have a 18 hours run to do next Thursday as well.
There are no missable enemies. The only missable enemy is given you freely.
Yeah, you just get the bestiary entry. Westersan, yeah.
Yeah. After cleanup, there's final bosses, and then we're done.
Which take about 10 minutes ish.
Mostly because of cutscenes. We're just a little bit stronger than any % for final bosses.
What's the fastest way to get there, even?
You just go to Barheim?
Yeah.
No, it's not in Barheim anymore because I can't get Barheim to...
Oh yeah, then yeah, it's definitely Lusu, open the gate and go to the Skeleton Bridge.
Yeah, but I don't think I can... Can I open the gate?
Yes, you can. Just need to hit the switch.
Right, right, the switch is here. Right, yeah.
Oh, that's right, these skeletons also count. Okay.
One of the that is a funny one though, that we are missing skeletons, which is one of the most common enemies that's grinded on, especially here on this bridge.
Yeah, it's
One
it's
of
an
the
enemy
most
that we used to
prominent
grind in
spots.
OOA.
Yeah. Back in the day.
But yeah, that's the king. Like, it's often enough, it's just like the question of, oh yeah, it's such an easy and common enemy. Surely I've killed it before. Until you notice, no, I haven't. Still night of the round.
Still another one.
Something else as well. Warhammer is good now. Lusu.
Lucy's fine.
That's fine.
Yensas are good.
Good.
Tome is fine. This one's fine. And
It's nightmare, then I'll be sad because I'm so sure that I killed one.
Mistmare?
Mistmare.
Oh no, it's oh I know what it is.
I'd say it's something in Feywood, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. It's a moo. I remember I went past the moo and then I guess I got.
Oh, you never killed a moo.
I guess I got like the moo didn't spawn, so I was like, should I was thinking I need to remember to kill it later when I find the holy elemental, but then I got the holy elemental randomly on the way.
Yeah.
Well, fastest way to get there.
Burn the Says probably,
Bruises, yeah.
and just
Oh.
do a thing. This is annoyingly a long run though.
Well, it's not that bad going that way, but it's a long run to the way back.
Crystal, yeah.
It's in the Steel Shrine now.
In
The
Feywood,
bodies in Feywood.
which is just middle of nowhere as far as teleport crystals are concerned.
yeah.
Yep.
I think we should probably, if we have OOA after that, I think we should head to the Paramina roll point. I think that's the
That would
fastest.
be probably the better thing.
Unless Golem, well, no, unless Osmone is faster.
I was thinking-
but I don't think.
I was actually thinking Ariat, but
Or you could like go Verwit and teleport and then go away, but I think to go to the
Yeah, I'd say at
Paramina.
that point,
Yeah, the
going to
Paramina isn't
Paramina,
too far.
Airship would be better.
Yeah, probably.
It's not too much more walking way, and you save one loading screen from having to teleport somewhere with an anchor.
Yeah.
Run, Chocobo, run!
oh, there is one right here. Okay, that's definitely Paramia then. I thought you had to go to the far side. Okay, Moo dead. Order of
Hey,
Ambrosia. Let's
Order
go.
of Ambrosia, you could see them bottom right.
Had to kill
Sky
one
Pirates
last
Den
bunny.
Field, highest clan rank achieved. By the way, if you're wondering, what is the reward for? Is there actually a reward for reaching the highest clan rank? Yes, there is. You get like, what was it again from a blonde? Like an elixir and the ability to buy modes from the clan shop. You can now buy float modes, dark modes, Aeroga modes,
That's in
all the modes
TCA,
that
I
you could
think.
want. That was TCA only? I thought I was saying it wasn't. Oh no, wait, yeah, that was the modes were in TCA. In PS2 it was Not of Rots and Dark Matter.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Frost you can buy earlier, but Dark Matter is on. It's on order from Roger.
Which Dark
would you
Matter
play Dark
once
Matter
again
when you're
item
stocked
that you can charge up to deal up to 60,000 points of damage. However, obviously there's nothing left to really deal 60,000 damage to that you want to deal 60,000 damage to, and it's also kind of slow to charge.
You used to
Some
buy
slow
Not
charge.
Frost in the OOA run.
Mm.
Yeah, and do a Dark Matter.
And now we have to go back.
I mean, it also
Okay.
doesn't help that
Off
yeah,
to Bahamut.
I by now probably have twice the amount of playtime in TZA that I ever had for PS2.
It doesn't help.
That definitely does not help. Even though the official guidebook that I'm using for both games still is the PS2 one, since like 95% of the stuff are exactly the same. And yeah, once again, after the save, you can see in the bottom right briefly, Order of Ambrosia. The clan rank has been achieved. The run is legit.
You've done
Okay,
the thing.
so we can go to the Bahamut. That is close to the banister.
Kind of a shame we're slightly overestimate instead of slightly under, else we probably would have been able to just show the amazing cutscenes here, which I always just like to praise as the masterpiece of the PS2 era. Because like those
Goes near
cutscenes
the
are
end.
freaking gorgeous.
Yeah, also my favorite cutscene in the game is the cutscene before the fight against Gabrans. Because the image for the game is in that cinematic. So the final dungeon of Final Fantasy XII is extremely complicated. Please follow me. You have to follow a certain path. That will take 2 minutes.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
final
it's not
dungeon
hard.
it's basically just one big circle and then some corner pieces around it. And our goal is to get to the middle of the circle from one of the corner pieces, and that's basically it then. Very short dungeon.
It's the worst final dungeon in the series.
I mean, I'd not call it the worst of the series, because there's definitely different reasons for being the worst dungeon. So definitely the worst designed final dungeon, but nothing will ever beat the freaking Crystal Tower World of Darkness combo from Final Fantasy III. That is by far the worst final dungeon in any Final Fantasy, and no one can convince me otherwise.
I disagree. 50 is worse.
You literally go into a final dungeon. You have like 8 bosses to kill without the ability to save in between.
Just don't die.
You can't save in between the bosses here either.
Yep.
Yeah, but you have
It's
4
true.
bosses here that are literally next to each other. You don't have to traverse half an area for it. And the bosses
Hey.
are also not just that difficult.
Hey y'all, we
Zero,
just
you
finished the final
you
dungeon.
you run free Pixel Remaster. You do have the privilege of quick saving. How often have you died to Cerberus before? How often have you died to Cloud of Darkness before?
I've never died to Cerberus or Cloud of Darkness. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
How often have you
Fantasy
played
III is
Final
my
Fantasy 3?
Never
my
once.
first Final Fantasy, so
close my
I have a
case.
good excuse to like the final dungeon.
Hey, that doesn't mean I haven't
no,
not played it.
In my opinion, the Final Fantasy III final dungeon is the second worst after Bahamut.
I shall not be defeated.
Good old
Then
Bahamut.
come. Wield your hatred and crush me.
Yeah, timer's on
Welcome.
times.
Okay, so we are totally overpowered at this point, so we totally destroy the boss. Normally, 90% we should cast
Where's the reflect?
reflect on
Ew.
Gabrans, so
that's
Gabrans won't heal himself with renew. But here we just crash the Gabrans before he can even cast renew.
Good. Nicely saved. Where the heck did that
Easy enough.
reflect mode go?
Well, I never had a reflector mode.
What
Alright, you
reflect?
can't
Yeah.
pick them up everywhere. You literally have to rely on the drops from the Mantire, don't you? From the Mantises in Feywood. You don't drop one while killing them for Beam if King you don't have one.
Yeah, Gabrans only has 70,000 80,000 HP or something like that. So
We're quite strong at this point.
Which is
yeah.
funny considering Tiamat has 50k.
So now we finally meet the main antagonist of the game.
We finally
Since we
meet
skip-
again for the very first time.
Yeah, because we skip every cinematic, so it's officially the first time we meet Vayne.
I mean, this is also not actually the first time we're sitting face to face, at least like this party composition. Like he did stand face to face once before in front of half our party at the very early start of the game, but like he literally didn't say anything. He just looked at us grumpy and then moved, let get away, and then threw us into prison.
What am I to do with those who would oppose me?
He knew who Ash was back then. He didn't know any of our other characters.
Who are you?
An angel
now
of
we
vengeance.
fight the second form of Vayne Novus.
You were expecting a monster? Give it a moment. He's now going through psychosis, transforming into even hotter guy, and last phase will be transforming him into a monster.
No. The hottest guy, just covered with wings of metal and gears. It's perfect. Especially if you like steam.
Yeah, basically Bahamut with the body of a hot man.
A new dynast king, and man will keep his own history.
I mean, it's only if you find bodybuilders hot. I don't really find
I'm sorry, but I can't take Vayne seriously with the way his lines are delivered.
Yeah, for my any percent run, the splits for Vayne and Vayne Novus are stop talking, seriously stop talking.
And now the final boss, the Undying. The Undying is known to become invincible at the end of the fight, if we let him the time to become invincible. But since we are stupidly strong, even at 20%, he never becomes invincible. Also, he doesn't have an HP bar.
Yeah, he is a little bit of mysterious. He has about 220,000 health. The only real indicator of how much you're doing is some of his transformations here, since he will now be using the magic barrier. Since we hit some thresholds, after that he will probably immediately get the physical armor up. Since we hit more thresholds, and the only time we really know where we end with this boss is whenever he starts glowing red, aka being in critical health, aka being under 20% of his health.
Are you just supposed to skip that phase?
Yeah, but Bahan died with some complications.
Okay.
He is glowing red now.
Time
Might
should
be
be
getting a little
very
bit
shortly
close.
here.
Wait, no, he's not glowing red yet. He isn't even in crit yet. That is very much not good.
No, he is.
GG.
And time.
GG.
That looked a little bit scuffed and scary at the
It
end,
was.
but everything is fine.
That's why I saved before the final boss, just in case you wanted to do that again. But I do consider it, but but yeah. I mean, considering I had a 30-minute death, this was fine. Like,
Not a bad run.
So what's the final
Overall,
time?
aside from the Dustia and the mishap and Pharaohs,
yeah.
all in all, I'd say from what I've seen, the parts that I've seen at least, very solid run. Nothing else went too terribly wrong.
Like,
How
we-
much?
We
how
lost.
much?
We lost 11 minutes in Dustia split, and then
Half an hour
33
and,
minutes in that Pharaoh split. So that's like 44 minutes that we lost. So we would have been like, that would have been 10 minutes behind PB without.
Add
The-
5 minutes
plus
to bestiary as well. Yeah.
Plus the
Yeah.
fact you missed two enemies in the for the bestiary.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Alright, and yeah.
That was a
Zero,
fun
that-
run to watch. And
Yeah, in
comment.
that case, I'd say Zero, thanks for showing the run. Commentators, including me, thanks for being around here and enjoying Zero. I've had a good time. I hope the viewers had a good time. It has been a long run, and yeah, thank you, very big thanks to the RPGSU scheduling team that actually said yes to this crazy request of a run in this marathon.
Yeah, and yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for having OOA, and that was like amazing. And the biggest thanks to the commentators, like for keeping me company. I don't know if I could have done it without you guys in here.
I'm checking the engine. Fran, with me.
It helped a lot to be able to just at times zone out and focus on the game. And
Yeah, near the end I was totally sleepy, so it was bad time to don't much shit basically.
You can fly her, Van.
Yeah.
Like I told you. Don't worry.
Same for Great Crystal, but
I'll see what I can do.
yeah, at least I wasn't alone for the last part.
Yeah.
Look after Lasso, will you?
Mhm. Well,
but yeah, I'm
Thank
ready
you.
for bed. So thanks for watching, everyone, and
Yeah, Zero, get your rest.
I'll go. I'll peace out and have a good day, everyone.
The Lord Lasso.
have a great day and night, everyone.
Last hope.
Yeah, thank you, Zero.